Okay. First of all, let me make sure I could be heard. I'm gonna grab the link. Everybody's welcome to come up, and we will be talking about this is part two of the Venezuela conversation. Um, our host uh, at the time was Sharon Bracy. If y'all not subscribed to Sharon, make sure y'all go and subscribe to him. And there's a few others over there I want to give a shout out to, like who has channels, and that will be the GOAT, which y'all already know, Taz. Uh, Taz is a great person to listen to about history. That's where I found him to be very intelligent at. And also with politics, when he wants to talk about politics, I like Taz because he goes and dig and get the information and he pulls it up. You know, um, so yeah, he'll give you some information. We got a few other people I want to give a shout out to who was over there. Everybody who was on the panel, and most definitely the people in the chat. Even the ones who were calling me a liar. Now let's talk about this word liar for a minute. You know, um, I don't know everything. You know what I mean? Like I don't know everything about everything, and so let's say I say something someone says something I disagree with them. The idea that people are now calling that a lie, even if I'm wrong, is crazy work. Like we can have conversations without people calling each other liars. Now, a liar to me is someone who said they openly knowing they're lying. They like if I ask my grandson, did you break the glass? And he says no, but he knows he broke the glass. That is a lie. But if I ask him, you know who broke the glass? And he don't know who broke the glass, and he says, no, I don't know who broke the glass. That's not a lie, right? Or if he says, I think you broke the glass, mama. And I said, well, I didn't break the glass. I wouldn't call him a liar. I would say you're wrong. I didn't break the glass, right? I'm just confused. I get confused by people calling people liars because to me, like maybe it's my generation. It could be my generation, right? A generation where being a liar was a bad thing. Like we literally was like, you shouldn't lie. We was taught not to lie. I would get more in trouble for the lie than if I broke something. If I broke it and I told the truth about it, they will make me clean it up. And of course, I should have been running through the house. You should have been, and you would get yelled at for that. But if I broke it and lied, the lie was the sin, right? And now you in more trouble, not because you broke the item, but because you lied about it. But apparently, in society today, lies, based on from what I'm hearing from a lot of young people, lies is normal. It's okay. When we find out there's a scam going on, we overlook it like, oh, that's just a scam. Oh, you just got scammed. And it's almost like it's no big deal. And so I guess when people say, oh, you're lying, they look at it like it's not a big deal. They just want to call you a liar. My generation, though, when somebody call me a liar, I get offended by that. Like I really, maybe I need to stop, but I'm okay. You can call me all kinds of things. But the one thing that I dislike is when people call me a liar, especially if I'm not lying. It could be wrong. Not only that, but a lot of conversations we have are not even based in anything factual. It's about how you feel. So I might say Trump is a shitty president. You might say Trump is a great president. I'm not gonna call you a liar, say you a liar that he's because you know he's not a great president, because in your eyes he may be a great president. So I'm not calling you a liar. I just might be like, damn, I might ask you what did he do great? And then we'll see where the people who do think he's a great president, y'all then start lying. Like, you know what I mean? Like y'all start lying. And the reason why I call some of them liars is because when I say what Trump said, he wants a third term. He's mentioning third terms. And they'll say, no, he didn't. He's never said that. And then I start thinking, the way they speak, when you say he never said that, I'm assuming you watch him, you're listening to him, you follow him, right? If you say person never said something, it sounds like that's what you do. You're hooked on to him on the Twitter and on whatever that thing is he got over there. Um, and if you are hooked to those things, you would know what he said, which is why I would assume you are a liar, because I would assume that you had to see it. And that's the thing with this country right now. We have a bunch of people who are all over the place. We have been tested. Other countries have been playing games with us through the internet for years to get us right where they want us. Well, we are a bunch of emotional people, and we basing our emotions on nothing, on nothing. You don't know why you like a person because you decided you looked at those people over there who say they like him, you looked at those people over there who say they don't like him, and then you made a decision just based on watching on which one you're gonna rock with, and then you make your stance. And that's why you're able to be manipulated, right? Trump can say things, he says things to his group of people right there. He'll say, I'm about to blow us all up tonight. And they'll clap, right? And then you know what they say when people ask him, you didn't hear when he said he's gonna blow you all up. What would make you clap? Ah, he says a lot of things he don't mean. He don't mean those things. And so if he didn't mean it, then now they have tested that y'all not even listening, or even if he says things, you don't believe him. And so now the pro-Trumpers or the MAGA, they don't even trust Trump themselves. He could say something and they okay with if he don't do it because they'll say he didn't mean it. And if he do it, they'll say, well, he told us he was gonna do it. And then, so then people are saying, well, he's a truthful. See, he's just the one being truthful. He told us he was going to blow us up. He told us, right? He told us he was going to blow us up. And when he blew us up, and everybody, it's a game that's being played. And other countries, it's already been founded by the FBI, CIA. Years ago, they was warning Americans that these people had infiltrated us through the internet. The CIA, when we was talking about that earlier, um, the CIA, that's what they do. They go and gain intelligence, right? That's mean information. And how do they gain information? Even if they have to put it there to see what you're gonna do to gather that information. Like if they go and sit a crate of guns, drop it off in a neighborhood in the middle of Chicago. They want to know what the people gonna do with them. And they'll gather the information. And then what we'll do is the people gonna go grab them guns and do whatever they do with them. It's gonna be crimes no matter what. You found the gun, you decide to keep it. You get caught with it, you going to jail. How would the government make money? Because we have jails that make money. And what I've been finding out through my brother's situation, yeah, I couldn't even believe it. I wouldn't believe it if people would have told me, right? But people have been telling us. It doesn't matter to us until it hit us personally. And you can take that advice from me, right? What they doing to my brother, y'all, is crazy. It's crazy. It's so they got him hidden. Nobody can talk to him. We don't know where he at. And it's a whole ball of just mixing and matching. That's why when I was on the panel and I really wasn't there because I got a phone call. And it's so crazy. Living in America, we think this cannot happen because we have rules, regulations. We have the Constitution. And then the very people who are supposed to uphold the Constitution, well, we know for years they do not. These are the people who create the laws. The laws, when they go to the Supreme Court and they found to be unconstitutional, that means somebody put a law in place. They gained people money, put people in jail behind this law until it took years to get to the Supreme Court for them to strike it down. Well, by then they'd have made millions. They'd have made millions. So this this blindly thinking that everybody's so safe here in this country is crazy. Now we're gonna talk about let me put the link in so I can get some people up. Because I don't know much about the Venezuela incident. That's why I was up there listening. I've been listening, trying to figure out what people are saying, what's going on. Do and I'm gonna be honest, I have a problem with Trump. I don't act like anything other than that. I do not trust him. He is a liar, born and bred, proven liar and criminal. Okay. And for anybody to expect that anyone would trust him, to me, is ridiculous. For anybody who do trust him, I'm looking at you like you are ridiculous. And but he got voted in. And even then, I'm gonna be honest with you, they found fraud. But America, we have this issue. We have people in government who they looking at the betterment of the country. They say, hey, what's the betterment of people? Like it, so they claim that the line that they claim is for the betterment of America, right? And they just let things go. And that's why a lot of people don't trust them. And I don't trust them neither. Just because I'm against Trump don't mean I'm for whomever else is on the other side, right? We recognize that all of them play a part in a lot of shit. I do blame Kamala and Biden and everybody in office for Trump even being president. But they was thinking that the American people will do the right thing, right? They'll do the right thing, and we're gonna try to be as fair and honest as we can, and let the American people. But we now know the American people, they like to be lied to, right? Anyway, let me grab this link. We're gonna talk about so when we talk about Venezuela, I was listening to see. Now I am against anybody positioning themselves in a close enough area to us to harm us as a nation, as a people, right? And so I do know the dangers of Russia, whether they started out just being bad or whether they hate us because of our own doing. It doesn't matter at this point. Putin, many, many, many years ago, with the falling of the wall, right, has planned to destroy the United States of America. A hatred for us. He didn't start. He didn't even start acting like he even would deal with Americans until Trump. He helped Trump even get positioned to be where he is today. Okay. Um. So for those who are saying, "Yeah, look what he did," so Russia couldn't do this. So I'm like, we got to look a little deeper into something because something else is going on, right? Because Russia wasn't going to be able to really get there no matter which president anyway, right? The people going, the Congress and the military people, they going to tell him, look, this is a bad move. You're not going to be able to let them Russians get there. Um, if we could have been taking Venezuela, but no, we've been in cahoots with them. Okay, they've been allowed to come in our country with their cocaine. Americans love cocaine. We love them damn drugs. Okay. We can't act like we don't. There is a clear way of making sure these drugs don't come into this country if they really want it them not to come in this country. But money talks, right? The CIA, these governors, everybody making money off of drugs. Anyway, the one drug where they wasn't trying to make money was the one that we can all grow inside our homes. Marijuana, ain't that some shit, man? You mean cocaine is all on the streets? Like, even when you get caught with it, you get less time than if you get caught with weed or crack cocaine. Man, listen, y'all not people not really having a real conversation for real. Let me graduate. I'm rambling. Here we go. Invite. Everybody's welcome to come up. And I think those of you who know more about the situation, y'all probably gonna lead the conversation, and hopefully everybody get a chance to talk. And if the politic talk don't work too long, then y'all know I'll have something else to talk about. Okay. Um, I'm not gonna lie. Uh, I don't deal with Trump. I don't trust him. Um, can he do something? Has he ever done anything that I was on board with? Um, there's a lot of things government people do that I may not be aboard with, but I'm good with, right? It happened, it happened. We got to deal with it. Cool. But this man is in our face, making his relatives, himself and his people wealthy hand over fist. He's doing things he's not supposed to do. And everybody is saying, as long as since he's showing it to us, at least he's showing it to us. And so it's almost like we're saying, okay, at least he's showing. Show me where the other politicians have made billions of dollars in our face. Because even if they trading with the stock market, they making their money the way you and I can make our money. They may have some information, as y'all would say, okay, hmm, but Trump ain't even doing it that way, which he is, by the way. He doing that too. But he also, like, he got him a plane, not a little plane, baby. He done tore down the White House to a degree so he could get marble floors with gold trimming, right? And man, America is doomed. We watching the fall of this nation with one man. And all of us are complicit. The ones who on his side, well, you are very complicit. And the ones who are sitting on the sidelines and seem like they saying, well, he's the president, and we watching this shit happen, we also complicit. As Americans, we supposed to be in the streets with pitchforks and saying, we don't want it, we don't like it. And we supposed to be making the people we vote in to firm and stand firm against that shit, right? Because Congress and them, they really has a little control over the president. And the people who control Congress people are us. And we're just sitting around doing too much of nothing. Okay, that's what we're doing. We online talking about it. People need to be on the streets, and there are some people who actively on the streets, right? They actively are protesting. The rest of us, we'll sit around and say, "Why are they protesting?" What do you mean why are they protesting? This is how you, uh, this is how you express your grievances with your government. That's what you do. And I get it. It seems like they stopped teaching it. I found out they stopped teaching this in school. They stopped teaching y'all how to be citizens and how the government work and things like that. That's why last night I was on a panel with some idiots, idiots, should I say, who didn't know the three branches of government. Where people are, they'll say Biden did this, but if what you mean Biden did this? Biden was president, but Biden don't control the purse. I still don't think a lot of people know uh how the presidency and everything works. The person who is in office, just because shit happens while he's in office, doesn't mean he did it. The president could be uh, a Republican, but the people who hold control in the House and the Senate could be opposite. In fact, they don't go hand in hand. There's the group of people of the lawmakers. The president don't make the laws. He don't even enforce the laws. Wow. And so when people say Obama didn't do nothing, even the ones who say Obama did something, we do know you actually mean Congress at the time. And I remember when Obama, when he's Democrat and the Republicans held the House and the Senate. And then I remember when he then had control. I think he had control of it first and then lost control, right? And so he was able to push something through, but he didn't. What came out, you blaming it on him, but he's not the person who make the rules and the regulations. He tells the people, "Hey, we want the people to have health care. Oh, we can't. We want them to have free health care. Make it happen." And then they wouldn't pass it. So they put something through where, okay, you gotta be able to afford it. You gotta have low income and this and that. You gotta meet certain criteria to get it. Okay, cool. And then they wouldn't push that through, right? They wouldn't pass it through the votes in the House and the Senate. So then he said, make something come out of this. I need something out of this. And at the end, now what came out, which did help the American people, but it wasn't nowhere near what he wanted. He wanted free health care for all. And the insurance company lobbied against that shit. And everybody about to learn how powerful the insurance company, they about to make every dime back that they lost because they prices about to go sky the fuck high. And by the way, for the rest of you with homeowners insurance, car, automobile insurance, well, the reason your prices went up, right, is because these people say they want to make more money and they're gonna get it from somewhere. That's capitalist. That's what y'all say. Y'all like capitalism. I, We got the men who gonna destroy this earth. Ladies, you gotta be warned. We all, every woman listening to my voice. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican or independent, if you don't care about voting. What I'm gonna tell you is we gonna have to, ladies, we're gonna have to do something. We need to start having our own conversation. These men are dangerous. I listen to them. All they talking about is manly things. That's what they claim. They think the way of getting things is to take it. I heard them on the panel today, and they said, "Yeah, you gotta take it. You take it." And then I'm like, "But what you mean? We just should go take people shit? Yeah, that's what you gotta do. That's what men do." Then they say it's in our nature, and I'm thinking, well, if it's in your nature, why you not doing it every day? Why you only letting you them give you the crumbs that they give you every time? Oh, because we got laws. So I'm like, wait a minute. We got laws in place to stop you. You need a law in place so you won't kill people? Yeah, because it's in our nature to kill people. Somebody said that shit today. We got people, they talking about war like it's like they play video games. We you know, let me say this. There's a generation of people still living where they taught us to get under desk. See, now we got fire drills, right? In schools. We even got now shooting drills, right? Did you know there was a drill where they would ring the bell and everybody had to run and get under their tables in the school? That was for if a bomb dropped, right? You were supposed to cover your face and everything, get under something. Now, that's what they taught us as kids for nuclear war. And That's the beginning, right? The end of the Cold War when they realized how dangerous these bombs are and they're not beneficial to no one on earth. Because it don't matter if you go and get under a desk and cover your face, everybody was gonna be dead in an instant due to these chemicals. We always say if they shoot a bomb at us, we're gonna shoot back at them. And we also designed to aim at their bombs to knock them down. But you ever thought about what happens when they shoot a nuclear war in the air to come our way? Now imagine it's on its way to the US. And then we target that nuclear bomb and we shoot it down. Boom. You think everybody go the Pentagon and wherever, you think they're gonna be jumping and clapping? We got it, we shot it. That's only in the fucking movies. They're not gonna be happy, right? They have shot it down that if it hit us directly, that's maximum compact, right? That's gonna be lots and lots and lots of millions of lives lost. If they shoot it in the air, then it's gonna be lots and lots and lots of lives lost still. The difference is one of them, if they shoot directly, it's gonna kill millions of motherfuckers instantly, and then the fallout gonna be another millions of people. But if they shoot it in the air, it's gonna be millions of people, and in maybe a couple of decades, there'll still be some growth in that area, right? They'll be able to start growing flowers and trees and grass and shit like that and rebuild it in that area a few decades later. Decades. Instant connection with the earth though. Well, that we talking now many, many, many decades. Destruction. In other words, there is no positivity that comes from nuclear war. And the world on a large scale came together with that agreement. They know that there's no benefit. Russia, if they shot something over here, a nuclear war over here, used their nuclear weapons against us, it won't benefit them at all. Zero. Because they won't be able to come over here and then put a flag down and claim this part as Russia for many decades. You see? That's why they're not using nuclear warheads against Ukrainians. They want to be able to go in that area and use it. They want the land. You can't kill the land that you want to build on. We have a maniac in the president right now. We have a maniac for president. Just the idea of talking about nuclear war is crazy work. That's an insane person. And you motherfuckers who've been playing them video games all your life, you only know that if you got killed today, you could just get you some another life, right? You gonna just get you another life. And I just say, y'all need to go and do a little research on nuclear warfare. Go and look at the destruction. The people who got hit, you know how long ago that's been, and they see traces of stuff in the DNA, right? Of those people. Lots of different diseases and issues that's going on in their life for the ones who did survive. But the person who survived long enough to have some children, they see it in their DNA. It absolutely have changed. We are dealing with, and we in our country, we have a madman in office. The idea that remember he was saying, we got to go get them because we know they're working nuclear. They over there. And he went and bombed them people. I forget what area that was, right? He just did that earlier last year, right? Remember mid last year, he was claiming that he did it because they was working on nuclear stuff. But you know, the reason we know people are working on nuclear stuff because that's a treaty we had where the people who have their nuclear war, they're able to do up to certain many things, but people are able to go in and review what they have, right? And that's how they know whether they have it. That's why they know where it is. You know, these are treaties that countries have come together, and we understand that people don't want to be bullied, right? And they want to have their own, if in case they want to fight. But the world had decided at some point we're gonna put away these weapons because these weapons is gonna murder us all. We got to get rid of these weapons. And some of them said, nah, we don't want to play. They say we keeping ours. Like Russia said, they're keeping theirs. China said they're keeping theirs. I think even we would want to keep ours. If you think about it, right? Depending on how many allies you have, how big is your country, what are your goals? Like you want people to come in and control you. So I understand, but how everybody would feel. But for some reason, Americans, we think that we're supposed to be policing everybody. And instead of policing everybody, if you was a woman, I guess, because the way you men say you think, I guess you have to be a woman. I guess you got to be a woman to realize that you could come to the table and make agreements without forcing people, without bullying people, right? You talk to another person and say, this is going to harm your people like it harms my people. And since you got the weapons and I have the weapons, how about we say we're going to get rid of these weapons and we're going to put them in a place where anybody can go and see that they're there. We're going to control everything about it. You'll know if one come up missing and we'll know if one come up missing. Because there's no way to destroy nuclear warheads, y'all. If you destroy it, then you essentially are using it. You don't want them to blast off, right? So the, the idea that men are saying they got weapons and we need to go and take them. What are we going to take them for? Oh, so we can have them? Okay. Or the idea that y'all say, well, they got weapons. They shoot them at us. We're going to shoot them at them. That's why you hear that, right? They shoot at us and we're going to shoot back at them. And the reason we say that, because we don't want them to shoot at us, because we hope that they don't want to die, because we're going to shoot at them. But nobody's going to win. Nobody. Zero people is going to win. We'll be essentially killing ourselves and the earth. Like we'll literally be killing the earth. And I'm listening to men today talk, talk as if it's just a video game. I'm going to blow it up, but don't worry. We could turn the system off, come back, reboot it, and then the world will be back. And that's what I hear these men talking about. Oh, that we men, we are this. Usually it be the weakest men who say some shit like that. See, because the men who out there and really had to fight and shoot at each other and be shot. I'ma tell you something. You ain't gonna hear them bragging about that shit. There's real consequences. And we know this for those of us who've been in the military and war, or even if you haven't, but you know somebody in your family, you know, you hear about them. They wasn't even shot and they mentally fucked up. PTSD. PTSD is a real thing. They didn't even get shot. They may not even have gotten shot in act. You could get PTSD just watching those your soldiers come back with limbs torn off. Just working in the hospital with the people who got chemically burned, blown up. We are fucked if we rely on these men and it's the ones who speak that way. They have no compassion for nobody. They talking about we need to go get it because the gas prices went lower. I'm thinking, nigga, you worrying about gas prices. You ain't worrying about your children, your children's children, your children's children's children. You ain't worrying about the future at all. Your future, you worrying about gas prices. I'm thinking capitalism. Do they know what that is? Because prices can go down extremely. That's all they got to do is actually stop being greedy, right? If I grow something and yes, I want to make money off what I grew. I sell it to you. I sell it to you at a reasonable price. Something that's gonna take care of my family, me and my family, and you're gonna be able to feed you and your family. And you will come back and buy my peaches, and you'll take my peaches to your family, and you'll come back and buy some more. You if you like them. If I made sure the quality on them was good and everything. I got you buying them, they buying them, they buying them. Me and my family, we outside growing them. But you know what happens? Somebody sneaks inside that business. Somebody comes to say, "Hey, Bob, I see people like your peaches. I'm gonna buy your peaches in bulk. You gonna give me a discount because I'm gonna buy so many. I'm a contract for 1,000 peaches every week. But I'm thinking, well, I sell 1,000 peaches already. But they say no, but you ain't gonna have to do all the legwork. You gonna just grow them, and I'm just gonna buy them. I'm gonna go and do the selling. I'm gonna put your product in all these stores. So they become the middleman. They buy them from me cheaper than I sell them to you, but then they sell them to you higher than you was buying them from me. So they're doing some work. So that's a middleman. But then after that, I somebody comes and say, "Hey, we see your peaches in all the stores, and people seem to like them. We need you instead of making 1,000 a week. I'm gonna set it up where you can make 1,000,000 a week. But what I'm gonna do is, I don't have the money to help you do that. So we're gonna sell some stock. We're gonna make a company, and we're gonna have people give us their money so they can end up essentially buying our product. They're gonna buy their own product. They even sell it to you like that. Go and see the things that you will buy. Oh, you go and buy food because it's necessary. Then you need to put your stock in the food that you buy. And then we think, oh, it's a great idea. Let me give them my money so they can continue doing business. But then on top of that, I give them my money so they can do more business. So I can then have to go and be a consumer of the shit that I gave them money to sell me. Right? And then this shit is crazy. It's like the craziest thing, right? People don't look. So you gave me your money so I can grow more peaches. But when you used to come and buy the peaches from me, it was affordable to you. It was affordable. The only thing you now giving me money is so not only so I can sell not only to you, but now I'm selling to the world. But on top of that, you are paying more for the peaches than you was before I got big. And I'm telling you, you're making money that you really don't really have until you ask me for your money back. But when you come to get your money back, depending on how much business I did or didn't do in these quarters, you might not even get what you gave me. You might have lost money, right? You may have lost money. And so you lost some motherfucking money. And on top of that, you lost even more money because you started paying more for the product that you was buying for much cheaper. And this is capitalism. You, they tell you you could get rich when getting rich is like playing the lottery, right? The lottery. One in so many million will win, but you got the hope of winning, so you run the race, a race that you may never win, but you do it happily. I've never seen the most ridiculous shit in, in this community. Our community is fucked for real with these men who think they know shit when they don't know shit. They don't think about the world that we're living in. They're always in some imaginary world, right? Always, always about. I was on a panel with a group of men, and the argument was it was about Trump. It was a while back, and they was claiming that um that they like the fact that wealthy don't have to pay taxes. And the reason they say they okay with the wealthy not paying as much taxes is because they one day might become wealthy and they would like to keep their money. And I'm like, but what if you never get wealthy? They're like, yeah, but when I get wealthy, I want to keep my money. I'm like, but they so wealthy, they don't even really lose anything. What people, what they would pay out in taxes is some shit they throw away. You know what I mean? They go on vacation and spend that shit. These people make so much money and not pay taxes, and we sit around and say, "Yeah, that's a good thing." And I'm thinking they have convinced the poor that it's okay to let the wealthy be wealthy. They started doing that with that trickle down economics. They were saying, "Yeah, the wealthy make as much money as they want." And because what they gonna do with their wealth is they gonna go and buy in your community, which means you would then that's how it trickles down. Because the wealthy get wealthy and they come in your community and put the money back into the community. And we know that to be not true. The wealthy wants to hoard their money. The wealthy are able to go and spend their money in other countries if they want. They they decide they decide what is now their type of dealings, right? If they're not gonna buy my peaches anymore, not because they're not good, but because peaches are now for the poor. They ate peaches when they were poor, and now they so wealthy, they gonna go get them some type of fruit that we never heard of. You know, the wealthy don't eat peaches anymore. See, so now I'm not getting that wealthy money. And even if they do eat peaches, they go and find somebody who put a designer patch on their peaches. You know what I mean? They went and called theirs Louis Vuitton peaches. Louis Vuitton peaches. Louis Vuitton peaches buy their peaches from me, and then they put their stamp on my peaches. And now the same peaches that they bought from me now has a Louis Vuitton logo on it. And so the wealthy people are not buying the peaches from me. They're gonna buy the peaches from Louis Vuitton, although they're the same peaches. But it don't matter because that logo is now valuable. You see, the logo is valuable. The name Louis Vuitton is valuable. And so trickle down economics did not work. And this bullshit that they convincing us. And they constantly convincing us of some bullshit. And we keep rocking with it. And we, the people who do have the control. See, we have the control, but we relinquish our control. They now control us with these psychological bullshit, right? They convince you to go vote. They told women, hey, women vote with their men. I'd never really heard of that before. I always remember women going in, everybody keeping their vote to themselves. This last time I heard where the Republicans started spreading the shit about, yeah, women, you gonna vote what your man tell you. They started that bullshit where men leave the household, so even though it's her vote, she votes the way her husband do. That's what the Republicans started putting out. So then the Democrats, what they did was telling women, hey, it's okay when you in that booth. He may think you voting with him, but shh, we won't tell. And I was thinking to myself, why would the Democrats do that shit? By them doing that, they was saying that what the Republicans were saying was true, giving validity to what they were saying. But not only that, now they asking women to go against the men in their lives. It's okay. He won't know. That will make a woman say, well, damn, what? I didn't know women really voted the way their husband said, but apparently so. And now the Democrats are telling me I can do it, but not, I gotta lie. That's how they, but that's how you validate some shit, right? Sometimes some shit just need to be let go, right? Let go. But the way they get people to do things seems to be real simple in this world. The honest truth is, I do know how to get people to give me what I want. All I got to do is sit back long enough to see what type of person they are. And then I play to that, right? There's the people who they don't like, they think that everybody's like them, trying to get something from them, right? So when I find out that there's somebody who thinks everybody is out to get something, then uh I won't ask them for nothing, right? I might even say I don't need your motherfucking money. As soon as I tell them I don't need their fucking money, then they don't have no problem ended up giving me their fucking money. They got the ones who want to be told, you need to send me a cash app. By the way, it's $ bomb cherry juice. Okay? You want to be here? I'm gonna shout you out because I know you want your name shouted out. You want to be noticed? Okay, then send me your money and I'm gonna highlight your message across the top so everybody can see what you have to say. Literally just handing over your money that you work for, right? Um, I watch some people hand out more than what they make in a day, slowly just giving it to people in super chat. That yeah, and I determine what type of person that is, right? They got the ones who use their money thinking they could get. So they got some people. All I got to do is suck up to them, and they'll give me their money, right? So just like I figured this type of shit out, um, other people have figured this shit out. Everybody not smart enough to do that, and so what they'll say, I keep it real. I ain't God. I keep it real. I just tell it what it is. For the ones who keep it real and it benefits you, it works out for you, that's a good thing, right? But the ones that you keep it real and you ain't got nowhere in your fucking life, then you ain't keeping it real. You just keeping it real broke, real ignorant, real stupid, real dumb. Like, you know what I mean? That's all. And nothing wrong with being real broke, real dumb, real stupid. But you don't believe in capitalism, baby, while you're screaming, capitalism, I believe in it. No, you do not. And then they got the other ones. I believe in capitalism, but you believe that people need to go take what they want. But I thought it was, they convinced us that we should work for what we want until it's war. And then everybody should be afraid of war. But we got motherfuckers like proud. Yeah, yeah. You know why they proud? Because they're not in the military. I bet you those in the military, though, I'm talking about actively in the military. And those of you with children actively in the military right now, today, under Trump's presidency, If your ass not worried, then you should be. If you're not worried, it's because you don't give a fuck about your motherfucking kids. You ain't worried, baby. You ain't worried about your motherfucking children and where they can end up. That's what America, why we want to pull from these wars. We like, why are we still in Afghanistan? Because, and then remember they were saying, look how many people, Americans have died due to Afghanistan. Look how many have died. Remember, that's what they showed us. They showed us the people who died. They pressed them out in front of us and they said, look, these people didn't have no reason to be dead. We could have been out of this place. We should have been gone. That's what they told the American people. And so they pulled out. Okay, cool. And now we are yelling, yeah, go, yeah, they shouldn't. We should force. We should do this. We need to fight. We need to be bullies. If it benefits, and I'm thinking, yeah, because you don't have no children. See, and my children was in the military, which by the way, I convinced them not to go under Trump. Like I'm like, hey, when he's not in office, and if you want to go in, do your thing. I said, but this is not a good time to go. It's not a good time to go. Because you're gonna have to make you're not gonna have decisions to be made. In our government right now, they had commercials telling the people in the military that they don't have to abide by their commander if they feel like it's against the Constitution, which is factual. But we shouldn't have had to announce no shit like that. You know why they gotta announce that shit? Because they're getting unlawful orders all the time now. This country is fucked. And and since y'all like capitalism, if everybody think about how much you pay in rent right now, okay? Rent right now. Now, for what you have, and what you have, think about what you have. Hopefully it's what you want, but if it's not what you want and you want more, then think about that too, right? Think because when I said this earlier, I don't know if it was today or last night, wherever I was, I had mentioned how much rent is today. Corporations have decided because of capitalism that if I sell my home, the people who keep calling me to buy our homes, those are not individuals, those are corporations. I can show you the text messages they keep sending me right now. They want to buy the home as is. They'll make an offer. Those are not individual people. Those are corporations. The corporations, they hire people like you and I to go and make these calls, and they want to buy any and everything out there. And they then will own, not only do they control where we work and what they're going to pay us, but then on top of that, they will control where we live and how much we pay them back. Walmart did some shit like this in another country. I think in China. No, in one of Asia. I can't remember, right? Walmart put up a factory in one of these countries in the area where there was no jobs. Check this shit out. They built the factory, and then right next to the factory, they built housing for the workers. Now, they built this big building, and it looked like what I would call a military dome room because it reminded me of a dome room that I've been in when I was in the military. An area with rooms where you might end up with a roommate, and some of the rooms were small where it would be your own little room, but it was small with a bed, and things like that, right? And they would hire people in these areas, which is great. Gave them jobs. And in this factory, that's where they end up making the bicycles, the toys, and everything they build for real cheap. It's cheap because they pay them little money. They pay them little money, to make our items, right? Now check this part out. So this is the part. Because I'm thinking, okay, they're giving them jobs so they can survive. But when you work for them, you got to live there. So they build the place for them to stay, and they they make them pay rent and electric and everything associated with that place. If they work for them, they have to live there, even if they don't live there. They can't bring their family, it's just them. So these people have families, right? But they don't care. If you work for us, then here's your place where you sleep. This is your place, and this is your place. You got to pay rent. And in your rent is included the electric. They make them all split the electric and the water, whether they stay there or not. So you essentially have to work, and you have to work to take care of your family. But then you working, and you living like you have two families, because you do have to still send money to your household where your family are, but you then still have to pay rent here to the same people who you're working for. Essentially, Walmart was paying these people even smaller money because they was taking the money for housing, whether they stayed there or not. They wouldn't be able to do that in this country, but not yet. We watched this shit happen here in Delaware. The bank, what's the name of that bank was? Big bank that was here. They bought up the whole city of Wilmington. They was buying up the whole inner city of Wilmington on in the area. They bought the property and bought homes, and then they built homes. And the people who worked at, like, I was excited. I was excited. I was like, shit, I could work for them, and they'll give me housing. It sounds good to a degree until you realize, wait, if you lose the job, do you have to move? Or, which means you would always be working for them no matter what. Even if they decide not to give you any raises, even if they're paying lower than other corporations, like you kind of essentially stuck because they controlling too much of your life. They controlling your work. Let's say they want you to come and do overtime. You ain't got no choice because you like, damn, like they they in control of not only my work, but where my housing too. Essentially, they kind of in control of your food too, right? Because if they don't pay you enough so you could buy food, then they kind of controlling that too. In America, this is what these people doing. Y'all need to start watching. I don't think y'all watch TV, the news. You got to decipher what news. You need to not only just look at the regular news, right? Where they can give you whatever side of the story they want to give. But we on the internet, baby. You could go get the information directly from the people being affected. You could go, you know what I'm saying? I trust more the news from the BBC than I do from here in the US. The BBC, they ain't got they don't have to spread no falsehoods. Those are the people who told us that in Chicago that them people dropped not the military, the police department dropped crates of guns in Chicago in the middle of the street. We even watched when they did it, when they put a truck full of new sneakers. They claimed they was trying to catch thieves, right? Right before school started a few years back. They left a truck, the back of the big 18 wheelers, truckload of shoes, brand new shoes. Left it open, like right there, wide open. People was bypassing it, looking at it, seeing it. Then before you know it, the word gets out. Hey, down the street, they got a whole truckload of shoes back there. And then they videotaped as people went and started taking the shoes. And that's some shit the CIA would do. And based on capitalism, as what the men said, hey, you take what you want, right? so, so they look, and they did it around the time when what man? I'm telling you, the setups is crazy. This country is crazy, and and for those of us who see it, and most of y'all do see it, but for those of you who say that that's a good thing, that shit should be illegal. It should be illegal that I know this family is hungry and I go and put a table in front of them with some burgers and then I walk away. Um and then when the burger is gone, I done filmed the person who took it and everything and they go to jail. It should be illegal. In fact, I thought there's a term called entrapment, right? But that definitely should be illegal. That when somebody in need of something and you get what they need and put it in their face and expect them to just like walk past it. That's fucked up. Okay. You go in the poor neighborhood and see I explained how they set up our neighborhoods. I explained it in the best way. That's why these men don't fuck with me, right? Because uh, uh I can give them I could explain it to them. In a neighborhood with 100 homes. And let's say in 100 homes, average amount of people in those homes are 5 people, right? 100 homes, and let's say there's 5 people in each home. That's 500 people, right? 100 times 5. Then one day, a truck drives in the neighborhood and drops off a pallet, a pallet of, let's say, waters, pallet of cases of waters, right? Now, they drop off a pallet. But some people saw the truck actually pull up, drop the pallet right there in front of the neighborhood. They watched the truck pull off. And at first, a group of people gonna wonder like what's happening, like why they left this here. And so as people walk by and drive by, they're gonna see the pallet. At first, nobody gonna touch it. Few people gonna be just looking. They're gonna walk up to it, maybe see what it is, and they see, okay, it's cases of water. Then after a while, it's gonna spread throughout the little neighborhood. They got a case of water. Somebody left a case of water up there. Nobody's there telling. There's no for sale sign. There's no for free sign. There's no nothing, but it's just sitting there. So then now it's gonna draw a crowd. Now check this out. Somebody brave enough, one of the men possibly, gonna say, "Well, damn, I'm gonna get me one." So he gonna take his pocket knife out and he gonna slice it and he gonna go in and he gonna grab him a couple of waters, right? He got 5 people in his family. He may grab 5 waters, right? Um, so after people see that he grabbed him 5 waters, he walking away, nothing happening to him. Other people gonna walk up and they gonna grab them 5 waters. They're gonna be some people who gonna be like, "Well, shit, they not even gonna count just 5 waters, right?" Now they might grab them 7 waters, 10 waters. They might try to even get a whole case. Cool, right? Because nobody's controlling what you get. But whatever's there is there. Okay. Now check this out. This is where everything's going good. People go and grab the water. They grab it how many they think they want or whatever. Cool. Then by the time some other people get there, they see people getting water, but by the time they get to the front, there's no waters. So the person who there's a couple of men who go in to get waters, there's no water. So what do? They look and see. Hey, bro, give me some of those waters. So they start taking the water from the people who walking away with waters. They got a little more than they should have. So they go and give me some of those waters. And then a fight break out. They starting to fight for the water. Okay? They fighting for the water. The little fights grow up, they gather and whatever people in the homes and they got their water. Some people didn't get no water at all because some people took more than they should have. Then what happens after that? People start saying, well, damn, look at them. They got water. It's in their refrigerator getting all cold, and I want their water. So they wait for them to go to sleep, breaking their home to go in there and take their water. Right? Now you got people breaking in people's homes, surveillance in people's homes, go and take people's water. Now I know I use the term water, right? To make it simple for me to tell a story. But think about this. This is how they do us with jobs. This is how they do us with education, right? They in a neighborhood with all these families, they may only allow but so many. And we call it, it's now called DEI, right? Now you know in any system where they have to tell a group of people that they need to add a few of these people in, that's got to be crazy. But that's what they needed to do in this country, right? Um, so they got to add in a few people. It's not like everybody who's qualified could go and apply and get the job. No, even if everybody is qualified, they only have to hire two of you. Let's say two of you. This whole corporation, they got a whole group of people who is a different race of people, different color, black and brown. They all know how to do the job. They all are qualified, but all they need to hire is two. They can hire the white people can be hired without even being qualified. They're gonna get the job just because they white, just because they know the person, they're a family member or a friend of the family member. See, they ain't got to be qualified. But it's the opposite for the black and brown people. We gotta be qualified. And even if all of us are qualified, they only gonna pick two of you. That's the realities. I know they spun it to you a different way, and other lame ass niggas in this space will spin it to you the way the white people are spinning it to you. Oh, why should they have to hire you? Fuck is you mean? The question is, why do they even have to worry about any of that? Period. Because they're racist, right? Because they're racist. Why would they claim that you unqualified just simply because you're black? Because they're racist. They're racist. Just based on your color, they already assume you're not qualified. They spun it to you in the last 10 years differently, though. You got to think of why affirmative action was needed. You claim now you got all this education and you don't need affirmative action. The only reason you even got your education is because of affirmative action. Them schools didn't have to allow you in their fucking school for you to even get that education that you got. So when your dumb ass start talking about you don't need it, you are just like Clarence Thomas, the motherfucker who wouldn't be where he at If he didn't have it, only to turn around and then say, you, everybody after him, don't need it. He even admits everything he got from the from his education all the way to his job is due to affirmative action. He wouldn't have gotten on the Supreme Court at all if he wasn't a black man. He wouldn't have been, he wouldn't have got the education he got to even be qualified to be on the Supreme Court if he wasn't a black man. You see? Most of his books, most of his stories about where he came from, nothing. And due to affirmative action, helping him get in spaces, even though he got the brain power. You see, affirmative action didn't give him that. They gave him the drive and the brain power. But with just with brain and with you know with that doesn't give you a job just because you have the knowledge, right? Just because you have the knowledge don't mean you're gonna get the job. So everything that he did get, the affirmative action helped him be allowed to prove himself so he can get the job and keep the job. So when he voted to take it away, that was him saying, you don't get to follow me. You don't get to have the same opportunities I have. You don't get to become anything unless you make your own. And then people be like, yeah, Bob, what's wrong with us making our own companies and hiring our own people? Nothing wrong with it. Why aren't you doing it? Oh, you mean you ran into some laws that say you can't? Okay. Hmm. So that's what those waters represent, opportunities. The waters represented jobs. The water represented even you to be able to move in certain areas where they only allow so many. Because anything other than this many now is considered a black neighborhood. And anything considered a black neighborhood is automatically deemed and redlined as um a ghetto, as the hood, right? And in case you didn't know, if you ever do your research, you'll find that wealthy people pay less money overall than black people or poor people. Did you know that? You know, you get a bill. How many of y'all actually look at your bills? How many of y'all actually see how much per kilowatt you pay? How much per gallons of water? How many gallons of water do you even use a month? And how much do you pay per gallon of water? You know, when I notice white people who pay their bills on time and all, how is it that their bills are lower than our bills? How could you live 2 blocks to the right of me in what they consider a white neighborhood? Why is your electric bill cheaper than mine? Their houses are bigger, but I'm paying more. And so I wondered, like, lady, you live in that, your house is way bigger than mine. How the hell your electric bill is only $130 when I can't even catch a bill lower than $300 a month? And then that's why they call us wasteful, right? Because they realize that we have less than them, but we pay more than them. They, then they'll start resorting to talking about some Nike tennises, and some hats. And I'm thinking, nah, talking about our everyday bill. My bill is 2 times more than yours. So then we go and look and see what the kilowatts is. You find a white friend who will share their bill with you and see what they're paying per kilowatt hour. And here the price is nowhere the same. per gallon of water. The price is not the same based on the neighborhood you live in. You can use less and still be paying more. Consume less, but still pay more. But y'all don't never look into none of that shit. Y'all don't never look at the poor neighborhood a tax higher. But there have been reports, investigations done, where people realize this. When white people start opening their mouths and expressing shit, right? That's the proof you have. The, the proof is, I'm like, we work at the same place. We making the same amount of money. How is it that you got this car and you live in that big ass neighborhood over there? We work at the same place. And and you realize, wait a minute, they pay less taxes. They pay more on their mortgage, right? Yep. But because they have their mortgage, they have more credit. They already owe damn near $250,000 out. Don't make nowhere near that. They're allowed to do that. If y'all don't know the innings of this country, then that's why you able to think, oh, it's fair some kind of way, and you got to take it. But they got a whole group of people, they ain't got to take shit. They like, it's given to them. They walk in a place to try to get a credit card, and at one time, they were just getting it. And then you a different color, and they want to say, well, you can't get credit because you don't have no credit. Now, you you can't get credit because you ain't got no credit. 18 years old now. I think the other day, yesterday, somebody said, well, all you got to do is get a prepaid credit card. Yes, you got to have money to do that. He forgot to say that, right? The prepaid credit card. That means I got to give them money so I can get the card. Cool, you could do that. That prepaid credit card could start you with credit. That is true, but not at the extreme that he was talking about buying a house. When I mentioned that the house started at like 350K, he said, "Oh, that's because you want it so big." And I'm like, "No, it depends on where you live. 350K is not a whole lot of house in Jersey, depending on what part of Jersey, New York. They got lots of areas around this country where 350K is not a lot. Here in Delaware, that would be a basic, nice home in a nice community, somewhere where you would like to raise your kids, right? Um, and you would assume that it's not going to be any crime and things like that. That's how much it costs to live in that type of neighborhood in Delaware. And to me, that's a lot of fucking money. And actually, if you want something a little bigger, because you got more family, and you know, now you're talking 500K for a home. And it wouldn't be what I would consider 500K, uh, $500,000. I would think that was gonna look something like a little mini mansion. You know what I mean? In my mind, I'm thinking, damn, but not today though, and not today. We live in a country where shit is about to hit the fan, and y'all better be ready. Okay. And for those of you who believe in capitalism, I get it. We live in a capitalistic society. That's where we live. That's what it is. That's what we got to deal with. But y'all making the biggest mistake, the decisions and how you vote and things like that, you are helping them to continue this route that they're going. The people are the decision makers, and that's due to the way we vote. Those of you who are for certain things because you say you will get wealthy. And I'm like, well, how old are you? Because if you 16, okay. I can see your way of thinking. If you 15, I can see your way of thinking. If you're 25, I can see where you realize by now, you should see, well, I'm probably not gonna be this millionaire, but you can still strive and hope. But most of y'all motherfuckers who I be talking to, you well in your 30s, heading straight for 40. And it's good that you have hope. Nothing wrong with having hope. But I hope you place your hope with your scratch off lottery tickets and leave the reality to your everyday living. You should vote your everyday reality. Everything you want to hope for and pray for should be in a church, or it should be when you're buying those scratch off lottery tickets. If you still living like you hoping, you voting the way you hope things will be, but not the way they are, then something is wrong with you. And it doesn't just affect you, but it affects many others. Here go. The reason I dropped the link because I can't find the chat. That's because I'm rapping. Here we go. Okay. Is that the link? Yeah. Hey Sin, how you doing? Linda got credit. King Pig said there's an apocalypse. And that's the thing, right? Um, we got a, we all we gotta do is go back a few years, y'all. And when I say a few, I'm not meaning a few. I mean just go back 50 years. When I would say 70 years. Go back 70 years. 70 years may seem like a long time, um, but it's not. It is before I was born, but the things that we think can never go away, the things that we think could never happen, has happened. They used to teach us that you needed to know history, and as long as you know history, it could prevent you from doing things again. So it seems like they stopped teaching history, or I don't know, because I wasn't good in history. The reason I wasn't good in history, first, I found it to be very boring. Secondly, like I'm bad still today with dates uh and names, dates and names. So essentially in history class, right, where they make you supposed to learn these people's names, and you even without seeing them. See, I'm good with faces, but I'm bad with names. And when you're taking a test, it's not like they showed you the picture, right? They will ask you who was the ruler of Rome during this time, and you had to know the answer. And I still can't give you those answers today. Right? I couldn't even imagine what these people was talking about when they was talking about these different groups of people. Because there was no pictures of these people. There was nothing for me to visualize and know what the hell they was talking about. And so history just wasn't my thing. Now today, though, when we're talking about history, because I find history to be fascinating, and maybe it's because like it's not like I'm reading a book. I just see it in a documentary, or if I'm reading a book, they give you they telling you what these people look like, what how people are living, and I maybe because I'm older, maybe that's why I can foresee people living certain ways. I don't know why I wasn't able to grasp that when I was like in middle school and high school. Um, yeah, I don't even remember too much about history class in high school. But history is fascinating, right? Now, a lot of people in the black neighborhoods here on YouTube, for some reason, they hear somebody say it and then they grasp it on and then they reuse it, refurbish the information. But the information they grasping on from somebody is false. It comes from a movie. People like to reference the color purple, right? People like to reference uh, Harlem Nights. People like to reference. Now we have a couple of others, right? We got The Help. We have they have different movies that, for some reason, people like to reference. Um, Most of these movies happen in different time frames, right? The Butler, The Help. Um, they look like if we talk about The Help, to me that looked like maybe the 50s, 60s, right? Um, because those people had dishwashers, they had indoor plumbing, but they also had some outdoor outhouse. I'm not sure if y'all remember in The Help, she wasn't allowed to use the bathroom indoors. She had to use the bathroom outdoors. That means they still had an outhouse. So that's why I put that when I don't know, they may have mentioned the year, but mentally by me listening, looking at the movie, uh, that's somewhere in the 50s and 60s. Okay. 50s, 60s. Um, maybe more in the 50s. And the reason I said that is because I don't think y'all know this, but in America as a whole, indoor plumbing was not a thing for a very long time. Did y'all know that? Indoor bathrooms was not a thing. Indoor bathrooms came about maybe we gonna put it somewhere maybe 40s and the 50s. Okay. And yeah, that it wasn't a thing. And even then, like right now, I can't imagine living in a home with just one bathroom. I can't imagine it. Like literally, even if I lived there by myself, in my mind, I need to have at least one whole bathroom and maybe a quarter bathroom, which is a quarter bathroom will be for the toilet, right? A quarter bathroom, I think they consider that just to be like one of my friends had a quarter bathroom. That means it just had a toilet and a sink to wash your hands. I can't imagine that. That's how spoiled we are, right? I do have a family member today. They just have one bathroom. I would not move into a home with one bathroom. We spoiled in this country. I agree. I'm spoiled, but I can't imagine with even two people in a house with one bathroom. Well, one and a half bath, a half a bath is when you have you have the toilet, you have the sink, and you have a little more space, right? And so her quarter bath was small. It was like real tiny. And so so they got, but you might be right, considered one and a half. Oh, what the hell, man? I'm looking at these people crossing the border with food, look like worms. Ah, gross, man. Anyway, so you might be right about that one. They got one half. You said the 60s? Okay, 1960s. Okay, that sounds right. My great grandmother didn't have indoor bathroom until she was 80. Yes. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Mr. Cav, Happy New Year's to you. I like history now. Like I've done, and believe it or not, I started learning more about history when I started doing a deep dive in fabrics and women, ladies, like the things that I've learned. I'm going back into things like either fabrics or what else I was researching. I think I was researching, what was I researching? And then it started diving into um I ended up going into the Torah times and stuff. I think I forgot what I was researching. What was I researching? But we found I started learning how homes were built. Coals came about when sugar ended up hitting the world market, you know, and how they determined that sugar was bad for you. And when they say sugar is bad for you, They wasn't talking about what we claim today. When they talk about sugar, they were talking about how bad it's for your teeth. But um, so that's what they were talking about. They looked back before sugary things came about. People were eating. We always ate, but now they add sugar and salt, and now you dealing with flavors, right? Um, and they started noticing after tour times, people were having rotten teeth, and they assessed that to be because of the sugar. We need to find a couple. I'm a find a couple of videos I ran across. Um, and geez, like they had this one. They When I went back to Torah times, people beds were not up like ours. I don't even know. I can't remember when they started putting our beds up high, but beds used to be. People used to sleep with the animals. Like if they had goats and things like that, the goats would freely walk in. In fact, we slept almost on when I say we, I'm talking about people, right? And it depends on which area, because people slept on floors and the floor would have straw and they would have straw and people laid on that for and I don't know if they was talking about comfort because we use comfort a lot nowadays. But you got to remember people was living and living. They were just living. I ran across the videos when they showed when people started building homes with more than one floor. So now you got two-story homes. Find out when they started adding fires indoors because the fires used to be outdoors. Then they started making chimneys. But then they had to put restrictions on chimneys because homes was burning down. Like the fireplace was built of bricks, but they didn't, learning that those bricks would expand up top. And so the homes would catch on fire. And once the house catch on fire, when it was connected to other homes, like at first it wasn't. So it's extremely, um, to me, I love history when I could visually see what they're talking about and they explaining it. They explain why it happened, what was the cause. That's the type of history. A lot of people in this area, they just they either see a movie and then they base what that movie provided as part of their educational in history. But what I'm saying is, in The Color Purple, they showed you what they wanted to show you, but they didn't show you the causes of certain things, right? So since I've been watching these Nigeria travel videos that show you just how hard it is even to visit. Security boss is scamming. I know that's right. I know she's in South Africa, but it is much better. Yeah, that's what if we go and look at what people in Africa, they got a lot of people who live in Africa and they have videos, right? Now they have sewing videos, they got the ones who show you how they sell and make their money. Um, I like watching the people in China. They got people like you can see the black people in Russia. They got black people even in China and Asia, and they got videos, you know. Um, and when I come across these people, I love asking them questions. I don't even care what color they are. Like that's what we missing. That's what we when we come across these people. If I'm not sure if y'all seen. I think just like last week, I was over there by Jay Prince, and this man came up there. Uh, and he has a deep accent. And I started to ask him, like, where is he from? How old is he? And I think it's an opportunity for us to learn. What we will learn as Americans is that everything isn't the best here. People be shocked. I be shocked when people literally say, uh, they want to be like us. And I'm thinking, nah, you go in other countries and they got better and fresh food in what they call them things where you put the money in and the soda drop. What they call those? What are those things called? Damn, you could tell, man. I'm I haven't been out in a while. What is it called though? Like I visually see it. You put your money in and you want a soda and you push the button, or you want a candy bar and you push the two buttons to the candy bar. Um, in other countries, they stuff is on a whole different vending machines. Thank you, Max. Vending machines in other countries. You could buy clothing in vending machines. You could buy condoms in vending machines. You could buy food in vending machines. And it's not the same type of vending machines we have. Like, I mean, their food is fresh food. What I mean by that is, first of all, they're not allowed to have that sugary um corn syrup stuff in their food. But because we have capitalism, these companies could feed us literally anything, even after they find out it's harmful to us. And we know that that high fructose corn syrup, we know that it kills us. That's why Americans are fat. It's not because we sedentary. In other countries, all them people are not in gyms, exercising and lifting weights. You know what I mean? They're not doing all of that, and yet they're not as fat as we are. And it's because you have to think about why is that? Why is it that in other countries we could be the same people, same age as us, right? Doing exactly what I'm doing, which is nothing, right? And I mean in the gym wise and things like that. Why are they healthy? And we've already determined that it's the food, but it's not the food based on cooking because they eat out too. But it's the food as what is allowed in their country. They care about their people, and we do not. We care about money. And and the reason I wouldn't even care about money if I didn't need money just to survive, right? So they convinced us that we need to be worrying about money, 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 money. And the reason we do worry about money is so we can survive, right? So we can eat and live and have, and all of that. And of course, we want to be comfortable. But corporations, they want you to work because they make money when you work. And they want to have the upper hand on you, right? Because they don't really want to pay you your value. They don't really want to do that. They want to pay you the minimum they could pay you to get you to work. Back before, I would say the 2000s, the people in this country who own corporations, right? The GE, we could go, it's a lot of them, right? Even the car companies, they cared about the product that they created. So if you buy a lawnmower from me in this country, I would say, hey, I could guarantee that lawnmower for life, 20 years, 10 years, right? Um, and what they found is that that's why the sewing machines and things that I used to swear by, I swore by. Brother sewing machine, or whoever. Man, people swore by their things because it was made to last. And you could find a brother machine still today, or a singer, most definitely. You find a single machine that's as old as your grandmother, great grandmother, and great great grandmother. And you could get that shit to work today. That's right. It was made of iron or steel, right? And so they were made hefty and whole. Yes, you didn't have to buy lots of needles. In fact, I never saw my grandmother, or even in school, I don't remember them teaching us to switch out a needle every project. The needles was also made of steel. That means that's sharp for a very long time. You may have changed the needle depending on what you're making, right? There's needles meant for this thing, and smaller needles meant to sew this thing. But as far as change the needle often, that's some bullshit I didn't grow up knowing. So back to my point though, um, they made things to last and they stood by it. Them old, and they paid their employers good work money, and it wasn't a whole lot of money. It was a livable wage, and on top of that, they took care of their employees, right? They took care of their employees. Then the younger generation comes in, and that's when they want to become on the market. They want to the stock exchange. They want to do all of that, and now they not only have to make their money, but they now have to make money for the people who buying their stocks, and that's when the problem comes. Because now, if your sewing machine lasts 20 years, then who are your customers? You know, I bought the sewing machine and it's still going strong for 20 years. I'm not buying no new ones, but they realize, okay, I put a new one out that offers a little more. That's how they make their money. But these younger people come and say, no, we want that phone to only last a year, 2 years. And we're gonna use uh we're gonna lie and make it become a status. If you get an iPhone, then you have a certain status, even though they might be shitty. Samsung's been better than iPhones for a while. The phones came out being the top of certain things in the beginning. Okay, I used to brag about my iPhone, and the reason being because as far as I remember, and I could be even wrong on this, right? I can only tell you based on when I started paying attention to cell phone. The first cell phone that I remember, that maybe I never had one. It had a keyboard. I forget, and but still, it was like a pager phone. I think it was the very first one. I never had one of those. Okay. Um, I never had one. Y'all remember what that was? It was a phone, but it had an actual keyboard. Is that my husband? Hey, babe. Hey, Mr. Music, you in here? Hey, Mr. Speaking nothing but the truth, Mom. You letting them off the hook earlier today on Sharon Live. Oh, I wasn't like I was up there, but when I got up there, I was coming to cook, right? But I got a phone call and it was about my brother. So even though my picture was up there, I wasn't really listening. I was on the phone for like an hour. So I don't even know what they were talking about. Um, what in the worldwide of sports is going on? Hey, babe. I'm just talking. You men want to come up and talk about Venezuela. I don't know much about Venezuela, y'all. If y'all want to come and inform us, I would appreciate that. Hey, Miss Sunkiss. Elijah, is that what it is? Is it no? I don't want to mess up your name. I remember Samsung 1% battery could last 4 hours. For That's what I'm saying. Back in the day, they used to make things that would last. And now, listen, I think they've already been sued. We as consumers need to pay attention. Some people are paying attention and suing, but I know for a fact with, with my own phones that they was doing something that will make your phone start acting up. You know what I mean? Like I have some devices still today that I don't know why they just stopped working. Working fine, and then bam, I connected my eye what that thing is over there, babe? It's not a phone, even though I learned how to use the iPod. Wait. So iPod. Yeah, my iPod. So my iPod, when there was an app that made it into a phone, it wasn't even a phone yet. There was no Apple phones out yet. And I had this iPod. It was the iPod Touch. And And I found the app. They was telling me, oh, you could get an app and you can make calls. And I was like, what? So I was getting calls on that. But then right after I found that out, that's when the Apple released their iPhone, the first one. Um, Now I didn't get their first phone. By the time I decided to get a phone, I think we was at the iPhone 4. My first iPhone was iPhone 4. I still have it, by the way. I had the iPhone 4C, and the color was yellow. I still have it. And but I have my iPod Classics, and I have my iPod Touch. I don't have that anymore. I don't know what happened to it. I think I'm not sure what happened to it. But anyway, going back, if you're still live after my jazz show, I'll pop. Okay, my iPhone. But let me go back to what I was talking about before that because I'm getting thrown off. But they used to make things that last in this country. Okay, now we do have some presidents who put some things forward, and they foresaw that hey, that NAFTA, right? We started trading with others. Now, the thing about trading with others, we got better prices. And even then, even with the trading with others, they should have made a quality where it was at least high quality, right? But if you don't do that, then you come off with cheap stuff. You're able to get it cheaper with them, but the quality control isn't there. And but in country, we cannot compete with countries where they pay them little, very little money when they don't have rules and regulations to protect workers. You know, um, government control where they can make them work for little or no money. Okay, our country shouldn't have allowed that to happen. Even though, yes, it's nice to get some cheaper things. You ever try to shop online now? Temu got these real cheap prices. I'm scared to buy anything from Temu. Anything. A lot of Americans will take a chance, but I have a thing about my money. I ain't gonna lie. I have a thing. First, I have two problems. My first problem is I don't like sending things back. You know what I mean? I don't like having to take the time to rewrap it, put a stamp on it, and send it back. That's my number one problem. The one thing I really hate. But besides that, I hate spending money on some shit that I thought was gonna be one thing, and when I get it, it's a completely other thing. I don't like taking chances with my money. You know, um, Timu. I used to buy something from Wish, and I think Wish and Timu they might be the same company. If not, they are very similar. I haven't heard about Wish in a while since Timu came about, but Timu, um, they shit is shit. If you buy clothes, the clothes be looking good. I'm telling y'all need to stop. That fast fashion shit is dangerous. People be thinking, oh, it's nothing, I'll buy it. And even if they wear it one time, they cool with it. And what I'm saying is once you wear it the one time, what you gonna do with it? It's gonna land up in the what you doing with it, right? Stop putting that cheap ass clothes on your body. It's making us sick. Okay. I need my Love Me and Timu. What's Love Me? I need to check out Love Me. Timu is um s- I haven't shopped in every area of Timu. So maybe you have some good areas of Timu where you might recommend. So I can only speak about the sewing area, like the fabrics, sewing items, quilting items, and that's it. Even with Wish, that's the only thing I ever bought from them was like thread, uh, sewing items. Yeah, I've never bought anything else besides that. And what I could tell you is the picture be one thing, when it comes is completely different. Now, because I'm buying things that I'm actually going to use, not just wear, right, or hold, then it matters. If I buy some scissors that don't cut, then that's a bad thing, right? Scissors are meant to cut fabric, and the damn scissors won't cut no goddamn fabric. Uh, Oh, you which I just buy cheap stuff. Well, yeah, I guess it depends on what you buy. Like if you buy a bag, right? And the bag is useful as a bag, you probably think that's a good thing if it was cute and it costs much. But if imagine buying um fabrics to make an item, and when you get the fabric, it's see-through and it's hard as hell. And I'm buying the fabric so I can make something to sell to others. And here I'm selling you this rough ass quilt, a scratchy against your skin. Yeah, nah. And then they tricky with the pricing. What I found is that it's not cheaper for me to buy it from Temu because the way they'll break down the price, it'll be $6 and $6 for some fabric. But then you find out it's only a half a yard or a quarter of a yard, and you just realize you got ripped off, right? Because I could buy fabric for $6 a yard and cheaper here. Um, I'm not spending no $6 for no quarter yard. But they will trick you up with your word with their wording. Um, they'll send you pictures, they'll show you pictures, but when you get it, it don't look nothing like it. All kinds of shit happening with the Timu, man. And I be thinking, oh my God, fingernails, lashes, holiday. Okay. Oh, they garden stuff work, Sin? Because I have seen some stuff that I was thinking about getting from them that's gardening, but then I was scared, right? I was thinking maybe this might be miniature, because the pictures, so I go to look at the height. You got to really look and see and read, okay? Because you might be getting something that looks so cute. You be like, damn, I'm going to get this. And then when you get it, it's a miniature house. You look, you thinking you buying a house for $10,000. You thinking, oh shit, I can buy this house for $10,000. You sending $10,000 and you get this little doll house. I'm exaggerating, but I think you get the point. Um, hey, the Emperor, how you doing? Now that's a coincidence. What you mean? If I find I F just like the iPod, but I might have to read and see what you're saying. You have to do lots of size conversions because yes, you're right about that. Since I was just looking at a video last night because I'm wondering, like, I bought what did I buy from them? Bought something and they gave me some free items that came with it. And the free items that came with it was a, a measuring tape, some snips, which is like the little scissors that you just snip thread with, and a seam ripper, right? Those were the three things that came free with whatever I bought. And saying I was using that um measuring tape. And when I mean measuring tape, measuring tape is the soft one, the one that you put around your body, your wrist, that one. I was using that for a minute. I was like, oh, they gave me a free one. So I started using it and I was using it. I was cutting fabric with it. And and I just wasn't thinking. I was just using it and cut. And then one day I was measuring. I had already cut the fabric. One day I was about to start making a bag with the fabric. And so I'm now using my hard ruler, right? And put the hard ruler down there. I'm thinking I'm gonna cut 12 by 12 block. But with the hard ruler, it was like, it was telling me it was something like I think it told me it was something like a 9 by 9 block. I was like, no, I know I cut this 12 by 12. So I go and grab the blue ruler, the blue tape measure, and I put it there, and it tells me it's 12 by 12. So I grab the hard ruler again, and it's telling me it was something like a 7 by 7 or 8 by 8. It was something way smaller by inches. So then I said, wait a minute. So I grabbed the blue one that they gave me for free, and I looked at it, and so I measured the inches. Oh my God. They telling me it is an inch, but it wasn't. And not only that, but from the one to the two was less than an inch. But from the three to the from the three to the four could have been more than an inch or less than an inch. And so the whole thing, there's no rhyme or reason to that tape measure at all. At all. And then I go and think, oh my God, why would they even send this to me? It would be different if it was something where I could convert and say, okay, maybe these are not inches, maybe these are in centimeters or millimeters or something. But no, there was no rhyme or reason to that thing at all. Okay. Uh, and that's why, I don't trust her. She said, girl, I thought I was getting a life-size Grinch coming up on my Christmas tree. It got here and it fit in a in the wreath. Man, she said it was like a Barbie doll size and took a month to get here. I know, you just never know. I just got a Christmas banner for my garage and it took forever to find one big enough, even though they showed them in garages. That's great. Yeah, so and as America, I just think we have companies where we can at least get what we want here, but they allow people from another country to come and lie to us. And the thing is, because I don't send things back, I don't know if they require me to send it back to get my refund, which I'm okay with sending it back. I just don't want to send it back. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want the product, especially if it got the numbers on it that's all messed up. But I shouldn't have to spend money to send something back. It may cost me more to send something back than it was for me to even get the item. So by the time they refund me, I'll be to spent more to send it back to them. I'm like, damn. Y'all seen Carly and Tasha K recent beef? Nah, what happened? Tasha K need to stop messing with Carly. If I was Tasha K, remember, because I was with Tasha K in the beginning. For those of you who've been with me for a while, that lawsuit, I was on Tasha K's side. And the reason I was on her side because I remember when Carly said that she had herpes, right? Now, I assume she meant herpes simplex 2, which is just, the cold sore. And so I remember Tasha K saying that, and I was like, but she did say it herself. I didn't know it was more in depth on some other shit. And when Tasha K, even if Tasha K says somebody else said it, because she was suing her for what somebody else said, I was still on Tasha K's side. I was like, well, if somebody else said it, how you gonna sue me? But when Tasha K took the stand and said, yeah, I knew she lied. I knew she was lying. When she was saying, I knew she was lying, I was like, wait, what? Wait, so you knew that the woman who got on your thing, you knew she was lying? Like, you can know she lying. Why you don't ask her? I would have pushed back and said, well, how you know? And if she didn't know she was lying, she not responsible. But if she did know she was lying, and she continued to let her talk it without giving any pushback, even if she would have said, "Well, how you know," and then she would have put out some fact. So when she got up there and said, "Yeah, I knew she was lying," and I kept saying it. Yeah, I knew it was a lie, but I kept saying it. I was thinking, wait a what? You knew she was lying, and even after you knew she was lying, you kept repeating. Candace Owens about to get in some trouble. Candace, y'all saw where the woman in the French man's wife. Candace kept saying that was born a man. Well, she sued some people in her country who started the rumor, and they lost. Right? Candace kept standing by because she kept saying, "No, I know it's true. I don't care. They using the lawsuit to try to silence me." And Candace standing by these people then got sued and criminal. They got found guilty I think they're going to jail for bullying. Yeah, that's his name, McCone. Yeah, thank you for that. One Spear, how you doing? Tasha K need to leave, but see, when she lost, cool, she take that on the chin, right? She should have did a thing and said, "Well, y'all, I lost," and she didn't have to say she was wrong or anything. She could have just said, I didn't, in America, I thought that the freedom of press, and she could have took that route and left it alone. She should have left her alone. She could have apologized. It would have made her look better, but she didn't have to. Okay, cool. You don't have to apologize. But I would definitely leave her alone. You know what I mean? Like that would be my kind of like my apology would be like, I did you wrong, so I'm gonna leave you alone. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. You got to make everybody got to make their own choices. And shit. I used to be. I'm not really into the gossip kind of thing, to be honest. So I don't be caring about what these people do and not do in their life. But people are right. Wendy Williams showed that people like that kind of shit. So nothing wrong with it. I'm not really into it, but I do think integrity, of these people where once she lost, she could have said, "Well, y'all, it was found that I was guilty," and I just would have left her alone. Okay, and yes, look, you not she probably not gonna leave everything alone when she found out she's pregnant. She'll announce it because other people gonna announce it too. But I'm just saying, leave that woman alone. Leave that woman alone. That woman have it hard enough. Women and I'm not saying, look, some of these women have it real hard, harder than it deserved to be. Carly, they was talking about she was cheating on her husband. They was calling her whores. They did that to what you call them too. So a woman with a boyfriend, when she got a boyfriend, how is she a whore? She a woman with a man. She a woman with a man. And they started calling her whores. The man was drunk and he shot it in the foot. Okay. Um, she didn't say that he intentionally shot her in the foot. She was even trying to have his back so he won't get in no trouble. And instead of people recognizing that, right, she was trying not to snitch, but you can't keep a bullet in her feet secret. She got to have somebody take the bullet out of her foot, right? Where he went wrong is when he tried to get people to attack her, you know, instead of not snitching like and doing everything like she was doing it, he went to wanting to he wanted somebody to take the blame. They all could have been kind of quiet and told a story where we don't know, we don't know, and the cops would have went away. But no, they didn't want to blame. He wanted the women to take the blame. He wanted that other woman to take the blame. That's crazy. Candace is doing what they call too much. Candace Owens and Candace, she's doing too much to attack. And the thing is for no reason, right? To attack another woman the way she's doing that. I'm waiting for her to get older and some younger woman come and start talking about how she used to be a man, born a man. That shit is foul. That shit is foul. At first she could have, like, if I called somebody a man, you probably were born, it would be like me roasting them. But if some, and then I would be like, y'all, I'm joking. Or I might not say I'm joking. I just assume everybody knows that I'm not telling the truth. I'm just roasting them. But Candace didn't do that. It's like she took it and said, nah, she make it seem like she's telling the truth. Instead of saying, no, y'all, it was just me, taking shots at him. Nah, kept standing on it and then kept repeating it over. And she thought Trump was gonna have her back. I think she still think Trump gonna have her back, but Trump is not gonna have her back. Why would he? Trump not gonna have her back. Hey Trinity, how you doing, girl? Trinity, I went and finally listened to your song, girl, and I'm not even gonna lie, okay? Number one, the first time I heard it, it was beautiful, but I wasn't listening. It was on mute. And you was over there just a dancing, girl. And I was like, "Look at Trinity." It was, and then I finally unmuted it and looked at it again and listened to the music. And I like your mess. I love that message. Okay. What you were talking about over there. She said God knew it wasn't true that somebody was trying to act like they was you. They were trying to steal your vibe. I forget the words exactly, but they was trying to steal your energy, girl. They were trying to steal it, girl, and act like they was you, girl. And God was like, "Oh, that's not Trinity. You the Trinity, girl." I like it. Okay, I really like the song. Yes. Okay. Being all look, so I'm telling you, I like both, right? I like the way you was moving. The men should like the way you was moving. I really enjoyed that from that aspect, but I really like your words too. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna lie to you and be like, I saw it and it was good. I understood it, honey. Okay. I understood. Yes. She with the word with the exact it was like they took your dang, what's the word, Trinity? The link, did I pin the link? You could come up if you want. But yeah, if y'all not subscribed to Trinity, y'all, she crazy, okay? She crazy and fun. Um, and just like myself, okay, we crazy. But yeah, I liked it. I really it was very what's the word I want to use? Like it was put together really nice. The everything, the visuals and everything was really creative. That's the word I'm looking for. Creative. It was really creative. Yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? Well, I'm all over the place. Anybody y'all want to go? I only put Venezuela in the chat because that's what we was talking about over there. But yeah, that divinity. That's the word. Yeah, they were trying to clone it. Yeah, I liked it. I really like that song. Anyway, because I don't know much about the Venezuela. And I was asking hubby, he said he didn't know much about it. Because I'm gonna be honest, I got tired of Trump, right? I once he became our president, the truth is, uh, you realize, okay, we want to give him a chance and hope for the best. I think Trump is in a he in a position where he can turn around uh he can become like he gonna be one of the talked about presidents in throughout history. People gonna remember his name, but it's not gonna be for anything good though. At this point, can he change that? Can he make changes? He could. I think if he had certain people around him where they say, "Hey, you could go down in history as like the best president," which that's what he want, right? He's a president. He's a person with ego issues, right? He's the best of this and the best of that. Instead of people realize the people around him kind of knowing this, which they all know it, but they got to know how to make that uh, to their advantage to get him to walk a certain way. It's very hard with a not just because he's egotistical, but he has some mental issues, right? And I told people that he was in dementia his first term. Okay, I recognized it from my grandmother, and I have streams where I kept telling people this man is Alzheimer's, right? But of course, people want to overlook it. Okay, I I can see if I see the signs, but then again, I see things in people that maybe other people don't see. I don't know, but I've been claiming that he had Alzheimer's for a while now. But got to be almost 10 years. Okay, would you say he's doing a decent job so far? I would say ah, I would say no. Trump, I would say that Trump isn't doing anything except anything they destroy. Like There's inner fighting going on, right? Um, yeah, so no, I would not say that.
Hey, bombshell.
Hey, who is this?
This
Hey, Eva man, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I said I guess I'm late to the party. What y'all talking about now?
Well, whatever you want to talk about.
I
Because I
wouldn't
know
talk about.
you know,
You know who
huh?
I want to talk about.
Yeah, go ahead. I
I,
know.
I, I want to talk
Wait, let me
about the.
change your name. Can I change your name to from iPhone to Eva man?
Yeah, that's
You
good.
okay with
Yeah, I'm
okay,
okay with that.
okay, go
I
ahead.
got it. I got it. I want to talk. You know me. I want to talk about the orange head man.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I know earlier I was watching your open dialogue. You said you don't know what's going on with the Venezuela thing, right? Did y'all
Yeah,
talk
I
about
don't
that
know.
at all?
No, I don't. I was waiting for somebody to come up, maybe give me some information. So if you know, you can let me know what's going on with that.
Yeah, so we know for a fact that Donald Trump. I know everybody want to say that he do things different. He's kind of like a road agent at this point. He just do what he want to do, right? In my opinion, this is my opinion. Let me say that because I saw your open dialogue. I don't want nobody coming up here calling me a liar, right?
No, we're not. I mean, I'm not gonna call you a liar.
Yeah, I got you. But no, so the first thing is he's a role agent. I think that a lot of things that he do is in what Donald Trump wants, not as so much of what the United States want, right? I think it's more of a selfish reason he do a lot of things, right? So when it comes down to Venezuela, we've seen over, I think I would say over the last 10 years, 35% of the population left Venezuela because they said that they had a dictator that was kind of really controlling it. So when I first saw the Venezuelan things, I wanted to know how the Venezuelan people themselves was reacting to this, right? Because we're not on the ground. We're many moons away, or some people say we're a long ways away from Venezuela to understand what's going on. And I seen these people, celebrating. They was excited and the different things like that. So a lot of people think that we went into Venezuela for one reason, Bomb. They think that we went because he was selling drugs. We know he's been selling drugs for the last 30 years, right? It wasn't that he was selling drugs. It was a couple different key things that is the reason we went into Venezuela. The first thing is, so drug was one of them, but that's not the reason we went into it. But I think that's kind of reason we started investigating what was going on in Venezuela. A year ago, we seen that the when you start looking at the Coast Guard got into this a full shootout. They were having shootouts a year ago with Venezuelans trying to bring drugs into the country. So drugs are one thing, but I don't think that's the reason that we did. What we do know is Venezuela have the largest oil refinery, not refinery, what is it called, like deposits, or some people call it like I think it's like 80 billion barrels of reserves. That's what they call it, reserves, right? Uh, so,
Okay.
we was reached. So, U.S. government reached out to Venezuela and said, "Hey, check this out. We done put tariffs on China. We done put tariffs on all of these different places. I truthfully and honestly don't want you selling oil to them, right?" Venezuela, first of all, said they're gonna do what they want to do, and it's not just a dictator or somebody in charge doing it. We have already built the case that you're doing illegal things. So it's almost like what the United States is saying is either you're gonna do what I'm saying, or we're gonna start pressing charges on how you've been breaking the law for the last 30 years, right? And I'm 100% agree that they knew what was going on in Venezuela, right? They knew all the drugs that was coming in. They knew all that, right?
Right.
So what was happening is China was trying to get out of actually doing tariffs, and they said, "Hey, we're gonna just go around the American system, and we're gonna go to the Venezuela system, right? We don't want China. It's not about we like we didn't think that China was going to occupy Venezuela. That wasn't what it is, or Russia either. What we wanted to do is we wanted to find a way that we could still implement tariffs and different things on Venezuela, I mean, on China, because we didn't want China to go around the system, right? And then the like the icing on the cake, like the thing that took it to the next level, is when Venezuela started taking the money that they was getting from China, and then they start funding terrorist groups in the Middle East, right? That was like next level, right? So these three things all together, it wasn't one. It's not just the oil. I know people gonna try to make it seem like it's not that he was just selling drugs. Is these three things that came together was kind of the tipping point. It wasn't really America reacting. This was more of a Trump reacting. But I do want to this is a very important part, Bomb. Last administration, they put out a bounty or a warrant for his arrest of $25 million, the Harris and Biden administration, right? So everybody knew that this man was a problem. Donald Trump he was just the F around and find out person who actually did something about the man, if that makes sense.
Okay. Is it Keyshawn? I changed your name a little bit. I took your last name off. I want you to dock yourself. You muted. You can unmute if you want to say something. Wait, I'll actually unmute just in case. You there? So wait. So I have a couple of questions. Oh, go ahead, Coach. That's you.
And he is Keyshawn. Thank you, Mom. Happy 2026.
Same to you. Same to you. You want me to change your name to something else? I just took off your last name. I didn't want you
It
to.
doesn't matter. I am open. I have my own channel with my name on it, so I'm good with that. Thank you so much for asking.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I didn't want nobody to dox themselves. You know what I mean? You want to add something?
I actually not only wanted to just sprinkle a little bit because the brother is so on point, and I actually did some content earlier on the or live actually on the fact that Steve Miller, who's the chief excuse me, the deputy chief of staff, I think, for Trump. He actually confirmed everything that the brother was saying on an interview with Jake Tapper on CNN. And it's exactly what he was saying. And I'm just happy to hear people of color that are understanding it's deeper than what they're kind of sharing with us. So I just wanted to sprinkle that yeah, he's on point, that it's where Stephen Miller basically said it's about getting the oil before China or Russia does. And we're not going to allow another country to service our enemies. We're going to go and take it. We're going to go and debo it. So I just wanted to interject and say that before you share it or ask him. Thank you.
Okay. Wait, so we agree. Oh Lord. So Stephen Miller is an idiot. So I mean, that don't give him credence. In fact, CNN, him going on CNN, they lie too much. So they opening their mouth don't mean nothing. But it makes sense that they want the oil, because they're greedy. So you think he want the oil for us, or do he want the oil for himself? Who
Well,
Trump? Who?
Well, he don't want the oil at all. He just don't want nobody else to have the oil. So we gotta understand we don't have a oil problem in America. You gotta understand if we ever went to war with China, if we can take away their ability for their vehicles to move, we talking tanks, like it's more strategic than people think it is, right? So I think it's not about us having the oil. It's good if we have the oil. If gas prices and oil go down in the state of U.S., that'd be good. If we can say cut with the amount of oil is, we can cut prices in half, right? But I really think it's like we want to be more strategic that if from a tariff, because we at war with China, right? I don't know why nobody want to address this. Like we can call it a tariff war, we can call it all these other stuff, but we are in this back and forth with China, and it's more of a leveraging tool, in my opinion, to say, hey, now that since 80% of your oil was coming from this refinery, you now have to negotiate with us. Now, this is another reason he did this. He don't care about the country being stable. That's not what he care about. He said, now if you want oil from this place, what you gotta do is negotiate with the United States until they get a stable government, whatever that's supposed to mean, right? But what he was saying is now, since you try to go around our tariffs, you try to go back and forth. If you want this oil, now you gotta yield to the United States, and we'll give you the oil. We have no problem you getting the oil, but the one thing is you're gonna yield to the United States, and that it's almost and a lot of
Wait,
people say, hold on, and I want to say this last part. A lot of people said this made our United States look weak, but this really made United States look very strong.
no, this make us look weak because
Very
he put the
weak.
tariff on them, right? And said that they were gonna pay for something that they didn't pay, which made Trump look bad because he claimed they was all making deals and he's the deal maker, right? And he couldn't make one. So now he went another way to try to force them to make deals with him by
Well,
stopping
no,
that.
they
And
didn't
you
And
give
know,
the
let me get in
tariffs.
next,
Hello,
and
Chief. Let
Bob,
me
what
get
you
in
said
next.
on the belt bomb and agreeing with what you're saying, when Steve Tapper actually pushed back and asked Stephen Miller about having some elections so that they can have somebody and how they felt about the woman vice president, Steve Miller, with his misogynistic self, said to him that basically no one would really listen to anything that she would say because she's a woman. So you are on point. I just wanted to add that's what was said that he said in the interview just on CNN recently.
so
Yeah.
so
Now, please allow me to get in
yeah, go
respectfully.
ahead, go ahead.
And I try to make it brief as
How you doing,
possible.
Pan Lotto
Much love
Wisdom? How
to
you
the
doing, my brother?
panelists. Much love to you, Bomb Cherry. Thanks for having me up.
Mhm.
Like I said, I try to keep this brief. The U.S. invading Venezuela is a beautiful thing. Why do I say that? Because Venezuela, in collaboration with China and in collaboration with members of the U.S. government, might I add, Venezuela has flooded the U.S. with tons of cocaine and fentanyl that has killed Black Americans. So, we as Black Americans and we as mulatto Americans, we have to allow Venezuela to experience their karma. My suggestion is that the U.S. government turns Venezuela into a U.S. territory comparable to a Puerto Rico. I want to see the U.S. turn Colombia and Mexico and Cuba, really the entirety of the Latin America and the Caribbean. I want to see the U.S. turn that region into various different U.S. territories.
Yeah, so they can become U.S. citizens, huh? So they won't be tethers, what you call tethers, no more, and then we'll be responsible for them. The government, we got to pay them if they don't not making enough money. We got to give 'em food stamps, welfare. That's what you're saying, right?
I'll
That's
tell
what
you
I'm
exactly
saying.
what I'm saying. Well, allow me to answer the host question. What I'm saying is comparable to a Puerto Rico. Puerto Ricans cannot vote in federal elections, but U.S. citizens can come to Puerto Rico with no passport necessary, no visa
And you
necessary,
get food
and we
stamps, right?
can. Well, please allow me to complete my sentence with all due respect. I'm trying to tell you actually what I'm saying instead of you attempting to straw man my argument. What I'm
Listen,
saying is,
mhm.
what I'm saying is, I encourage the U.S. government to turn these Latin American nations and these Caribbean nations into U.S. territories so that the masses of U.S. citizens can go to these Latin American and Caribbean nations and buy real estate and start businesses and become police officers and get government jobs
Listen, we
and
having a real
become
conversation.
politicians. Well, can I at
Listen,
least complete my
no,
sentence,
you
please?
can't just ramble and say what you want. You came up here. It's
I'm not
okay. You
rambling, but everything
you
I'm saying
first
is
you
very
be against
concise.
you against the tethers and people being over here. Now you're saying, yeah, we they need to be a part of us.
No,
Okay,
what I'm
I
saying
understand
is,
you understand it.
Bomb Cherry, let
All
me
this other
address
stuff
what
you
you're saying
talk about,
directly.
I
Just
heard
as
it
they are
already.
in our country, I'm saying we need to be in theirs. What's the problem with that?
We have always been welcome in that country. You just didn't want to
Not
go.
illegally. Well, that's my point right
What?
there. You support. Listen to what I'm saying because it's very concise. You are not mad at the illegal aliens in the U.S. So you should not be mad at the U.S. government going to the countries where the illegal aliens come from. Simple as that.
What are you talking about? We was always
I'm
welcome to
speaking
go in them
English. What I'm
areas.
saying
No,
is
but
they
you're
have
not
invaded
talking
your
about what
country
we are talking
illegally.
about. Okay, go ahead.
They have
Sean,
invaded your
am I
country.
pronouncing it
We
right?
have a right to invade their
He's
country.
on, and he
They
came onto
didn't.
another panel. He came onto another panel to derail just what he's doing now. I was trying to be quiet to allow you, because I'm respectful. I've been with you for a minute. However, this is what he does, and it's okay to go ahead on and drop him. And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful, tell you what to do. He's intentionally trying to derail the conversation when people are talking about positive things. For some reason, with his little red pill or whatever the pill is, he wants to derail it, and he wants us to basically believes that we should be okay with what's going on over there. And because of the fact that they didn't come over here to defend us. That's his bottom line, Bum Cherry. And if
Well,
you
you
want
cannot
to engage
mischaracterize
that,
my bottom
okay,
line. My
it's not a
bottom line is they are in your
mischaracterize. You
country.
said it on a
You should be
prior
in theirs.
panel. You said it on a prior panel. And if she's
And why
still
didn't you
in the,
understand
and
me
if
then?
she's still in the chat, she will confirm that. So I'm going to go on mute because this is Bomb Cherry's channel. But be
Yes,
respectful.
much
Don't
love.
derail. She
No,
was
I'm
So,
being
having a
very
great
respectful.
conversation. We all were. Don't do that
Let
over
me
so,
here.
address the host, please.
Yeah,
so,
Please.
that's how he
so,
is.
Bob,
Hey, Easy
yeah,
Man,
Bob
wait,
Cherry, yeah. Oh,
Easy,
go.
yeah, go ahead, Easy.
So no,
Let you go.
the reason this is interesting. I mean, I guess that's the word that I can use. This the political right. The reason it's interesting is because we asked China do not go into Taiwan because Taiwan is the big chip maker. America used that, so we asked as a courtesy, don't go into Taiwan and do this, that, and third because that country is supposed to be a part of UN, supposed to be all these kind of things that we asked of China of Taiwan, and then we went behind China back, right? And we did the exact same thing with Venezuela, right? I'm a type of person that I can be open to see the whole picture of things. Everybody, I'm not taking sides. I'm just telling you what happened, right? And so, now that we took, so now that we took the oil reserves of China, that's going to fund, that's a large population that needs that oil, right? Now, I'm curious to see what's China next move. Do China go into Taiwan and say, hey, you know what? We're gonna just take over all the chips that's happening in Taiwan. And now when we talk about the chips, we talk about in every smart car, we talk about in modern technology, these chips that's being made in Taiwan are very important. So what I want to see is, Bomb, and I landed here, how are these two giants of a countries, because we know that China is a giant of a country, and we also know that America is a giant. How are we going to be able to fight this war indirectly? Because that's what we're doing at this point in time.
And either man, that's a
No,
very good
wait a
point.
minute. I agree. I kind of agree with you. And it's
Uh,
also the same thing we did, right? When it came to Russia and Ukraine. Like Russia and Ukraine are family, even though parted. Russia said they want their land back. And the reason why is because America and the UN was having conversations with Ukrainians in order for us, to have them join. And Russia said when Russia found that out, that's why they went to war with them people, right? They
and
went to war
But
with
but
them
we,
people.
but we not the same,
and
Bomb Cherry. Listen, we went in Venezuela and we was gone in 3 hours with a president. Russia been at war for 4 years now. I'm just saying, it's two
Yeah,
different
that's because
things.
they had
hold
help.
on, but
We
that's the
helped
part
them.
that y'all missing. We don't have to play fair. These nations are not playing fair with us when they ship fentanyl into our country. So
Listen,
we
you
don't have
keep
to
talking
play
about
fair.
fentanyl. I don't want to care about that. Even if they shipped it and
So you
nobody
don't care
wanted it,
about
they
members of
wouldn't
your
have.
own race
No,
that have died
yeah.
of fentanyl.
Listen,
You don't care.
the idea that you want me to care
No,
about
I don't want you to
drugs
do
being in
anything.
a
I'm
country
asking.
where the country got built for the last 50, 60, 70 years off of the drug trade. No,
Uh huh.
because who you think let the drugs in this country?
That's my
Stop
point.
acting like
You,
the government
but
ain't got
Bob
nothing to
Cherry,
do.
that's my point.
No,
Venezuela
that's not
decide.
your point. Because
Good
you're
point.
saying
Well,
the
allow me to
government is
complete the
fighting off
sentence.
to keep the drugs out. They may
No, but
pack that
Bob
shit up
Cherry, I'm trying to
and put it
respond to
on the
you.
street themselves.
Exactly. So you see my point.
No.
Venezuela decided to lay down with dogs, which is the U.S. government. Now Venezuela caught fleas. I cannot cry about that. That's their karma.
What?
Really.
Bum Cherry, can I just put some stats down with other countries that
Mhm.
have questionable leadership that actually bring drugs into our country as well? China, for example, he keeps talking about China. China provides it between 2016 2023. They sold and imported 11 kilograms of fentanyl, 2 kilograms of that xylazine, the tranquilizer that vets use to settle down cattle. That was taken from ICE.gov. Afghanistan produced over 90% of opium in the world. That's taken from news.un.org. And we also, Trump, under his guidance, he gave a 20% um, discount off of tariffs with China on fentanyl. So if we are all about this war on drugs, then why aren't we going in and doing the same thing to them? It's
Let
because
me
we
let me
are
answer that.
sure.
Let me answer that.
I
That's
gave
why
you
we
the
took the
same thing
oil
on the other
from
panel. Hold
the
on, I gave you
Chinese.
the same stats on the other panel, but you deflected.
Exactly.
Let's
And
see what
did you
you
hear my
do on
response?
channels.
You might have heard. You might have forgot my response.
And so her
That's the
question
reason we
is,
took the oil away from the Chinese that the Chinese were getting from Venezuela. Number one. Number two. Do you know how many
So you didn't answer
Afghanis
my
okay, so
died
question.
and we
Why
need
at the
to
are
move
we
hands of the
going
U.S.
forward.
over there and
military?
taking over? You didn't answer my question then. You not answer my question now, respectfully.
I'm
Why
literally
are we
answering
not?
it.
No, no, no. They are
All right, go
dictators,
ahead.
right? They are sure, right? There, go ahead. They are dictators. They are on different types of political leaderships. Why aren't we going over there and taking over their country like we did this brown country? Is my question to you. It was
Can I
then,
answer
and it
that?
still is
Oh,
now. Sure.
yes. The answer is literally we took the oil away from Venezuela that Venezuela was giving to
But you didn't
China,
answer my
so that in
question.
case that, well, can I complete the sentence so I can answer your
Wait,
question?
but she asked him why aren't they doing it to
Exactly.
others?
I can answer that once
She
she
already, we
finishes.
all, uh,
I can
I'm
tell you
actually
why
answering the
though.
question. I'm
Go
okay.
ahead,
literally
bro.
answering the question. It's a complete sentence. Please do not cut me off in the middle of this sentence. We literally took the oil from Venezuela that Venezuela was giving to China in case we actually do have to have a hot war against China. They will not have enough oil to sustain them. Can you understand that?
Well, to answer
You
your
they
question,
go ahead.
the reason we haven't attacked China, first thing is proximity, right? Venezuela is a lot closer to than us than China, right? That's
Okay.
the first thing. And the second thing is with China, China typically have allies that's going to put us into a longer operation. So from a military standpoint, me
Uh-huh.
talking about doing a operation that I can do in 3 hours versus the next 30 years, it's easier for me to do. It's kind of like a project on a house. Like it's hard for me to remodel the whole house versus me swap out a light bulb. So Venezuela was a smaller fish in so many words, and China's a big fish that has to be more calculated from a military perspective.
And not only that, let's add the fact that China owns us as well with the imports, right? Let's also
It's
sprinkle
true.
that in there. And I'm gonna land my plane. I'm just saying the other brown countries, they don't offer what China does. And plus they got Xi Jinping who ain't playing. And I'm just keeping it real. Can we at least agree to that, guys?
And you see, I did not
Most
evade
definitely.
your question. Can I ask a question in response with all due respect? Venezuela, as you admitted, conspired with the U.S. government to
I
flood
didn't.
American communities with cocaine and fentanyl. My
Nobody agree.
question is,
Nobody agreed to
well,
that.
it's documented, sis.
Okay,
My
but you
question
said
is,
and she agreed. That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah,
allow me to
Not
complete. And hold on,
gaslight
do you notice
people.
that? Can I say this? Do you notice I'm the only one that get cut off in the middle of every sentence I
because
try to
if
say?
you're
Uh,
inaccurate, I'm going to correct that. Yes, if you're
Well, correct me
inaccurate,
after
I'm
I
going to
finish,
correct
please,
that.
because
No, you're
you
going
say
to, no,
things
no,
that
no.
are,
You're going to paint the
but sis, you
picture
say things that
that
are
no, no,
inaccurate, and I
no. You're
don't
going to
interrupt you.
paint the picture that I don't care. You're going to paint the picture that I am complicit in the fact that I don't agree that the Latin country, American countries, did not agree to give the United States, who I'm an American, these drugs. I have never not said that that wasn't the case.
Exactly.
What I have said that
All right. So
I
allow me
need
to
to
ask the
hold.
question,
No, no,
sis. You
no.
didn't
I
have to
need to
cut me off.
hold my
Exactly.
DEA. I need to
So
hold
allow me
my
to complete
department.
the
No, no,
allow me to
no. You're
complete the
not going
sentence,
to do
though.
that to this. You're not going to do that to me over
No,
here. Can
I'm
you
not going to
respect it?
mischaracterize you at all. We
Better
can
not.
all agree. I'm not singling you out. We can all
You,
agree
you're not going to
that,
single me out at all. Tell the truth.
yeah, exactly. So allow me to complete the sentence, please, sis.
Yeah,
We
just
can all
keep it
agree,
true.
sis. We can all agree, and it's also documented that Venezuela conspired with members of the U.S. government to flood American communities with cocaine and fentanyl that have taken the lives of American citizens, particularly Black Americans. My question is,
They could care less
when
about
Venezuela,
us.
allow
As
me to
well, they
complete
can
the
print the
sentence.
money.
Allow me to complete the sentences, please. Allow me to complete the sentence, please, sis. We can all agree that the that Venezuela conspired with the U.S. government to flood American communities with cocaine and fentanyl, which have killed millions of Americans, particularly Black Americans. My question is, when this same U.S. government invades Venezuela karmically, why can't we be neutral and allow Venezuela to receive their karma? Why do we feel the need to advocate for them and cheerlead for them?
It's the behavior. It's the behavior. I said that to you in the other panel. I will say it to you here. America, we are going to get what we have sown all of these centuries. The chickens are coming home to roost. We cannot go around and just debo everybody and think there will not be spiritual consequences. And with all due respect to you and others that are hearing this, behaviors are what I'm discussing. It's not about feelings or emotion or anything of that nature. We do
No,
not
I hear
have the
you.
right.
But why
We
we
do
can't let
not
the
have.
chickens come home to roost in Venezuela
And
and stay
why
out the
can't we
way?
not, on that same note, we have the same chickens coming home to roost
No, I
in
agree
our
with that,
own
and you are
backyard?
willing to
That's all
accept
I'm
that.
saying. If
But
we
when the
can agree
chickens
with
come
that.
home to roost to Venezuela, some reason you're crying about it. I don't understand.
I'm not crying at all. I'm simply
Okay, so
saying
let them experience
we
that
don't have
karma.
the right.
They
That's
don't need
all
you to
I'm
cheerlead for
saying.
them.
We
Let
don't have the
Venezuela
right to
experience
go
that
into another
karma.
country and take over. That's just all I'm saying to you because of
Well,
oil.
let's
Because
be
of oil,
clear.
not for the
I,
people.
I want to be clear. We didn't invade Venezuela, right? I know it sounds good. What we did is we went into Venezuela and arrested somebody. This really was an arrest. I know.
Exactly.
I
And
know.
either man, but they're gonna get caught in semantics. So let them have that. Concede their point. Yes, we invaded Venezuela. That's their karma. Let them experience that karma. They invaded your community. Think about how many Venezuelans and other Latinos are in the US illegally without your
I'm,
permission.
I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find what are the Venezuelan people saying about it. I do.
Oh, they excited.
They're
They
excited. Just
yeah
like the,
they
Exactly.
just like the Libyans were when Gaddafi was what happened with him.
Exactly.
And
So
then they
Keyshawn, why
realized,
are you
hold
against it
on,
when the
let me finish.
Venezuelans are
Can you
excited
let me
about this?
finish? The thing about the Libyans is that they realized that unfortunately under a dictatorship they actually had it better than they have it now. So
But let's not have ADHD. Get back
and
to
let's just say
Venezuela.
this
You
to
sound
you.
listening to it?
The
Go ahead.
Venezuelans are welcoming of this. Why are you against it, Keyshawn?
I
they are
didn't
so happy about it.
I
They're
did
Let
not
really
let
say
happy.
Keyshawn
that at
answer that.
all. I did not say that at all. And you're not going to put words in my mouth.
You
I'm
said you're
talking about
against
the
it.
behavior. I
You
did
said
not
She
you're
say
didn't
that
say
against
at
it.
that.
all. No, I did not. I said I'm
She did not
against the
say that.
behavior of the United States going into another country
But
and
the Venezuelans
depoting.
support it though.
I
So
don't
why are
care
you
what.
against it?
We don't care
I'm
what
not
they
against.
support. Look,
I
I
don't
thought it
care
So
was
what
let
they
them
America's
get
support.
first.
cooked.
For.
So
That's
let
not
If
them
what
we
I
get
would do
said.
it,
cooked.
Sir.
okay, listen. Do
Yeah,
y'all
let them
Can I
get
understand
cooked.
finish?
what the president of the United States does is in
Let
the name
Venezuela
of the
get
United?
cooked.
Listen, I don't want to have to mute you because you does seem like you're not trying to have the conversation.
I'm telling
No,
you,
I'm
that's
trying to
not
have a
even what I
dialogue.
Man,
Y'all
said.
eat
cut
a
me off
man
more
off
than I
like we
cut
have
y'all off.
some people up here who really want to talk.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk too. Y'all cut me off.
No, you trying to talk, but you're not trying to have the conversation
Yeah, I'm
that
trying to
we're
have a
on.
dialogue. Let Venezuela get
No,
cooked.
you just want, listen, we are having a political conversation. Can we not just interrupt? Or when a question is asked, can you answer the question? Instead of let them
Exactly.
get cooked. So I thought Donald Trump said American first. He said we was gonna pull out of wars, right? And all of that. He said we was out of that, and he was gonna be the guy who's gonna end wars for Americans. And then here we are. This is not even his first time. We done bombed two, three, four. This the fifth. This the fourth or the fifth country we done put bombs in,
Now, Bomb Cherry, they
right?
bombed us with cocaine and fentanyl. So fuck them.
Listen, I the who was the first ones where we bombed where they claimed they had nuclear weapons? Did that have something to do
Iran.
with drugs?
Nope,
Who
it
under
was
Trump?
oil. It
Who
was
you asking
oil.
me about?
That's what.
Who are you asking me about?
Well, I was asking both, but we were doing it for another country. I think they said they had nuclear heads, and we went and bombed, and he missed all of that.
Iran.
Iran. Thank you. Hey,
Iran. Yeah.
KT. Yeah.
Hey.
So why did he bomb Africa? Mulata.
Who you talk? Are you talking about Trump in Nigeria?
Yeah.
Because they was over there killing each other. Fuck
They've
them.
been
Is they
doing
Oh,
that
so
for
karma?
they was killing each
decades.
other, so we go and kill them?
I say we need to colonize Nigeria to turn that to a U.S. territory.
Isn't
Well,
that
Facts.
brown people? Do you not notice
a
a thing
pattern,
going on here? Yeah,
a
pattern.
pattern.
Yeah. Yes. I clearly noticed it.
Oh, okay. I know you do because I know you're smart. I know you're not stupid, right? So, but so he is bombing places that he know won't be able to do anything. Because I could have sworn that bomb landed near a tribe, killing people who don't even have
Mm-hmm.
no weapons to fight back.
Exactly.
And
Now,
no,
Bomb
they have
Cherry,
oil as
I'm trying
well.
to
I
answer
just
your
want to put
question.
that in there. They also have oil like Venezuela. I just want to put that.
Exactly. Now,
Right.
back to the karmic
So wait,
discussion.
so
These,
Manala, what you say
my
to that?
God.
So that those are the
I'm trying
black
to tell you
people.
what I'm saying to that. Can I tell you what I'm saying to that? What I say to that is these same Nigerians are descendants of the tribes that sold our ancestors to the white man in
Oh
the
my
first
God.
place.
Can
Fuck
listen,
them. It's their
gentlemen.
karma.
This
You gotta let people experience their karma. Really.
okay.
I don't have
Oh
no
yeah.
sympathy for them. This
And
is
we're
their
gonna have
karma.
to.
Can
That's right. So I'm glad you mentioned karma because we will have some. Hey, KT,
Exactly.
what
We
you want to
will
say?
hey,
too. No one
I
can
just wanted
outrank
to
God.
ask, do you think when do you
Peace.
think it's okay for America to get their karma?
Now,
Pan?
we cannot outrun our karma, whether I think it's okay or not.
No, I'm
Matter of fact,
saying
I'll
we
give you.
like
Matter of fact, I'll even give you an example. Let me give you an example of the karma that we are experiencing today.
mm,
These same immigrants that we, and I'll even include myself, even though I'm not doing it right now, but these same foreign nations, these same foreign nationals that we are advocating for today, that we are cheerleading for right now in this conversation, they are coming to the U.S., outnumbering us,
I don't know why you
ethnically
saying anybody.
displacing. I'm
Nobody's
trying to
up
answer
here
this brother
cheerleading
question.
for
I'm trying
anyone.
to answer this brother's question
Listen, I
about
know,
the
but you
karma.
got to stop shooting a narrative. People are not celebrating or chilling for anyone. We're talking about our government, our president,
Exactly. So let me. Can
on
I answer the
behalf of
brother's
the
question?
karma. What you say, karma, will come back to
Yes, karma.
mm,
us.
Yes. Let me answer the
Okay,
brother's
good.
question. He asked
So
me, when should the U.S. experience our karma? Can I answer his question, please? It'll be one
yes, but can you?
sentence. It'll be one sentence. It will be one sentence. Can I answer his
Okay.
question? Yes.
You
Now
know, I'm gonna kick you off, right?
we.
You know it's coming because
Yeah, I can tell because I'm trying to answer the brother's
you.
question.
That's
God damn
crazy.
it! Can I answer the brother's question
My
with one
goodness.
yeah,
sentence?
go ahead,
We.
bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to, but you're not the host. Let me answer your question, though, brother. Now we, as descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, the majority of us vote for Democrat. These Democrat policies that we vote for karmically have resulted in us being outnumbered by immigrants in our own communities, in our own countries. We're being ethnically displaced in the biggest city in the US, which is New York. In LA, we are being ethnically displaced. Compton is no longer majority Black American. And Miami, we are no longer, there's no majority Black American communities.
Okay. I counted at 10 sentences. Some of them was run on. I kick him off. Because he's not here to talk about what we're talking about. It's okay to change the topic, but no matter what we talk about, he gonna end up talking about what he's talking about now. He's not even in this country, and then he gonna start on abortion, y'all. We already know where he always go. Hey, KT, welcome to the
yeah.
conversation. I
Hey,
like I
I was
some
gonna
of the
say,
things you were
hey,
saying
good
over
day to
there.
y'all too.
Oh yeah, good day, okay. Um, I understood what you was like. I don't like even the comma to the U.S. Right? We should care what our president do. And for those of us who are like, if you are pro black, pro brown, or just you don't got to be pro anything. You could just be against racism. We know this man is attacking black and brown people, right?
Hmm.
And he is doing it for a reason, and it's not for this country. It
No,
will all
agreed.
end up in his pocket.
Hmm.
Do anybody
Nah,
disagree
this
with that?
this that's a fact, and I gotta just point out, like, I know everybody been getting on my ass over there lately about it, but I'm saying serious shit. Like, it. What's scary to me is Trump, but I think it's the people here more. I'm seeing real brainwash here, like true brainwash. Hold up, I gotta grab my little Walmart shit real quick.
Okay. No,
You know, Bob, I want to piggyback while he's doing his thing, where I was doing some research, and Donald Trump Jr. And his who's one of his firms that he's affiliated with, they received a $620 million grant contract from the Department of Defense, i.e., War, um, to produce magnets. And I did content on the fact that the MAGA minions were so like okay with him because he gave away the $400,000 in salary as the president. They looked like that was a big thing, but I'm like, he's getting 600 and something $1 million in his pocket. He's a transactional person. He is
president.
not a president. He's not presidential. He's a businessman, so with that, I just want to sprinkle on what you were saying. That was an example of what you were saying.
And on
Yeah.
topic, why y'all can't just let Venezuela get cooked? That's the part that confuses me. Let them get cooked.
And again, and again, I know you're part of the manosphere, and that's part of y'all's problem, the
I mean, I
comprehension
know it's a
part of
strong
it.
man, but
It's
did you forget
one,
the question?
again, it's one that you apparently forgot the answer, and it's the behavior of our government. The fact that we do not have the right to go and debo another country for their oil, brother. Like,
Why
come
don't
on.
we?
Like, what?
Yeah, we
I'm
You
asking
are
why
first of
trying
don't
all,
to
we?
he's not in
replace,
this
you are
country.
trying to
From my
replace the
understanding,
white man when you
from my
talk like
under,
that.
from my understanding, he's not in this country. And on top of that, Trump coming for your country next. Okay. Um.
What country am I in?
I don't know. I don't know, but it don't matter because I know it's not.
All
It's
right.
not
Well, can
Europe,
anyone
right?
answer the question? Why
It
y'all
don't
can't
matter.
just
So,
let
but
Venezuela get
th-
cooked? Fuck them.
No, no, no. Please, please, please don't answer that question. I want to finish what I was saying because you are a good
Yeah, I guess you
example of
got to
this.
run from that. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I know you're going to just say anything's
I'm
running when
listening,
you
brother.
never
It's all
answer
right.
anything. Hear me out though. The
All right,
brainwash is
listen.
real with American people today because this guy's not arguing whether or not it's actually valid or whether or not it's good. People are really just arguing, well, if it's in America's best interest, it's in our best interest. Even though America has never really shown much love for its citizens of our color. So I don't get how even you're making this. Well, Venezuela gave us drugs. Well, the American government helped them do the shit. Do not skip that.
That means
I'm
they
not
work
worried.
together, right, brother?
Yeah, so why am I gonna be
So they
mad at
both
them
should
guys,
be held
the third
accountable, right?
party?
So
Yeah,
they should
but
both
you're
be
not
held
holding.
accountable, right?
But you're literally saying let's support the other people. You're not saying
No, I
let's hold them
said
both
they should
accountable.
both be held accountable, brother.
For sure. But I think the bigger
Okay,
one
so
should
why
be
you
at
mad
more
when
account,
Venezuela
right?
getting bombed?
No, I'm mad that you're
That's
saying let's
checkmate,
do
brother.
this. No, you're saying let's do this with the
So
backing
just so we
America.
clear, you
So
agree that
America didn't
Venezuela
do
should be
more
held
work.
accountable for conspiring with the U.S. government to flood us with
If you
cocaine
go,
and fentanyl, right?
my point is, why can't you do the same
But
thing for
brother,
the
did you
U.S.
hear the
government?
question?
I
Let's not
said
argue with
yes.
each other. Okay,
No,
so
I
do
said
them being
yes. So
held
my point
accountable.
is, no, it's just one of them being held
This is
account.
them
That's
being
called a
held
wait,
accountable,
wait,
scapegoat.
brother.
wait, wait, y'all, wait.
Yeah, let
So
them get cooked.
this idea of flooding this country with
Yes.
drugs, right? This country has always had drugs, right? And the people who use the drugs want to use the drugs. Okay. So why are you making it seem like everywhere there's all these drugs being flooded and it's harming everybody?
No, what I said
Why
is
why are you
they
doing
should be
that?
held
How many
accountable for selling the drugs, is what I said. And I
oh
meant
so
that.
so you talk about the black community or
No, I said the Venezuelans. You're not
no,
listening.
but I
The
thought
black community
a
got
lot
the
of drug
drugs from
sell
the
I thought a
Venezuelans and
lot
the
of
Colombians
as
and
far
the
as I'm
Mexicans.
concerned, and I'm not saying that we're the most drug dealers, but are you saying that the black men who sell drugs and even the black women, I guess, I don't know, who sell drugs, they should be responsible too? Can we talk about this
Yeah,
like
let me
we
answer
were,
that. Now,
or as far as the
I'm trying to answer
government
your question,
and
sis.
stop bringing in the people, right? The
Now, watch this.
government, we
I'm trying
know
to
the
answer your
facts
question,
that the
sis.
government flooded this country with drugs. If they didn't want other drugs to be
Exactly.
entered into this country, they can stop it.
Exactly. Now, Bomb Cherry, let me answer your question. KT the GOAT knows what I'm about to say is true. KT the GOAT. If you yourself were to sell narcotics, you will be held accountable. You will be held legally liable. Why doesn't that same logic apply to Venezuela?
And
They
why does it
No,
apply
complied
it
to
with
no
the
the
U.S.
U.S. government
government.
that you allows
Now they're
in?
being held liable. Don't cry about it. They're not crying for
no,
you.
it
Go
does.
get
It
them in
does.
your own
It does.
community.
Listen, it does. Let me just make one quick response. I ain't gonna talk a quarter as much as you did. So if I catch a charge for
Yes.
selling drugs, don't I can't I catch a charge with co-conspirators?
Checkmate. The Venezuela is the co-conspirator. Checkmate.
No, the whole
No,
country
no, it's
is
no
not
checkmate
co.
because
Venezuela is the
I'm sorry to get
co-conspirator.
into
That's
stuff
What?
about
checkmate,
that's
bro.
what I'm saying. You're not
Like
trying to
chicken
really
and
talk,
egg.
bro.
Venezuela is the co-conspirator. Yes or no?
Okay.
no, they're
Checkmate.
not. The
Okay, he
United
gone,
States.
y'all.
The United States is the main one because they allow entry. Like, why don't you understand it?
And
You
this
don't
is
want
what
to
I'm pointing
understand.
out. The brainwash is severe here. It's real fucking nah for real. This is really a sick case of like what is that shit called? Stockholm syndrome, where you start
Yeah.
identifying with your oppressor, and like people really want to joke and act like I'm. I get on this stage, I mean online, and they say I'm crazy because I'm talking like this. I'm talking actuality. I'm not under the guise. I love being American. Okay, I'm not under the guise though or stupidity to say, oh, we're perfect and every bullshit that they do, I'ma back it. These people will. A lot of these people, I've seen so much of this in the last week. That's what's scaring me more than anything. Trump is now today. That's what I've been watching since we got off the show earlier, Bomb. You know, he literally went on the news and said, "Yeah, Colombia next, and
And
Greenland."
Greenland. And
Yeah,
yep.
that's so, bro. The people out here backing this, watch how all of a sudden, same as the MAGA people. Whenever Trump do something wrong, you see they shift the goalpost. Now you
Right.
see how this time they saying it's justified. If he go and do this again, watch how they try to justify this again. And it's not. That's what's gonna bring us down, bro. Our pride as Americans is literally about to become our demise, man. And it's just scary to see for real.
And I agree with you 100%. I don't know
Me
why he
too.
trying to come back up. Pat, I'm not letting you because you just going you're not really trying to have a conversation. But
And
what I will say, oh, go
mhm.
ahead. I'm sorry.
No, no, no.
Go ahead,
You.
sis.
This is your panel. No, no, no. This is your channel.
No, you got it.
I was just gonna say, someone mentioned Greenland and Colombia. Again, the research. What he doesn't really want to take into consideration is that, like with Colombia, cocaine is considered one of their crops. Kind of like back in the day with slavery, tobacco was for us. So it's interesting that he kind of picks and chooses kind of what he wants to say and what how he wants to windmill. Like these other countries, they have contributed. Everyone knows that it's on our websites, it's on our Google. And why is he singling out just Venezuela and saying that that's okay for us to go and debo another country because they have oil? Like that's the part that really hurts my spirit. I'm not saying that to be funny because he sounds like a brother. And he's acting like he wants to replace the old white massa to be the black massa, like he's a Uncle Ruckus mindset. You know what I'm saying? And the brother's right about the Stockholm
Mm-hmm.
syndrome. It's like
Right.
we want to we want to impress our oppressor so much that we start using their talking points. To me, that's worse than what the paleface do. And I land my plan on that.
No, I agree with you. I agree with both of y'all. So if we go back to when Trump first entered office, his son went to Greenland. Wasn't it Greenland? Where they tried to get those,
Yep.
they was talking about making Canada and Greenland ours.
Yep. His son and JD Vance both went to Greenland.
That's right. And them people ran them out. For some reason, some Americans really do think people around the world want to be Americans. Now, why would that be? I get where they may want to come and visit, just like I want to go to Jamaica and visit. I want to go to France and visit. And I don't want to become a French citizen or a Jamaican citizen. So this fool was thinking that Canadians were going to want to be a part of America. And to where he started trying to bully him. And he did that to Greenland. And them Greenland people ran him away. So he want Greenland. And they said there's a reason, something about Greenland puts them in a certain area, and they said it would be a perfect area. But this is not going to be for Americans. See, they're not planning for Trump to ever leave office. Even when he passed away, they want to pass it down to his children and his grandchildren. These people was talking this before he won. And I don't know why
No,
when I was over there about Sharon, they act like when I said that, they act like that's not gonna happen. A lot of things that Trump has done this year, we all
said would
said
never happen.
wouldn't happen. That's right.
hmm and I've been saying that too for the last couple of days. Like, and I'm gonna just focus on our people because I love my people the most. We are very reactive and not preemptive. We are the type of people that say, "Oh, that shit ain't gonna happen." Then it's happening, and it's like, "Oh, well, we can handle it now." Like, nah, we got to get prepared for this. Even if you don't want to say that's not gonna happen, all right, you should prepare for it. And the Greenland thing is, first of all, to give them strategic positioning. The other thing is it helps them with their white population. Because my thing is, I also look beyond Trump. I'll be very honest with you. If Trump can get a third presidency, I truly believe they'll push it. However, I think that it's more about the ideology, and I pointed this out a couple places. Peter Thiel. Peter
Yes.
Thiel is, yes, he's a really rich man. PayPal Mafia, if anybody's ever heard of it, he's literally the main financial contributor to Trump's presidency. Since JD Vance has become like in the Senate, Congress, or whatever, he's the only person who's been backing him financially. And Peter Thiel has an agenda. He does not believe in democracy. He said out his mouth he does not believe democracy and freedom co-align, and he believes that the tech companies need to take over and basically handle everything for us. We're getting pushed in that direction. So I believe even without Trump there, even without Barron or any of them, the kids that he has and stuff, they will put, as long as they can put up JD Vance type people, people are out here like no more white guilt, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. That's their agenda. And as long as they can get that through, they will. That's why they are attacking these, like you said, colored countries. Let's be very frank. And like I said earlier on Sharon's show, if they do this right, like they get out here, they start taking countries. Well, who's going to stop them if they start harming the citizens?
That's it.
Nobody cares. Nobody, the people who right now is for Trump and what he's done, they don't really care about no citizens. If they did, like I care that 80 people was killed. I think that country should take care of their own business, right? If they, because in this country, if Trump wouldn't have got out of office by the 20th, people would have took to the streets, and the Congress people would have made somebody go in there and escort his ass out, right?
For sure.
But now Trump has set it up where everybody is licking his boots. He got rid of the people who won't do what he say blindly, and hired only people gonna do what he say. And so third term come, he lose, he gonna have support of military people and everybody. This country gonna go to war right here on this on soil.
Exactly. And we're
Yes.
not ready.
And
That's
We're
what's
not ready for that bomb because of everything or the decisions that we've been making the last few years. We are so weak, like
yeah.
internally, and it's going to come north, east, south, and west. And when y'all see, when we see, nations like China and South Korea, or is it North Korea, whoever that dude is down there, along with
North
Putin.
Korea.
There you go. And
hmm
India, they're all coming together and talking. Like that's not a good sign. And don't forget the Middle East because we allowed like Syria and Egypt and all those countries to be chopped up because we implanted a state called Israel in 1948. So they're still kind of marinating too. And let's not maybe forget Japan because they might not have forgot Hiroshima. Like I'm not kidding. Like the chickens are coming home to roost. And unfortunately, it's just like I feel like we're not prepared.
We're
We're
not.
not prepared. And I just
We
pray, with my agenda that we have enough time to regalvanize and get away from this and have a melanin exodus because mom, it's and also the other panelists, it's not about us. They know we don't have as people of color in America, because I ain't trying to call no offense for all them other, titles. People of color in Black America in America, we don't have power. So it's really not about us if we can find a way to rally ourselves, forget about these gender wars, and understand that we need each other to go forward, we have enough time to get out of this matrix, to get out of this mess, because it's not a if, you all, it's a matter of when that Babylon is really going to fall. And we don't deserve that.
Mm.
We've had to deal with so much coming, some of us were already here and the ones that were imported or whatever. We don't need this. And I just pray that we have enough time to get it together and know we have more things in common than not in separate.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I agree with you 100%. 100%.
Sure.
And my husband, we gonna do a I think it's gonna be this weekend where he gonna teach people and we're gonna get some information on how to survive or survival skills, right? Survival, what you should prepare to put in your home. So because one of the ways they're gonna attack is turning off electricity, right?
Hmm.
These people been
Power
testing
grid.
on it. Yeah, power grid. Now they've been testing this. If some of these companies are keeping it secret when they get hacked, right? Y'all remember, I think it was 2 years ago now, when they knocked the power grid out in some hospitals in some areas. And remember when up north, up East Coast, we didn't have access to pumps to the gas, to the oil, right? Um, that was a big thing. I think maybe 2, 3 years ago that happened. So they've been doing this across the country, and they don't really announce it, you know, they don't because they're trying to hide it. Trump, we are the weakest now than we've ever been. He's gotten rid of CIA. He got rid of the protection, the people who keep us protected on the internet. Um, all kinds of things. But remember when they was slimming things out with the Doge ended a lot of things that was necessary for our protection in this country. When they come and get us, it's gonna be vile cyber. It's gonna be cyber attacks because everything we do runs on the internet. Everything, y'all. Our electric, they don't even come out and they have to turn you off no more, nothing. They do it with a power switch. That's internet, right? Um, and so we got to be prepared. And there is nowhere else to go. I was asking hubby, I was like, babe, like, how much more could homes cost? Will people be buying $1 million homes? The same homes we live in now, but they're gonna just cost $1 million at some point? And who in America gonna be able to afford that? So it's about to come on a fall where people are not gonna be able to afford anything. And
No,
Trump
that's
and his family gonna be wealthy, KT. Okay.
oh yeah. They cooking it, and I want to say to what the first lady was saying, Miss Keyshawn, I believe, but I believe we may be too, and I'm thinking we may be wishing well if we think we got enough time, because all I'm gonna say is the propaganda is real. It's been set there. While we're just now realizing what's going on, we got clear evidence that this been their goal. You know what I'm saying? Project 2025 didn't start in 2025. It's been here since the 70s. Um, and I think the main thing I'm pointing out is, like I said, it's a lot of people who have fell for the brainwash. So they're supporting these actions. But I don't think they're realizing, like how Bomb, you saying like the lights and stuff going out. That's like testing, right? This Venezuela stuff is testing. Like that's what we don't understand. This is testing. Because listen,
Right,
again, I'm gonna say it. If we could take advantage of somebody who technically, let's be very clear, legally, we don't have the right to tell any other country shit.
right,
That's your country. You handle things. You got that's like us popping up in Saudi Arabia and being like, "Oh, y'all be cutting people hands off because they steal stuff. We not bombing and taking y'all country."
right.
Word. That don't. And so like when we if they get away with this, and furthermore when people keep supporting this, people don't realize, again, they will turn in us, because how y'all were saying like the war, this is what I want to point out also. Before Trump started doing this actual things to other countries, he was first trying to harm and fight the citizens. Let's be very clear. He was saying, yeah, it's a lot of immigrants over there, so we gonna send ICE. But he talking about sending them to like the blackest places you can think of, coincidentally. You know what I'm saying? That's not a coincidence. It's the testing ground. So I just hope people wake up and realize we're no longer in the testing grounds. We're now in the go ahead phase where they said this is the plan. Like you said, this is a Nazi regime. They got a bunch of people in there. It don't matter what Trump say. They just gonna explain why it's right. You know what I'm saying? Nobody
right.
gonna fight this shit. So hey, get prepared, man. I say grab guns, and you right, teach everybody the things they need to know. But I think it's just a little. We ain't got that much time. We got about 5 years, in my opinion, maximum before it get real civil warish.
Yeah,
And
that's
see,
the
that's
name of
enough
thank you
time.
for saying,
That's enough time for us. And this is
yeah,
where
that's
with
enough time.
I was gonna say, Mom, I'm happy that you all are doing that because y'all had talked about doing that like a couple years ago. So I'm glad that y'all are about to really get it on and popping because there is a sense of urgency when you see what's going on in Venezuela and you have people like those two, because they have military background and whatnot to educate us. There is time, and maybe I'm being, Pollyanna optimistic. I'll take that, but we've done a lot more with a lot less time. So I believe the melanin power in us that we can get it done.
Oh yeah, no, we
Yeah,
we can make it. Even if we ain't got enough time, I still believe our people are. And I don't want to sound racist or anything weird like that, but I do feel our people. That's our real great strength. We adapt faster than anybody. So I do believe we can make it. I just it's gonna hurt me because I hate to admit it. A lot of people ain't gonna make it because they actually gonna give themselves to the other side. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like it's gonna be crazy.
It's gonna be, I've seen that, in a movie, right? Where somebody said we should just go on their side. They offering us, what they call it when they offer you something, they say, come on, we're gonna feed you. Just come on our side, right? And people gonna want to go on their side. As soon as they get over there, it's over. They gonna cut their throat. Um,
Hmm.
we gonna have, I do agree, but we also gonna have to get off that just us. Like it we're gonna allies, right? We're not gonna be able to do it just by ourselves. Because that's almost like a divide and conquer too. The American people who believe a certain way, gonna have to understand that they gotta band together. We watching him mess with the Saudis right now. And he mentioning something that happened years ago. But now he using it to his advantage today. See what they did? Acting like he found their crimes. Now Sharon said something about they recently did something, but that's government, right? Listen, I don't know about what recently, but I know they found out with the PPP loans, they did in Saudi was the same thing. They was claiming they had daycare centers with children and getting payment for children that didn't exist, which is very similar to what a lot of black people were doing when they was claiming they had $1 million companies paying people that they didn't really have, you know. So I
For
don't
sure.
know. I have to look and see what they say in the Saudi. Anybody know what they claimed that the Saudis was doing?
Uh, they man, listen. I'm not gonna say what they was claiming they was doing. All I know is I even down to that. Let's be very frank. Everybody's been advancing by quote unquote loopholes, which is let's be real. Like you're doing some shady shit you probably weren't supposed to be doing. So I don't really care about like Somalis or even the Saudi Arabians. Like that's how the typical American businessman. And I do agree with you. I know we need unity. The only problem only reason I'm keep saying for black people and not with a whole unity point because we are Americans. We're
Yeah,
seeing where people don't really want the unity unless the unity means like sacrifice. Like they'll get rid of you if that means they'll be comfortable. You get what I'm
no,
saying?
I
Like they're
agree.
okay with
No, you're right.
yeah.
Yeah,
So it's
I
like
agree.
yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know about the unity if it's somebody who's already carrying that logic because it's gonna be real hard to get you out of that logic in an instant. You know.
yeah. I want to say thank you for correcting me. I think I was saying Saudis, but it was Somalians. Okay, I'm sorry about that, y'all.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, that's what you was talking about. Yeah, they
yeah,
said
I'm
they
talking
was
about Somalians.
oh yeah, they said they was doing daycare fraud and you talking about up in Minnesota and stuff, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, they was just like basically, filing taxes, getting loans and stuff, saying we got a daycare, and maybe they had like two kids, and that was the
yeah,
owner's cousins or some, you know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
I'm not mad at that because I hate that. I'm not gonna now single y'all out when that's what American history is based off of. How many times can we point out Trump did something foul with them hotels, got a back loan? Oh, I'm gonna give you a good example. Trump bought a golf course because when you got a golf course like a country club, people have to
mm,
put money in this box. It's not supposed to be the country clubs, but it does give you an access to money like as long as you're there. So he been buying up like you can look this up. He done bought like 40 golf clubs in the last 10 years. And then he's been taking the money out of them, using it and saying this is what we making, and then getting credit loans off that. They're not making that. That's not even their money, you know. So everybody's scam if you getting up to that point. I'm not gonna now be mad because the Somalis did it. Even how bro kept pointing out like, oh, you know, the Somalis is taking advantage. All these foreign people taking advantage of it. Well, the people in here are taking advantage of us too. I'm not even mad at the people who are following the leader.
You
You
sound.
know.
And
I'm
you
just
know,
trying to understand. Hold on. So you said you mad at him because he bought a golf course and he can do what he want to do with the golf course?
No, he said mad at
No.
me. He
no,
said
that's
not
not what he
mad at
Yeah,
us
I'm
said.
not.
because he been doing it and other people been doing it too. No, why nobody pointing out he's scamming?
That's not a scam.
What?
When
Huh?
I
Trump has been scamming. He ain't got. I don't know about the golf course, but I know that he had a building. He claimed he had a floor that doesn't exist, and he had uh it's not called acreage. What is called when it's in the house? Square feet that he did not
Yeah.
have in order to secure loans. He got convicted off of that. So they've
that's not
proven
but
that.
so when he go to a bank, see, and this is what I'm saying, I understand why people don't like Donald Trump. But if I go to a bank and a bank chooses to give me money, that's not a scam.
No, he scammed because
Yeah,
wait a minute.
you
Right,
scamming
right
because you're
now,
giving
right?
false
Gave
parameters to get the
falsified
loan.
information. That's why he gave false receipts. He booked the
Hmm.
books in order to get that loan. What is wrong with y'all? Like I get
So
like
y'all mad that he scammed the bank. Let's say he a scammer. Y'all mad that he scammed the
no,
bank?
not that.
No,
No,
First of all, he's a
It was the
scammer. We
bank.
mad because he's a scammer.
no,
What like he mad at the Somalis for scamming, but he didn't. Him getting a loan that he didn't really qualify for, while somebody else couldn't get the loan that they qualified for because they had no money to give because they gave him money.
You think
In
he
order
didn't
for him to
qualify for the
file,
loan?
he
You think
falsified information to get the loan, is what they're saying to you, brother. That's the
he
fraud.
know he know it was fraud. And
listen,
I bet I tell you what, you go give some falsified information, sit in front of a bank and try to get the loan. Even if they don't give it to you, the police will come and make you prove that the information you got right now is you. And if
no.
you don't, you're going to sit in jail because it's against the law.
But look, watch this, bomb. Let me ask you real quick. E, are you okay with the Somalis doing it? Can
Got
you
to
hear
be.
me? E?
yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
No,
can hear you.
you're muted.
Do I
You
have?
okay with the
Y'all
Somali?
still can't hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
hear you.
Do you hear me now? Do I have a problem with Somalis scamming Americans? Yes.
American,
Uh,
no, wait. They didn't scam Americans.
They were
They
scamming
they
Americans
scammed in
too.
order to get some money.
No,
They
they
no, they
showed some
scammed the
receipts.
bank. Like you
they
The,
just said,
they
they scammed the
hold on,
bank.
hold on. Let me tell y'all. I think the banks have been taking advantage of people. So banks get if they took money from the bank, I ain't got no problem them taking no money from the banks. Let's just be clear about that, right? I think banks have been cheating people out of money forever. Ever. Like if you start like really understanding banking, how they can do like give you a loan on your money and make you pay
wait,
this, and even like overdraft
wait,
charges.
wait a
Like
minute.
it. Go ahead. That's a whole
No,
nother
I'm
conversation.
not to you. I'm sorry. It was to somebody in chat. Somebody said, I don't care if they scam the banks because they're insured. Who insures the bank, either man? Whose money is back in the bank?
Well, it's the Federal Reserves.
The taxpayers' money, right?
Well, no, the Federal Reserve is technically not. The Federal Reserve is technically not the taxpayer money. So
If they have to give people the bank's money to because somebody scammed them versus giving people the money for something that they need, right? Is that doesn't affect the
but no,
people?
yeah, but so the Federal Reserve is not taxpayer money. So
Where does it
if
come
you,
from?
huh?
Where does it come from?
What?
I've always been curious.
So the Federal Reserve is actually not even a part of the United States. The Federal Reserve is supposed to be um
Yeah, it's
what
a
it's
separate
supposed to
entity.
it's supposed to be a separate entity, right? Let's just say it that
I
way. But
suppose, but just tell me what do they do? And I'm serious. I'm not trying to
This
pull
is
you
what
into
it
it.
says.
so they
This
loan
is
money
what
to
it
bank.
says.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is what it says. The Federal Reserve generates its own money and funds itself primarily through interest earned on U.S. government securities it holds, along with fees from of banking services and interest on loans at banks.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's what I'm saying. So,
Um,
so Federal
and where
Reserve,
do where do the banks get their money, sir? Where do the banks get their money?
what do banks get their money all over the place? Like people think that
From
banks.
consumers is the answer. They get it from us, right? They get
No,
it.
they don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So that's what people. So do consumers put their money in banks? Yes, I'm not just arguing that. But the number one way that the Federal Reserve make money is they loan money out, not to just America. They loan money out to all of these different countries, and those countries pay that money back with interest. So the Federal Reserve, I'm not just trying to argue. I'm just telling you the Federal Reserve is a separate entity when we start talking about taxpayer and all that. But the Federal Reserve is not limited to America. They like
Right.
say
No,
like
No
the
one said it
Federal
was.
No.
Reserve.
Yeah, no one said
The,
it was.
yeah, and
Yeah.
besides, the
No. I.
Federal Reserve is kind of reserved to America. If you're talking about what the rest of and what the Federal Reserve is under, it's the World Bank.
There you
Federal
Yeah.
go.
Reserve typically doesn't loan anything to other countries. That's why she was saying it goes. They make their money off of us.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. It says through what I was reading. It says through uh loans to the banks, right? The interest. Um. What else it says? Uh. Yeah. When
yeah, but
the
that's a
services.
part.
Remember, at one time they used to charge you just to have a bank account.
Yeah, but
Monthly fee.
I just want y'all to understand most of the money in the Federal Reserve is made up money. It didn't come
Right.
like it's like you understand how like they can take $100 and loan 1,000. Like if you understand how the Federal Reserve, it really don't come from us. It comes from the air. Like if you really start understanding, like you be like, so you took $100 and loaned out $1,000. What the other $900? Oh, I can loan out money that I really don't have. It's really not real money.
Isn't that why China own us, right? Because we
There you
end up
go.
having to take loans from other countries.
Well, no, China
Hmm.
owes us because we don't pay on our debts. They ain't really got nothing. It's like so we would.
Which
So hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
okay.
Yeah, and even stuff like this, while he doing whatever, I do want to point out like Federal Reserve isn't good for us. That's what I'm saying. We as Americans are under such propaganda. We forgot how much this country has done to harm its own citizens, and we instead want to say like back these crazy ass things they doing. History shows when we do crazy shit as a country, like the leaders of the country do crazy shit, it's probably not good for the like civilians within the country. Because I mean, these people want to exert power. Who can use exert your power on more than the people who are commonly amongst you? Like this, I just don't. Fuck. I don't see this ending good. I know that.
It says in America, banks themselves pay premiums to the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, which is the FDIC, to insure customer deposits, not taxpayers directly, right? Through the FDIC is backed by the U.S. government. These premiums, based on risk-funded deposits, which reimburse depositors if they lose their money. So you know how they use the words like indirectly, but so I care if a bank closes and my money was there when they closed? That just happened. That happened under Trump. Um, it failed due to something Trump had done, but then Biden got in, and that's when a few banks had to close. People went to go get their money, and the bank was y'all, and them people was about to lose their money. And because that's the dangers of a bank. If we don't know, your account only is secured up to a certain amount. So if you have $1 million in a bank account and the bank something happens, if you got $1 million in one bank account, they only insuring you up to $250,000.
What?
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
It's $250,000 is what you insure for. That's why people with money know they have their money in multiple bank accounts. Because if
mm.
you have too much in one account, then if something go wrong, you ain't getting all that money back. You only getting up to $250,000.
Yeah, they typically only insure up to like 1.5 million in totality. So like even if you had $20 million and some shit went wrong, you probably most likely only gonna get back like one. If that's your full 20 million, like all you got is that 20 million in that bank, most likely you might get like 1.5 million.
You won't get
Oh,
that
it's
much. So
plenty.
the federal, it doesn't work that way. So the Federal Reserve
Eh,
works by accounts. So if you understand how rich people move, they learned this. So that they'll put 200,000 in this account. Like they'll separate the accounts. They got so many accounts because each account will be funded. But you're right. If you got 20 million in one account, you're gonna be out of luck.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Business accounts, it might be more, but I was talking individually. It's $250,000 in a single ownership category. Um, yeah, you ain't getting your money back. And we have watched where I didn't even know banks fail, but anything dealing with Trump, all kinds of shit failed. They
No,
had
I
these.
love now. Banks been failing for a long time before Donald
No, I
Trump. Right?
no, I knew that, but I hadn't heard of banks falling like what happened under Donald Trump. So tell me, how many casinos failed? Name the casinos that failed,
I don't know no casinos fail. I didn't even know.
except Donald Trump's, right? Except
I was about
his.
to say the ones he owned.
And his,
So
his shit
you
failed
talking about
because
the Trump casino failed?
Yeah, I did.
yes, it went
Yeah,
bankrupt.
about three of them did. It wasn't just the Trump casino. It was a couple ones.
Mhm.
Uh, and what did he end up doing? Selling it?
So it went bankrupt.
Bankruptcy. Yeah,
Right.
I'm about to
And
say,
Well,
that's
you
his
got.
that's his
I,
get out of jail free card. Bankruptcy, baby.
When he filed bankruptcy, he took a lot of businesses with him. Trump went in acting like he know what he was doing, all in New York and here in Jersey, right? And they gave him loans, and then he got people to come in and do work, build this, build that, and then he didn't pay them people. He had contracts with them and didn't pay them people, and their companies went bankrupt. Also, he ruined people. And I don't know why people don't know this about Trump. They put it out there. People went on shows to say, yes, he's not a good businessman. He was a bad businessman. The only way black people like him is because rappers would talk about him, but he paid them to even talk about him.
bankruptcy's not a bad thing. Only.
Bankruptcy is a very bad thing
No,
for
it's
those who
not.
don't get paid.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, it's not a bad thing to file bankruptcy. Is what I'm trying to tell you. Have a good day. Like,
Yeah,
like,
it's
I,
not.
I like,
It,
I like.
it,
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Yeah. So, like,
If I'm Go ahead.
so bankruptcy, especially from a business, and I was thinking from a business aspect, right? So, like, for a company not to take a person completely under, it actually makes sense for you to file bankruptcy for that company, right? Because what it's going to do is going to give you the ability to only lose that company instead of losing everything.
Right.
But
But
when you think
but
about
if
the
you
top
if
person,
I am the business, right, who work for your business, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm the business who doing business, all businesses do business with other businesses. So when you file bankruptcy, you that spares you from paying me. If you don't pay me, I can't pay my creditors or my people. He dealt business with small business people, making it seem like he giving them a chance. They was excited to take the chance, right? Coming in as a construction. Let's say Sharon was starting his construction business and he got a contract with, he would have been elated. Yes. Oh my God, I'm gonna make money on this. And on top of that, I'm gonna become known. And then Trump then goes and not pay you. He wants to do a deal undercutting the deal you already made. He said this. He actually would say he would do this to people and not pay them. Some
Okay, yeah,
people
yeah,
committed
yeah. I think we,
suicide, messing around with Trump. Trump had
yeah,
people commit suicide on the money.
no, yeah, we talking about two different things, right? You said
Mhm.
it's bad for contractors. Absolutely. If you looking at you're gonna get a $500,000 contract and you don't start hiring people, you don't start paying people, you don't in most cases what you talking about is you done did the work. You done did the work and now you're not getting paid for it. I do agree that that is bad on that half. I was talking about from the business side of things, of from the person who filed into bankruptcy. But I
Oh
can't see
yeah,
how.
it's good for him. It's good for him. But how he filed bankruptcy 7 times, and it was always messing up some younger business who was doing business with him.
But yeah,
He
but that,
filed bankruptcy 7 times. I don't even think we could do that.
yeah, we can. We definitely can do it 7 times.
How,
But no,
how,
I just
how you file
understand.
bankruptcy 7? Okay, wait a minute.
I
Because
know people who
once you
have.
file
Listen,
bankruptcy, it stay on your credit for 10 years, right? And
no,
so
no,
what?
that's what I'm telling you. So it's two different. It's personal bankruptcy that stays on your credit. Then there's a business bankruptcy
Oh,
that you file with an EIN. Listen, that's why he was able to go buy some more stuff because this wasn't. It wasn't a personal hit. That company took a hit because it had EIN numbers. This was a corporation, not no LLC. What we do,
mhm,
this was a corporation that stood on its own feeding, so that he didn't even have to use his social security number to get half of these loans because of the EIN had enough business credit. So that's what I'm telling you. Like I get that all the people might be affected by it, but I just
mhm,
feel like I'm not saying that it's good business because I don't think it's good business, but I understand
uh-huh.
the business aspects in it because I run a
But
business.
yeah,
Can
but
I ask a
most of us run a
question?
business. Wait a minute, but Trump lost his like they still got names on buildings that he don't own, right? People allow they because he went bankruptcy. I mean, went bankrupt. He lost the Trump Towers, and the only reason the Trump Towers is still has his name on it because they found it valuable just the name being on that towers. But he do not own the Trump Towers.
Yeah, but but we agree that um it's not a financial reason why he don't own Trump Towers, right?
No, it is the financial reason he went bankrupt.
No, no, that's what I'm telling you. You think as a billionaire he couldn't go buy Trump Towers?
Yeah, he couldn't because he wasn't a billionaire.
He wasn't a
He a
billionaire
billionaire
before his first.
now, but
He was a billionaire
Yeah.
before his first term.
No,
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 he wasn't.
he's been a billionaire in the past, but he actually wasn't worth $1 billion when he came into his first presidency. He's worth like 7 billion now, so I think we should know what that means. But
No,
neither here nor
he's
there.
worth less money. That's what I'm saying. He's
No,
actually
he's worth more. He's
okay.
worth more. You
I
you're
so
looking
Yeah,
at
he
what you
was
say.
listen, Trump was lying about his worth when he
Yeah.
entered office. This man couldn't afford, that's why his plane was so old and things like that. He couldn't afford the life, right? But people believed him, but he was a failed businessman. That's why. The only reason he even had the money to have a business is because it was given to him. They made it seem like it was a small loan from his
well,
father.
but
So
that,
if
I
millions of
get.
dollars is a loan, then she.
No, I'm just see, and that's what I'm saying is like I have studied from the like let's put the man aside, right? I have studied him from a business aspect, right? The things that he have done in business, and I get that we can look at the black eyes of his business aspirations, right? But he have done great business.
No,
If you
he
look
has
at, I
not
just
done great business. You making that
man,
up.
okay, let me
You could
make it up. Then.
look, we studied
I
him,
mean,
right? He has not done great business nowhere. He has been like the fake it till you make it, except he had money. So it was easier for him to fake it, right? Because he didn't just want to be wealthy, he wanted to be somebody, you know? And
mm,
um, so this man he has tricked everybody. He had a school that they had to
oh
sue.
God,
He
yeah,
had
that was
shirts
crazy.
and clothing that failed. He had states, Trump states. I remember seeing them in
Hmm.
the cheap, like a save a lot type of. That's where his meat and
Yep.
shit was, and some shit like
His
that.
social
This
media
man
site
failed.
is failing right now. His cell phone company's failing right now. Like, listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. I can understand what you're saying to a certain extent. I'm gonna just give it to you, E. But I'm gonna just ask you this: when have we ever seen a person do multiple bankruptcies and say this is a good businessman?
7 bankruptcies.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we
Seven.
typically don't look at people. We don't look at Warren Buffett and say he's the Warren Buffett because he's got so many bankruptcies, but he
Hold on,
still got bad.
you think Warren Buffett never filed bankruptcy?
I didn't even
Even if
say
you
that. I'm
file
saying
bankruptcy,
we
let me
don't
go
look at
look and see if
somebody
you
and say they
filed
file a
something.
lot of these shits and say that's good
That's what
business.
that's what I'm telling you. Warren Buffett have had multiple most billionaires, right? I think the exception to the rule is Elon Musk and the Facebook guy. Those are the two who their first ideas was successful, right? But
Nah,
most
Bill Gates. Most people, no, most people. If we're being very frank, if they're still rich today, I would be hard pressed for you to show me four people that you know of, like Bezos.
Oh,
Most
Jeff
people have
Bezos
not filed
definitely
bankruptcy.
filed bankruptcy. He had to file
You-
bankruptcy. His first company did. Like that's what I'm telling people. People don't understand. And from the business aspect, you might be doing 10, 15 companies, and your 16th company is the company that's successful. That's all I'm saying.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. No, you missing what I'm saying. Well, I guess what we trying to say. These people get a successful ideal and never, pretty much never have to file for bankruptcy again. Trump has been he owned the Trump Towers and still failing with a bunch of stuff, and then fucked around and lost the Trump Towers. That's not a good businessman. Matter of fact, the only reason he kept the Trump Towers in the '80s, and you can look this up, he had the highest crime rate. The Trump Towers had the highest crime rate in that part of New York City for over a year. The feds literally had a bust on this nigga like 17th floor. The Russian mob is who gave him a lot of the money to get back in quote unquote position. But that's what I'm saying. That's typically not attributed to good businessmen. You wouldn't even have to do that much backdoor type. Like you got to outright work with the mob, bro. You done fucked up. Like I'm just
All right,
saying, we
let's be clear. Every big business worked with tomorrow in New York in the
But,
80s.
but why
no,
should
we
you
talking about the
become,
Russian
but why should
mafia.
you become
I'm
president?
telling you, every business in New York in the 80s worked with the mafia.
No. And
That's
even
what
if
it
you
is.
want to say they worked with the mafia, again, most people did not have to front face themselves with the mafia. I'm saying whatever he did was so bad financially, and he had to get in their pocket so hard. He wasn't even high, and they was at the Trump Tower. He let the feds come and raid it because he wasn't. He had the paperwork for him and everything. So that's all I'm saying. If you're a good businessman, you typically don't have because, like you said, people may have worked with the mob, but we didn't find that out unless it was some crazy shit and some legal shit happened. No, Trump was out here kicking it with them because they was like, "Well, shit, we didn't gave you this bag. Fuck with our people like this."
Wait a minute. Let me read this, y'all. Trump
Read it.
Tower, right? Not the Taj Mahal, opened April 1990 in Atlantic City. But 6 months later, defaulted on interest payments to bondholders, and his finances went into a tailspin. Not even a whole year later, he filed for bankruptcy. It goes on and on. His Plaza Hotel declared bankruptcy the same year as he gotten it, right? He's been a actual bad businessman. Now I agree with you. When I looked up Warren Buffett, he had bankruptcies, right? But there were businesses who was there for a very long time, and
Yeah,
they was yeah, he was doing business deals with he had what they call subsidiaries and shit
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Yeah, so
I'm
but
just,
they
and
wasn't
that
they
was my
wasn't
point. My point was
yeah
that bankruptcy doesn't show that you're a bad businessman. That's actually bankruptcy was actually designed for businesses. Like that, like I
yeah
was saying, it was not, and that's what people don't understand. Bankruptcy was not designed for the consumer. We just start like people just start taking bankruptcies on their personal name, which that's the craziest thing you could do.
But here's where I would kind of push back a little bit with Ms. Baum along with the panel. If you are a good business savvy man or woman or person, you shouldn't have to go to that point where you are actually doing bankruptcy more than 2 or 3 times. Because I agree with you. It is kind of like a tax write off for them, if you will, to start all
mhm.
over. But how many times should the American citizen be okay with you trying something over with your own personal financial matters and trust that you will take care of a whole country?
But I
That's
think that's the American
that's
dream,
where
though.
well, it may
Out
be
of
the
as many as
American
you want
dream,
to.
but it may be the American dream, what they pitch on us. But the reality of it is, if we had done our research and actually saw the things that we are talking about, the behaviors, not the emotion, the behaviors, then I would have liked to have believed that we would have voted differently. But based on how everyone is still on that Trump train, years later, I don't know. And that's what's kind of sad to me with the state of affairs. What do you all think?
Trump has been disastrous, but okay, let's say he business, he bad, but he's personally bad to people too, right? There was an older lady, he wanted to buy her property because he has a tennis, not tennis, what do you do? Golf course, right? He
Are you
bought
talking about in
everybody else.
Ireland?
Yeah, you saw what he did that old lady.
Yeah, hey, it's a whole outrage communities. It's more than her, but go ahead. I apologize.
Yeah, they when they want to take something, when he want to take something, they go and destroy something. So they messed up her water pipe, but a woman couldn't even get water into her house on her property, and they wouldn't fix it. Now, how you a millionaire, you president, and you still can't go and get this fixed because he wanted to take that woman's property. Now, so this is not a even if we look at it and say, okay, business they filed bankruptcy, but he's not a good man.
Period.
He's a pedo. He admitted he was a pedo. Shot people wanted to see pictures. And on that van, on that big bus van, whatever that thing was, right? When he with that hot mic, he is the one who told everybody that he grabbed them by the pussy. Now, I don't know if y'all remember, but he was talking about little girls. He was
Yep.
talking about young
Fact,
women. He said
fact.
that he would go back there and look at them and they would listen because he controlled this pageant.
Oh, you talking about on the Howard Stern show where he was talking about how he would go backstage because he owned the pad. Another thing I
Yeah.
think people really skip, which I think is weird, this man literally said out his mouth, like running for president, yo, if my daughter wasn't my daughter,
I'll date
that'd
her.
be my girlfriend. Yeah, that's weird, bro.
Right.
And she was underage. This is weird.
Underage. Yeah. And am I still here?
Yeah, and I don't want to ignore stuff like that. Just say, "Oh, cause this my president, I'm gonna back him." Yo, this guy's a piece of shit before he was ever my president. I'm not going to now change my decision because he's the president. Like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, he's a bad person. He's making bad decisions for us. And all I can say is, in 10 years, bro, America might not have any allies because of Trump alone. He's such an asshole, man. He's just out here like, bro, do you know how insulting that is? Like, what if we just walked up and anybody on this panel walked into another panel member house and was like, hell, y'all like this? Think I'm about to buy this shit and kick y'all out because this a real shithole over here.
Mm.
Like, that's what he's telling people. Like, yeah, Venezuela, y'all deserve y'all country because it's a shithole and I said so. What the hell?
In another country where they've bombing them children and people over there, right? He remember he was talking about putting a casino there. Remember that shit? That shit was crazy. Hubby wanted me to say
Yes,
this. He said
the
that he
Gaza
ruined
Strip.
the whole. Yeah, the Gaza Strip. Hubby said, "Don't forget, Trump ruined a football league. That was the
Oh my
biggest
God, the
thing."
XFL. He is so right. Oh, it was great too, man. Vince McMahon was doing his thing. Trump fuck everything up, bro. It never fails, man. Swear to God.
Mm. HT Ball said Trump provided access to young girls for Epstein through his ownership of the teen pageants and his modeling agency. Yes, he did. Okay. Um, that is crazy. There have been pictures of him with young girls. That's why they would have him out there. Um, and people had been telling on him. Little girls that went to police with their parents, all that shit. I'm shocked when people want to talk about he didn't do that, he didn't do this, show proof, show proof. Misogyny was a big thing back in the day. In the last 15 years, it's not so much of a thing. So people denying, but at one time, it was a great thing to be with little girls or younger women, you know? So I don't know. Somebody came up. Let me see, make sure their name did not doxing himself. Uh Samson, how you doing? You can unmute yourself. Uh hubby said that's two leagues then. I was talking about the USFL in the 80s.
That one too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You right. You right. I forgot about that one. That was the one that had Vince McMahon, right?
Um, you
Yeah.
gotta ask him, babe. Come up,
No, I'm
babe.
about to say if
That's
he hear me though, he can answer in the chat. But nah,
okay.
everything this man touch, it turns into fucking doo doo. Okay, and I'm gonna just be real. Like I said, I hope maybe because I do see a lot of people like what y'all talking. I see everybody up here sounding real sensible, regardless if we get along on other things. I think we have to come to some concessions, like you know how actual diplomacy works. We may disagree on a lot, but we need to get on page with a couple things, and we all need to get on page that we cannot support this shit. I'm just sorry. This man is going to lead to our demise, and if we keep supporting this again, we're just giving the other people who are hating us, whether or not people want to admit it. People don't like America right now. They haven't liked America before because they've always said what about us? We're not very humble. We go around and act like, yeah, we a big bad American, and now we're giving them further reasons to say like, oh, because we clearly doing fucked up shit, but Americans are clearly like, nah, it's in our best interest. Like until that changes, we're putting ourselves in worse position, man.
Now I agree with you. I wasn't there the whole time conversation earlier today. Um, but I firmly am saying that if we're gonna be America first, like he said, and we were supposed to leave everybody alone, right? I remember him saying it. We're gonna focus on America. We're just gonna focus on America. Um, but now, and he was gonna end wars, take us out of wars. Um, and now here we are staring down war, right? Um, because of his actions, he's like a big bully. And I don't think, listen, in Venezuela, I don't care if them people happy or not. They should have took care of their own business, right? Um, I I think if we was gonna do that, he should have got with the UN people and Congress, and they should have made a decision. So it would have been a world, on the world stage, they would have said, okay, we're gonna do this. Give the man a warning that we're gonna come if he don't get out of there. Make sure the people there stands with us and make sure we all stood with him. But Trump don't care. He thinks he is the big bad wolf and he want to do whatever he want to do. And if we can't control somebody like that, he gonna do that with everybody and anybody.
Yeah,
You
and
know
I,
what
I
I'm
think
saying?
people skipping. I think a lot of people skipping that when we went to like because how Ian kept saying like, oh yes, people that's literal American propaganda. Like, cause this we can also show real videos. I'm talking about actual like videos of people on like Venezuela YouTube type shit, right? Where they are
Mm,
marching in the streets talking about return this nigga. Matter of fact, the woman who's in the lead right now, like over Venezuela, even she
mhm.
said like, okay, we've complied and we're gonna work with y'all, but we're asking for the return of him. So like them
Yeah.
people, if we can always show somebody who agree with some bullshit. That I don't think we should take that as like, look at the people celebrating. Okay, it's a group of people. I don't think 50 people on a video is pretty a lot of Venezuela, my nigga. Like
No,
people
I
are
agree
not
with
happy
you.
about this. Yeah,
Hey, Detroit, how you doing?
Hey, Bum, how you doing?
Okay, don't let my husband in the chat. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna have to keep we're gonna act like we don't know each other and that we're not in love. Okay?
I'm gonna keep on the down low.
Okay.
All right.
Anyway, how you been?
I'm all right, just getting off work here.
That's good. What you want to
Yeah.
add? Because I know Sharon, somebody they had mentioned that there's a lot of people who was for what we did. I didn't see it, so I can't speak. But if what KT saying is right, he's saying if it was only 50 people. So what you think? Are the people happy? What have you seen?
Well, I guess my thing is, regardless if the people are happy or not, if let's say it's a 50-50 split, regardless,
Yeah.
their liberties were trampled on by us. And if
Do
we're
I
going to
agree?
be this diplomatic or democratic country that we say we are, we're not supposed to be infringing on other people's liberties, I don't think. Sorry, y'all, I'm driving here. So,
No, I
I don't know. It's I guess the bigger play is always the thing I'm looking for Donald Trump. Like, just like any other slickster or grifter we'd have met in our life. Like the first 2 times, 3 times, whatever. Maybe you so charismatic that, like, okay, maybe hopefully this time you're gonna get it right and everything like that. But once somebody done fucked up enough, then prove it that what you're saying is true. Because every other time that you done told me something, you lied. But the people that want to agree with this just because they don't want to be wrong, that is the weakest shit I can think of on this planet. Is not to admit that you might have been wrong about somebody or something just because you don't want to seem like you weak. And that part is the weakest thing because you learn from your mistakes, right? But you got a
Right.
whole bunch of unlearned people out here that don't want to learn from the mistake of Trump, or they just like to keep on being abused. They like it. They like being subjugated. They like, somebody telling them how they should feel. They like being, they like collective outrage. They like, being irrational. That's what I see. And then some of these same people, and that's why, maybe I was so going so hard yesterday, in Sharon's shows, because like some of these same people that sit up here and defend this stuff will be the same one that like will defend like women's rights or defend like and I'm thinking it's coming from a moral point, but like they'll go in and out of that morality just to be right in a certain situation. So like I
Mhm.
expect Trump to do ignorant stuff. Every time fellow citizens agree with this ignorant shit, it itches my ass. That's what I told Sharon yesterday. It don't sit right with me. I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? I can't sit comfortable with it. You know what I mean? And then, I look at the past lessons. I'm so glad I got grandparents that were born in the 20s. They passed
Mhm.
on now. But I'm so glad I was able to have grandparents that were born back then, parents that were born in the 50s, you know what I mean? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Parents that grew up in Mississippi where like, the thought of voting wasn't even guaranteed to them when they were born. And
Right.
that's just in my household, you know what I'm saying, that I grew up in. I'm so glad I lived with that and grew up with that because I can see that there's a bigger play. And these bigger plays, when you got these politicians that, talk about other people's, man, I don't want to keep going on this. It's funny to me how the hypocrisies here. Trump will say that he want to go or he's doing things in Africa to defend Christians, but he won't defend Christians in Ukraine against persecution from Russians. That's the
Right.
hypocrisy. That's what the part that don't make sense to me. And you got rational people that'll make irrational statements to back up this dumbass shit.
Mhm.
On a little research that I did on the Africa thing, when they did the numbers, they said that the people was being killed in Africa were the Muslims,
Correct. But you
not
can't
the
get you can't get
Christians.
you yeah you can't get the U.S. up to go and fight for Muslims though, right? Oh no, we can't do that. The Muslims are bad Muslims, right? They all want death to America and stuff like that. That's the shit that's pushed to us. And meanwhile, when you go over there to like when you go to Gaza, like there were Christians over there getting bombed too, just like
Mm.
the Muslims that were getting bombed in Gaza too. But nobody talks about that, right? Because nobody's gonna go over there defend some Christians that want to be around some Muslims. Y'all must not be real Christians. It's sickening, man. I'm telling you. And the lower and lower we keep putting this bar, eventually that bar gonna have a noose around it with black folks' necks around it.
Right.
You see the play.
I see the play.
Yeah. He been trying to come at us from the very jump. We just wasn't biting, right? Younger people who see the play, older people, we was telling other people they got to get out in the street and do it themselves. Because as soon
Facts.
as we go out there and march in large numbers, they're gonna claim that it's a riot. They're gonna claim we burning stuff down. You
Mhm.
know,
They gonna
so
send some actors and actually burn something down, then be like, "Look at the whole nation; it's in flames."
yeah, and they proved that during Black Lives Matter, it was cops dressed in all black, covering their face, throwing bricks in windows and setting shit afire.
Correct.
They found that out because the people be like, "What do with their cameras out?" And then that's what Trump during that first term. Uh, People have come up missing, and they still haven't showed up. They
Do
went
you
and picked
remember?
them up.
You
Good.
remember during some of the Black Lives Matter protests? I think it was somewhere in California where up and down this one street, it was pallets of bricks left there, and they had no idea where these pallets of
Yep.
bricks came from.
Yep.
Yep. And then
Right?
they tried to say Antifa left them. This when the whole Antifa thing came. When they start saying, "Well, Antifa's helping Black Lives Matter and George Soros," all that bullshit.
Right.
Right. The hypocrisy. Once again, you'll sit here and talk about Antifa, even though by definition, anti-fascist means that you're against fascism, right? And
Right.
Antifa doesn't have an actual headquarters. They'll make all this big beef like that or whatever, but then pardon 1,600 people that some of them were part of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys and all these other white supremacist groups and stuff like that, Patriot Front and all that stuff. They'll like pardon all of them though. The
I
hypocrisy
remember
was
that
used.
those was Antifa out there. Remember, in the beginning, they was like, those are Antifa people, and then they
Mm-hmm.
claimed they was also the CIA and the FBI. Remember?
Yeah, in the
Mm-hmm.
crowd to stir
Mm-hmm.
things up.
Right.
Them same dumb fucks will be the ones that are actually that have never seen the Capitol. Even if you've never been to Washington, you got to know the building's got two sides. And these are the same
Hmm.
motherfuckers that'll look at the videos and see where one side of the building people were going in peacefully, if you want to say that, and on the other side was a complete anarchist riot going on. And they'll sit up here and talk about it, but you can tell. Man, I can tell by what somebody presents to me what they watch and what that digest. I can tell if somebody's watching Newsmax, Fox News,
Right.
Truth Social. I can tell because it sounds retarded, and I hate
Yeah, I
using
was
that
on a
R word.
panel. Yeah, I was in a on a panel around that time, and it was some black people at that. They wasn't even in this country though, right? Because they want to get involved, and it was like, no, they let them in. I said, what are you talking about? They broke it. No, they let them. They let them in. So I played the video, and apparently they had never seen that video where they
Yeah,
broke down the window, to get in. And they even acted like the police wasn't harmed at all, that he harmed himself.
correct.
Ain't
And
this
if you
something?
talk to any
It's
police
January
that
6th today.
see,
Mm-mm.
and if you talk to any police or anybody who has to deal with riot situations, right? Once that riot gets going, they are not going to stand in the way of people trying to get in and stuff like that. That's why, even that one dude who led the rioters away from the main chamber. That's why it was
Right,
brave what he did or whatever, because he didn't start. He used like what he knew about how crowds can be antagonized. He used that to deter the crowd away from the chamber. But
right,
when that riot's going on, yeah, nobody's gonna start boarding up doors and stuff like that on another end once people are already entering, because you are then putting yourself in danger, and your life is the most precious asset at that point. This property, can be saved. Plus, the rest of the chamber like had its security and had its lockdown procedure, so they were doing the best they could do on their end. But
right.
this is that simple-minded as this is the type of followers that Trump needs. Some simple-minded ass motherfuckers that's more simple-minded than his dumb ass. That's what they need. That's what MAGA
Yeah.
is. That's why I be going so hard on MAGA. I'm sorry if I'm hurting
You
people's
know what
feelings that
pissed
voted
me
for
off
Trump.
though? Mm.
What's that?
What pissed me off is that if them people had looked like they were black and brown, they wouldn't have got nowhere near close to that door,
It'd
right?
have been
Mm-mm.
the
They
largest
would have
lynching
been
we ever saw in
shooting,
our lives.
huh?
Hmm.
It'd have been the biggest lynching in history. They'd have
That's
shot
right.
every
We
one
would
of
have
them
saw
niggas
them
out.
shooting. They would have been shooting. It would have been gas. We know this because Black Lives Matter, even on a regular street where they just marching, decided to use rubber bullets. People that lost lives in DC when Trump wanted to do that photo op, and he had them gas just so he could go across and do a photo op with the Bible upside down.
Who's
Upside
the
down.
what's the dude's name in Minnesota?
Wait, you leaving, KT?
Rittenhouse. Huh? Oh, sorry.
Well, no, KT was Texas. You gone, KT?
Oh no, I thought that was I thought Miss Keyshawn said she was about to leave. I was just saying
Oh,
nice
you
to
leaving,
meet you.
Kishon? You she stopped talking on us. I hope you could cut in anytime you want if you're still up here. But would you somebody asked the question. Detroit?
Yeah, I was about to say Rittenhouse was the kid in Minnesota and everything. I actually had somebody ask me why I was so upset about Kyle Rittenhouse and what he did when he didn't kill no black people.
Oh,
And
that's crazy.
that's the heathenistic kind of, that's the heathenistic thing. So the only lives that black people care about is black folks. No, we have cared for every life on this planet since its inception. Because it all
Right.
comes from us anyway, and we all know there's a bigger play that race is only a construct in imperialist countries. So no, it saddens me when anybody dies. It does. But they don't feel that way. They can justify death if it benefits them financially or even rhetorically. And that's what's going on down here. Them 80 some Venezuelan soldiers and civilians that died to go get Maduro, right? Them lives are on our hands. For what?
Yeah. Not only that, but him bombing boats that they claim. Now, I haven't seen what, because yet today when I found out, and that's only through Sharon them, they claim that there's something where they show cocaine, and I'm wondering how they show cocaine. Them people
No.
blew that shit, up, and then they fired again when they saw a life. Some people still living. I think a person or two was still living. They
Yeah.
say in them. So if they blew up the boat, blew up the man, the people, then how did they have some successful rates of cocaine?
Right.
Well, if I can, like this, why I be pointing out and why we've been getting into it lately, me and Sharon on his show, because I be understanding in that moment, and I kind of pointed that out. Sometimes when we'll be saying something, he'll throw something in that ain't actually answering the question, but it'd be something similar. So what he was talking about was when they got Maduro. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Then they found some drugs. But they didn't find no,
Oh,
they still haven't presented any drugs from like the boats that they wrecked. No, they still haven't, and they're not. What he was saying is that they found $69 million or something like that worth of drugs, cocaine. I don't know if I can say that word up here or whatever,
oh,
but
okay. Yeah, you can
the
say
blow.
cocaine. Okay, whatever.
Okay. But yeah, they found like 69 million worth of that, and that's why he was saying that's why we should have got them. You know what I'm saying?
Hell
Because that's
no.
the evidence.
Yeah, they can make their drugs in their country and they could sell them wherever they sell them. If they was coming into our country, then yeah, you arrest them, put them on trial,
Mhm.
right? For coming into our country with drugs. But we can't tell them people not to create their drugs or do what they want in their
No,
countries.
for
And
sure. And I do got to
and
say, that's why I don't really, I listen, I don't care about nobody making drugs. America, we make our own drugs. I just don't like these disingenuous arguments. Like when
Mhm.
people keep bringing up like fentanyl, that shit come from China, bro. Like
Right.
statistically and factually. So I'm saying, why are we bullying Venezuela when we can really point out Russia and China are our main enemies? I'm not saying let's do it, but I'm saying let's stop pussyfooting here. If we're really like that and we're saying America's the best country and nobody can beat us, but we're saying we're scared to let this happen because with Venezuela because of China and Russia, why the fuck are we still allowing them to exist? Why are we trying to point the finger at, you know, Nicaragua or some bullshit?
allow me
Because
to
they
ask
smaller
this.
countries.
And
They smaller
every time,
countries and they're
oh,
easier
go ahead,
to
brother. I'll go after you.
manipulate
Go ahead,
and
brother.
people I know because if I guarantee one thing, Pan, you will not be able to go tonight
Peace.
without saying booty clap.
Yeah.
It's your favorite term. It's your favorite term. I ain't gonna say it's your favorite activity. That's disrespectful. But it's your favorite term. You go ahead. I got
Wait,
enough heat.
Yes,
wait,
and
before
you'll
you go,
notice.
wait, I'm gonna give you a chance. I
All
just
right.
want to say, KT, um, you gotta lighten up a little more because some I crack jokes on you and everything, but lighten up. Not over here. You're doing great over here, but when you're over there, because we do be cracking jokes on you.
No, I
Crack a
know.
joke,
I
No,
man,
know.
allow me
and
to
Now listen,
before
we get mixed up over there.
peace.
Now hold up, Pan, before you say that. I'm
God
gonna say
damn
this
it.
honestly.
All right, go ahead.
I
Make
only
your
be
point.
getting fucked up over there because, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. It frustrates me to see people be manipulated in front. For me, that's personally, and like I just pointed out, Sharana bring up some things sometimes that's similar to the subject, but not actually what we're talking about. And he says it so fast it confuses a lot of people. I be seeing that. That really do
All right.
frustrate me because
All
I'm
right.
like, all right, whatever.
You made your point, bro. You made your
don't let it
point.
It's a
frustrate you,
debate
baby.
tactic.
And
It
you'll
is.
notice that as soon as I get on the panel, the brother Detroit Coalition mentions booty clapping because that's what he's been doing the whole time he's been up here.
Ah, look
The
at he ain't
question
take you but
is,
15
the
seconds,
question
dog.
is, with all due
Oh
respect,
God.
the question is, with all due respect, You all already admitted that Venezuela conspired with the U.S. government to flood fentanyl and cocaine into the U.S.
Who admitted
Why?
that?
Nobody admitted that. That's why you get
Okay, so
interrupted because
All
so
right,
he
now
so just
say
you
so I'm clear.
things.
yep. So now
Hold on. So just
you're
so I'm clear.
lying coming
Hold
in
on,
or
don't. But let's not have
misunderstood.
ADHD though. Let's not have ADHD.
Say something
Is it
factual.
not documented? Is it not documented that Venezuela has shipped fentanyl and cocaine in conspiracy with the U.S. government into the U.S.? That's not documented.
No.
Conspiring with the
Cocaine,
U.S. government to do it?
cocaine,
No.
yes.
Yes.
And you
Okay,
want
so
to because
cocaine.
it's no fentanyl.
Okay,
It's
so let's
no
not get.
fentanyl.
Hold on, brother. Okay, so you admit that Venezuela conspired with the U.S. government to flood cocaine into the U.S. The
You mean
question
people
is,
in
why
Venezuela, or
do
you
you?
mean the whole
Can I complete my
Venezuela?
sentence? Hold on, everybody get to complete their sentence except for me. The question is, since you acknowledge that Venezuela conspired with the U.S. government to flood the U.S. with cocaine, why are you crying about them experiencing that karma? Anyone can answer.
We're not supposed to issue our karma. That's not how karma works.
God
Oh
issued
my
out
gosh.
karma. So the question is, now that
So
Venezuela
you
is
so
experiencing
you
that
think that
karma,
Trump's
why
God?
are you crying for them?
So you think Trump's God?
That's a that's a deflection. I say
It's not a
nothing about
deflection. It's
Trump.
using your words.
Yeah, my words are is
God is
Venezuela is
what you just
experiencing
say about, huh?
exactly. I never mentioned Trump not once.
No, it's okay.
Okay, so
Trump
back
is
to
the one
the
who went to
focal
Venezuela. You
point,
keep bringing
brother.
up Venezuela without bringing up who
Exactly,
went
because
into Venezuela.
Venezuela is a
Who
country
went
y'all
into
crying about.
Venezuela? Like who went into
Venezuela
Venezuela?
is the country that
Who
y'all crying
authorized it?
about,
Who
brother.
authorized
Let's
it?
talk one at a time, brother. Did
I'm
you forget the
talking one at a
question?
time. You go one, I go two. Who
Uh huh.
authorized us going into Venezuela?
All right. Did you hear my question?
I did.
Okay, so what's the response?
Right.
Venezuela is
I'm
experiencing their karma for flooding the U.S. with cocaine. Why are
and
you
that's what
crying
you
about
think
it?
that military action is supposed to do.
That's exactly what it is. Yes.
And this is
You
the
can
and
outrun.
this is that
You can never
retarded shit I
outrun
was
karma.
talking about with y'all. This is
Exactly.
it.
Okay.
So,
This is it.
brother,
This dude
but
older than
instead
me.
of
I can tell by his
deflecting,
voice. This dude older than me. Dumb as fuck.
actually, how old are you, brother? Because you look
He
older
I'm
than
is.
me.
45.
Respectfully, brother, you look older than me, and you are older than me. I'm in my 30s. Respectfully. So
Oh, this so you don't know as much as your
outside
voice
of the
spirit is.
deflections, brother. Outside of
What
the
deflection?
deflections, the
No, because
question
you're
is,
asking this question
all
based
right,
on
go ahead.
ideology. You're
I
basically
said nothing
asking
about
me
ideology.
ideology. You
The
don't
point
have to
is,
say it.
you
It's
already
implied in what you're
conceded.
asking.
All right, well, you make your point first, and I'll go next. Go ahead.
Right. So as far as if 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 there's evidence and you can link all this stuff together legally, since we have legal apparatus for all these crimes that happen on this planet, and legally you go through all the apparatus that we have to get Maduro out of there, it would be hard for me to disagree with that because you went through all these channels. You must feel confident about what you have to go ahead and go and present this case to whoever you need to present it to remove a sitting head of state, which is against Article 51, I think, of the UN Charter. So you must have enough evidence to do that. If you do, you would probably present that before you even go down here and get Maduro. If you don't, and anybody is caping for that, then it's not them standing on any kind of either moral or legal bounds. It's not. You're standing on ideology. You just believe that whatever is done by this administration, maybe that you voted for, is okay, and you'll cape for it. And that is booty clapping at its finest. But you'll say everybody else is. The next thing you're gonna call me a Democrat. You know what I'm saying? You
And
know what I'm saying?
actually, I said
And not
nothing
knowing that
about
I'm
your.
independent,
Oh, go ahead, make your
you know what
point.
I'm saying? Yeah, not knowing that I'm independent and I can see
Yeah, I
through
said
all the
nothing
bullshit
about
from
your
both
party
sides.
affiliation, brother. I
That's
said
okay,
nothing
I'll
about,
tell you. It's all right.
and that's my
And then
I
he
point.
just
You
gonna
don't
I
have
mention
to.
seen you
then he
coming from
gonna
far
mention
away.
that black
You
women are
might not have
killing
Let's
seen me,
not have
babies.
brother.
ADHD, brother.
You might not have
I
seen me,
said
brother. I
nothing
just seen you
about
from
your
far
party
away.
affiliation, brother. I'm asking a simple question.
Mm-hmm.
I said nothing about your party affiliation. The point is,
Mm-hmm.
Venezuela flooded your community with fentanyl and coke that
Where's
killed
the
your
proof?
people, and you're
Where's the proof?
twerking for them. And you're
Where's the proof?
twerking for them. And you
Once
notice I did
again,
not interrupt you, right?
where's the proof?
Hold on. You
Well,
notice I
no,
did not
Where's the
interrupt you,
Is
right?
proof?
there a lot of black people on
Oh,
fentanyl?
so
I
you're
don't know. I'm asking
delusional.
for real. Is black
Hold on,
people
one
on
mic at
no,
a
fentanyl?
time. I get that you're
So,
no.
delusional,
so,
Oh, okay,
but
because he
so
been
the
saying
actions
you
that
of
go
shit.
after.
the actions
I'm
of
sorry.
Train J Aragua are documented. You're delusional because you want to
Right.
twerk for them.
Right.
Exactly.
And when
Tren
our
de
hold on, let me
Aragua
tell
is
you
from
this. See, and
Venezuela.
this
True or
that
false?
that's that
Tren de
closeted shit I be
Aragua
telling
is
y'all
from
about.
Venezuela. Yes or
Listen,
no?
how about this? How about our U.S.
Tren de
intelligence said
Aragua
just
is
like
from Venezuela. Yes or
how
no?
about our no? They started in
Tren
U
de
in
Aragua
Venice.
is from Venezuela. Yes or
They
no?
started in Venezuelan prisons and then
Checkmate.
spread through Latin
Okay, and they
America.
flooded
It's
you
not a
with fentanyl
checkmate
and coke.
because hold on,
They
you're
flooded
saying
you
that
with
Maduro is
fentanyl and
linked to
coke.
Trinidad. So you're
They
saying Maduro
flooded
is
you with
linked to
fentanyl
Trinidad
and coke, and
Aragua,
you're twerking
which
for
our
them,
U.S.
brother.
intelligence already said last
Exactly.
year
So now
that
they're
Maduro is
so
not
that means
linked
they
to
laid down with
Trinidad
fleas.
Aragua. Our
They laid
U.S.
down with dogs and
intelligence
they got
said
fleas.
last year that, and this is the back of the class shit.
That means they
Yo,
laid down with
dumbass.
dogs and got
That
fleas.
means that
Checkmate.
the U.S.
They laid
intelligence.
down with dogs and got fleas.
That means the
Checkmate.
U.S. intel.
They laid
Brother,
down with dogs
if
and
you
got
don't shut
fleas.
your ass up,
They
you
laid
don't
down
want
with
my
dogs and
ADHD and you
got
keep repeating
fleas,
the same
brother.
thing like a
They
scratched up
laid
record.
down with dogs
You
and
keep
got
saying the
fleas,
same thing
brother.
like a scratched up
So
record.
stop twerking for them,
Dumbass.
brother.
Some mulatto ass
Stop
dude,
twerking for them,
right?
brother.
That wish he was a
They
sand
laid
nigga,
down with dogs and
right?
got fleas.
That
And
came
you're
up with some
twerking for them.
bullshit ass name like Pan
They laid down
Mulattoism,
with
like it's actual some kind of movement. I can keep going on your ass. You know what I'm saying? You want to talk about it? The U.S. intelligence last year admitted that Trinidad Aragua and Maduro have no links. But you'll sit up here and cape for
they laid
something that
down
don't
with
even
dogs and got
exist.
fleas, brother. Why
Once
you
again,
mad
you'll
about it?
cape for some shit just like you are with
They
Trump.
laid down with dogs
You
and got
laid
fleas,
down with
brother.
a dog, and now you got
But why are
fleas
you
all in
twerking
that
for
booty
them?
clap that you be talking about.
But why are
You
you
got Trump,
twerking for
you
them?
got orange, you got
I just want
orange
to mute
But
your
why
stuff
are
mic.
you
in your
I
twerking for
said
booty.
the
them,
same
brother?
That's what
thing.
you got. That's
Yeah,
what
I
you
about to
got.
say you gotta
They
get
laid
something
down with
new.
dogs and got fleas, brother. Stop
That's what
twerking
you
for them.
got. You got orange
All
dust
right, but one
on
mic at
your
a time.
knees right now. You on your knees and got orange around your face right now. Because you've been gobbling up this Trump shit. Just throating it.
Uh,
That's what you love to do.
All right, now that you got that out the way, the question is: you acknowledge that Trinidad and Wagwa sold
Once
fentanyl,
again,
and
did you hear what I said about the US intelligence?
I'll go over. That means
Did
they
you hear
laid
what I
down
said about the
and
US
got fleas.
intelligence?
I'm
You'll
responding to
ignore
it
that, but
directly.
you do this is what you
I'm
do all the
responding.
time. You'll
I'm
ignore
responding to it
answers when
directly.
somebody actually gives you the right answer
You
and
go
you'll
first.
keep
I go
going back
second. Go
into
ahead,
what
brother.
you be saying all over again. I've seen you on here for a month and a half now. Every time you pop on here, you'll say something, think you made a point, say some checkmate shit, really ain't said shit, and never respond to when somebody critiques your response. So once again, Trinidad Aragua, according to our US intelligence, had no ties to Maduro as of last year, as of when Trump was in office last year. But why are you caping for that?
Yes, and now watch how brief my response is. You conceded that Trinidad Aragua was from Venezuela. Checkmate. The point is,
This
Venezuela
nigga
laid
stupid as
down with
hell, man.
dogs.
And Trump is
Yeah, I'm
Venezuela
about
from
to
New
say
laid
York.
you
down with
ain't
And
dogs.
never
Trump is
played a
from New
game
York,
of
You see, I
right?
did
chess.
not interrupt you, right?
And this
Because I'm not
motherfucker playing
afraid of what you
checkers
have to
and
say.
shit. He playing marbles and shit. Think he done checkmated me and shit.
Yes, brother.
Trinidad
You're triggered
Aragua.
because you're triggered by the
Trinidad
truth.
Aragua, as far as
Exactly.
the country of origin. So now you're
Uh
gonna
huh.
say that because of the country of origin, that everything Venezuelan is Trinidad Aragua? Is that what you're saying?
It being what I'm saying is
Is everything from
Venezuela.
Venezuela Trinidad Aragua?
I'm trying to answer your question, brother.
Is answer
Their
that. Is
country
Trent
of
is
origin is
everything
being
from
held
Venezuela Trinidad
accountable.
Aragua,
Yes.
according to your knowledge, according
Uh
to
huh.
your understanding, because Trinidad Aragua came from Venezuela, everything in Venezuela is Trinidad Aragua.
When did I say that?
That's what you're
Checkmate.
implying.
No, what
Because you're
I'm
saying
saying
that
is,
because
brother,
you
I'm
said
trying to tell you
checkmate,
what I'm
right?
saying.
Hold on, it's your checkmate. This was your checkmate.
Exactly.
Your
Can I tell
checkmate
you what I'm
was
saying?
that Venezuela is the
Uh
home
huh.
of Trinidad Aragua. That's what you were saying,
Exactly.
right? Right, that's your checkmate.
Precisely.
But then when our U.S.
Yes.
intelligence said that there's no link between Maduro and the Trinidad Aragua
I didn't
gang,
say
and
anything
that the
about
Trinidad
Maduro.
Aragua gang, hold on, let
I
me
said
finish with the
nothing
facts
about
here.
Maduro,
And the
brother.
Trent, you bringing up Trinidad Aragua
Uh
when they
huh.
had nothing to do
And
with
they
this
came from
raid.
Venezuela,
They had
correct?
nothing to do with this raid. So
And
why
they
the
came
fuck are you
from
bringing them up?
Venezuela, correct?
Because you think that everything
They
Venezuela is
came
Trinidad
from
Aragua.
Venezuela, correct?
That's the
Checkmate.
retarded shit. That's
They
the
came from
retarded shit.
Venezuela, right?
Your checkmates are remedial as fuck. You over there
All right,
playing
and
paper
you take
checkers.
another 20 seconds. I go next because I'm not threatened by
he said
anything you had
paper
to say.
checkers.
I'm not playing with
Yeah,
your ass at
let
all,
him go.
dog. I
Let him
don't give
go.
liars no. See, that's the one thing I'm gonna tell y'all, and maybe that's something I gotta learn about being online here. If you lying and on some dumbass shit, you don't get no seconds with me. I'm not the moderator, so at any point, bomb can can mute me at any time. But if you on here lying, then you are a part of a conversation. You are spreading rhetoric, and as a defensive black man, yeah, I'm gonna fight against that dumbass shit. So you can keep on thinking we gonna do this back and forth shit. It ain't with me. I've seen your play. Once again, I've seen your play. So that dumbass shit ain't gonna work with me. So don't, if you want to come in here and actually talk about real points, then I have no problem having that conversation. And people online will let you know that because of how I get down in other panels. But I don't give a fuck about your time or nothing like that if you in here lying to us. Now, do you want to stop lying and have a conversation?
You don't
And
like
watch how brief my
conversations.
response is. You already conceded that Train de Aragua is from
So you don't
Venezuela.
want to have a conversation.
That's
And
why
it's that
Venezuela
dumbass
is
shit. Because
invaded,
you can't go
and
no
that's why
deeper
I've
than
been
that.
bombed.
You can
Stop
go no
twerking
deeper
for
than
them.
that. That's okay. You
Stop
can't go no
twerking.
deeper than that.
Stop
There
twerking for
you go. There
Venezuela,
you
brother.
go. You can't go no deeper than that.
Stop
I
booty clapping for
understand.
Venezuela.
I
Get that dick out
understand.
your mouth.
Booty clapping is
Oh,
only
Respectfully.
on the gay man's
he
mind.
couldn't
Wipe your
help it.
mouth
He
for
had
it.
to get
Couldn't
the
help that
booty
shit.
clap.
Booty clapping is only on the gay man's
Wipe your
mind.
mouth,
So
brother.
that's why
Wipe
I'm
your
saying,
mouth.
yeah, I know.
Wipe
I
your
know.
mouth off,
I
brother.
know. Hey, they got knee pads for you, bro. Trump
Wipe
got
your mouth off,
they
brother.
got
Wipe
MAGA
your
knee
mouth
pads
off.
for you. Go look in that Trump
Wipe your mouth off, brother.
in that
Dust
Trump
your
gift
knees off,
closet
brother.
and shit like that.
Dust your
That's what you
knees off.
need, huh?
Dust your
Yeah,
knees
you
off,
need that
brother. Respectfully.
powdery dust, that Cheeto
But
dust.
that's
Why you
actually
got
the point
Cheeto
right
dust
there,
on
and
your
you
lips,
conceded
motherfucker?
it.
Because you've been
And
sucking orange diesels.
you're
Yeah,
panicking right
exactly.
now, brother. You're
Huh? No.
panicking.
Do you want to have
Because
a
you're cooked right
conversation
now.
or do you want to stick on that one
The
point? Your checkmate,
Tren de
you thought
Aragua
you had a
is
checkmate, right?
Venezuelan.
You thought you had a
Checkmate.
checkmate.
That's
See,
checkmate.
that's that
That's
retarded
why you're
shit. You
panicking.
want to be on that retarded shit, right? You don't want to
That's
have
why
a
you're panicking.
conversation. You thought you were gonna come and have a
I'll give you
point,
another 50
right?
seconds. Good.
I gave you, bro. You gonna give me this? I tell you what, I'll mute for you if you say something real.
I guess you're forfeiting the rest of your time. Watch how brief my
You gonna say
response
something
is.
real?
You already conceded the fact
You
that
gonna say
Tren de
something real?
Aragua is from
Brother, you
Venezuela.
maybe can speak for other
Take
brothers
that
that be
dick out your
conceding their
mouth, brother.
booties
Stop
to
twerking for
you or
them.
whatever, you know what I'm
This is
saying? But
why
I'm not a
Venezuela got
concession
a.
kind of guy.
This is
I'm
why
not
the U.S.
conceding shit.
invaded
Say
Venezuela,
something
brother.
real. Why is that? Because of ignorant motherfuckers like you?
Venezuela was
Exactly.
invaded
That's what they
because
needed.
they
They
laid
needed
down
enough
with
ignorant
dogs and
ass
got
niggas to
fleas.
vote for this shit to go cape for Trump because he knew his shit didn't make no damn
But
sense.
how long
That's
you
why on
gonna
an
cry for
international
Venezuela,
level,
brother?
I'm not crying for Venezuela. I'm crying
All right,
for
then shut your bitch ass
democratic
up then for
norms.
a second.
Oh,
Shut your
now,
bitch ass up
Anyway,
for
there
a
we go.
second.
He done got tough and tough
Respectfully.
now and shit like that. You still puss made.
All right, brother.
Puss
The
mulatto.
point
Yeah,
is, the
exactly, right?
point is, you're on your knees for
Who got triggered
Venezuela.
now? Who got
I'm
triggered
not
now?
triggered at all, brother.
Oh,
Venezuela got their dick in your
oh,
mouth, and you
oh,
are proud of it. Respectfully.
oh, oh,
okay, anyway, we're gonna continue
oh,
our conversation.
Yes, let's
oh.
have a
Real,
respectful conversation.
yeah, yeah, respectful conversation. But
Yes,
like
ma'am.
your answers, you just saying Venezuela. You're mentioning the fentanyl coming from over there. Where's your proof of that? You got proof of that?
Exactly, and I'm glad you said that. It's already documented that Tren
Where?
de Aragua, which is a Venezuelan organization, has shipped tons of fentanyl and cocaine into the U.S.
How many
Okay,
tons?
can you give me a link to that?
Yes, just type it in Chat GBT, respectfully. Even if it was 1 ton, that's one
What,
ton
You're
of
what's his
right.
name
fentanyl.
again?
What was it 400 tons? What if it was 400? How about that? How'd you feel
Then
about
that's
400
the
tons of cocaine?
then that's the reason that the U.S. invaded Venezuela,
Right.
respectfully.
But actually, that
Well,
400 tons that I just brought up was actually the amount that the drug kingpin out of Honduras that Trump just
Hmm.
pardoned. That's how much he
So we need to
actually
invade
was
Honduras
trafficking.
next. Yeah,
We
so we
had
and
him
need
in
to
custody. No,
invade
no, no.
Honduras
It wasn't
next.
Honduras. It was that guy. We had him in custody.
That's
He
my
was serving
point.
his time and we pardoned
Uh
him.
huh.
So you're the
And
same
I
guy
just
that pardoned him for drugs
uh-huh.
told you they went to Venezuela for drugs.
And I never voted for Trump,
Hypocrisy.
just for the
The
record. No, I never
but
hypocrisy.
voted for
explain
Trump
that.
for the record.
No, no, no. Fuck that. You
Checkmate.
own it
I
now. I
never
don't
voted
care
for
if you
Trump.
did or not.
Checkmate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Just
okay.
for
but
the
I'm
record.
But
asking
then why is his
Trump.
dick
Yes, ma'am.
all
Let,
up
let
in
me
your
let me
guts?
talk to the host because you're cooked. Let me talk to the
Shit.
host because you're
Why
cooked.
right, exactly. Yeah, why is
Yeah.
his dick
So
in your
take
guts?
Venezuela's
That was the
dick out your
last
mouth,
one. Yeah,
respectfully.
his dick is in your guts
Yeah,
though,
take
and you ain't
Venezuela's
vote
dick
for
out
him.
your mouth, respectfully.
Yeah, okay.
And the point is this, Bomb Trey, and I got respect for you as a host of the panel. No one can outrun, pardon me, no one can outrun their karma. So when Venezuela laid down with dogs, such as the US government, and they flooded the US with cocaine and fentanyl, they got fleas. And the fleas were manifested by the US invading Venezuela. It's a beautiful thing. Karma is always a
It
beautiful
don't make
sight.
that don't make sense. You saying that they conspired with the dog, and the dog is
Yes,
bad, the
yes,
fleas are bad,
exactly.
and that was their karma.
For sure.
Anyway, that makes sense. Anyway, like I
Yeah,
said,
that's crazy.
ask
That
you,
makes
what
perfect
about
sense.
Honduras?
And
Them,
Yeah, give
sometimes
it
we
them,
don't
as
we
mine.
understand God.
caught
The
somebody.
Lord works in mysterious
We caught
ways.
somebody in the act, and then he
Uh huh.
pardoned him. He wouldn't even make him do his time. What do you say to that?
Well, I just told you I don't agree with
Do
everything
he
Trump
get his
does.
flea? Do he get his karma? Why he don't get
I
his
say
karma?
let me answer that. We need to invade Honduras as well and make that a U.S. territory,
Or
and
do we need to
Mexico
invade
and
China?
Colombia. And
China sends the most fentanyl to America every year. Do we need to invade them?
if we're capable of doing it, definitely, I would support
Oh
that
no,
Oh, we
wholeheartedly.
that's
got
what
to
I'm
be
saying.
capable.
Yeah,
Why
why you
won't you
gotta ask
support
if we
that?
capable to do?
Hold
No,
on,
I'm asking why
and you
you
have
gotta
to
ask
answer
if we
that.
capable of that.
That's my point.
Why are
You
you
have to
asking if
admit.
we capable? Because I see you
Can
okay
I
with
answer your
taking
question?
advantage of people that you
Yeah,
know we can
let me
take
answer your
advantage
let
of.
me answer your question, brother. Let's
Hmm.
actually have a dialogue. Now, you asked me
Mhm.
a direct question, and I answered it directly. I would support the U.S. government invading China if we are capable. I answered your question directly. So my question is, why aren't you capable of criticizing
Wait,
Venezuela for
wouldn't us
conspiring
going
with the
to
U.S.
China?
government to flood us
Wouldn't
I
with
we go to
said
fentanyl and
that.
China?
cocaine? Don't
Well,
let them
if
run
we
from
go
that.
to
Don't let them run
China,
from that.
if we go to
Don't let him
China
run from
without
that.
being capable, wouldn't that be our
All right.
karma? Wouldn't that be our karma? We
Let me
should be
respond
just
to
doing
that.
it.
If I'm trying to respond to you directly. Now, watch this. I'll answer all your questions. I bet y'all run for mine. Now, you said
No,
if we go
I
from the
answered
clone.
yours.
All right, so what's
Everybody
your answer,
answering your
brother?
question.
No, hold on. Let Casey to go answer. What's the answer to that? Why won't you criticize Venezuela for conspiring with the U.S. government to flood our communities with cocaine and fentanyl?
I literally said I agree that they should definitely be in trouble, but it don't make sense to say you even admitting we conspire with them, but only they get in trouble, and
Hold
then
on,
you
you just said
saying
it.
that's karma. How crazy do you sound?
Now,
If
Casey,
it's
let's
karma,
actually have a
that means we should be going down with them, right?
now,
So
Casey,
I'm
let's
not
actually
for
have a dialogue.
halfway improper karma.
Exactly. So brother, let's not talk over each other. I'm trying to respond to you. Let's have a dialogue. Now, you just said they should be in trouble. This is the trouble
Mhm.
that they are in. They are invaded by the U.S. government.
No, I said
Now,
so. Stop. Like you said, we having dialogue. So don't cut off the
exactly.
thing
Go
that
ahead.
I said. I'm not for halfway karma. If you talking about let's have karma,
Exactly.
when you're saying you admitted we're conspiring with
Exactly.
them, we are the higher power. In this case, that means we're the adult and they're the child. Why the fuck are you trying to blame the child?
No, I said we need to hold all parties accountable. That's why it's important for you to allow me to complete the sentence,
But we
brother.
not holding ourselves accountable,
Brother,
and you're
allow me
not
to
even
complete.
holding us accountable.
I'm trying to complete the sentence, brother. You keep cutting me off in the middle of it. Now, when you say co-conspirators, I'm the one that introduced the word co-conspirators. Venezuela co-conspired with the U.S. government. Venezuela is being held accountable by the U.S. government because the U.S. government invaded Venezuela, and like I say, I endorse them turning Venezuela into a U.S. territory. Now, the participants within the U.S. government that conspired with Venezuela, yes, for sure, I definitely endorse prosecuting them to the fullest extent. Really, and if you know any of them, please, present that information to the masses, to the public, so that we can collectively advocate for them to be held accountable.
Well,
Are
we
you
know
willing to
they've been
do that?
bringing in drugs since the '80s.
So
I'm
so
so
name the
confused here.
exactly. So name the names, brother. So name the names.
Like it's
Good sense
government. It's
don't
literally
take that long to
government.
explain.
Yeah, I was
Exactly.
about to
Name the
say.
names, brother.
No,
Name.
it's literal government documents. I don't even
I
have to
agree. So
explain the
name
names.
the
It's
names.
literally open government documents.
So you don't know the
And whether or
names.
not I can say, I don't
You
have
don't
to
know the
know the
names.
name. That's what I'm
Okay. So
saying. You don't
if
even.
you don't know the names,
Besides
mute up,
Maduro,
brother.
you
Now,
can't name a single another nigga in
brother, if you
Venezuela,
don't know the
can you?
names, then mute up,
You
brother.
don't either.
And
No,
So
listen.
what stance are
Can,
you on?
besides
no, let me
Menudo,
respond.
besides Menudo,
Yeah,
Pen,
go
can
ahead.
you name anybody else in Venezuela?
Definitely. When I caught a federal case, I was locked up with Venezuelans that was fighting fentanyl cases, nigga.
No,
In real
nigga, I
life.
said, can you name anybody in
Mm.
Venezuela, like the people that you saying that we conspire
Hold on.
with
Did you
over
not hear what
there?
I just said, brother?
Besides Menudo, who can you
Did you
name?
not hear what I just said?
But you for that, right?
I'm gonna repeat what I said verbatim. When I caught a federal case, I was
We
in
not talking about your
that.
fan case. You
No,
not a
I'm talking
government
about
important, cuz.
brother.
They didn't
Do you have
federally get you because
ADHD,
you had
brother?
work like Venezuela, nigga. Stop lying.
Brother, you're panicking. I'm talking about the Venezuelans
Didn't
that
he
I was
say that
incarcerated with.
the Venezuelans and
Uh
the
huh.
U.S. conspired together? So
Exactly.
where's the U.S. part of the conspiracy?
Did you not hear what I just asked them?
I'm
If
asking
you know
you
the
because you're the one who said that the
exactly, so
U.S. and
allow me to
Venezuela
answer, brother.
conspired.
That's
So
my
where's the
point. If you know
conspiracy? Where's the U.S.
exactly,
that were part of the
that's my
conspiracy?
point, brother. If you know the
You're
names
not
of the
making no
you,
point. I asked a question.
can I
Where
answer
are
your
the
question?
U.S. ones that? Where are the U.S. ones that conspired?
Can I answer that? No, I'm asking you. Can I answer that without you cutting me off? Because I'm trying to have a dialogue with you.
It's not about dialogue.
If
Answer a question.
so, can I answer that question without you cutting me off?
Answer the
If
question.
all right, are you able to have the decorum to listen to the answer?
Answer the question.
Yes. If you know the names of the members of the U.S. government that conspired with Venezuela, say them, and I will advocate for them to be held legally liable. Are you able to do that, brother?
So you don't know.
And the U.S. government? No, I don't know their names.
Then
If I
shut the
did, I
fuck
would
up
say
talking
them.
about a conspiracy
No, but
between
we know the
Venezuela
Venezuelans that did it,
and the
though.
United States.
But we know the
No, you.
Venezuelans that
That's
did
what I'm
it is a
saying. You can't name no
You
Venezuelan
can't.
besides Menudo. I
Actually,
mean,
I
but
can.
yeah, you talking
Elaborate
about
to that
people you
part.
were locked up in the feds with? That's not who
And they
just
were
went down with this
Venezuelans.
shit.
They
But
were
they're not. That's what
Venezuelans.
I'm saying. You such a wild nigga. We're talking about the niggas that
And they were
conspire
Venezuelans.
with the government, bro. None of them
And they were
niggas you talking about. They
Venezuelans.
petty niggas. The fuck
They
you
were
don't. You making a
Venezuelans.
bad correlation.
A part of
You okay?
Trinidad.
My
Okay,
neighbor,
let me
my
read
neighbor's a
this.
Somalian. He's a part of the shit that happened in Minnesota. That's the same shit you're saying. You don't make
Yeah,
sense.
that's what I'm saying. They came
Okay,
from a
he don't
particular
make sense.
country
Here
and
we
they must
go.
be held legally
Trump's
liable.
operation in Venezuela is a stark departure from the Panama case. Venezuela has not declared a state of war with the United States, nor has they perpetrated an armed invasion, right, against the U.S. territory or military facilities. So what he has did is invocated an Alien Enemies Act of 1798, a
Yes.
wartime
Yes.
law. U.S. courts have overwhelmingly rejected, right? So you understand that Trump has committed a crime.
What crime did he commit? Just so I'm clear. I'm not saying he didn't. I'm saying what crime did he commit?
He violated
Uh,
international law by taking the sitting head of a sovereign nation without their consent.
Fuck him.
and no
Why do y'all
reason.
care? That's the
What you
part I
mean,
don't
fuck him?
understand.
It's
Why do
not
This
y'all
is
about
care
why.
about
them.
Venezuela?
This
This
is
Fuck him.
isn't
why.
about
This is
them.
why.
This
I'm
is about
asking
This
why do
is
y'all
why
care
I
law.
be
though?
cutting into your ass before you get
No, I'm
going.
asking
This
why
is
do y'all
exactly
care?
why I cut into your
Look,
ass before you got going,
No,
bro.
no,
Because you was gonna
let
eventually come
KT
back to
respond
this
because I'm
I don't
point.
waiting.
want to mute
It
you
was gonna
again.
come
I
Go
back
don't
ahead.
to
know
this.
why this man
I'll
make me
mute.
mute.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Bob.
Not
Oh,
you.
that's Detroit
I'm talking
talking.
about
All right.
him. But
I'm the only
you
one to get
asked a
muted.
question. No, I didn't
Because
even
you,
mute you. What are you talking about?
All right, so I'm asking, why do y'all give a
No,
fuck about
wait a
these
minute.
Venezuelans? Fuck
I'm
them.
asking. Listen, this isn't
I'll tell
even
you
about
why.
Yeah, let
him.
them
I'm
answer,
sorry,
This
Bob.
is
please.
about
Oh no, Bob. Go ahead. I'm sorry,
us
Bob.
as Americans and him doing illegal shit. He's been doing illegal shit since he's been president. He
All
don't
right,
care
but
what the
why do y'all
Supreme
care that
Court
he did
say.
something that y'all alleged to be illegal to Venezuelans though? Fuck them.
Listen,
Can
You know
listen.
what I
can I?
tell you?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
let one of them answer, please. But
I'll
why
tell you
y'all
real
booty clapping
quick.
for
Yeah.
Venezuelans? Yeah, why you
And you
booty
kept
clapping?
on with this booty clapping shit. Let's think
Yeah,
about it like this. You
why
got
you
anybody
booty
that serves
clapping?
in
Go
the military?
ahead.
You got
Like, why
anybody
are
that
you
serves in the
twerking?
military in your family?
Why are you
You got
twerking? Go
anybody?
ahead.
Do you got anybody that serves in the military in your family?
Definitely,
Anybody that might be around the globe in the military in your family?
for
Trump's
sure.
actions is making it more dangerous for them
If
to
you
be
scared, just say you're
overseas right now.
scared, brother. If you scared,
It
just
ain't
say you're
about scared.
scared, brother.
You don't give a fuck about your
If you
family.
scared, just say
It
you scared,
sounds
Scared
like
for,
it.
brother.
You
I'm
the same
scared for the
motherfucker
young
that just
Americans
If you
around the
scared, just say
globe.
you
you the
I
scared,
am.
same
brother.
motherfucker that
God
went to
damn.
prison because of not being scared,
If
right?
you
But then you got
scared,
in
just say
there
you
and it was
scared,
shook than a
brother.
motherfucker. That's why you came
I
off sounding
mean,
like you sound right now.
I was in general
Sounding
population the whole
like you done
time.
got
Checkmate.
you went to that
I was in
conclave and got
general
your booty hole
population the whole time,
conclaved
brother.
in. That's what you got in.
I
Yep.
was in
They
general
call you the
population the
cave
whole
in
let
boy.
time,
me let
Yep.
me
brother.
let me hop in here
Cave
really
Yeah,
in
quick.
black.
we don't want to hear your
Listen,
gay fantasies. We don't
can
want
Cave
to
let me
hear
in
hop
that.
in
boy.
real quick. Y'all chill.
Go
Let me hop
ahead,
in here
brother.
real quick. Listen, I just want to point out I'm worried and I'm gonna defend them in the same way you booty clapping for USA because again this will be in our detriment in my opinion. If this man can break international law and nobody stops him, not even his own people, what things saves what makes you think we're safe as American citizens, especially black ones, when they've already shown they don't have life force, they're erasing our history. I don't know why you think that this leads to goodness for us.
Yeah,
So
let me
maybe I should
respond to them.
ask you that.
Cause he
Why
ain't
do you
black.
think? What do you think?
Let me respond to the
I
brother,
can agree.
please.
He ain't black.
And now, KT to
Motherfucker
go.
ain't
I'm gonna ask you a
black.
simple question.
He
When
mulatto.
exactly, I'm not black. When in our
Exactly.
history,
So
when in
So
our history were we not under attack by the
you
U.S.
have a drop
government?
of concern while we full blooded. Go
But
ahead.
let KT the GOAT respond. When has Black Americans not been under attack by the U.S. government? Checkmate. When has
Just
the
what?
Checkmate.
Oh my
answer me?
God.
Checkmate.
Let him answer
Yeah, that's
me.
what I'm saying.
Motherfucker.
That's really
When
not a.
has Black
That's the
America not been under
craziest
attack by the
illusion.
U.S. government?
We've all that. Listen, let me ask you a
Let him answer
question.
that.
And let me know my answer first.
Uh
Okay,
huh.
we've never not been under attack.
Okay, so are you saying that we the only people that's supposed to get cooked? Let everybody else get cooked too. Fuck them.
See, now this is the checkmate because
Yep.
you're just saying some
Yeah, that's
idiot
checkmate
shit,
right
my
there.
nigga.
Let everybody
No,
Yep.
else
You got
get
this
cooked.
I'm
fucking
saying
girl
you
dress
really
on. Just
Let him
fuck her.
checkmate.
answer
Yeah,
that.
Fuck
Let him answer that.
because
Let him answer
no,
that.
I'm saying
Let his
you got
brain
the
work that
checkmate
out.
right here because we about to show
Yeah,
first of all how you
let his brain
twerking.
work that out.
Because
Now,
now you're saying
KT,
that it's nothing to
yeah,
work
go ahead.
through, bro. You say such light shit. I swear to God, it don't take
All right,
no
but make
thought
the point
process
though.
to
Make your
answer
point.
anything you
Make
say.
your point.
Yeah,
But
okay.
respond
So
though.
the twerking fact is you saying, oh, we
Uh huh.
got fucked up, so why don't they? What does that do for our benefit, you
Yeah, I'm
goofy ass
asking you.
nigga?
That's what I'm asking you.
Because I
If
actually
we
know
could
I've
get,
been asked
I'm
you first.
asking you, brother.
What do
If
you
we
why
could,
do you think this
I'm
would be
asking
to
you a
our
question.
benefit? You didn't answer
KT
it.
to
You
go.
asked me
Hear
a
me out,
question
brother.
and I
KT to
answered
go.
that. So please answer the
Now
question now.
KT to go. Hold on.
No,
Now look. Can we not have?
no. Okay, listen. I keep. I'm trying to get back on the topic. So, what do y'all think? Because earlier this morning, when I woke up and I was listening to what a lot of the men were saying, and even the chat, they was making it seem like, yeah, that's what men do, right? We should go and check what we want. We want that oil. We should go and take it. What do y'all say to that? Because to me, well, what do y'all say to that?
Man, that scary
Is
cracker
that
shit. And that's what I'm saying. Y'all listen, I know when I'm on that show I get dogged out a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's cool with me. I'm really fine with that. My thing is it's because I see like, and not saying just for anyone in particular, but a lot of people, and I've said it up there, people want their thoughts. They don't want to be correct. This is what they believe, and they want people who will say, I agree. I'm not that
mm,
type of person. I'm gonna just go for whatever is whatever. A lot of these people up here, even though they say, "Oh, we're for black women," you could tell from something like this, they're not. They all and listen. You may not been there. Matter of fact, you was gone, and I remember you came back later, and you was like, "I'm back, y'all." And when you were gone in that time, they admitted, Chip Bomb. You can go back and look at the show. Sharon, everybody on that panel except for me and Mr. Work admitted they support imperialism. They
right.
And look,
support that
KT,
shit.
I was trying to
No,
answer your question
when I
though.
came back,
Let
I
me answer
agreed
that.
with you, but then Sharon said, well, and he broke it down the way I heard him say it. I don't know what y'all were talking about before I got there, except what I heard you say when I got back. I agreed with you, right? Um,
But but please, I want to.
I do say that, you know, Russia is our enemy. He that guy, right? Putin has said long time ago that America is the enemy and he want to destroy it. So I don't see where he's changed his mind. You know what I mean? He comes over here and act arrogant and shit like that. He should not have access to this area. But there are diplomatic ways of talking to
Thank you.
these people, right? That you sit down at a table and you have conversations and you work shit out. Everybody else knows this except Trump. Trump says he's the deal, he's the best deal maker. Then he eat the art of the deal. I'm gonna make so many deals, and he hasn't made none.
And
And
Bone Cherry,
good.
please, and everything I'm saying is with respect. I'm not even going to take shots at none of your panelists. I promise. But
I don't care
to
about
Kate,
taking shots, but stay on
all right,
topic. That's all. If you take
exactly. This
shots,
is
you take.
exactly on topic. This is
Okay,
exactly
go
on
ahead.
topic. Now, KT to go. I want to respond to what you asked me. Now, what I said was, and you conceded, there was never a time when Black Americans were
Listen,
not under,
dude,
were not.
Here we
I
go
picked
back
you
on
so we
this
could get
God
by
damn.
that.
same
All right,
shit.
well, let
We
me
got
complete the sentence. There was never a
No,
why?
time.
If it has nothing to do
why?
with the
We're not making.
conversation, why?
This is on the topic of the conversation.
Okay.
There was
No,
never a
it's
time.
not. I
Actually, it is.
switched
It's
the
about Venezuela.
conversation.
This is about Venezuela. There was a time. There was
Listen,
never a time. Please allow me to complete the sentence.
Cherry, this is the back of the kid class. I mean, the back of the class kid that's asking your attention, ain't paid attention all day long. Here we go, about the bell about to ring, and then this motherfucker got a question about what you started talking about when the class started. This is that
okay.
dumbass shit.
I kicked him so we can get
I
on the
see.
topic,
You
have a
tried.
good
Just like
conversation.
you were so patient last night too with Philly, and you being
Oh,
very
I couldn't
patient
do it no
today.
more.
Hey,
I knew without anybody
Bob.
controlling him, it
Woo.
wasn't gonna be good.
I felt your spirit so much last night, Bob, when you cut when you jumped out there.
I don't think I
I'm
ever
sorry.
ran from a panel. No, I just
Oh my
said
God.
I'm just not feeling it tonight. Cause he was on the panel with me all night the night before over here. Um, and Philly boy said some things.
He called you
Okay,
baby at one point. You ain't take it personal, but it's just he was loose. He was
yeah, he be drunk as hell.
yeah, that
You
brown, I
know,
could tell that brown liquor.
that dude
But
said
go
he
ahead. I'm
thought
sorry,
about
Bob.
killing his whole family
What?
just because the woman didn't want him no more. That's what he told me the night before. And then he had to
Mm,
back it up. He had to back out of it. That was
mm,
crazy.
mm.
But last night I wasn't having it. I didn't want to talk to him without anybody having the control. She was just going go and go and go and go. And then I saw both of them up there talking. Both of them was ragged, right? Both of them. They're gonna get on the women thing, and then which I'm gonna start talking about pimping or being women being whores and paying women and married. Like he make every woman a whore. That's ruthless. That's what ruthless do. Just like Pan Africa. This is the way he speaks for years that I've known him on here. So he's not gonna change. Philly boy is a drunk and Ruthless is a scumbag as what they call them men, the ones who pay women. Tricks, right?
It's a trick,
Yeah,
yeah.
he a trick. And he admits to being a trick and he okay with being a trick. Um, yeah,
Man,
okay.
sorry.
Um, yeah, that was too much. And I didn't want to wake up JP, because I was
Yeah,
like,
he
I'm
was
not
trying
gonna
to get
call
some
him.
sleep. Yeah.
Yeah. So that I ain't call him. I was like, I'm not gonna call him just for this. Let me just go by as yeah.
I think what I see just to kind of tie in what we experienced with this dude on here or whatever. It's the you know anything like people don't like whataboutisms until it backs up something that they trying to say. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what Pan, whatever his name is trying to do, Mulatto. That's what he's trying to do is all these what abouts, you know what I mean, to find the hypocrisy in where we stand or what we believe and stuff like that. Meanwhile, they won't substantiate anything that they saying. And then we'll
Right.
sit here and think that they could just say a word and the conversation's over. You know what I'm saying? It's
Like
the same
checkmate.
motherfucker. Yeah, it's the same motherfucker that probably say some dumb shit. And while you responded to the dumb shit, they just walk out the room and close the door. And you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? And think that they made a point and they stupid as fuck. But
they
some
dumb as hell.
people need them type of people around. Trump needs those type of people around. And this
Mm,
kind of environment, this, our education system the way it is, where civics ain't taught, earlier like it was in my generation, like that shit has affected all of this shit. Social media, you know, some of these
Hmm.
young folks on PragerU, all this shit is influencing all this shit. It got you questioning everything and everything and everything, so that way you don't know what's right or what you getting further and further away from the spirit of laws and the spirit of rules and everything like that. And if it don't
right.
fit your rhetoric, it's not something that you even want to consider. It's
Yeah.
stupid. It's
See,
just it's
we
sad.
gotta go to the fact that video games, right? So when these men they never been to war, they don't even know what war is. They're not even considerate of the 80 people who was killed by us going over there. Somebody said, well, they wasn't American citizens. And I'm like, but they were somebody, right?
Mm-mm.
Um, we could sit down at a table and people could negotiate, which we have been doing for many years. The Cold War ended with a lot of people negotiating. Nuclear war is a serious thing,
Right.
you know. Hey
It
Shadow,
is.
is that you? Is that you,
Yes,
Joshua?
ma'am.
How you doing, my
Hey,
Yes,
brother?
ma'am.
Josh.
What up, Josh?
How you doing?
That's good. We can hear you loud and clear. Um,
All right.
war is, and Joshua, you young, so when I be taking little funny shots at you, it is all in jest, all in fun. you be having a lot of questions, which I'm glad, that you have a lot of questions. Um, but yeah, nah, you're
I
young.
figured I
That's
could
what I
like
would say.
actually give constructive dialogue for the counter argument, but I've been researching everything Detroit has been saying for like the last 30 minutes. I didn't want to
Mhm,
come up uninformed and give a baseless, ridiculous argument.
mhm. And it's okay look, we all could be wrong, right? So I'm okay with that. But I like the fact that you say you research so you can know if you can find out if what you're saying is true or what you believe was true or not, or even what anybody else is saying is true or not. That's important. Don't you agree, Detroit, that people do their own little
Yeah.
research?
I think
Yeah.
everybody needs to do their own independent research. Go to multiple sources, try and find, unbiased sources for your news. Um, I don't even like network news. I don't even watch no more. I'm Associated Press, Reuters to get the actual facts and the actual stories. Um, DW, I can get things maybe internationally sometimes from them. But I would just say no, I think more than anything, as black folks, we cannot afford to be wrong. We can't. Like this country is unforgiving to us. And I'm not making a race thing, but just historically in this country, white folks can mess up and things still might work out for them. It's not the play for us. It never has been. So
Right.
I'd rather be wrong than fake like I'm right because it don't
Right.
benefit us at all.
Yeah. So what you want to say something, Joshua, on any point?
Yes, ma'am.
Disagreeing or agreeing, whatever.
But
Good.
because I'm at home,
Mm.
I'm just logging in because I took a bunch of notes. So I'm logging in from my laptop as well, so I can make sure, again, I make sure I do this right. Okay, so we kind of talked about this with Sharon as well. I My belief on Venezuela kind of fits twofold because it sits in three different places. Detroit's been right on a number of things, which I need to concede to first. First, if we consider Maduro as the sitting president, then we violated Geneva Convention. Just flat out. We violated sovereignty. Two, despite him instructing him instructing and moving a lot of the drug trafficking that went from Venezuela to America, because a lot of it was at his specific direction, or he aided and abetted in it. So, as a president committing a crime against another crime, there were other avenues that should have been taken first before he went and got sniped. So, I'll concede those 2 points first. Now, here's where my issue comes in. Legally, so the Venezuelan, I guess, Supreme Court is kind of up and down about whether he was the standing president or not, from what I can see. And with that being said, it leaves a gray area of nuance about what actually went down. Like, was his arrest illegal by the DEA? Because remember, it was the DEA who came and got him.
Yeah. Let me
So,
ask you this,
yes,
real
ma'am.
quick. Is Putin the official president of um what that is over there? God damn it. Russia.
Russia. Uh,
Yeah.
Russia.
Do we
so
consider him to be the president?
Well, it's not even that we consider him to be president. His last election was uncontested, so legally speaking, yes,
No, he's been killing people who want to go against him.
I agree. But at the end of when they did the election each time, he still legally won,
Yeah,
even though he
no,
did it in illegal
nobody's
manner.
running because he's killing them.
No, I agree. I'm not saying he's doing it in a
So,
right
so
way.
okay, so in Venezuela, the
So,
only reason I ask that because, like you just said, it don't matter what we think, right?
right, it matters what
And it,
Venezuela
apparently, it
thinks.
don't matter what they think in Russia neither, because I mean, he got the power of the military behind him, right? To
Right.
force. So we didn't go into Russia and take care of that, even though we know he killed his competition. Like literally
Yeah,
killed them. Like he poisoned them and many different things.
right. Well,
Killed them.
it's the same thing in North Korea as well.
Okay.
When North Korea was
So
doing it before Kim Jong Un.
okay, so I just asked that so you could finish what you're about to say because I think what you're about to say might,
Okay, no,
you know.
and that's fair. But so there's two major situations that are logistical issues for America. Number one is logistically, if we want to go snipe Putin out of the water, that's a lot harder to do than going and grabbing Putin out of Moscow and grabbing Monero out of 30 miles away from the southern coast are two completely different logistical issues. One's just generally easier than the other. And while Russia is a nuclear superpower, Venezuela is not. So we kind of have to hold our respect and channel, but we kind of have to hold where we're going whenever we're dealing with Russia and China and North Korea for that matter. And we're talking about the big three of the enemies, right? Well, let's put that in actual perspective now, right? The issue with Monero is that he was posturing to have Russian influence on an American border, essentially. I'm not saying exactly a border, but close enough that Russia could pose an actual threat, which would have been its first real threat that close to us. Those are issues in itself. I know I can separate Trump from Russia, I can separate Trump from America, but while the only thing that fits Monero's arrest is, legally speaking, if he was not president, then he actually, when he got picked up, he wasn't protected by diplomatic immunity, and that's currently being contested. But ironically, the only people who are truly contesting it are China, Russia, and North Korea. Like it's interesting the dynamic of who's actually contesting it.
If I can point out real quick, the woman who is the leader right now actually said, like on live on national news, she wants Menudo return. I mean, Monero return, and
No,
they
I
it's
just saw that
people.
too. I'm
Yeah, so
pulling up
I'm
like
saying,
as you talk. I see that.
yeah, it's some. You're right. The other enemies are contesting, but even then, this is the only thing that everything. I really appreciate everything you did because I know we argued about a lot of this today, right? But the thing is, still for me. So what justifies it with us doing this? Don't you think this gives the precedent to where China can make the same argument for Taiwan? And if we're saying China's bad because they're trying to bully Taiwan, why do we? I'm not going to even say why because I see you had changed a couple of things you were saying earlier, but I want y'all to understand how this makes us look on the international scale. We've been telling people for a very long time, China, they're bullies. Look at Taiwan. Look at Hong Kong. You see how they trying to take them, not giving their sovereignty, and we act on the shit first. That's not a good look for us on the international stage. And I want y'all to know, I think that's why a lot of us are just not in agreement with this. Y'all, I get what y'all saying with America first, but no, I'm not for America if it's for our detriment. And I do want to point out, I think that this is setting precedent not only for other countries to go into there and act on the things they've been asking to do, but it's going to harm a lot of us, man. I really feel so.
So I'm gonna say yes and no for a few reasons. A lot of other countries, including China, because here's the thing: like, there's two things you have to put like in real perspective. Taiwan is actually an ally of the United States, not a de facto ally, not a let's underground handshake. It's Taiwan is actually a ally of the United States. So if China were to invade Taiwan, they actually have a whole problem. Ukraine was not the same scenario. Ukraine was specifically not allowed to be part of NATO as the agreement when they separated from the USSR in order to keep NATO forces from surrounding Russia, keep NATO specifically out of their range. When Ukraine started actually affecting that. And when they were trying to renege on that agreement, Russia decided to come in because it was literally within months. Hey, Russia's trying to make an agreement with NATO. Ukraine was making an agreement with NATO, and then not 3 months later, Russia made its first attack on the Ukrainian border. Like they're
No,
actually
that's not what happened, but that's what they said, right? That's what Russia said. Um, the president of Ukraine had said, that people have been reaching out to him, trying to get him to be a part of NATO, but he never said that he was going to become a part of NATO. There's no record of that, right? So Ukraine used that excuse to say that's why they went in and invaded. The same thing Trump did, right? He's claiming that something was about to happen that he have no proof of. And I think that's what um not Joshua, I'm sorry, what is his name? Wait, KT was saying earlier. He was saying, show me the proof that that is what was going to happen. And it
and
sounds so Trump
I'm
did.
working on that
Trump pulled
as
the
we
same
speak.
thing Putin did.
Hey, Bomb,
I'm
and how's everyone going, man?
Hey, pretty boy.
Detroit Coalition, Shadow the Titan,
Hey,
KT. What's going on, everyone? How y'all doing
feel
today?
that.
All
Salute,
right,
salute,
man.
salute.
You can follow the conversation tonight.
Yes, ma'am. You bring up good topics, Bomb. This is something good to
uh,
talk about.
so
You remember last
sorry.
night? Do you remember last night?
I forgot all about last night.
Oh no. Okay. Go ahead,
Okay,
Joshua. What you were saying?
Bomb. I'm looking at so I want to make a correction on y'all side. So actually, yes, Ukraine had a long and complex history of seeking NATO membership.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, uh, in 2002, Kuchima, he tried at the 2008 Bucharest summit. They actually tried to make a membership action plan, which is a map, in order to become, but NATO did not grant it, largely due to the opposition between Germany and France. Uh, and now we're looking to specifically during after the Revolution of Dignity, they tried to make a constitutional change where Ukraine officially amended its constitution to enshrine the goal of both the European Union and NATO as national strategic objectives. And specifically, Zelensky tried to enter NATO in 2022.
Right.
So that was right,
Yeah,
and
let me
that
go
would have
look
been
that
right
up.
before
Now,
Russia attacked
in
officially.
2002,
No, sorry.
Zelensky wasn't the president.
No, in 2002, it was President Kachima.
Right.
Right.
Russia attacked
Now,
before Zelensky got in office.
So
Just
follow
point
me
that out.
this. Follow me this.
There you
Trump
go.
went over there and took a vessel from Venezuela. That's an act of war, isn't it?
Nah, he took a president from Venezuela. He ain't take a
And
he took the president.
right. And going forward, he took the president.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is
he
this
took
is
a vessel
definitely
too.
Did he take a vessel?
Yeah, they got a
he
whole
blew up
warship.
vessels.
Yeah, a couple of vessels. The U.S. went
He
over there
killed
and
80
took.
people.
Yes.
Oh
He
damn,
killed
I ain't
80
even know
people.
that.
Yeah. That's what they don't be reporting that. I think the death toll went up to 80. It's um a mix
Russian
of military people and it was a mix of
mercenaries.
military people and civilians.
Look, and one day the death toll went from 0 to 8. That's what I'm saying. This I don't trust this government. I'm sorry, y'all. Even if it's my
And,
own government, proud to be American, the American government just gives us no reason to trust them. That's why, if anything, I want y'all to understand. That's why I give this pushback. I'm going off history. They're not to be trusted, in my opinion. They'll say
so
things
answer,
for. No, go ahead.
KT, answer me this. Is that is he did he violate the Geneva Convention? Am I
Yes.
okay?
Article
Yeah.
51 of the Geneva Convention.
Wow.
Actually, Article 51 of the UN Charter. That's what he
Hmm.
violated.
Okay.
Which
Yeah. Help me understand.
under
I like
international court laws, could be a case against the United States for that.
Hmm.
He already gonna be a war criminal, and we're gonna be a part of it. Because of
Mm-hmm.
shooting them boats with no
Mm-hmm.
evidence of anything.
That double tap. That's what
Mm.
Heg's breath. That's what he called it, the double tap. Where they, you know, went around again. It was survivors of the first bombing, right? And that's a violation of I forgot, you know, anybody who's been in the military, I know y'all know some of these, you know, international laws more than we will. But yeah, against the Geneva Convention when you have survivors of an attack who aren't posing a threat to you and you go back around and finish the job.
Well,
You know what I mean?
correct me if I'm wrong. Trump, we got out of the Geneva Convention
No, we're
because
still a part of NATO.
Trump was
No,
saying
I
pay
thought he
your
pulled out of NATO. Didn't he pull out of NATO?
No, he
yeah.
No,
cut out
we're
the funding for NATO.
no, yeah,
Huh?
but we're still a part of it.
Right.
He doesn't. Yeah, we don't give them as much money, but we're still a part of NATO.
Okay,
Absolutely.
okay.
I know he pulled out of something else. What he pulled out? Remember taking what is it called? A lot of, I guess,
Oh,
just some of the things that NATO, was doing around the world. We pulled out. Where we,
Remember he
He
pulled
was
us out of
ba-
the Paris
yeah,
Accord.
Paris
Paris
Accord.
Accords. So he pulled us out of
Yeah.
that for the environment. That was the environmental, right?
Hmm.
Yes, the Environmental
He pulled
Paris
us out.
Accord.
he was
Yep, pulled
basically
us out of
saying
that.
pay your way. And why is the United States paying everything? And
Right.
Which was a
okay,
lie too. It
Nah,
was a
see, and
lie too.
that's why I'm saying we got to stop going for this propaganda, like where we say like, oh, they said we not really. Because listen, bro, Trump and them is not about saving America money, y'all. We know that for real life. They're not doing this shit because it save Americans money. It give them more money to steal from, if anything. Like
facts,
that's what we
KT.
can clearly see for real. Like I get they said like, yeah, we doing this to save us money. We not seeing none of that shit. You lying, bro.
I
Like
def
I gotta
I
take you for
definitely
what you
agree,
do
KT.
rather than what you say.
I definitely agree, KT. Yep, I agree.
Did y'all see where Trump went to Exxon and some of these other big petroleum companies about going into Venezuela, and most of them are hesitant to go back down in there now?
But
Yeah, I seen it because
And I mean,
again,
why?
there's so many debates on the legality. They may even
What?
if they start business and start investing, let's say for the next year, while they saying we're gonna be here for at least a year. Well, let's say they do everything for the next year. At the end of the day, especially the bigger thing is when Trump's not president, what happens then? Because let's be very frank with what he's doing. If especially if it's some Democratic people get in office, they're going to jail, bro. Like
I'm
Yeah.
scratching my head. I'm scratching my head. Why are we picking on little bitty Venezuela?
two
And
reasons, two particular
Same
reasons.
thing.
One is proximity to America, and two, because it's crude oil, because of how it is, it's valuable to the United States because of its proximity.
okay, yeah, I
And
agree. Okay,
and if you back it up even further than that, technically a lot of the infrastructure for oil was actually established by ExxonMobil in America. And then whenever Venezuela kicked them out immediately, remember they didn't do a phase out. They were like GTFO out of our country.
Yep.
Okay. So when that happened, that infrastructure still stayed. So while the infrastructure was put up in order as a quote unquote joint effort, then you basically usurped it. You got sued, lost the lawsuit, and then said, yeah, eat one. Because I ain't paying nothing. Come get it. Which,
You talking about
obviously you
the
couldn't.
billions of dollars, the billions of reparations that Exxon was supposed to get from
Yeah, the
Venezuela, right?
the 5 point something $1 billion, right?
Yep.
okay, I got to research
And
that.
technically, it wasn't a
I'm familiar.
reparation; it was a lawsuit. Technically, well, it's
I
restitution
know.
technically.
Yeah, I know what we're calling it, but whenever that happened, remember there were slaveholders that got reparations from the value of their slaves. So whether we don't like that word because of what it could, some people don't like that word because of what it could signify, but it's an actual definition, even though it went to
Eh, eh,
lawsuit.
eh,
You know what I'm
So
saying?
me thinking, and what is the end goal
Ding,
for
ding, ding,
us
ding,
And
ding.
Well,
then go for what?
for Venezuela? Why are
Oh, I
we
thought you
messing
was.
around with Venezuela? And I understand your Your whole thing with I know the oil and everything,
So
but what
this
is the
is
end?
this is me. This is my pure assumption because I'm not in the position to make that the legal claim for it. What I see is that by obtaining the oil rights in Venezuela or whatever quote unquote mineral rights we can get from there, it does three things. One, it stops China or Russia from establishing a foothold 30 minutes outside of the United States.
Solid.
Two,
I like that.
two, it allows us to lower our own, use their oil instead of our own, while it can be processed properly in both Louisiana and Texas in order to make it more usable. So we'll actually have a larger stockpile because we have access to more, because Venezuela does in fact have the highest oil reserve in the world.
So we're
That's
gonna go
currently
steal that shit.
documented.
Yeah.
How,
So we're gonna
ma'am?
go steal that shit. Is what you
Yeah,
say?
yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that's what it
I
is.
sorry to
Yeah,
be that guy. Sorry to be that
that's
guy, but
exactly
yeah.
what it is. Yep.
Yeah. But when you
Sovereignty.
say sorry to be
Hell
that
with
guy, that's
sovereignty.
what it is. What?
So I mean,
And here we go with
That's
okay. So
Bomb, you
first,
got to
that's
understand.
how it goes,
wait,
I'm
wait.
Bum. That's
very
how it
much
goes.
capitalist.
Who said that's how it
Bomb,
goes?
I'm very much capitalist. So
I know,
I
and
do
so we're
honest.
gonna back up a little bit. First, we're gonna go
Yeah.
back to when you claimed the NATO thing, right?
Okay.
So Russia had already invaded and taken some property, Ukrainian, that was Ukraine, right?
Right.
And then the Ukrainian was like, give us back our property, because they annexed themselves. And
Right.
so now when if they go to be a part of NATO, that does not mean that somebody's going to put something on their property. But what that does mean, once they become a part of NATO, they would have protection from the
Right.
US and the UN. So
Hey,
that
can we agree? War is
and
not
that
fair.
is why, you know,
Right.
yeah, so but it wasn't because we gonna put some coast or something nearby. And
Well,
so that was a
think
lie. They
about this.
went
Every
in
NATO
before
country has a United States base.
what?
Every NATO country on the planet right now has also a joint United States base. Every single one of them.
I
Right.
don't know
That the
that to be
U.S. paid
true.
to put that base on their country, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Ukraine wouldn't have been an
because we
exception
are the muscle for them.
for the
Okay,
world.
so
No, I
but the
agree.
U.S. don't have no history of blowing people away for no reason, right? We don't have
If
no.
you say
Well,
if you
well,
say that, if you say that,
I
Technically.
mean,
Righteously, no. You're
I mean,
right.
we
But,
wouldn't
technically.
you know,
just mess with Russia just because, right? But
No.
if they was mess with
We'd be in a defense
Ukrainian,
posture.
because huh? What?
and my whole thing is I don't understand the big picture. Like,
I know you don't. Stop drifting.
right?
Okay.
Okay.
But what I want you to do, I'm glad you're up here because you are a Marine, right? So while we have this capitalist up here who think that because of money that we should go and take shit and go to war, what do you say as the military
Yeah.
person who might have to go over there and risk your life for some more? What do you say to that?
Hey, let's be serious. It is about the money. That's all it's about.
Yeah. And you would send your son to go to war for money when we have oil here, or we
I
could buy the
I,
oil.
I did it. I did it so my son doesn't have to do that.
Oh, and that's right. You did it so he wouldn't have to do it. And Trump is now putting him to where he may have to do that. Right. And this guy, Titan, who say he is a capitalist, have you joined the military? Because I know you're old enough, young man.
No, I actually did attempt to join the military, but I have bloodline chimerism. It wouldn't allow me. I was disqualified. I was
Oh, you
disqualified
have
for medical reasons.
okay.
Like I got disqualified at AIT.
You got
So
disqualified where?
during AIT, like after basic, my blood condition came up, and they were like, "Yeah, no, there's no way because it causes hyperbolic seizures."
Oh, what is AIG?
Long story short, it's a medical condition.
No,
That's
I get that.
that's Army, isn't it? And AIT is Army, isn't it?
Oh, he said AIT. Oh, I thought he said
Yeah, it
AIG.
was Army.
He
Yes.
said AIT. And he said AIG.
No, AIT. I was trying to become a field infantryman.
Okay. He said he
I
was
ain't never
trying.
applied for the
Your score.
military, but I got respect for them, ultimate respect for them, and then,
Respect,
and
respect to all our military. Respect to
for
every
sure.
branch.
Wait,
And we
wait,
can't
I'm a
just
little
respect them in
confused.
rhetoric and saluting and stuff. We gotta do things where we keep them out of harm's way, so that way, if something does come around that is the worst
Wait,
case scenario, we are prepared.
okay, wait, we're
But
gonna
hang
back up.
on,
Wait a minute,
we
wait a minute. See,
yes, ma'am.
anybody can't just say anything. I know I heard him say AIG, but we're gonna back up, right? He said,
Right.
Philly boy, we're gonna listen. He said he joined, see, because he said he was disqualified from joining, but he said they found out doing AIG, which he meant AIT. Is that true, Philly boy? Can you have not joined if you went to AIT?
I'm unfamiliar with the army. How the
Is the-
army.
So you before you went to your training, wasn't you already in the military?
Yes, I.
Technically, yes, it's being basic.
That's right. So, but he said he was disqualified from joining, and they
I
found
got
out his
legally. I was
blood
medically
condition at
discharged.
AIG. What?
No, before AIT, I got medically discharged. I was
Oh,
not
so
able to
you.
continue. Right,
Oh,
I
okay,
was
because
not
that's not
able to
what you
continue
said
due
in the
to a
beginning.
medical issue.
At the beginning, you said you couldn't join. You tried to join, is what you
Right, I
said.
was trying to become a full infantryman. I never made it that far. I was medically disqualified.
But if you medically disqualified from being in a certain job is one thing. It doesn't make you disqualified for being in the military, though.
No, not. You got to understand, bloodline chimerism doesn't work that way. It's a hemogenetic condition. But regardless, that's going much further into that conversation.
Okay, but you don't care.
When
It's not about your medical condition. You don't have to talk about that. What I am
no,
saying, though, you went through the physical and absolutely everything before
right,
you
I went
joined,
through
and then
ASVAB.
after
I
that,
did all of that.
then you went to basic because they want to make sure you don't die in basic. So they did all the blood work before you went
Right,
in, and then you
absolutely.
went to basic before you go to AIT. They
Right.
is not doing no more blood work, brother man. What are you talking about?
Okay. During basic, I had a seizure caused
Oh,
by my bloodline chimerism.
okay.
I got medically disqualified again. Trust me, I remember this story.
You
It's
remember
one of
the
the things I
story?
wanted to do because my
He
brother
talking
wanted.
about
I wanted to go with
himself.
my brother.
You heard him say he remembered the story. That means
Yeah,
you heard somebody else tell a story
no,
that
I
wasn't
remember it because
possibly
it was
true, and you
important.
remembered it.
Anyway,
Well, hang
it's because it was
on.
important to me.
Let me
What
help
The
you
you
whole
out. Let
mean?
me.
If it happened to you, then it's not a story. You wouldn't say I remember the story. You would be like, "Hey, this is what happened." And listen,
mom
y'all got to
taking what
stop
I'm saying
the
too literally.
lies.
So, where did you go after boot camp? So the
Where did
military
he go for boot
we
camp?
Right,
had
you
boot
got the
camp,
boot. Right,
and
Where?
then you go to like
Where you went?
AIT.
Wait, where you went? Where you went for boot camp? We don't call it boot camp, by the way. We call it
Uh,
basic. Where you went?
that's what I said, Mom. That's what I
I
call it.
know.
But
I'm asking him. He muted though. He must be looking some shit up. What state was you in? Okay, never mind. Listen, I don't know why y'all lie. Ain't no reason to lie, okay? On the panel. They got a lot of military people over here. We got them in the chat. We got them on the panel, right? And in the chat, you got people from, because Philly Boy is Marines. We have some Air Force women and men. We have some more Marines, and we have Army, right? So, but okay. That's all. You ain't got a lot. The ticket. That's all.
yeah, we call it once we leave boot camp, we go to MCT, Marine Combat Training, and
Right.
and you
And
do.
we go to AIT, not AIG. And he didn't
Yeah,
say AIG.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mm, that's okay. So we're gonna forget that and we're gonna
and then you
push
go to
forward.
your MOS.
No, AIT is our MOS. That's where we learn our MOS. After AIT, that's when we
That
go
may
to
be
do
the
the
Army, but the Marine Corps, we go to MCT, Marine Combat Training,
right.
and then after that, you go to your MOS.
Yeah, y'all go through two combat ready thing. Y'all got the basic, then the second part, and then y'all go to get your MOS. We in army, we go to basic, which where you get your basic, and AIT
Right.
is where you get your job. That's your MOS stuff. So that's how it
Understood.
works.
Understood, Bomb. Yeah. Correct.
Bond.
Hmm.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry, my wife called. So what are we
Okay.
talking about?
Now we go. So back to what we was talking about earlier, because we're gonna forget about the storytelling, and we're gonna keep it pushing. Um, but so you were capitalist, and I don't even know what that means. Like black men, as yourself, such as yourself. Like you, a young man, you came on the internet and you found a group of men who boast about being. I'm a capitalist. I believe in capitalism, right? And every man in this area who speaks that way, they are broke bums. Okay, even the ones who own businesses who claim this, they're not doing that well. They barely making it. They struggling with these little businesses. It's okay, you can live, but this idea of being a capitalist, but you don't really believe in that because you're not defending your nation. Okay, you say you're attempting.
I can say it. I'm barely making it.
Yes,
I'm
okay,
barely.
shut your old ass up.
All right. All
Okay,
right.
I
Wait,
never
I'm
heard
not
you
sure
say
what
you were
being
a
a capitalist.
capitalist.
Wait, I'm not understanding how you correlate those two. Sorry. Can you confirm that?
Okay, well, what I'm saying is, you were the one who brought up that you're a capitalist when I was talking about like putting our people at risk for something we have in this country already.
Yes.
So do
Okay.
you know if Venezuela it is in North America? Am I correct?
No, it's in South
Or
America,
in
technically.
Americas, is it South America or
Yeah.
North America?
And the Bomb. I don't think we're capital. I think we're more socialism.
Okay, he said
Wait,
he is
America
capitalist. No,
or
I
he
would.
us specifically?
yeah, yes, we're a mixture. We're not really even capitalist for real. For real.
I,
Right.
We're
I don't agree with
capitalism.
that.
What you mean?
Um.
Don't we give no aren't people able to get money from the government? Like, don't the government give money to those who may need help? You don't think that's socialism?
Right. But you got to keep in mind, capitalism specifically is basically based on private ownership and the
If
ability
we
to
have,
obtain
if we
profit.
have, if we have, if we
Wait a
have
wait a
big
minute, Philly
companies.
boy, he was talking.
Okay.
Which
Yeah. Yeah.
say it again?
Excuse me. Excuse me.
So capitalism has specific stages. And I believe America actually follows these stages of capitalism. There's specific elements that we have that would not qualify us under socialism. The reason why
Right.
we qualify actually under capitalism.
No, but we
But,
we but we they mention that we're capitalists. I get it, right? But we also have social list programs and things. So that means that will make I
I,
forget what the term is when it's a mixture. What's the term, babe?
wait, social welfare
Being
programs are not exclusively anti-capitalist, though. I'm not sure why people say that.
what you mean anti what? Nobody
So
mentioned anti nothing.
social wealth,
Nonsense.
social wealth. Hold on,
Yeah, let's break it
Bob.
down. Let's break it
You
down.
confused.
Let's
Right.
break it down. Let's break it down. You see a person that's hungry, you're
Wait a
going to
minute.
feed them, right?
Wait a minute. Okay. No. Okay. Wow. I don't
If
know.
I can afford it, then
This
yes,
is
yes,
look.
you
I
would.
don't know. Don't answer
But
these
that's
questions. My
social
question
welfare.
is there. You said that you are the one who mentioned these terms. You say I'm a
Yes,
capitalist. Okay. And what I'm saying
yes,
though, America isn't fully capitalistic, and that's because we do have social programs. So there is
right. But
another
social
term.
programs do not eliminate capitalism.
It does.
I
It
understand
actually
what you're saying.
does. It
How,
actually
why?
does. But it's okay. We know
I'm
that we
sorry.
Wait,
we're a
I'm sorry to
mixture.
switch.
here,
I'm sorry to switch the switch what you got going on, Bob. I'm sorry.
Did you break in and apologize 3 minutes after it was over?
Vaughn,
Um,
I have a question. So the social welfare of people is still a commodification by definition. We are protecting the lower social classes in order to allow them to become commodities if available, in order to allow them to work, in order to allow XYZ. Again, even though we do have a major wage labor in America, we get paid by the hour or by the year, by the whatever the case may be. Right? We do emphasize on innovation. we do
So
emphasize.
define capitalism, define socialism.
So capitalism, I don't. My definition of socialism is a little weird, so I want the actual definition of it. But capitalism specifically is it's a economic system that's really based on the free market, where price and product are mainly determined by the people involved in that market. Like if two people sell cars, they determine the cost and value of those cars.
And is that
And
true?
also,
Is that true?
yes, ma'am.
So
Absolutely.
wait, who are the people who building the cars and they determine the price? Or are you talking about corporation?
Let's say we're talking Ford and Mopar, because those are the ones who have
So, Mom,
oh,
explain
sorry, the
corporation.
screen threw me off.
Explain corporation to me. Like, is that a different
This is
type
what
of?
capitalism is.
Okay.
An economic and political system in which the country's trade and industry are controlled by private owners for profit. So I asked them a
Okay.
question. Do we not have corporations?
Yes, we do.
Who do what? They control what?
Primarily the market. Like we literally have CEOs and CFOs of Walmart and DFW.
Exactly. But the similes for capitalism, they are talking about private enterprises, ownership,
Right.
privatized industries, free market. So I see what you're saying, individuals. But do we not
But
have the government that is also giving out money, helping people?
yes,
Because you know what
yes,
socialism mean, right? Let's look that one up. Wait, hold on.
socialism.
Yeah, let me see.
Okay.
So, a political and economic theory of social organizations, which advocates that it means productions, distrib- how you say the word, baby? Distribution.
Distributed
Distribution.
Okay, in exchange should be owned or regulated by the community as a whole. Okay.
or
Um,
centralized by the government.
yes. And there you have it, right?
Okay.
And don't we have some of
So
that?
hold on. So now I want to explain why we're capitalists and not necessarily we are capitalistic with socialistic tendencies, but we're still following those under capitalistic foundations. And here's what I mean. Even people make this conflation that you can't have poor people in capitalism. And in reality, every single person in capitalism is intended to increase something, to actually affect the overall economy in some way, shape, or form.
No, that's not true. We do have poor people, and you shouldn't have. It
Right.
really could,
But
but so the dream is that you can work and make money and heal and and own some shit,
right.
right?
And that's
So that's
capitalism.
what they
Yes,
sold us.
ma'am.
But are we truly that? Are we truly? Listen, I know that America is known to be capitalistic. I understand that, but I guess
Okay.
what I'm showing you is that it's not true. They sold it to us and we bought it, but it's not true because there
But
is a difference between
Bond,
socialism and capitalism, and
yes,
you
there is.
agree that we do have some social. We have
Socialistic
socialism.
tendencies. But even
Yeah,
those
but you
socialistic tendencies are still based on a capitalistic mind state. I understand what you're
what?
saying. You have to understand one of the things that we're
What?
actually looking at,
Mhm.
where
And
even
so,
if,
who do you
sorry,
think controls this country right now? The WalMarts,
are you talking about me or Bond?
and companies control America.
Yes.
We're as people, we're not controlling America.
But even those countries are run by people.
And listen, and I can break it down to you. The
Okay.
WalMarts of America, spends money that we can't even pour into.
Walmart is about to leave this country. What do you listen? Come on now. Anyway, you
Bomb,
don't sound drunk, but you got that alcohol still in your brain.
I
Because you
can, I
mentioned Walmart.
can.
You know Walmart is leaving, right? You need me to show it to you?
Walmart is not going nowhere.
Okay, let me show it to you. Walmart leaving
And look at the big
America.
companies in
Look,
America. They control
come on, you
America.
said, listen. You said Walmart is not going nowhere.
My point is,
Is Walmart leaving due to tariff? Okay.
big companies control America.
Huh?
That's my point.
Oh, okay.
This
But you
is
said
why we're
Walmart.
capitalists.
One of the biggest Walmart, one of the biggest one of the biggest corporations in America is Walmart. It's the biggest,
Yes.
but it's one of it's one of the biggest. Look,
Look at its private revenue,
Walmart
though.
pulls back from U.S. as Trump tariffs. They announced that they are leaving.
So eventually, what I'm
Lots of
saying is,
Walmarts have started to close already.
so what I'm
Walmart
saying is
announces
actually,
unexpected store closures.
yes,
They've
ma'am.
been announcing this since like September, October of last year.
Right.
Yeah. They're shaving their
Assets.
Why?
they're
Yes.
shaving their assets, right?
No, yeah,
Right.
to the US, but they
That's
didn't say they're closing.
capitalism.
They're going to other countries.
They never said that.
They never said what?
They never said that they were. They said that they were going to expand to other countries, but their home base will still be American.
No, that just said, listen, I don't know why would what you mean their home base is gonna be US? Why would their home base be in the US when the terrorists would eat them
And
alive?
Same
Walmart
reason
is an
Walmart,
American.
Japan has a Walmart.
What?
Walmart is an American company. American.
No, but they are
Born.
leaving America. And what we have a lot of other US
And
companies are
where's
moving to
Walmart?
Mexico and
Hang
other
on, hang on, hang
places.
on. Where's Walmart in any other country
We all over
except for
this
the
world.
U.S.?
What are you talking about? Shut the hell up.
No, bro. I ain't seen Walmart in no countries, man. I'm gonna say that.
What?
Ain't
Okay.
seen Walmart
And
anywhere I've
no,
ever been.
I actually
Walmart is
I
U.S.
misspoke. I
bound.
meant
I
McDonald's,
never
but
knew that
y'all know what I
until
meant.
you said that. I never thought about that shit.
Yeah, no,
But I
Walmart is
never saw
only
it nowhere. I never did.
Well, I mean, you
okay.
got to go places to
So
see it there. What other
I went, but I
look,
country?
never
I
saw it.
Walmart
specifically
work
just
in.
looked.
They
I
got
would have swore it was
call
across
they big
countries.
what they call it, baby, factories are in other countries. Y'all didn't know that?
Their
They
factories
built.
are
But that's
their
what I'm
factories
saying.
are
But
in
he
major
said
cities in
Walmart is not in
America.
no other countries. I
Their
never heard of it.
distribution centers are all around America.
What that, Josh? Yo, Josh.
Yes.
Distribution.
The fuck's going on?
Oh,
Josh,
what's up, Oda? What's up, Oda?
Uda, what's good, man?
hey, what's going on, y'all? What's going on?
Salute,
Okay,
salute,
here we
salute.
go.
So they do
Walmart's.
use different
Wait a
names
minute.
too.
Hello.
Yeah.
Walmart's are in Canada, Mexico,
That's what I'm
China,
saying. He
India,
said it ain't
Chile,
in no
South
country.
Africa, and various
That's
countries,
Mm,
crazy,
Central
bro.
America, Costa Rica, El
understood.
Salvador,
The hell?
Honduras,
That's what I'm
the
saying.
UK, Brazil, Japan. Like what?
That's what I'm
Can't
saying.
believe
I
the
never
fact that
heard
y'all,
of nothing like that. I thought that
Yeah,
was a
I didn't know
fact, bro.
that.
That's crazy. Bomb fact checked you as fast as that.
why would they
Come
be?
on.
They're so big. They wouldn't just be big because they're in America. Walmart is
Walmart is
huge.
the biggest thing in America, and
He
Okay.
said it's across countries, though. But that's what
Y'all
I'm
let's
see that?
take it.
Look at that. Walmart is everywhere, y'all.
Tanzania.
And
That shit is over. That
they
shit
even
been.
they in Africa. Look, they in
That's what
South
I'm saying. I
Africa,
would have thought it
Ghana,
was mad other, but in England,
Hey,
it's not
Bomb.
Listen,
there. It's not in England.
Zimbabwe,
You would never see
Tanzania,
England right there. It's
Uganda.
not in England. I was
Hey,
all over there.
Bomb.
It's not in England.
Since you are
Yeah,
Wait,
searching, can
you
you
said
search
you was
is
all over
Walmart going
England
to
and
let's
you
leave
didn't see it?
compare
America?
Europe.
their
Where?
let's
You don't see
compare their
Europe on
steak
that.
and
It's
their
not in Europe.
let's compare their steak
Yeah, I
and
Where?
don't
their
It's
see
in the
Europe at
UK.
all.
It
Why?
probably
so
was. I
bomb
never saw it
bomb,
though. It
can you help
probably
me
is.
out?
They do. They said,
It says it.
let's see, though their presence shifted with exits like the UK,
Oh,
Brazil, and Japan.
it left the UK and Brazil
Yeah,
and
so they
Japan
left those
markets.
areas.
So it probably
Yeah,
was there already by the time I seen it. Okay,
yeah.
cool. That's why I didn't see it. I never saw it.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
And so
And
can you compare a Walmart to Apple company?
It says today Walmart
technically,
It's
operates
yes.
more than
comparable any of those things.
10,000 stores
And can you
in
compare
clubs
Walmart to
and fifth
Samsung?
in 19
Can you compare
countries. Can
Walmart
you shut the
to
hell up when people
Yeah, you
talking?
can, bro. You can compare anything to anything in this life, bro. You can compare life to death. So you know you can compare it, bro. So let's
no,
Let
Uda?
this topic.
I want to make a point. I want to make a point. We can't compare
We
Walmart
can't compare what.
to.
Why?
Yeah, we could compare Walmart to
It's a
many things like
monopoly.
Target.
It's a monopoly. These people are monopolizing. That's why they don't want to bring it to. I'm from New York City, right? They don't have
Yes, sir.
Walmarts in New York City. You either got to go to
shit.
Long Island or Jersey somewhere else to go find a Walmart. Why? Because if they bought a Walmart to New York City, then I mean the mom and pop hardware stores, all of the regular local stuff will be done because nobody will ever go to those things. They
Yeah,
only
but
going to go to
Walmart
Walmart.
wanted to be
That's why
there.
they don't bring
Y'all just
Walmart to New
want.
York City. I'm swear to
Wait,
God.
No,
do
yeah.
they not have
Wait a
any
minute.
supermarkets
Wait a minute.
in?
Wait a
No, we
minute.
got
Wait a
mad
minute.
stuff, but they won't bring
Wait.
Walmart here. In New York City,
Yeah,
in the
they
5
won't
boroughs,
bring
we don't
Walmart.
have
And what you
Walmart
mean
at
by
all.
the city? I thought they wanted to go there. They wouldn't let them. Just
They
like they
won't bring
wouldn't let,
it.
they wouldn't let Amazon there in New York was like, you
Honestly,
ain't coming
Listen,
here
New York
unless you're
City,
gonna
fuck out
give
the
us
country.
this.
honestly,
Right
I'm
here
in
in America,
question. Like,
Walmart's not here. You don't got to go out
how
the
does
country.
and what I'm really stating is someone from Walmart
Yeah.
that puts money into Donald Trump, no, a weirdo guy like Donald Trump, and make him succeed.
All right. Why
That's
would
what
you
I'm
be
saying.
mad at that when these
Yeah.
people is playing their
And
hand
they're
and
pouring
these
money
people is
into.
investing what they're going to invest in? So why would you be mad at that when you understand that to be a logic? That makes
Yeah, I'm
sense for
mad
that
because
niggas or them people to do that.
I'm a citizen. I'm a
Those
citizen,
people,
and
it makes
it's
sense for
But that's
those
unfair.
people to do
capitalism,
that,
bro.
right?
They have an advantage
I
But that's
understand.
because
That's
they
what
can
they
pour
capitalism,
money
doing. We
into them.
understand what they doing. Right?
right?
They
But
ain't
that
on
is
our
literally
side.
capitalism.
So that's what they're gonna do. Like, they can't side
What?
with us if it's about capitalism and it's about those things. How can you
So what's going
capitalize and
on
want
with
to
the
be with us?
government giving out money if we are like this has already been um
Giving
talked
out what
about?
money?
Yeah, because
What
We
money,
are
Bomb?
not we are
we
not a
pay our
true
taxes.
capitalist
Hold on, wait. What
country.
money they giving out, Bomb? Tell me.
We've got Section 8,
Man, look
we got
Oh, that type of
EBT.
stuff.
we
Oh, okay,
witness
okay.
Yeah,
it. Look at somebody like
that's
JP.
what a socialist
We're
country is.
witnessing it.
But we're
That's
not
Wait,
completely
that's
socialism.
But
socialist
why is
Bomb.
either.
JP the
That's a
Right.
fucking? Why is
socialistic
JP the
tendency.
fucking stipulation every time nigga want to speak about some shit like that? I know a million
Not-
niggas
That's a
like JP. You
socialistic
know,
tendency.
I know a million niggas like JP. Nigga, I will go live every day and show you them. What the fuck is we talking about, bro? This is Earth. Where the
It
fuck do
is
we
that.
come
It is
from?
that. I'm
So
not
I
mad
don't know
about
what's the
that.
shocking thing. So it's
We should take
okay.
it.
It's all right.
We should take care of our own, right?
It's all right.
But
Yeah,
I
are
don't
we in
we
take
should
that
denial
from
take
that
care of
we're
JP
a
our
though.
own.
But
capitalist
the
country?
craziest shit, I don't take none of that shit from JP. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I mean, niggas, they ain't gonna risk their life right now, gonna throw themselves to the jail. It's okay. What I take from this nigga is that he deal with his kids every day. Cause all them other niggas that talk like this other shit, they not doing that. That's the only thing I take from JP. And that's the only thing I need to take from this nigga. On Jesus
You're
Christ's
emotional.
feet. That
You're
nigga's
emotional
doing
right
that.
now,
And I don't
Uda.
see a lot of niggas
Uda,
doing
you're
that, even niggas
emotional.
that talk like that. They never doing that. So as long as he's doing that, I don't give a fuck about that other dumb shit he want to talk about. That's
Facts. I don't care
that
about
shit
it.
is weird. I don't want to hear about that, and I'm never gonna cape for the dumb shit. Straight. That shit is
As long as
stupid
he
as
take
hell.
care of them girls and everything, and
But
what he
he
got
better.
going on,
But he needs to also
I
protect his
definitely
words and
appreciate
understand
that.
that he's talking around those
I
girls. So
think that's why
and
we all
understand his
follow
words is
JP.
gonna shape those girls as he's speaking online more than he could even have a conversation. Because we're
Man,
having
leave JP out of
conversation.
this,
You know what I'm
and I
saying?
don't want to talk. I don't want to talk
That's
about
why
him
I'm
when he's not
explaining.
around here.
You know what I mean? That's what I'm
Hey,
saying.
Let's leave
That's
that
what I'm
alone.
saying.
I gotta go.
You bought
Hey,
that,
I
but
gotta
I'm
Let's
just
go.
leave.
saying.
I
Confused
appreciate
right
the
JP is
now. Who
cool,
brought
conversation,
man.
though.
JP
JP is
up?
cool, man. I ain't against that nigga,
Okay,
nigga.
cool.
He's good, nigga.
Okay, cool.
Okay?
Now
But
back
I ain't
to
gotta leave it alone. What I said is real, nigga. I stand on what the fuck
right.
I'm
So
talking
I
about.
was
You know
teaching,
what
I was
I'm
just
saying?
sharing some information with Josh
Yeah.
that
Hey,
Josh was
Bond. Sorry,
that
I gotta go for now. But I'd
okay.
like to have this. What we can be deep. This was a good dialogue. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for
Josh,
coming.
salute,
Thanks,
Josh.
Josh.
All right.
Salute,
Y'all
bro.
have a
Be
great
safe,
night.
Josh.
Bye.
Yes,
Salute,
sir.
Josh. Salute, Josh.
Say hi
Hey,
to the say
Bum.
hi
Hey,
to the
Bum.
wife.
Let's go back to your topic. Uh, So you're understanding that Trump did the worst, right?
Did the who?
I think he did the worst. Like, did he?
The worst.
I'm in question. Like, or did he violate?
Listen, he broke the law, but it's not his first time, right?
Okay.
And he got
Yeah.
people who in place who okay with breaking laws. They picking up American citizens, talking about they kicking them out, right? They got ICE just harassing all kinds of people. And he remember he kicked out, he brought people who not even from El Salvador to El Salvador. Did y'all know that? Imagine if you are in this country illegally.
Do you
And they pick
understand what
you up.
America is?
I'm not talking because you about to say some of the stupidest shit. You're asking me,
Right.
do I
What
understand
is
what
America?
America
Tell me
is?
what America is. What
No,
is
I'm talking.
Tell us,
I was
Bomb.
mentioning,
All right, I'm sorry, Dad.
imagine
I'm sorry, Bomb.
being from, let's say you were in this country illegally, but let's say you are you're from Italy, right?
Mhm.
But when they pick you up, they put you on a plane and they take you to El Salvador. And then not
Nuts.
only do you go to El Salvador, but y'all didn't see what he had set up. Why would you go to El Salvador and go to a prison in El Salvador?
They
I
doing
think
that.
what
He's about to do that. That's about to be the norm, though, Bomb. That's literally about to be the norm. I was reviewing a prison that they're doing. Yo, Bomb. It's called C SPAT. Some prison out. Yo,
Peacock.
I swear, I forgot.
It's
Yeah, but
Seacat,
I
right?
think you're.
so if
Yo,
you
I swear to God,
I
son.
think you're
but why
misconfused. I
would you
think you're
be in jail
misconfused.
in
Tell me
another
where I'm
country
confused.
though?
Tell me where I'm confused at.
And your family could be from another country, and every America is that. We
Is what?
allow.
No, American person ended up in this this
We're
jail
born
that I'm
in
telling you, bro. It's
America
like a
is born and bred
facility. It's like
from.
Fort
Billy
Nix.
boy, I will
In
kick you off
Venezuela.
because you don't even know what
Yeah,
he's
and they
saying and
sending
you just
people there,
talking.
bro. And this is
Yeah.
the type of thing that they're trying to potty because these jails is getting overrun. Even in New York City, Rikers Island, they was like closing it because they want to buy that island and like renovate the island. So even when people was going to Rikers Island, so right now they letting people go in New York City for certain crimes. If you got to go upstate for a crime, then you're gonna go upstate. But if not, they're gonna let you out. And they're
I've
gonna
never
let you come
committed a
back
crime.
on your own
I don't.
recognizance.
I
So
don't
No,
imagine
he
that's
understand your
hasn't
happening in
committed
statement.
New
a
York City.
crime.
I've
Crazy work.
never
Continue
committed
on
a
the
crime.
topic. Listen, I'm very thin on you right
You can
now.
get
First
caught
of
in a
all,
crime and you ain't had to commit it, Philly. My bad. I'm just saying, it's life. You from Philly?
dumbass nigga. Yeah. So
Hey
what
yo.
he what
The
what
fuck
he
you
is
doing?
saying
Hold
is in our country, right? We are picking up people, including citizens, and taking them to prison
They're not
in other
citizens.
countries.
They're not
Okay, that's what
citizens.
I was saying anyway. In El Salvador, you could be, they could have a passport over here. They're picking these people up, and then they bringing them to El Salvador. Now, even if they bring them to El Salvador, let's say they say, okay, here you go. This is where you're from. Here you go. Why would you go to a prison in El Salvador if you had commit a crime in El Salvador?
Crazy.
Right? Why
Or
would you go
why would
to
they
prison?
deport you to? I'm sorry. Why would they deport you to? What was it? Oh my God, where they deport people to over in Africa? There's reports that some people
Yeah,
got deported over to
I'm
Africa.
gonna call her.
They
I'm
been
gonna
doing
call her
that. They
INS
doing
on
that in
your.
I
England too. You know
I
that,
can't
right?
hear about the African thing, y'all.
In
What you
I'm
England,
gonna
talking
they
call
about?
her
doing that too.
INS on your black ass, man.
God damn it! I swear,
You don't
you want
belong.
to.
You from this part of Africa, they send you to the whole other part. You be like, what the hell going on?
How
That's
did I
what they
get here?
doing.
Right.
They sending people in England. They send it. If you come back to the country, they send it to like they created like some spot where I don't know, Mozambique, whatever they sending you. They sending you to some spot you're not even from there. That's
It's
what they
actually one
doing
of
to
the
people.
S-hole countries that Trump said. I can't think of the
Like
name of which. I'm
Rwanda.
gonna
I
look
think
it
they
up now.
sending you to Rwanda. That's where it is. I think they sending you to Rwanda. Word, son. Mad people
Is
came
that
from other
something?
parts of Africa and they sent them to Rwanda.
You
Imagine
know
that.
why he could do that, right? The Rwanda people were scared. They want them terrorists to be low. They sat down with him, and he wanted to know what can you do for me. And he said, "Well, what do you need? Well, I want to send some black people. I want them to go to prison." And they said they'll accept them. That's some crazy shit. We have
South Sudan, Rwanda, Ghana, and Uganda. So if you were like somebody they said was illegal from Mexico, right? You could end up in where's the CCOT at? Down in Honduras. You could
Yeah,
end
it's in
up
the
in
Spanish country.
Honduras.
I forget. I forget.
Yeah,
I
you end
think
up
one of
down
them.
in Honduras and CCOT, or you sent to Ghana or Rwanda.
Yeah.
that's crazy as hell.
But it's about to be regular though. That's about to be a regular thing, not something that we talking about like it's something. That's about to be a
What you mean?
thing.
It is a thing. I didn't speak
Like
about it
for
because it
real.
didn't
Like,
happen. A
but we're not
man
even talking
there,
about
they
it
told
enough,
him,
Bomb.
they told the courtroom, the courts told him not to do it, and then they went and did it anyway. And then
Did
they
it
claimed,
anyway.
I'm
well,
saying,
the
Bomb,
plane was
what's
already
happening?
in the air when the courts told him they couldn't do it.
And the judge told him to order that. The judge ordered him to turn that plane around, and they still ignored him
They
anyway.
still ignored it. And
That's
then
what's happening.
when they was over there, and they said, well, he's already there. We don't know how to get him back. And they said, you better get him back. Okay.
Man.
They still
Oh,
missing are they still missing the makeup? The guy who did makeup? I think it was a gay guy who his job was over here doing makeup. And they sent him to El Salvador. He's from like the UK or one of them places like Europe.
yeah.
Young
I'm about to
guy.
say El Salvador is where CCOT is, by the way.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
good.
where it's
Okay.
at. Yeah, El Salvador. That's where it's at.
They
Yep.
sent
Crazy over
him
there too, you know. Crazy.
It's
like a
cruel and
20-year-old
unusual.
something makeup person.
Crazy as hell. I got El Salvadorian friends. That shit's crazy.
Remember when Trump said he was what they said he was, a Mexican criminal with the tattoos? And he swore to people he saw the tattoos on him. And everybody was like, no, he don't have no tattoo.
Oh, Abrego
AI.
Garcia.
Somebody, huh?
Abrego Garcia.
Yeah, is that him?
Or
Is
you?
that the one where
Or,
they was it was MS something? They claimed it
yeah,
was
they said he
MS.
had the. They said he had the Bulls hat and MS-13 tattoos, and then Trump put out that picture that he found online or whatever that was actually somebody like AI generated the tattoos on his knuckles. Trump
Mhm.
posted like it's the fact and shit like that. Man, this
Yo.
shit, bro,
So
this
bomb.
shit is
So
this shit is
bomb.
like writing a Simpsons episode. This shit is
Yes,
so
it's
fucking
a clown show, man.
stupid.
South
bomb.
Park
Bomb.
episode.
Bomb.
Yeah,
Bomb.
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 Golly.
Man, maybe you can
Yo,
help me
look.
out.
It's
You got these
2026
illegal.
though. You
You
know
got
that,
these
right?
illegal. Hang on. I'm talking right
Wait,
now.
Yeah, Philly.
You got these illegals over here that's getting benefits. Why
no,
can't
listen, you got
Americans
to
get?
stop lying.
Come
What benefits are
Uh,
the illegals getting?
on,
oh,
bro.
Because
and
wait,
you,
we're gonna be clear. Wait a minute.
hey,
Wait a minute.
we
Wait a
saw
minute.
news
Wait
stories.
a minute. You don't give a
Yes,
fuck
ma'am.
what you say because you don't know how to. First of all, you don't know how to listen. Okay, so listen. If I came over here illegally,
I'm an
and I'm here.
American. I don't get benefits.
Wait, I
I
am
serve my
okay. I
military.
swear to God, I'm about to
Nah,
bounce
nah.
you because you don't know how to hold your. Listen, if I came over here illegally and I'm doing my thing, I'm working, I'm picking the crops, all that shit, and then I get with somebody, I get pregnant, and I have a child here on this soil. My child is legal. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't.
So you
You
saying,
lied.
You not
that
legal
when I
then.
have a baby in the
You lied.
hospital in the U.S., that's not a U.S. citizen?
I can't go to their country and
Oh,
Yes,
be
you
bro, you
legal.
can.
lied,
Why
bro.
the
That
fuck
is.
would you come here
Come on, bro. We not gonna.
and do it for me where when I
What do you
fought for my
mean? People
country?
We
live
talking
here.
about
They're
emotion. We
working.
talking about what's happening, the truth of what happened, and say the truth of what happened first, and then go into your emotion after it. But the truth of what it is, we know what it is, solidified, and then move there. Well, you know the first part is the truth.
Well, I
Say that
can't move
first, and then
around
go
like
into your
that
emotion or how you feel about
in
it.
their
But
country.
You
substantial.
can go in their country, and if you have a baby in their country, your baby is a citizen there too. That's why people have dual citizenship.
That's what I'm saying. Even that, that's crazy. Even that.
I don't belong around there.
Okay, well,
United
listen,
States is
you don't belong here. You're right. Say bye bye to everybody on the panel.
Philly,
Okay,
man,
because
Oh
you
shout
don't
out,
shit.
man. I
belong.
love my niggas from
See
Philly,
you,
bro.
Philly.
I go, bro. Because you
Nah,
So,
that was a beautiful outro though.
so the way he was saying that they get benefits, people are complaining that I, the illegal, with a legal child, go and get assistance for my child.
Mm.
But the illegals pay taxes. But my baby is legal. Do they want listen, the baby is legal. So y'all saying the baby shouldn't get assistance?
Is the baby a tether? What the hell's going on, man? I'm
Well, the
confused.
tether is a black thing that we started. That's some
Oh.
bullshit, right? We talk about
Oh.
tethers.
Mm-hmm.
They used to call them anchor babies. That
What the
meant
fuck's going on? I'll be
the
confused.
anchor baby meaning they are U.S. citizen and their
Yeah.
parents is anchored to them in this country through
Okay.
their citizenship.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know. Black people started calling tethers
That shit
And
start
now we
changing
act
every
like,
day. I don't know. I be trying to figure it out.
yeah.
For real.
Hey, and even
Like
down to
they,
that, can I say real quick, like, Bomb, this he
Mhm.
the prime example of what I was talking about. The niggas is proud to be ignorant right now. And what he said, oh, if you born here, niggas don't understand the legal argument. Because if I could see this, I'm not a lawyer, but I could see this argument easily. If they get rid of like birthright citizenship, they can now say, well, all black African Americans literally are birthright citizens. Like the next thing
Yes.
will be they should deport us, man. For real. This shit's
They
not
gonna
gonna
deport
end
a lot
well.
of people. Those of
deport?
you
Wait,
who are
wait, wait.
Puerto
Let's
Rican,
unpack
your
whatever
Puerto Rican
KT says
ancestry
because
gonna get
KT
the hell
likes to
out of here.
talk. So let's
Huh?
unpack what he wants to say. What are you saying, sir? What are you saying? What does that
No,
mean?
I'm saying,
Break it down.
like if people are like how he's in support of something like because right now they're currently even having talks in the Supreme Court about getting rid of birthright citizenship for quote unquote immigrants. But that's the
Yeah.
thing, like legally, everything's damn near up for the debate. You know what I'm saying? So now the next debate, once they get rid of those quote unquote immigrants, if they're trying to make this a pure white country. Let's just be real. When they say make America great again, they mean make it as white as possible, white people in control. So
Okay.
I fear that the next argument after that will be, well, let's get rid of these niggas because we can prove all of them is
But
birthright
maybe you might
citizenship,
be
baby.
helping because maybe you want to get rid of some of the niggas too. So maybe you want to get rid of some of the niggas too so that you could be with the white people too. Whatever you thought about that.
You said maybe I want to get rid of some of the, huh?
Maybe you want to get rid of some of the niggers so that you could be with the white people on the same mission that they want to be on. Have you ever thought about this thought in your life? Have you ever
Hell
thought about
nah.
this? You never thought
Hell
about that?
nah.
Could you think
Hell
about
nah.
this subconsciously? Could you think about it and could you think that you could subconsciously be doing that, whether you're consciously doing that? Did you ever think about that part?
If you're asking if it's a possibility, I could. Yes, a possibility, but I know that's not something in my thought logic. Like that's just not my logical frame. I don't believe that. My thing is, I think a lot of people who side with like Trump, I feel they're into the American mindset, which is the advancement of white people overall. Like whether or not we want to admit that, I know we've been here for a minute, and now we want to say, well, we got as
Well,
much
who are
rights
you
as them.
for then? Are you all for poor people that look like you? And then from there, we could differentiate where the fuck people are from. But you might want to be around people that looks more like you, even though the people that look like us may do us the most wrong because we may be the most racist sometimes to each other. And we learn
For
that from
sure.
school, right? We learn that from
Oh
school and
yeah.
children, right?
hmm
But so what are we what side are we gonna add to? So who are we gonna be? Who are we gonna be? We not
I ain't
everybody.
gonna
First of
lie.
all, nobody even F's with nobody like that. You got friends that you know for
hmm
30, 50 years. You don't talk to nobody. Everybody got like one friend today. Like the fuck? If you got 10 friends, nigga, you that nigga or that chick. So we
No,
don't
for
even
sure.
gotta go to where motherfucker from. Like right now. Like we don't even have that much friends right now when we met people throughout our whole life that should have been real friends that we should have right now and we should have that. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm
So
talking
when we look
No,
at
for
shit for
sure.
real, it's like what side is we really gonna be on? First of all, I don't give a fuck where a person's from. It's either you on the
Mm-mm.
timing that we on or we not timed up. That's what I'm on. So I
No,
don't
for
care
sure.
where you from. You know what I mean? We either
No, for
on
sure.
timing or we not on timing. And I'm not dealing with nobody. I don't care where they from, if they on some other shit. I don't give a fuck when they're from here. I'm born here like you. I don't care if they're from
For
here,
sure.
from the country, from anywhere, nigga. If you want some op shit, stop.
Okay, I don't know
That's
where
it.
y'all
That
at
goes for
with this
anybody.
combo, but we got to back
I
up a
can
little
agree.
bit because
Right? It goes for anyone.
we were talking about the citizenship, and he was talking about what happens if they go down that slippery slope of
The
saying birthright
Venezuelans need to get
citizenship.
up out of here for a second. If you want to talk about the Venezuelans, because what they're doing in New York,
But
I don't know what they're doing in Chicago. I know what's
why
going
they
on
gotta
in New
go?
York City.
They might be
Bro,
citizens.
they running down, they jumping off the scooters, they booking people, robbing people, acting like it's in Venezuela, El Salvador, some shit. They jumping off the
And
back of
see,
mopeds in New York. It's crazy in New York City with the shit, bro.
New York
nah,
City
but
always
look,
crazy.
that's
But
why I say this is a slippery slope because that's the same thing they said about us for a very long
exactly,
time. And like we
correct.
know a lot of that was false. And they keep doing this thing where they say this is what's happening, and then the evidence really doesn't show that. Like crime happens, we're Americans, so America doesn't actually have one ethnic group. America is built on a bunch of them. If you want to single out one side and say, "Oh yeah, we need to get rid of them because crime happening," that's my thing. I'm okay with being fair. All right,
Right.
niggas fuck up, Venezuelans fuck up, white people fuck up. My thing is, I just don't want us saying, "Let's worry about these Venezuelans." When again, the major problem would be like, let's be very fair, bro. It's the government who's doing a lot of the shit, letting the people in,
They
and
lying.
these are white
Yeah.
people,
I'm not
man.
mad
I'm
Yeah,
at
just
you.
better
say
or
that.
So
whatever.
wait,
But I'm
so
just
let me
saying
say
what
this. So
happened, and
I
I'm just saying
remember
what's
in New
going on.
York,
It's
remember
real.
last year before last, I think it was year before last now, when
It's
Trump was about
crazy out here.
running, but not in, when they claimed that that they had some Mexicans where they had put them on buses and brought them to New York. They was claiming that these people was committing crimes. It was
Yeah,
all over the news that they were committing crimes.
they
They
lie.
even showed where a couple of them went to jail. They were saying that they was off the bus, they was living in a shelter, and they was on the street robbing people. And find all that shit was fake.
Yeah, yeah,
That shit was fake. So that's what they do, right? So the Somalians, the like all the black and brown people, when they
yeah.
make a
I
claim, we
don't
gotta
speak for
at least
everybody.
search and make sure that it's true before we want to attack them and claim
But
that
bomb.
they're here
Just
illegally.
like anything, just like us, the small always speak for the many. The few speak for all of us. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes we might say, oh, that's that nigga across the street. But he even speak for me because when he did some dumb shit around there, I might walk down the block, go to the store, and get caught him or something. Regardless if he's a dumb dude that's on a corner. Sometimes we don't be understanding how much connected that we are. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes the small, you know what I'm saying, speaks for the
But
many. And
but
that's how
The
that's
we got to
only
when
understand
reason,
why we so connected.
that's when our
Should it be that
discernment
way?
has to pop in,
Yeah, bro.
right?
Right.
hmm
That's when
Yeah,
we have
that's
to
why we
be able to
have to.
discern what's
Yeah,
real and what's fake, and we can't
I
be
do.
caught up in emotions
I
because
do.
emotions will cloud all of our discernment, right? And no law to me. These if everybody treated each other fairly, there would be no need for laws. If everybody drove correctly, there would be no need for stoplights and stuff like that, right? But we know that that's not the case. We know that there's going to be people that act up. Does it speak for all of us? No. But this was an argument I was having the other day with somebody, was that the laws by themselves aren't moral. So the people who are implementing the laws is where the morality has to lie. And if we start losing that, then the laws can be applied to anybody for anything for any reason. And once it's done, you don't have that same recourse to reverse it. You don't. You have
True.
less power to reverse a lot of this BS that goes on than you have to stop it up front if we cognizant of it.
Yeah, it's true, bro.
and if
It's
Yeah.
I
true.
can, only pushback I got for you, Uda, is that's kind of true, but I'm gonna tell you where that's it's true in society, but it's not how we should be. Because let's be very frank. Like I point this out constantly on Sharon's show. White people lead in crime statistics. They bring up murder with us because all other
Facts.
categories, damn near, they're beating us in. We don't
Yeah,
look at all white people and say y'all all trailer park trash. So like that's
yeah.
what I'm saying. I feel I think we don't
But they
realize
look
how
at
we
us
done
like
fell
that
into the
though.
minds exactly, and we fell into that mind state to where now we saying like, okay, well they passing judgment, we should pass judgment too, and we forgetting the people who do all the things. We
But we've
rarely
never
judge
been
them.
these people in ancient history till now. That's why they even got the position that they even had because we've never been those people, bro.
Correct.
Regardless, even
No, for
sometime when we
sure.
want to be those people, we've never been those people. We spiritualized the whole earth. We've taught the earth spirituality. Spirituality was taught back to us, bro. We spiritualized the world, bro. We still
That's why we
connected.
mention
We
karma,
understand
right?
that
When
shit, bro.
somebody up here mention karma,
Come on, bro.
because we do
Yep.
believe in that
But
kind
we
of
want to
stuff.
limit each other and what this and that. Even like how Bomb talk sometimes. She talk about voodoo and this and that. Listen, bro. Everybody want to put a bad stigma on everything that we ever did, on everything that we ever do. But we don't ever do the real history to understand everything that we do. When we really understand everything that we do for real, we understand we did everything. For real. And then
No,
it's no separating none of this shit. We're gonna start to put certain things together to understand some shit. We can start making connections more than separations. And that shit is this is where we have to get to it.
I
Real
agree
shit.
with
no,
you.
for sure.
And the voodoo thing, right? They call it bad because it was mostly black and brown people, right? And voodoo is spiritual. So when people say they spiritual, and then if I mention voodoo, houdang or hoodoo, right? They be like, oh no. And I'm like, what? You just said you're spiritual. And then when I ask them what they mean by spiritual, they don't have no name for it. But I could tell them the name is voodoo or houdang or voodoo. You know,
You get it.
um,
You get it.
yeah.
I mean,
But
get it.
it really means black is how, like you just said, Udo, when you said that we are spiritual, we have given names to gods and things like that. We don't believe in harming the earth or harming each other, right? Because we come up with some rule where you shouldn't do that. Do unto
You
others as
allow
you do
people
unto
to
you.
come to give us back our shit to a point and tell us what our shit is. So therefore,
Right.
like I believe in God, I believe in Jesus, I believe in the things that I believe in. It doesn't matter. But I don't have to limit no parts of it. I study, I do history, and I research things on Earth. Only thing you can know is what you search for. You're gonna know what you know. You're gonna read. You know what I'm saying? When you start to search things, you start to understand. You understand there's so much connections and things. For me, I'm about the similarities and stuff and not the
Right.
separations. You know what
But
I mean?
isn't Christianity a murderous religion? Like people,
What
millions of people
even
have
if it didn't
died.
start like that, you could say what it became or what people did, and you could get into a
Mm-hmm.
lot of that
It
to
started
compare it.
that way.
You know, you know what I'm saying? If you think it didn't start that way, I don't think it started that way. I think people
Yeah, most definitely.
took that
Wars
and
and
took that to
prostitution
be what
and
they
all that
did, like anything
come
else,
from
like whatever it
Christianity.
is. Like voodoo, even voodoo, you can say this about some spirituals putting spells on people. It's not about that. You know what I mean? Because even when they get into that, they get such a black magic, some white magic, they get some other type stuff. They get layers to stuff. Like it's
Mm.
deep. You know what I'm saying? Everything is deep on earth. Everybody believes something, right?
No, I
So
agree with that.
you know what I mean? So
But
for me, you know what I mean? So when
Christianity
we
is
look
the
at shit,
out of all of them, it's worse than even
no,
Yeah.
because they say that it
witches,
had
and it's
like
even worse
Coptic
than
stuff
even.
and people believed in it in Africa and all this other stuff. But I think it was pushed upon them possibility.
what, what
But
was
if
pushed on
Jesus
them?
ever
Nah.
existed, which I believe Jesus did, I believe that he has some energy because man, people is followers. I watch people turning
Why
blood,
did
people turning
Jesus come
crip.
about after people was here already? Like,
Uh. y-
I don't know. If Jesus walked, like I believe Jesus walked though. So you know what I mean?
uh,
Yes,
But if
Jesus was a
Jesus walked
man.
on this earth, when I
he
seen
was a
everybody on
man.
earth be
Mm,
a follower, you know what I mean? They
No,
turn
but
blood, they turn crip, they turn everything. You know what I'm saying? So I
no,
believe that.
I'm talking
There's
about Adam
possibilities
and
on
Eve.
that.
But
I,
when we talk
I'm
about
believe
Adam
that.
and Eve, but when you do research, there was
I don't
people
know.
here before Adam and Eve.
Possibility,
even the Bible talk
possibility, but
about
that
it.
don't mean that
Yeah, the Bible talk
we
about
ain't been here. But
it.
why would they want to tell us that? But we've been here, but it's all good. But that don't just like
Nah.
they want to say that the Indian was here and it wasn't people that look like all of us right here. Bomb, me, you and
Mm,
all of us was on right here in America thousands of years right now. Like
for
no
sure.
playing games is this 100 business, bro. Listen, bro, niggas been here, bro. As long as they've been on Egypt, we've been on the whole continent, bro. If they want to go
That's
date
a
back
fact.
to
No,
that,
for sure.
then I mean we've been on every place. We've been doing this
Yeah.
thing. You know what I'm saying? So they want to
Right.
limit it, but it's all good. You know what I mean? We
Well,
No,
they
can't
gotta
knock
they
it.
gotta limit our impact because it's too powerful what black folks have done on this planet. It's
It's
too
all
much.
good.
It's
that's a
too
fact.
powerful
For
to
sure.
it's
And
too
I believe in the
powerful for
Bible
them
and I
to
love it.
understand.
You know what I'm saying? But I also at the same time, I don't want the Bible to limit us that we understand that even the people in the Bible, they were going through exoduses and all that, but at the end of the day, they was taking things, you know what I'm saying, heads and things like that as the way they were going. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
people in there it was a fight, and sometimes we get so complacent, and now we got into a place where we come to conversation when people actually reacted, and that's why they created like social media. This is why AI is here now, so people don't have to think no more because
For
we
sure.
always got to a
But I
place
don't
that we
think it's
thought about
here
some
so
stuff and
people don't
then
have to help think. I
no,
think
but
because it's here, people gonna stop thinking.
no, no,
You know
no,
what I mean?
that they're gonna
Yeah,
stop
they'll let
thinking. But
social
no,
media think
when we
for them.
stop thinking, what
Yeah.
happens now? Now, when we stop thinking, this means nobody is gonna revolutionize ever. You know what I mean? This is what that means. You know what I mean? Because the
No, they will
natural
have people who gonna
humanistic thing
continue to think now.
to
We're gonna be
to a
those of us who
system,
we gonna teach our kids and our
but it
grandkids
doesn't
to
matter because when we the lab rats in a system, when we're in a system, you know what I mean, and they put us in a system, you feel me? This is what they're dealing with. Us in a
no, but the
system.
system is the breakdown. That's what's breaking down right now. The system.
Yeah.
Is
And
it?
that's what broke us down. Like literally, I have to
Is
say
the
really
system
quickly,
breaking down?
push.
Tell me how the
Yeah, the
system
system
breaking
breaking
down.
down.
How?
Yes.
Tell me how.
What you mean? We see Trump not even caring about the rules and
Trump got
regulations.
2 terms. We can't say nothing about Trump. That nigga's the man to me right now. That nigga got 2 terms. Why does he have 2 terms? Let's talk about that shit. That's a whole nother story.
Because of the
For
ignorance
what
of
you
people.
just said.
It goes
What
to
you just
show us
said.
where we at. It goes to show us where we're at.
So
Bro.
yeah, so I'm proving to you
We ain't even
that
got
the
no say
system
in this
is
shit, bro.
broken.
It's over.
Well, you don't have no say,
No,
but listen, you
now.
can
He
believe
back
that you're
twice.
weak and have no say, and you're
But
not
Trump's
gonna have
back
no say.
twice though. How many people said Trump ain't supposed to been back? It's more videos of people that talk about they don't even like him than you think that the people that like him. But
Yeah,
he
and you know
came
why?
back twice.
Listen, I'm about to say something that you could have looked up yourself. A lot of people believe that he did not win the election. They have found places that there's no way he could have got 100% of the votes.
I believe
And they
you.
found these
Facts.
places.
I believe
So,
you.
New Hampshire is the
so that
biggest
means a
one.
stolen election.
Pennsylvania.
But the reason they don't
Yep.
want to announce it
Don't
because
get me
if
to
he
arguing with you. I believe
shows
you.
that it was a stolen election, then
More
he
to
gonna
show
go
you
back
that
and
we
say,
ain't
"See,
got no choice in this shit. I just said we ain't got no choice. You further my shit that I just told you, Bomb. We
No,
ain't
but
got
look,
a choice.
that mean we ain't got no choice in the current system we following. This is why I always say to y'all try to clown me on it, but we have to get a different way. If we're all in agreement that this current way isn't working, why do we think that somehow it's just going to change and get better for us by working with it? We have to
Because we had
say,
to come up with a system, KT, and the Most High God struck me. I swear to my Most High, I swear to God, KT.
You drunk right now, Kuda?
I'm gonna tell KT, I swear to God, son. I have something that the Most High God told me, and I'm telling you, it's a framework, and I'm gonna reveal
Wait, so
it soon.
the
I'm gonna tell you it's a
the
framework of
God
something.
himself told you
oh
that
no,
you
let's
could
yeah, I want to hear that for sure.
create another
God,
system,
son, I can't
or
even explain it. I'm gonna show you it. And I'm gonna
you
show
can't
you it.
explain
When
it.
I
You got,
show
but
you
you
it,
can
I'm gonna
show it.
show you it, KT. You hear me? You
You
have
must.
a lot of arguments
Hey,
every day. So
Bomb.
I'm speaking directly to
Y'all hit it,
KT
huh?
personally, right? So I watch
I'll,
KT channel and argue a
Detroit,
bunch
you
of
leaving?
opinions, and I love his
no,
opinion.
not yet.
And when I
Oh.
tell you, KT, I tell you
Can
that
I
Detroit
got
what
talk?
I
something for
Because
think
Uda.
that
that
God
alcohol
told
got
me
y'all lit
something,
tonight.
and I'm gonna tell you, KT, you wouldn't even challenge this.
Listen,
As I watch you
okay.
argue
I'm
every
trying my
point
best.
every
I hit
day,
the mute
you
button.
would not argue this. I'm
Okay.
mute.
Okay, go ahead, Detroit.
I
I'm
was gonna
muting.
say I don't know what Uda going because he ain't gonna reveal it right now. It seems like,
Can't argue this.
but even
I show
mine,
you.
I have an idea. Yeah, I hope
Want
I
me to
ain't
show y'all
stepping on
parts of
Uda's
it? Can I
toes.
screen
Hey,
share to
wait,
you?
you
Hold
got to
on,
let first. You got to let Detroit finish, and then go ahead.
because I might be right on what you're talking about here. What I have been advocating for here is a direct democracy. So with a direct democracy, let's say you still can elect your local officials, you still vote for your uh, representatives and stuff like that in Congress. But a direct democracy would be you have more control over what bills actually get to go through. So instead of, we should have talented legal minds as representation in Congress and in our different places of the government. But a direct democracy will be where we have referendum votes for the things that are actually going to pass through as bills. So before you can actually, so you got a representative in Montana, he wants to get something passed. We'll have referendum votes either every year, every 6 months. That gives that representative time to get out into the communities, explain what their bill is before we ever go and try and get something passed. So that way things aren't just getting passed by the representatives, it gets passed by us before it ever goes to Congress. So that's my idea. It's other concepts inside of direct democracy that protect. It basically gives the power back to the people, where the people still have say so over what's done, not just individuals that we elect.
I agree with that, right?
I agree with
I
that.
kind of like that,
But the
except
system that
for
we need is not that. The system that we need is for us to start to recognize family first. This is where we have to get to first. When we start to recognize this system, when we start to look at man looking at woman, woman and us, and we both gonna take care of the child and stuff like this. When we start to get to a system like this, is when we're gonna get to all of that. Because we're gonna take over all of that. Because anything
first of
to
all,
the
there's
votes,
millions of
anything when we
people
put
who
the
do
bodies
have
together,
families.
anything we want to
Y'all
change, we're
gotta
gonna
stop.
change.
I can't do this.
We're
Listen,
gonna
I don't want
change
to
it.
mute you, but y'all got to
Trust
stop
me,
being on
son.
the internet
Yeah,
in
they
these
keep
Trust
spaces
changing the
me.
when.
You
conversation,
gotta
bro.
bring the bodies together.
Listen,
We need
you gotta
bodies
stop
to
acting
bring
like
those things
black
together.
people
You
don't
know what I mean?
believe in families.
No, I'm
But
not saying black people don't believe in that. I'm just saying the
there,
younger people don't, man. I
no,
got an 18-year-old
listen.
son, Bomb. Stop, man. I'm just saying, man.
Just
You
because he
gonna tell
don't
me
want
I'm
a
outside on
family
the streets
does
every
not
day.
mean
A
just
lot of people don't, Bomb. Just because you do or we do, that
wait,
don't mean a lot of people don't. We
wait. What you
forgot
mean?
that. The 60s is the last time we did
Wait,
that. And you're
well,
from
no.
some of those times.
I have
So
no.
I'm not from there.
This
So I'm
motherfucker
talking
talking
about
about the
that time.
'60s.
I'm
I'm
from
not
the
from the
And we
'60s.
need
What
from
the
the
hell?
'60s.
when
Wait,
you look at success,
Come on, Mom. You
listen. Wait a
from
Bomb,
minute.
these times,
Bomb
Mom.
Cherry and her
Wait.
family are
You from the
success.
real times where black
Oh
people
my
looked at
God. I
people
don't
like
No,
hit
each
the
no,
other.
mute
no,
button. I'm
no. I
sorry.
think we get it wrong. I think we get it wrong.
Okay, these two niggas right here must be drunk as fuck. Can y'all, first of all, if y'all want to spread things like what y'all saying, can y'all do your research? Because y'all willing to see how many people got divorced, right? But you need to go see how many got remarried, possibly divorced again and remarried again. That means people have not given up on family. And just because younger people are not getting married young doesn't mean that they don't want family. An 18-year-old possibly don't want a family at 18. It makes sense that he wouldn't. But it doesn't
Absolutely,
mean that
Bomb.
eventually he won't want his family. But if he don't want a family, that's okay too.
Yeah,
But you gonna
we're
force
moving.
people that want families when they don't want them? That creates a worse evil system of
We're
people not
moving
taking
all
care of their
around
kids.
everything, right?
Shut
And
your ass up. Anyway,
we're trying to show success in America, and I don't think
can
black
we
people
stop
know
beating
what's.
up on black people for things that these red pill men have spread out here? Because y'all they even beat up on the black woman who do believe in kids, and she's had kids. And even if the man decided to walk away, she still had the kids and took care of the kids. Y'all beat up on
I
them and
don't.
call them single mothers. So which one is it?
A single mother is not success to me, and that's
I don't give a fuck if a single mother is success to you. You
it,
you being a drunk ain't a success to nobody.
yeah, exactly. Okay.
Mom, I agree with
Mm,
everything you just said, Mom. Just know that I do. I really do.
Success to me is meaning have a family, have a
See,
marriage, have that's
okay.
success to me.
Well, why you ain't got it then, Philly boy?
I I don't have it. And then hey, I'm not here to say
Because
like
KT got a family. He over there. He watches. Watching is a bad thing,
congrats, hey,
but he has
congrats to
his
you,
kids.
KT.
So
Okay, I obviously don't
Salute
have it.
KT for that. Salute, bro.
I mean,
Oh
but
yeah, for sure.
Salute,
we
KT.
got a lot of people with families.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
y'all
But
act like
so
we don't.
we as black people, we
Yeah.
don't
White people are not chumming up and claiming.
we don't give you all the success and congrats that you
We don't
need.
need
You know.
no congrats. Just live your life the way you want to. If you having sorrow, then I guess you need to change as an individual so you can take what it is
I
that you
think I
want.
failed.
Okay, now go try to win. How about that?
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of sucking on other people's balls and shit.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
This is very hurtful when we get in these groups as a collective of people.
But
We okay to
but
talk about Trump. We okay to talk about that.
why do you say
We even want to give Trump credit, right? It's criminal. We will give him credit. But then when it's time for us to talk about us, we shit on us.
yes, I agree, Paul.
But you will give Trump credit though. Show me his motherfucking family that he took care of.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That happened.
Which one?
Ooh, when? Who take it? When?
Which family Trump took care of?
I don't know.
And
Who?
that's
Tell
why
me.
when the boy was saying
Hey,
we as
I think Uda was answering the question. Can you shut
I
up?
can't answer that. I said,
when we're
tell
black
me. My answer was,
Okay.
people,
tell me what you
we have
want.
no
Tell
Yeah,
room.
because
me.
We have no
Uda,
room.
Uda
Tell me.
struggling.
Tell me.
We have no room
No,
for
who
Jodeci.
the
black
lick?
people.
Who the lick?
And
Jodeci. Tell me, bro. I don't
and
Philly
know.
hear me
boy,
out. Hear me out.
did Trump?
We
Hey, Philly boy, did Trump
ah,
show me his family that he took care of? Go ahead.
and hear me out.
I
We as
answer that
black
question. Can
people,
you? Can you
no,
That's a
tell me?
crazy
we
ass
have to
question.
be
I never heard that
excellent
I'm
out
shit.
here.
I'm asking you a
We have
question.
no room.
Okay, you can't answer. Okay, cool. Shut the hell up. Anybody want to tell me
I
the
never heard
family
that
that
type of
Trump?
question in my life. Nope. No answer for that.
Okay, because you know he
Nah,
got several families, right? Several wives.
sure.
Is it three
And
wives?
several
No,
mean
I think it's
20.
three baby
Several
mamas.
means 20.
And Yeah.
That's
And
their excuse. That's not our. We have
listen,
no
we are people too.
room
So
as
so
black
you're gonna
people.
forgive him. Don't even want to answer the question because it embarrasses him or something. But you're willing to shit on black people. You're willing to talk about the baby mama, the black baby
Who?
mama, who
Who
you
talk
don't
about the
think is
black baby
successful
mama?
because even though she's taking care of kids.
You've
Who
never
said
heard
that?
me say
Philly?
anything
You
about a
did
black
say that.
mama.
You did
Philly.
say that shit.
Philly.
I've never. I've
Dude,
never
I
been.
said the single mothers
Philly.
taking care of their kids, and you said, I don't think that's successful. That's what you said.
Philly.
Hey, you know what? I got a question.
Mhm.
And this is
Philly.
just kind of not trying to off track what we're talking about, but I'm just thinking about the Venezuela thing. Okay. So if we're taking over their oil because they have been shipping drugs to our country, right? And you look up if the drug trafficking that does come out of Venezuela, if you look it up, it's US, stuff goes to Canada, stuff goes to the Caribbean countries, stuff goes to Europe. How come this administration ain't talking about sharing them profits with all these other countries that were affected by the
Bro,
cocaine
ain't
coming out of
nobody
Venezuela?
talking about no illegal profits, bro. I told
Huh?
you, I lived my life on the wrong side of it, and I've changed it. Ain't
That's
nobody gonna
okay.
tell you that. You know what I'm
How
saying?
come
Ain't
how
nobody
come
want to
Trump
talk
ain't
about
talk
that. That's
about
the real talk. And nobody want to talk about that. That's the real truth.
because if that was the case, if
They don't want to
we
talk about
taking over their oil because of cocaine, then how come we ain't talk about sharing the profits of the oil with these different countries that was
bro,
affected
ain't
by
no
the
profits to share,
Venezuelan
bro.
cocaine?
What are you talking about,
Because it
bro?
ain't
Hey, so
about
Ain't nothing to
drugs.
talk about, bro.
first
It
off,
wasn't about
the
drugs.
United
Ain't
States
nothing
is
to share, sir. You know
the
that.
United States is a business.
Ain't nothing
I
to
can
share.
answer that
Correct.
question,
Know
huh?
that.
Correct.
Know that.
Okay,
Facts.
so
Know
huh?
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
agenda
fact.
is solved. Yeah. Ain't nobody playing with that. You know that.
Just the hypocrisy. I'm always gonna point out them hypocritical
That's the
things
truth.
that.
You ain't never lied, Detroit, but that's the truth, though.
Yeah.
You know how they get it.
And
So
so
we ain't
why
about
do
that.
you have to explain business with other countries? Like, and then when the
And
United
we here,
States,
and people here having arguments with who here and who not supposed to be here, and people capitalizing and winning off everything and everybody that's here and everybody that's coming here and not. And when you're born here, they didn't own that and all type of stocks in your own shit, and we could get in all types of stuff. You know what I mean? So it's just like when we start to understand that our arguments that we having online is so superficial, that is so deep in that. When they talking about people got stocks when you're born here, they didn't own your own shit. We getting into some shit like
Mm-hmm.
that. You don't own your own shit. Like that's why people
facts
getting
with us,
live birth
facts with us.
certificates and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
When I never heard of things like that, and I had to go and realize and go and see something like that, right? Just to see because I see other people think of something, right? I don't gotta believe in what they believe in, but I saw them think of some shit, and they was talking about their live birth certificates. So I was like, "What? What is that?" I said, "That's not my birth certificate." They're like, "Nah." This, no, you got to go get your actual live birth certificate. You know what I'm saying? And the different type of stuff. So like we just need to keep
Hey, what kind of
expanding
birth
our
certificate
minds.
you had?
A live birth certificate because I never had that. On my birth certificate, I had is only my own birth certificate, and then I lost it, and then I got another one sent to me. Probably got two birth certificates sent to me, but then a friend that I met that I knew, my homeboy, but he was in a different way of life, I guess. You know what I mean? But he was explaining this to me at that time. You know, I was younger at the time, and he was like, "Yo, look, you know, all my people got their live birth certificate. They certificate. It's called the certificate of live birth." I was like, "What?" I said, "I got my birth certificate, bro." He's like, "Nah, not that, bro." I was like, "What?"
What the hell he talking about?
Yo, bro, you can
No,
obtain
yeah,
the
it's
certificate of your live birth. There's something
yeah,
else.
because like we're
Uda,
literally property.
calm down. You didn't explain it right. I, I,
I
I,
can't, bro. I can't right now. Wait,
Wait,
can
can
I
you
you let
think I.
Detroit, whoever was speaking, or whoever that was,
explain that better for
was
me?
That
set
was
right to
KT.
explain it? Okay, T, go ahead. Tell
I
me
got it.
what's a
Yeah.
live birth certificate? What's that?
So your regular birth certificate, if you pay attention, when you get like a replacement copy, you got to go to like the deeds department. I don't know what they call it in your area, but ours is the title of deeds in North Carolina. So like that's the same place you literally get like your deed for a house. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mm-hmm.
you are property. It is a separate certificate called a live birth certificate, and you can go about it. It's
But what I need it for, if it is. or where I get the fake one from. Where did the other one come
It's
from?
proof. It's proof.
What we're
It's
issued in
proof of
life is your fake one. If you're
it's
being
proof
honest,
of
with like,
If
identity.
you're being honest, the one we was issued is the fake one. This is the craziest shit.
yeah,
That's how he explained it to me. I was young at the time when he explained it to me. I was
Wait,
like,
what the
what?
hell y'all talking
I
about?
I
think I
swear to
know
God, you
where
can
Uda was
research this right
going,
now. You
and
can ask ChatGPT anything you want to ask. I swear to God, son. I'm not gonna lie to y'all.
yeah. I was about to say
It's called the
I didn't tell
certificate
you
of
where to
live
get it.
birth, bro. Certificate
Yeah,
of
because
live
I
birth.
don't know where you would go in your state to get it, because it
Well,
is different per
I know
state.
where I
But
got mine from, and it should be is my birth certificate. It has their
and
stamp
bomb.
on it.
Not that one,
Your
bomb. Not that
military.
one, bomb.
You're born
Certificate
and
of live
bred
birth is something else.
in the United
Huh?
States,
Trust me.
and you need your
Shut your
identity.
ass up. They got lots of people being what they call it when they kicked out of this country, and they also served this country. So you
Yeah,
shut
hmm
your ass up.
wearing who does wearing
That's a
who
fact, bomb.
It's a
prove me an
many
example.
of
Fact, bomb.
Give me a
There's
name.
an
okay. Let me
80
go
year
for it.
old.
Give me
But
a
a
There's an
lot of
name
us
80
that
don't
year
be
old
knowing
man.
stuff
give me a name that somebody that
I'm
served that country,
because
I'm
then
about to
our
go show you.
country, and
I
where.
I'm
got
about to
you.
show you.
I got you.
and let me say this
It's
real
so
quick,
many of
bomb.
them.
You get it, bomb.
they
You
had a
get it from the
different, they had
vital
like some
records.
Moorish American type of energy, like my man, my friends, right? This is just what's real
Yeah,
Yeah,
important.
Boom up here
But
lying,
he
man.
understood something like about America. Like, so his mindset was like really about America, like, and what America is. So I be meeting a lot of people that talk to me about America and they American and shit like that,
Who
but they
has
never taught
served
me some stuff like
America?
him. When he
Who
talked to
has
me
served
about America,
America?
he was telling me things like this. He was telling me like legal things about America and stuff. And he was like, yo, look, did you know this and did you know that? I was like, word. And I was like getting into laws and stuff like that. And he was showing me like that. And he told me about my
Uda,
certificate of live
you out of
birth.
line. You out of
And he
line. You out of
bust
line
my
right
mind.
now.
I never knew these things. I was telling you, somebody told me these things. I never knew them.
I don't know what the hell
no,
y'all still talking
I
about. I
got you
guess I'll
here.
look that up in a
Shit is
minute.
real
Here we
though,
go.
bro. I swear to God, it's
I was
real.
about to say, bomb. It's go to the vital records in any state. You can
Yeah,
look it
that's where
up.
I
Like,
got
where
mine
would you?
from. I got
Yeah,
mine from. Where else y'all
And
getting
he
y'all
was dealing
uncles
with
from then
police
if
in a
y'all not
different
getting it
way.
from
I was
there?
like, what? Nah, some
Hey,
That's what I'm
bullshit.
bomb.
asking.
I
I
think
got
I
mine
think
from Vital and
I'm confused
Statistics.
right
So
now.
where did y'all get the one that y'all claim is not that? Where did y'all get it from? Because that's who issues your birth certificate.
Nah, bomb.
So
That's
where the
not
fake
that.
birth
Google
certificate come from?
certificate of live
no,
birth right now.
yeah,
Google certificate of
title,
live birth, bomb.
And
Certificate of
make it
the
live
make it
birth.
title,
You'll
make it
understand it
make
right
the
now.
title
make
of
it.
deeds give you your birth certificate. The vital
And so
records
where
give you
that?
your certificate
Because
of
I was
live
like
birth.
you, mom. When the nigga told
Mm-mm.
me this, I was like
Wait,
you. I
what?
was like,
So
what?
yeah, I went to the statistics everywhere. Every time I got either my children's or mine, that's where I went to get my birth certificate. So apparently y'all going somewhere and getting this fake one because I never got no
Go
fake
Google it,
birth
bomb.
certificate in my life.
Certificate of live birth and see what it means. See what the meaning of it is. Just
Okay,
read
I
Well,
it.
you
will.
a
But
whole lie.
first,
You a
we
whole
had
lie.
somebody say that we
What is
had
the
somebody who
meaning?
said they
Let's just
served
see
this
what the
country.
meaning is, because I
Why would
can't.
they get kicked out? U.S. Army veteran who received Purple Heart deported by
You about to
ICE
be more
to
American
Mexico.
after this.
Okay, there's many of them.
Because I'm
Purple
American
Heart.
American right now. I don't give a fuck who
Yeah, right
from
now
where.
he's not American
I'm
American
the
apparently.
last American right now. I don't care if my family from a country. I got.
What the hell are
I'm
you
the last.
talking about?
I'm
Can we
telling you,
talk about
bomb.
this? Because I
Google
don't
it,
know what
bomb.
you're talking about.
Because he lying up. He lying up here, bomb. He
Okay.
lying.
So anyway, see where they say U.S. Army veteran who received Purple Heart deported by ICE to
Sajun
Mexico.
Park.
Okay.
Man, we
He
parked
received
to
a
get you the fuck
Purple
up out of
Heart.
here.
It's a many of them. What you say to that? Somebody who served this country, and let me tell you, they had people who wasn't American citizens join the army, and with the idea that while they're serving and get out, they will become citizens. And then for some reason, that part didn't happen. So that means they spent 20, some of them spent 10 or 20 years in the military and still got deported.
Facts.
That's America for you.
Facts.
You
Facts.
told me to show it, and what you got to say now?
Facts.
Okay, so we was telling you facts. Okay, cool. Now
And
back to the
according to some
live birth.
Americans, that's successful.
Right.
We got
Ain't
all
that
this
something?
work out of him, got all this defense out of him. He did all this military work for him. For some Americans, having him deported is their sign of success. We got everything out of him, and now we can get relieve him
Did
of
you
his
hear
freedom
what bomb
in
just
this
said?
country. What's that?
Right over the border, there's a group of men They've been in this country all their life. They served the country. They in their uniforms right in Mexico, sitting there hoping that they'll get this shit straight. And that's crazy. And they living in tents because they don't know Mexico like that. Like, can you imagine being being born here, or you was a baby when you was here, and when they deport you, you don't even know where to go. That's like dropping me in California, just on some street, and I'm just like, okay, like, where do I go from here? I wouldn't know where to go.
I agree, Bomb.
Church maybe or some shit. Like, okay, certificate of live birth. Because I'm not
you're
saying there's
definitely
not a
sharing
certificate
facts.
of live birth. I'm wondering about this fake one that y'all talking about. Let me see types of birth certificate. Because I'm thinking these young people, y'all didn't like y'all just y'all. I don't know what the hell y'all got.
Uda is out his mind right now, Bomb.
Nah, he's really not.
You better
Certificate
Google
of
something,
life.
bro. I done
A
studied
certificate
everything you
of
want to study. I done read the whole Bible. I done read the whole Quran. I done read the Hindu. I done read all of these things that you talking about, bro. When you catch up to my mind, I'm not out of nothing, nigga. You just slow. Just Google it now. You chat GPT if you got AI and see if I've ever lied
I'm
to you.
Googling now,
I
and
ever
we about
spoke
to
to any
tell
of
you.
you.
Look,
Just
and
Google
I'm about to
anything I
tell
ever
y'all the
said,
difference.
son. That's it, son. Don't tell me nothing, bro.
Okay,
I'm
this
gonna
is
tell you.
crazy
I
what
don't
y'all
speak
talking
like
about.
that. I be on panels
So
and all that. I don't even talk that much. So if I'm telling you something, I told you something. Just Google it, fact check it, and just get into that.
but
I
what
don't do the
that
arguing
really
now.
that
I'm gonna
really
tell you what I told you.
recognize.
Just figure it
okay,
out.
so this is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. I know what they talking about. Y'all food. Okay, wait a minute. So let me tell y'all what happened when you have a baby, right? So
No,
when I
let's
had
Google
my
this. I just
son,
Googled this. Let me show you what I just
listen,
read.
Go ahead.
I
Go
Googled
ahead.
and can I
Look,
talk? So check it
after
out.
you, Mom.
When I had my babies, right, and after they were born, they gave me a little piece of brown thing with their footprint on it, with their name at the top. Now, please tell me you didn't think that was your birth certificate, honey, with your name, your date of birth, your footprint, because that never came to nobody as being your birth certificate. So see, they say right here, the short form, which has your name, date of birth, and place, that's not a birth certificate. The thing that is, they call it the initial certificate of live birth, which is your medical record, right? That's what your footprint on. The official birth certificate, though, your legal ID one, that's where you go and get that. That's you use that for elections, your driver license, and all that. So
no, yeah. What he trying to point
yeah,
out
so
really
that birth
quickly,
certificate. Now,
it's a difference. Like it was saying, your birth certificate is your legal ID. Your
But no,
certificate of live
Google
birth is your record.
certificate of
No,
live birth
stop,
real quick
stop.
so we can see both, KT,
No,
as you
she
talk.
just did. She just
I
did.
You saw
did.
it?
She
That
got
was
it
right
up on.
now.
Yeah,
What did that one say?
she got it up on the main stage.
I
It's
just
even
read
explaining
it.
that same thing. But
Okay,
it
cool.
don't explain it like what's the importance in terms of what you talking. And he bringing this up because when you get your birth certificate, you basically saying you're a ward of the state who can't take care of yourself.
But they
Therefore,
was
the
explaining
American.
it to me like that. So
Yeah.
Wait, what?
word, KT, I
Okay.
need
What
you
Your
is the
to see.
state?
Yo, hey,
yeah.
Wait, wait,
Your
wait, wait, wait.
that's how it was explained to me, son. Some shit like that.
That's not.
Bomb. Should
Wait,
I
what
already
you
it
know
mean?
should
you talking about
affect.
maritime
Should
law and all
affect.
that.
Wait,
I
All of
know
that,
exactly what you're
all of
talking about.
that,
It should
all of
affect.
that, all of that, straw
You
mans and all of that, all of that,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
all of that, bro. And that shit
They
said
talking about
1991,
wait.
but it's
the
something
Go
else.
ahead.
corporate entity versus the actual person because
Here we
legally
go.
speaking,
Here we go.
your name
Because
can't be in
maritime
all.
law create law that
Yep.
we live on land and we understand from pirates, and this is when we understand the whole shit.
Yeah.
Facts.
Born
That's
dead at
Okay,
facts,
so you
sea.
KT.
talking
I
about
already
what
know.
is
Those are
it on our
factual
birth
things to
certificate?
that shit, KT. Know that.
Hmm.
No, y'all got to
That's why he
stop
knows it.
listening
He
to
knows the truth.
anybody. No,
I'm
y'all
not
got to stop.
insane. This nigga know what I'm saying. This nigga, I'm not insane. This
No,
nigga know.
he wasn't
The
saying what
nigga
you're
know it.
saying. You
It's
started
over.
saying that,
It's
and
over. It's
we
over.
heard them people
I'm on
who
mute right
claim they
now.
don't need a
Nigga, I'm
one.
on mute.
The
Okay,
facts are
I
on the
do not
screen, man.
want to mute people. Listen, I've heard those people, like, what is his name? Otis, right? I forget what they are. Where they don't think they need a driving license. They don't think they need a license plate. They don't think, and then they start claiming they sovereign citizen.
That'd be
That,
crazy though, bum. I don't want to go that
that's what
far
you
because them
talking
niggas
about,
is
though.
crazy though. I'm not going that far. Them niggas is wilding, bum.
Yeah, but
They
that's what
wilding with that
that
shit.
the certificate. That's that
But
birth
they
certificate. When
wilding,
you
but they not really because they
yeah, but
understand
they are
certain
wild.
rights but they be getting away with certain things
No,
that
they don't.
No, they
do
do.
though.
Like
They really
seriously,
do
listen.
though, man. They
Yeah,
really
you can look
do
this
though.
up, Bomb. Now
They
listen,
really
you can look
do.
this up, Bomb. It's something
I
called
swear they
legalese,
do.
which is the language of law. So when you
What?
use
I could be
certain, yeah,
covert. I could fucking figure this shit out to
It's
be
on the
covert right now.
screen, and facts are
no,
facts.
I'm just pointing out language of
The
law
law
is
is the
what a lot
law.
of them get through.
That's what
Like
they
they
get
get through.
through.
Yeah, it's legalese. If y'all understand legalese, like maritime law has a major part in American. Like even the
Yes.
birth certificate. Okay, a birth
Yes.
is something on the ship. It's literally like
A
the
what?
way I was explained it is you're pronounced dead at
You
sea.
pronounce
Okay.
alive, your certificate of live birth, that you was alive and you are you.
Yeah.
That's just a fact. Fuck your birth certificate. I'm
Wait a
talking
minute,
about
but
this
he
is something
said that
else.
C. Listen,
I
y'all got
swear
to
to
stop
God,
speaking
Google
over
it.
each other because for some reason y'all think y'all saying the same thing. Y'all clearly are
We
not.
is saying the
One
same
person
thing,
just
Mom,
said
and I
that
love
you
you.
are
Mom,
that it
I've known
announces
you.
that you live at sea, and
I
then you
never lied
said
to you,
something
Mom.
completely different.
I know you for more than 6 years, damn near. I would never lie to you, Mom. And I didn't pick
You
today to
are
lie
you
to you.
must be drunk or you not listening.
Mom, I would
You
never
s-
I would
I'm not
listen
And
to you. Tell
listen,
me.
both of y'all are saying two different things.
What? Tell me what
And
you
because
telling
y'all
me.
speaking over each other, for some reason you think you
All
saying
right,
what
I
he's
want to
saying.
listen to you. Tell me what you want to
What you
say.
mean? I'm trying to listen to you all, but y'all
All right.
speaking over each other.
So,
That's why I'm trying to stop y'all from
okay.
doing that.
So
a
tell me
So
bomb
what you
is
feel about what you feel about whatever we done
a
said so we
bomb
can
wait,
is right
reset.
there.
I'm
Tell
not
me to
A
listen. I'm
reset,
bomb
not
is
Mom.
right
saying
there
y'all
on your
wrong,
screen.
but
Nah,
I
it don't
can't
matter
hear
about
what
wrong.
y'all.
Tell me what you feel about
No,
whatever we done said.
listen.
Hold on, KT. Tell me, Mom.
What do you mean? I'm telling you both were saying something different. Can you let him
Okay.
finish and then
Okay.
you say what you say, right?
But
Okay,
what
go.
you feel
KT
about what
was
we
saying
talking
something.
about?
Okay, I'm gonna let you know as soon as y'all finish. Go ahead,
Okay,
KT.
cool.
What you were saying?
Okay. So what the explanation of it is uh your birth certificate means that you were born dead at sea. Like that's how they technically classify this. Your birth certificate. Your certificate of live birth is a separate thing because you don't have to have a social security number even in this country. But if you do that, you're no longer obligated to be taken care of America. So when these people, like a lot of those people, I can admit you're right. They're incorrect in like a lot of people learning it and how they try to apply it. But the basis is true in terms of like it's a separation between your live birth and your birth certificate. Birth certificate, you're a part of the corporate entity. Like y'all was saying, America's a business. Oh, excuse me. America's a business. When your birth certificate, your name is in all caps letters.
That's
That's
a
a
fact, bro.
corporation.
That's a whole fact, bro.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
this is a
back up.
corporation in there.
Okay, because so your birth
It's a bomb.
certificate. You
Put your screen back up
wait a
when you had
minute.
it.
It's time for
Look, and
Uda
me
to
and KT, look,
explain.
I'm agreeing with KT. Me, this nigga is like, look,
So
I'm
you
telling
so
you, this
you are
nigga ain't
saying
lying.
that the birth certificate it
This
means
nigga, look,
you
he
were
like to argue.
live
Me and this nigga ain't even argue.
at sea. I'm asking you because I didn't hear you say the live at sea thing.
Hmm?
Oh no, I was saying like dead at sea is
Dead
what
at
you're
sea.
quote unquote. Yeah, because it's
Okay,
about
so
Wait,
maritime
pause.
law.
Pause. But KT
so
went
when
to
they
another.
give you when they because these are the people who witness your birth. But that first one you talking about, they witness your birth. That's why you get it in the hospital. Are you saying that means you're dead at sea?
No, that's your live birth certificate. Your birth certificate.
It's
Once
just
your
two
parents
separate.
sign that,
It's just two separate birth certificates,
I
literally.
know,
yeah.
but wait a minute. So okay. So
Literally,
the
I never
real
knew.
birth certificate that y'all said was the real one. That's the one you get from the
That's
registrars.
regular.
Though that is your real live birth certificate.
It's not. It's just your birth
No, the
certificate.
medical
No,
record.
yeah, no. The
The
medical
You
record
gotta
is the
issue this.
first one.
You
That's the
gotta
one you get
request
at
for
the
this birth
hospital.
certificate. You literally
Listen,
gotta request for this one. They give you that one.
yes,
You gotta
listen.
request for this birth
I
certificate that
listen.
they say.
Wow,
Okay, wait a minute.
Uda.
Y'all are
Stand down,
confused.
Uda.
Listen to what I'm saying. That's why I told you the story about me having the baby, right? So the live birth one, the first one that you get, the certificate of birth, that is the one where they witness your birth. So why would it be you dead at sea? They are the one. That's why it says medical, right?
No.
Because you was medically born in
hmm
this hospital and they witnessed it. The
Yeah.
the the
No.
live birth
I said
certificate
the
comes
same
from
shit, bro. I was like, what
registrar.
are you talking to me about? I was saying the same shit. I was like, what? Get out of here, bro. What are you talking to me about, bro? Get out of here. I got kids on Earth. He telling me this
Uda,
story. I had a kid
what is
on
your
Earth when the nigga told me this.
and what
I
is your
literally had a
point?
kid too, besides my own
I
life.
I
like,
think
So
what
which
Bomb is
certificate
saying.
did you get with your children? Which one did you get?
a regular one that we talking about. But when he told me what he
What
told
you mean
me,
the regular one? That is not the that's just to
I'm
say that
telling
they
you,
were
bro. I
born and
swear
they
to God,
witnessed it. That's
bro.
why the footprint is there.
I
You can't
swear,
do
bro.
shit with that. You know what you do with that? Before they old enough to get the actual birth certificate and social security card, some people will use that. You could use that for your
Yo, I thought
children.
them niggas was crazy, Bomb. Like you telling me, I thought these niggas was absolute batshit. I'm
But
like, what are you talking to me
so
about?
wait a minute. So y'all
But
thought
it's
that was your
really
birth
true,
certificate?
Bomb. I'm
That's
like, what?
crazy.
Yeah,
I could get the
Bomb,
certificate of my
pull that
live
back up
birth.
what
I
you were
said, why
showing
is
on your
my birth
screen.
certificate not live, bro? I was alive, homie. I
And
said
because
the same thing you said, Bomb.
your birth certificate means everything.
I'm still confused.
No, your birth
If
certificate
you gonna
means
pull
the
out a
birth.
picture, I don't know how y'all confused. Now I get
No,
it.
no,
Like if
listen.
you
I'm gonna say it
if
real quick, Mom. Listen, your birth certificate, that's what we're saying is the fake part. Your birth certificate, your certificate of live birth is the actual thing you need to really like,
okay,
Drop the
I
I
would
link for
get
say
it.
Edie,
like,
Bomb. Drop the link for
I
Edie.
know.
yeah.
But
Yeah,
what
go
I'm
ahead.
saying
Go ahead,
is,
Edie.
You ever
why would
applied
you
for a
think the
job? You
first one?
ever
Why would you think the first one was all you need when all it
I ain't know.
is them saying, "Hey, I
Bomb. I
witnessed
want
the birth
everything
at
I
this
could get,
hospital."
Bomb. Y'all niggas is trying to call me try to kick me out. I'm here, homie.
Uda,
I
Uda,
want everything
Uda,
I
you
could get,
ever
homie. What
applied for a
happened?
passport?
Y'all ain't
You
getting
Who
me
ever
kicked
out.
you out? What
Y'all
did
ain't
you
getting
talk
me out of
about?
shit. What happened?
Huh? I don't know what the hell he talking about. But
That's a joke,
anyway,
bro.
that I could. So that thing had a footprint
Bomb,
on it, and y'all really thought that was a birth certificate? I mean,
Bomb,
the
I'm
think you
telling you,
the one
Bomb.
you needed
You
for
could
your
Google
driving
it. Why
license.
you don't want to Google that? What I'm telling you, so I can see it
I
on the
did
screen,
Google
Bomb.
it.
It was true or not? Tell me what the fuck. Was it a true or was it a
True.
lie? You didn't say that.
It's
Uda, what you
true.
sipping on?
I'm
Nothing.
Uda,
asking
No, no,
why.
no, no.
Uda,
I'm saying
Uda,
I
Let me
came
go
with my
show
Uda,
friend.
y'all
you
I'm
this.
tapping on one
smarter, yeah.
tequila.
Uda, you
One tequila
smarter
is with
than
my
that.
friend. But look, I'm smoking weed though. But look,
You
God
Bomb,
damn, I'm
smarter
did
than
you
tired.
that,
Google
bro.
Fuck
the
this.
thing, Bomb? Did you Google the thing? And did it say it was true or not? That's all I'm asking you, Bomb.
Y'all look, I'm gonna show. Listen, y'all, I'm about to show you what he talking about. Let me share the screen.
Please,
I,
Bomb, tell me what the
I'm,
hell
I'm
happened.
saying that you're right. I'm just wondering, how was you confused? So let me
How's
show you the
he
pictures that he's
how's he
talking
right though,
about.
Mom?
Wait, okay,
Oh,
I'm about to. I said I'm gonna show a picture. Can you shut the? Why,
Bomb, tell me
why,
something,
why
Bomb. Don't tell me nothing.
tonight? Come on, now.
What the
I
hell
must
happened?
be just short tempered. It could be, but I could
What
swear I'm
happened?
giving all the leeway I could give. I don't even know.
Oh, I
I
love
be
you,
Nah, you're
feeling
Bomb.
like
doing
I
good,
I love you
Bomb.
more than I need
I be feeling like I'm trying hard. I be trying hard,
Not,
You
crazy.
not
got
with
the
me, Bomb.
patience of
I love you
Okay.
Job.
beyond any of these
Yeah,
people, man.
okay.
You know
Listen,
that.
y'all. This see that say certificate of birth. Remember what I said. I'm asking him why would he think this would be the shit you need to go get your ID.
I'm,
This has the footprint. See that? Remember getting this little thing. It only says that you witnessed the birth at the hospital. That
Oh,
is
no, no, no. I
no.
get the
See
Absolutely.
that
confusion.
says
I get the
certificate of birth.
confusion,
so
Bomb.
what?
Absolutely
This is what
proven
we talking
No,
about,
no,
Bomb. This
no.
is it, Bomb.
No.
Is this what it is?
absolutely.
Now wait. Let me finish.
All right.
This is the certificate of birth. That's what the fuck it
Okay.
says.
Okay.
And this is your birth certificate, depending on what state you in. This is your live birth certificate. Wait, let me
No.
make it bigger.
Hmm.
Google certificate of live birth and let's see what
That's
that
what
look
it
like.
is. I did that already.
Nah, Bomb, that's not that one though, Bomb.
This
I
is
love you,
it.
Bomb. I love you for too many years. Come on, Bomb. Don't do that with me and you. I
Dude,
love you. Sandals and
I don't know
Jesus.
what
I
the
love you.
problem is.
On Vunduna, whatever you want to do. With me and you, I love you.
This is the
Oh.
birth certificate where it
No,
says,
Google
no, not,
certificate of live birth.
I
Write it
have,
like that. No, you have to
okay,
write it like that. You're not gonna see this, Bomb, unless you write it like that. Write it like
listen,
that,
okay,
please, for me, Bomb.
certificate. I
Uda.
did
Hey,
that
Certificate
Uda.
of live
already.
birth. No, hold
Absolutely. I
on,
think
y'all.
Bomb
Certificate
got
of
you on
live
this,
birth.
Uda.
I
I
did
think
that
Bomb
Hey,
got you
Uda.
on this,
already.
Uda.
You saw it? She did it?
I
Uda.
just with the
Hey.
images. I already
It
read
was the
it
same
for
shit?
you. What is your problem?
I never saw it,
That's
Bomb. I
what I
wasn't
typed
here.
in, certificate of live birth, and then I with the images.
Because I wasn't here, Bomb. That's what I'm
And
Hey,
what
saying.
I was
Uda.
sharing is exactly what it is.
Thank you, Bomb. Just
Certificate
do
of
it.
live
Click it.
birth.
I love you, Bomb.
I
All right.
clicked.
Go to the image, Bomb.
I don't
Hey,
know what you're
Uda,
looking
not
at.
hey, Uda.
Click
I
Every
it,
don't know
Bomb.
what
street
the problem
nigga,
is.
hey, every street nigga and every ex-con
What's the
ain't
difference
certified
between this? What's the
paralegals,
difference
dog.
between this and that, Bomb?
A big
So
difference.
Why does this say certificate of live birth, but that one says birth certificate?
Because
So what are y'all
because
talking about,
one
bro?
of them is just saying, hey, here's proof that this person had a baby, that that we witnessed the birth right here at this hospital. This is you don't even have to put the
E in the
baby
back.
name on
Bomb.
it.
E in the back. E in
Listen,
the back.
I need you to, you don't even have to have a baby name yet on that first one
We
that
ain't
they
never
give you.
seen
Did
that
you know
shit in
that?
our life. Bomb. Stop lying.
What
We
are
ain't
you
never
talking
seen no
about?
shit that look like that right now. Certificate of live birth. You never seen it. Stop lying to us.
Oh,
Let
really?
E the man
So wait
William
a
in the
minute.
back. Let's stop lying to each other on the sand of
So
the
Hey,
right
bed.
now, so if I show
Whatever
you
you
my
think
birth
I'm sipping
hey,
on
certificate,
Uda.
I show
wine.
you my birth
Like
certificate
my Uncle
all the
Jesus.
way from the 60, right? 69. You
All
mean
right.
to
So when
tell
I
me
told
it's
you that,
not
why
gonna
you would
say
act like
that?
that with me when I love you?
Uda,
And then I
let's
could
go
show
back
you
to
one
who
of my
told you this
kids'
bad information, man.
certificate.
Man, bro,
Yeah,
I could get
somebody
into
gave
that.
me
Don't let me
some.
run down on somebody. I'm just
No,
saying,
but
let's
no,
figure
they
that
gave him the
straight.
right
So
information. I'm wondering why he thought that footprint one was a birth certificate that he could do anything with. Is what I'm wondering.
No, if I can, real quick, I see the confusion. He's not saying that. What we saying is they're two separate things because they do two different things. Your birth certificate is what gets you your ID because you're working with the corporation.
No,
Your
that is not
certificate of
what he
live
said.
birth.
that's
No,
a
wait.
No,
fact.
that
That's what I'm
Hey, but
saying.
hey,
that's what he was
bomb
trying to
That's
cherry,
what
explain.
I'm
No,
saying.
no.
bomb
Listen, the
cherry.
first
No,
thing
listen.
came. No, listen. Come
Hold
on,
on
hit
before
me.
y'all argue, bomb
Wait.
cherry. Let these
Okay.
idiots get kicked out with the Somalians.
He's not
You
doing
got
I'm
Donald
not on no
Trump.
Somalian shit.
Listen,
E. Leave
listen.
me be with the Somalians on
Hold on,
me.
no, y'all have Donald Trump looking for reasons to kick people out. And if y'all want to go down this
Y'all
rabbit
niggas gonna
hole,
kick me out too. So when y'all start kicking, y'all gonna kick me out too.
He
I'll
gonna
tell
kick
you,
your ass.
they gonna kick you out. They gonna send you back to
Yeah,
some
I ain't
other
going nowhere.
country.
E. That's all I know, nigga. It's over.
Yeah,
Fuck
I'm
that,
telling you,
nigga.
like this. When you
Nah, they
talk
taking
about
me like Reuben Carter.
do you know how dangerous
Alright.
it is, especially in 2025 with Donald Trump the president, and you talk about you don't want no birth certificate or no social security card, nigga, they gonna send
E,
you
you
back to
never heard of this shit I'm
Somalia.
saying about this live
Facts,
birth
facts,
certificate
facts.
shit that I'm saying? You never heard of this shit ever? E.
I never
I
heard it.
heard, I heard everybody who ever got locked up be talking this. Listen,
Yeah, don't say that, E. That's what it is. Don't say that. You know, I came from
listen.
the world,
I'm
but
telling
don't say
every
that, E.
convict.
Nah, I
They
never heard that
actually,
from the world I was from, though, bro. E. You know, I
Listen,
came
I'm
from the world.
telling you from
Allegedly,
Georgia.
don't say that, E,
I'm
man.
just
Don't say
telling
that,
you
mm,
what
E.
happened. Every
That's what happened. I'm
convict.
traumatized. Don't say that,
Listen,
E.
every convict come to me.
they actually had got me confused, man. And what's
E,
going
am
on,
I?
Uda,
Don't say
man?
that, E. KT the GOAT believe, son. And me and
I'm
this
just hold
nigga
on,
don't
I'm
have
just
to
telling
agree
you what
never, but
happened.
me and
Every
this nigga
time
agreeing.
everybody
Nah.
come back and they denounce themselves, they ain't got no driver's license, they can't get no job. It's a way to be a bomb. You can't get no food stamps, can't get no
Fuck, I never
Section
had no
8.
food. I
You
ain't got no food stamps
no
since I was a
listen, I'm
kid.
just telling you,
It
you
was a
can't
long
even
time. It
go
was
to
like
hold
Help
on.
30,
this
40
nigga,
years
You
since I
help,
had food stamps.
help this nigga
these
grow
people
up,
can't
man.
even go get a loan. They can't get a
Explain it to
house.
him.
I'm telling
Fuck,
you, this is
man.
the
But they
most
don't know that
stupidest.
they possibly could
That's
if they
that.
change their perspective, though.
It's
E,
that
they
off
don't
the
know
No,
that.
grid
that's
white folk
Nah,
shit.
hold
nah,
up.
nah,
White
nah.
Let's
folks that be off the
You
Damn.
made it
grid. This the
make
type
They
of
could
shit
sense.
they
do it,
be
Bomb
E.
was
thinking
They
they.
could
making it
do it.
make sense.
no, hold up.
I
Let's
had
just
to
be
change
very
my
clear
mind too,
though.
E. They had to
Just
change
be
their
very
perspective.
clear. Like you're
Tell me
saying
the one with
somebody's
the
a
house.
bum
Who
because they
follow?
not going to accept government assistance. Like that's
They
what I'm
can't
saying.
get
Y'all
it.
be having all these
That's
complaints.
not what
No,
I'm
that's what I'm
saying.
saying. No, I'm saying E because like y'all be pointing out people are taking advantage of the system. So if we talking about how people using something that won't even have them involved in taking advantage of the system or even
You
utilizing
can't
it
even
for
go
real.
get a job. That's what I'm telling y'all.
No, you can't get a job.
You
That's
cannot. So
that's a
you tell
lie.
me without an ID, without a social security
I
card
give
in the
up.
United States of America, you can go. I'm telling you, they lying to y'all.
Pick the
This
Nah,
is
you
a
could
strawberries.
way
get
for
a
you to
job.
be
You
a
could get
Hey,
a
they
citizen.
job
need
without
people
any of
now.
that,
They
yo.
done deported all these farmers. They
America
need
is
people out
great
there
for real.
in the
You could get it
field.
without any of those things, E.
I'm telling y'all,
And
they
I'm gonna
Yeah.
telling
tell
y'all
you,
how
you
this is
can.
this.
And you can really make it and
It,
E.
finagle
and
your
I was
way to
E.
the
arguing.
top,
Listen, I
homie.
was arguing. Let me tell
It's
you, I was
America,
arguing
bro.
with this dude, and he did this to his child, and his
What he
child is
did?
not. Listen, his child is not even considered a U.S. citizen. It was
What?
the worst thing he could have did to his child.
Mm-hmm.
What? In which way?
Nah,
What do
hell
you mean
nah.
by that? What do you mean by that? I explain that. I don't understand what you're
So
saying.
he was
Yeah,
going
my
down
baby
this
don't got a
rabbit hole.
security.
He gave back his he gave back his ID. He sent some
Okay.
letter saying that he just denounced himself and he got the right to travel with no tags and all. He
So
did
you're
all
not
that.
talking about
And
what
then
we talking
Okay.
about.
hello, and then
Wait,
he
Okay. Well,
had
no,
wait, I
a
wait.
just wanted to
child.
finish what he's saying,
Hold on.
though.
I'm
Tell
trying
me
to
what.
help y'all understand. This
Just
happened
let
in
him explain. I just
Washington.
want to understand what the fuck you're saying.
he he had a child and he did this certificate without all this stuff. He wrote it up and signed it like he's some government official. And now they don't even consider him as a U.S.
because you
citizen.
could give up citizenship to whatever if you
Not
don't got
give it
dual
up,
citizenship.
and not
You
give
get
it up.
something
He
like
never,
that.
he never took his citizenship.
He never took
Okay?
citizenship
He
because
never took
his
his
son ain't got
citizenship.
no social security card.
That's right.
And you
So
think
he can't even get his kid in
beat the
school.
system.
Oh, that's
He
crazy.
can't even
Oh,
get his
okay. I never
kid
heard
in
of that shit.
school.
I never even
Wait
heard
a
of
minute.
that.
It's a system for.
Wait. I'm trying. There's so many of y'all talking over each other. Listen, okay? We can't even. Either man was talking, and he's right. You can't get no job. That's how we know some of y'all ain't never had no job, unless it's under the table, right? Or some illegal shit. You need a birth certificate to even get your driving license, to vote, to get a job, and if you work, you want this birth certificate and your ID and a social security card because you know you get to retire after so many years. And you think you get to retire. Stop letting these people confuse you and talk about you don't want to be a part of the system. Shit. Go ahead, y'all muted. Go ahead, King.
If I can, the only thing I really can say is I'm gonna give y'all an example because I see what y'all doing. There are examples that bad things. My child does not have a social security card, so it's nothing
Oh,
about whether she's
KT
newborn. My
it's a
youngest,
oh,
well,
okay,
system.
good.
my youngest and
She
my
don't
oldest
need one
daughter. I
right
mean, my
now.
oldest son. I mean, my
Yeah, but
youngest
she don't
son.
need one. But before she turned 18,
KT
if you don't get her one,
No,
she gonna need to get it. Yes.
no. Listen. You can get
Hey,
all of
get
that
her a social security
without
card
stop.
now.
Just listen.
And KT,
She can get
it's a
everything.
system
Stop.
for a
Can
reason.
I speak? Jesus.
And
She
KT,
can get
it's a system
everything.
for a
She can
reason.
get Jesus, God, yeah, to fuck
Hey,
us over.
stop.
So we can get everything y'all saying, just like how y'all saying, how do you get your ID without your birth certificate? Literally, if somebody like if you're staying with me, I could literally go up to the DMV right now and say he moved from another state, but he's staying with me. I'm gonna allow him to use my home as the place of
That's a
ID, and they'll
home,
give
but
you that
you
ID.
still need a driving license. You need
No,
proof
don't
of
need
birth to get
nothing.
a driving
Nope.
license.
And you're trying to
No,
beat
No,
the
yes, you
system.
do.
You're
no, you
trying to
don't.
beat the
Listen,
system.
But
y'all know
can it go?
I'm in West
It
Virginia. I'm in West
it
Virginia.
is
When I moved
it
here,
is.
that's exactly what I did, and
Hold
I
on.
got my ID and birth certificate.
I'm
But I
telling
had
you,
to
Yes,
get it
Hold
sent
yes.
from
on.
North Carolina.
Like, look this up. Washington State is being sued right now. They're being sued by the federal government because they gave people IDs that didn't prove who they was. So I get what y'all saying. I'm telling you right now, especially in the next 5 years, it's the worst thing ever. You're gonna be looking stupid. Absolutely stupid. Can't get
The
no
And
real
can
house.
we
ID.
Can't
agree?
get no loans.
That's why the real ID is a thing, right? In order to
That's
get
the
the
real
real
ID. That was
ID,
the whole
Exactly.
thing behind the real ID.
that's right.
The real ID was like a whole bunch because illegals was doing this. Illegals was getting IDs. They was driving trucks. They was killing people. They was doing a whole bunch of crazy stuff. And then the government started getting involved and say, how did this person even get a class?
So identify this. We can't
Okay.
beat the system. It's there
Listen,
for a
can you
reason.
be on topic?
So
King?
I'm on.
the point that I'm telling y'all guys, especially if you send your kids to go up there, I'm telling you, I don't know why y'all think Donald Trump playing with y'all. If Donald Trump playing, then he gonna say, "Oh, your daughter ain't got no." He can kick your daughter out this country if she ain't got no social security card, no birth certificate. I'm
Oh, she
telling
getting
you,
kicked out if she don't.
yeah, he can
She
kick her
getting
out.
kicked out.
No,
That's what.
no, literally can't. Literally can't. Your certificate
Literally
of live
can.
birth. Your certificate of live birth is your proof is that you're American citizen.
No, no, it's
You're
not.
not in the American system,
No,
but
listen.
you're American citizen because it's
No,
about
Google
birthright
that though,
citizenship.
bomb.
Like
no,
Bomb,
it's
you're
birthright
not.
not googling that.
citizenship.
Who
It's under
signed
the
it? Hold on,
same
Katie, go. I
context.
got you. Who signed it? This
Who
certificate of
signed
birth.
what?
I
The
don't know.
The
certificate of
law.
birth.
You'll eat. I don't know
Hold
what
on, no,
happened.
watch this.
Nobody.
No, watch this. Who
I don't know.
signed it?
What
Nobody. There's
certificate
no
of live
stamp or
birth?
nothing.
Yeah.
Nobody.
I don't know
No,
who
no,
signed my
yes.
shit.
Yo,
Somebody
who
signed my
talking
Medical
shit,
about?
staff.
E.
No,
Yo,
no, the
listen.
The
medical
governor,
staff. That
somebody, the governor, the mayor, me. I
no,
don't
it's
know.
the
I'm
doc. It's literally the doctor because
The
they're being the
doctor?
witness to the birth. Yes,
The
they're
doctor?
being the witness to the birth.
I'm telling
That's
you right
literally what's
now.
on the paper. The witnesses
Okay,
to your
listen.
You
birth.
I
go
don't
to
want to.
court,
Go
listen. Hey,
KT, no.
Bomb, listen.
Okay, wait a minute. Yeah. Either man is right. Listen, I'm the one who told you who signed it. I told you the footprint is there. But You have to then fill out the paperwork for the birth certificate, and you got to send it in. And then if you
No, you
don't,
can.
no,
No,
this
they'll
is the
ask
words you
you.
got.
They
Listen,
ask
I
you in the
can't
in
give
the.
you. Listen, I only muted you so I can say this. If you do not register that certificate that you got, then it's like it never happened. Do you understand that? You're gonna have to find it. If you lose
No,
it,
that's
you
what I'm
shit
saying.
out of luck. If you
No,
lose
That's
it, you
let
shit
bomb
untrue.
talk. Let
out
That's
bomb
of
because
luck.
bomb is
Registering and
explaining.
bomb. So what
Bomb is
no.
happened?
explaining.
No,
Hang on, hang on. Let
let me
bomb talk.
respond.
Let
Jesus,
bomb talk.
Lord, we weren't talking to you. Let me respond very quickly.
Let me respond.
Homie,
You're
So
gonna
all
have to
literally, you
right,
can
explain
cool
look
yourself.
time,
this up.
Philly. Philly,
Every one of your local churches,
Philly.
every Sunday when they have the sick and shut in, that started because people used to go to the church. They still have birth certificates at church.
Hey,
So if
bomb,
you
can
actually
you
want to
Oh,
get one, you can get one from there.
hey,
that's
bomb, can you
different.
explain?
And
Can
that's
you
a
explain?
Christian. And listen, the church used to handle births, and they used to also handle when you get godfathers, the Christians. But y'all, we don't do that shit no more. Don't act like you know what you're talking about. You may have searched
No,
that
I
shit
do.
up.
It's
It don't
still
happen
no,
no
it's
more.
still there. That's what
Yeah.
I did. It's still there. You
Wait,
can
what
go to
did you
any
do?
local church. You can go to any local, like your local church, just a church near you. Go in there and
So
ask, hey, do y'all have any
But
like birth
listen, bro.
certificates? So
I think
what you're gonna do is sign like
But
one for them,
Philly.
and then they'll announce it with the sick and shut-ins.
who is
That's the
that?
same
Wait,
way.
what the hell you
Eater man.
talking about?
I think Eater man had a great point. Let's hear
I
what
get
Eater
it, but
man
you want to
have
keep
to
throwing
say.
alley oops all day. What you got to
But
say? What do
either
you
man
have to say,
left
sir? Hold up,
because
sir.
y'all
Hold
wouldn't
on,
let him
bomb. I
speak.
love you to death. I love you for 6 years more than all these niggas here. Eat all these niggas. I love you before
Man, I
any of
don't give
these
a
niggas.
shit.
But I'm just saying this
Y'all
though.
must forget where
What you
y'all
got to
are.
say,
Wait
sir?
a
Don't
minute.
come
Okay,
throwing alley oops
I
to
think
either man, everybody.
what
I
the
want to
hell
hear
you
E.
talking about? What do you mean, Mom, I love you, Mom, I love you with all my whoever, and then he go, and then he want to speak over me like, y'all must be confused in a motherfucker, because I know I'm nice and sweet and all that shit, but y'all gotta stop smoking that weed, okay?
All right, I'm
Listen,
smoking bomb. I'm sorry.
it's okay to smoke though. I'm just joking on that. But listen, what I'm saying to you, it's okay, right? You better go and look at some research on how you would affect. You're not gonna go get no. Because maybe, okay, I'm gonna let KT finish because that's what I was trying to listen to. He said something about going to a church and something about some shut-ins. So explain it to me, babe, because I never. You're teaching me something. Go ahead.
Okay, so like you said, they did used to do that because that was more commonplace in society. What people don't understand is they still do have birth certificates. So like you saying, how do they know? The record could be literally you can go to the church, still get a birth certificate today, sign it out. The pastor will recognize it, saying like, okay, I notified that he brought this in, and then in sick and shut-ins, they'll announce, okay, we had a new member join the community. So this is your further proof outside of your, if you want something besides your birth of life, I mean your certificate of live birth, it's still a birth certificate, but it doesn't sign you into the contract of US, because that's what Uda was getting at, and I'm just trying to explain. When our birth certificate is a contract of us basically saying we alone as the parents cannot take care of this child. We will most likely need help from the government. So that locks us into things. It's just like we we're saying with war. You're never going to get something for free. So the trade is like we were saying earlier, stock markets where people are literally investing in our lives at our births. That's where that comes in. Once you play into that system, that's what you have to go with, unless you
Okay.
renounce yourself, and that's where he was talking about.
Okay. So I got that
And
part.
that is
So
a
let's
fact.
let's continue where you at, right? So let's say your daughter who doesn't have a actual birth certificate, only this of live birth, right? Registration. Because you get a number on the top. But if anybody look at your birth certificate, there is a number there, right? If you don't,
Hang on, bomb.
Yes.
there is a
I love
number.
what you're saying. I love
Hey,
what you're saying,
I'm
Miss Bomb.
listen,
Hey,
shut up.
let's go
That
down.
okay. There is a number there, right? So when your daughter go, and I don't want to use your daughter because I don't want to do that. But when a child goes to try to get a job, they cannot use that thing that came from, because like you said, it's a certificate of live birth for shut-ins. Unless she shut in all her life and not have the ability to go and get the. Listen, I know I don't have no ID, no valid ID, right? I have no
Yeah.
valid ID. I'm protesting because I don't think I should have to pay $25, $30 just for a fucking ID. When you used to be
For
able to
sure.
go get one from Social Security, like social, like when I was on social services, they used to give you an ID. Or if I used to go to cash my check at the cash checking place, They would give you an ID. They would take your picture and everything and prove that you a person. But these motherfuckers all about money. So I agree with you on the fact of they want you in the system. They want you to pay. But there's no way around it these days. So what do you?
I
So when
can
she
agree
want to
with
go to
that
work,
somewhat.
what she gonna do?
Yeah, no, like I said, it is ways for us to get her get her ID even without an actual birth certificate, because it's really not about. Listen, if you gonna get an ID, you can get an ID without even really being an American citizen. Like, that's being honest. Even if you're like somebody who over here with a, what is that shit called, like a work visa, right? You can still get an ID. You're not an American citizen though. So I
But a
mean,
work visa come with a proof of they gotta have identification. You can't just go
no,
show
like I
up and
said,
be there.
the certificate of live birth is your identification. Like, again, even with the sick and shut-ins, it's not about. I'm saying that now it has become sick and shut-ins, because that period, like they do in churches, that started because back in the day people used to go straight to the church, and then that whole
Wait,
period would be just us announcing the kids that were born in that community and things of that nature. But
right,
it's
but you
changed
said
since
that.
we don't do that anymore.
Yeah, but you twist it up because now you're saying the certificate of live birth. That's the one where you go and get that from. That's not the one you got at birth. This is the one that you get from the registrar. The certificate of live birth is the one you get that you had to send it in, and then they give you a number at the top. The one you're talking about
No, no,
is the
no. That's your birth certificate. Your
no,
birth
no, no,
certificate is the one that got the number on the top. Even if you turn to
no,
the
no, no,
back,
no.
it got a blue, like the blueprint on money.
I'm
It's
about to
on the
show you.
back of
I
our birth.
showed the pictures. You forgot. Yeah, I'm about to show the picture. What is going on? What's it? Where it is? Here
Facts.
we go.
Facts, bro.
Look, this is the long form. That what that say at the top of that.
But you've never seen your birth certificate ever say what this one says, the certificate
Yes,
of live
mine do,
birth.
and
We've
my
never
birth
seen it.
certificate.
All of our birth certificates say birth certificate. It's never said
No,
that. Ever.
no,
It's
they
never.
all
None of our
say
birth
that, dude.
certificates says certificate of
Look,
live birth. Let's just
what
keep
is
it
he
honest with
talking
all of
about?
each other, because we gotta lie and act like we gotta believe in each other like saints.
I,
Yeah,
We
I
know
don't
that's
know
a
Bob.
what your
fact
Yeah,
though.
so
hello.
we
Can you
could
not
we could.
see that this birth certificate is all the way from 1961?
No, it don't matter, because that's where it was from. But you could do that right
Wait,
now. But I'm just saying,
what?
it's the same thing right now,
Wait a
bro.
minute. If this
Same
birth
thing right now.
certificate was
So
from
Look at the picture
come
1960,
over
next
here
to
and
it,
get
though. It says the
identified.
certificate of live birth.
yes,
None of our birth
yes, that's what
certificates ever said
this
that.
is a
Why?
birth certificate. All of
No,
them.
you
This
gotta, you gotta petition to get that. You gotta
right. That's
petition
what
to
I'm
Yeah,
get that.
talking about. Oh my God. That's
I'm
what
telling you,
he is
bro.
saying. That's what I am saying.
All
The
right, I
one of
got
live
that.
birth, you got the petition. But that's not
I
what
have
he
that,
said.
bro.
And you got to stop because he's saying one thing, you're saying something
I
different.
have
You
both,
are now
bro.
saying what I am saying.
No, I have
That you
both.
have to send in to get this
Boom,
one.
boom. I have both.
That's what
What?
immigrants have to do.
No,
I
listen,
never been an
immigrants
immigrant.
don't
I've
get a
been
birth
born here,
certificate.
nigga.
Shut the fuck up.
Listen, ain't no
Listen,
immigrant, nigga. I'm born in America, sir. So
wait a
therefore,
minute.
I was told
Okay,
that I
listen,
got both. I
listen.
have that, bum. I have that.
Listen, I don't listen. I didn't ask you what you have, right? We was talking. You brought up the conversation of there's two. You're right. I was shocked though that you thought that one piece of paper that came with the birth that you thought that was your birth certificate. You know what I mean? The one that you could go get IDs.
That's all
Like
I know.
He's
okay, so that
confused.
nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it, right? Somebody showed you different. So that's why I was confused. I'm like, there's two, but yes, the first one it has a footprint. So I get it. I get it, right? But at the hospital, they told you, right, that you here goes some papers. You got to fill this out, and you got to go down and pay for the actual birth certificate, right? They 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 give you that information. They give you a whole packet. Now I do understand due to pregnancy, the new baby, people don't, want to read. They give you these things, but it's okay. Now you know different. But he was saying that the certificate of live birth you get with the baby being born. And I was saying, no, the
oh
certificate
nah,
of live
I
birth,
wasn't saying that either. I'm saying
that's
like
what
your
you
birth
said.
certificate. No, I'm saying your birth certificate is what you get. You don't. They don't actually give you your certificate of live birth, like Uda was saying, and he was right because we are in agreement. You got to get your. You got to order your certificate of live birth afterwards, most likely. But you're going to
Right, but
get your
remember
birth
what you
certificate
said? You
regardless.
said,
You got to
well, maybe
petition
you're
for
getting
what's yours.
confused
You
with
got to
the names
petition.
because I was too. But you just said that no, I don't need to do that because I could go to the church. And you said they have birth certificates. They do. And
Hey,
that's like the
Bomb,
same
Well,
one you.
started from the church though.
don't
Birth
let them.
certificates and
Hold
all
on.
those things started from
Hey,
the church.
Bomb, don't
Uh-huh.
let them gaslight you. They
Ah
was up
man,
here talking about the
don't say that.
doctor gonna sign the
Don't say that.
certificates.
ChatGPT, you
Right.
got
No, that's
ChatGPT.
all this Bomb. They was talking about
ChatGPT, don't do that.
the doctor
ChatGPT,
sign.
come on, bro.
Listen,
I've
not
been doing
because
this shit for 1,000 years. I'm just saying, ChatGPT, and we can correct all
hello,
corrections.
Uda. I'm just telling you, I was up here and somebody said, yeah, the doctor signed. There's a reason I asked these qualifying
I don't
questions. I
know what
said,
the doctor did. I
who
ain't see what that nigga did.
Yeah,
who
I ain't
signed
never
it?
saw him.
so Uda,
I never
If
saw
Uda,
him. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the
Uda,
doctor did.
as you Uda, as you are an immigrant, maybe.
Why are you calling him
I'm
an
born here.
immigrant?
How the fuck I'm an immigrant? Nigga, I'm born here. What the fuck you think? Oh, I'm an immigrant.
You
How
an
the fuck is
immigrant
I'm
if
an
you ain't got
immigrant,
no
nigga? You
birth
would have came and
certificate.
fought with me, bro. If not, I'd have clapped you. Slow
it's
down,
okay,
sir. You'd have
Uda,
been
they gonna
my
see
friend, homeboy. What you
where,
think? I'm from
where
New
you
York. You're
from,
from
Uda?
Philly.
Where you
Slow
from,
down,
Uda?
sir. I'm not jocking no straps,
No, I'm
sir.
asking you a
Where you
So
question
from,
right
calm
Uda?
down with
now.
me, sir, when you're from
What
Philly
they
and I'm from
what
New
they gonna
York.
send you back to, Uda?
Calm your ass down, nigga.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
even deal
They're
with me
gonna
like
bring
that,
him to
nigga.
El Salvador.
Don't deal with me like that, nigga. M13, the 30, all them niggas is with Udi. Last shooter. They with me. I'm
I'm
saying,
just
nigga, I
saying,
speak
like,
multiple languages. Get there,
Uda,
but go think about how they and when I start talking to that
Uda,
nigga,
you're not Black American, and let's take that out of there, right?
hey, you
Yeah,
want? Hold on,
No,
I'm trying to
listen,
figure out.
listen.
So, but
you're
you gotta
not,
have two
you're
forms
not
of
E.
Black
identity,
American,
right?
No,
right?
E,
Yes,
listen,
you have to have
listen.
two. That's what I was gonna say.
Hold
You
up.
gotta
Let
have
me say
two.
something really
I'm
quick.
Birth
Let me
asking.
certificate is just
say
one
this
of
really quick. This is just the
them.
AI overview. A certificate of live birth, the hospital form, is signed by the attending medical professional, doctor, or midwife for the medical facts. So
He
again,
finished.
I'm not. No,
Wait.
that's literally what it said.
No, you got to read that again. Comprehension is
No,
good.
no,
Go
no,
ahead.
no.
Go
Let
read
me
that
don't
square
run
again.
down
this.
on the facts, bomb. Don't run down on the low bit
No,
Let
let
me
him read
square.
that shit again. I heard
Uda,
a
let me
word.
square you
Okay,
AT,
away
slow
right
a
down.
now.
Read that
certificate.
thing again. Read that thing
A
again.
certificate of live birth, the hospital form, is signed by the attending medical professional, doctor, or midwife for the medical facts by the informants.
Can
Uh-huh.
you eat a man? Can you
And I
help us
So
need
out
you
with
again,
to
Wait a minute.
witness
it's
this
Let
thing
me
for
show y'all
real
what
on.
this. Let
explain?
me read it. Let me show y'all. I'm
Eat
gonna
a
show
man.
y'all.
Can you help us
He
out
read.
and
I want
explain
who
He
really
read.
witnessed this thing.
Wait.
these
Let me read.
ignorant people?
I seen it
Listen.
happen. Y'all do it if you
Look.
want to.
Look. They think they slick. Either man. Look at this shit right here. Okay. Just like he defined. I looked it up too.
Why
Now
slick?
see,
Why slick
it
is a
says
word
more
though?
than
The
what
slick
he
is a
said.
wild
Look what it.
word, bomb.
Wait. Look what it
no. I just
says.
put in who
Wait.
signs the
Wait.
certificate of live birth. That's what I put
Okay.
in, mom.
Well, oh, because nobody actually signed the other one. It's a stamp on the official
What you
one.
said, bomb? Read
So
what you saying to me,
this
bomb.
this is what it said. A certificate of live birth is the initial hospital record of the baby's birth, containing basic information like name, date, time, place, parental details, and medical staff and parents. Uh, and then it says, as an unofficial document to initiate the creation of the official birth certificate by the state's vital records office, by which you
Facts.
would end up getting the birth certificate of live birth.
Here you go,
Right?
these facts.
This
Thank
is
you.
the
No, thank
certificate,
you.
the
All
first
So
one.
right,
so
all
so
right.
now you
But what's the
understand why I'm
difference
saying
between
go
the
to the
two?
church. No, and even beyond that, now you see why I'm saying this is how you can go to the church and
The
get a
church
separate
ain't
No,
gonna
birth
stop you
certificate
no,
from
that
the
ain't.
getting
church is only
deported. What
gonna
are
give
y'all
you what the
talking
But
about?
hospital
I'm
gives
saying,
you.
what is
So
the
gee.
difference between the two? Is what I want to know. Can you Google that? What is the difference between the two? Like for
I
real.
told you and I showed it. One of them has a baby
Then
footprint
Google it.
and
It's
it
about to
shows
tell
your
us right
date of
now.
birth. I did
Google it.
that already. You asking me to do something I done, and you keep saying, do it again. This is your third time asking me to do something I've already done twice now.
But it might tell you something to
I
more
Okay.
read
terminology.
and it told me already. I'm the one who explained what the
So
birth certificate was.
I
You
I
tell
got
you
a
gotta
what the
listen,
difference
question.
bomb.
is.
I'm gonna
One is a
listen to you.
participation
I'm gonna
award,
have to listen
and
to
one
you.
is an official document. That's the difference.
Exactly.
That's
There
all,
you go.
E. Shut up, E.
I got a
This
question.
was a participation award. You know,
That's
everybody
all.
who
Shut
played
up,
the
E.
sports
Shut
get a
up. That's
certificate.
it. Don't say that, E.
What's the
The birth.
benefit?
Go ahead.
What's the benefit? So
I'm
wherever
trying to
this
figure it
has
out.
gone, okay, I just want to make sure wherever this has gone, the conversation started with you don't have to do this. This is another way or something like that.
Another way to get
What's the
kicked out the
what's
country.
What's the benefit?
I'm in the country and I'm from it, so I ain't never had that conversation, bro. So I'm talking about a nigga that's from the country. So
ignorance, I don't understand.
No.
What's the benefit? Detroit asked a great question. What's the benefit of doing
this?
Just
for the ones who actually are
I'm
bringing
from
this
here,
up.
So for me, I'm from America, bro. So what you want to think?
Okay, well, we're gonna let KT
to answer your question. Is no benefit. It's no benefit of doing
Well,
that.
nah.
No benefit.
KT.
Go ahead,
I know.
KT.
Yes.
He might have a KT might have
The
a
benefits are a couple things. The benefits are a couple things. So when and we talked about this before, how like black people aren't technically black people. So you got to understand we're in a category that really bars us from a lot of I'm not gonna say rights, but it bars us from things.
So what right are you gonna get KT to go? I want you to talk plain. No, because he using a lot of words.
I
What
mean,
right are you
I'd
gonna
say it's
gain
like
doing this?
12 things. If this is a lot of words, this is crazy.
Hold on, KT. Let me say this. Either man, me and you kind of bump heads sometimes because if somebody isn't making a proper point, you don't need to stop them in the middle of their improper point. If they're making a bad point, let them bury themselves with their point. And I'm not saying that against you, KT. I'm just saying, like, if it don't make sense, let the basket fill up of nonsense. You know what I'm saying? And then we can respond to it. But go ahead. What were the benefits?
Give them enough rope.
I mean, honestly, no matter who,
I get what you're saying.
if it's no matter what, you know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Nah, but yeah, I'm saying the benefits would be more about classification than anything. So, as a black person, you're classified in the wrong area. The classification of black and white, even in America, started as like your legitimacy class. So you were considered a white person. There were it's literal evidence of this. There are black people that they have as white. But this is before they made it kind of a race-based thing. It was really about your classification and status in America, legally and financially. So if you had white status, it means that you were pretty good financially and everything.
Wait. Back up. Remember that we asking for the proof of why not having a birth certificate and ID and all that. Why?
Detroit want to let them keep talking. Keep talking.
No,
So
yeah,
we
that's
let me hang myself.
So you
That's
don't
what
get
I'm
no
saying.
classification if you don't have none of those things, right? So go ahead.
Yes.
And if that's the case, I could just put white on my birth certificate. But keep going.
Well, being very honest, you can. That's what I'm saying though. If y'all don't know that, that's not my. You know what I'm saying? That don't make it crazy for me. I'm just pointing out like that exactly how they be saying. We were talking yesterday on Sharon's about how they have white Mexicans, like clearly Latino, but they're saying they're white.
The benefit of us not getting birth certificates, social
So
security
now it's your
cards, and IDs.
classification. Like I just said, it's your classification. Also, besides that, it would be
if you're not in the system, dude.
Hey, KT, your
no.
mother
Now you.
Your mother,
Go ahead.
your mother named you that. KT, you would never.
I'm gonna kick you off. I'm gonna let you finish, and it better be about what we talking about. So go ahead, finish for the boy. I got my finger on the button to knock you off.
I'm glad Mike Uda's got the Uda on the Uda because you try to run down on the Uda.
No, let K to go tell us the benefits.
You,
I'm still waiting on the benefit. Keep going, K to go.
Yeah, so your classification gives you more benefits. Let's say you want to classify as a white person. Well, that can be beneficial to you. Besides that, the other thing is government involvement in things. You don't have to accept some of that. Now, how they be talking about legal rights, terms of driving and shit, no, that's bullshit. But when we talking about like financially, like you're not a U.S. citizen, you're not obligated to actually pay those taxes at that point. It's the same thing.
KT. My whole family.
The first thing he said was right. No, he's right. Okay. You don't got to pay taxes because you can't get a job.
Can't get no job.
And also, when Trump comes around to kick you out, right?
So y'all said we needed 2 forms of ID. Let me start there, right there. That's what I'm saying. Y'all trying to make it out that it's not beneficial. I'm giving y'all everything y'all asking for. So your certificate of live birth. That's the first piece of identity. The second piece of identity is going to the church and signing that birth certificate.
No,
so you do have your 2 forms of identity.
The church.
I never knew what it did though, bro.
Wait a minute.
All right, y'all.
Church still has to go through the hospital.
But if it could do some other shit, then
the one at the church replaces the one at the hospital. So see,
but I heard some of the things.
Listen, there's women who have children without in the hospital. right? And if
Correct.
you have the baby
Yep,
in the
with
car
midwife.
away, you have the baby at home. That's when you go to the church and say, "Hey, I had my baby." They come out, they look at it, they make sure, and then they sign that. So and then your real birth certificate replaces that, and then that's no good anymore. So you don't get to
Hmm.
use both of them like that. That's
Can
crazy. Why
you
would you
can
use
you
one?
imagine? Ron, can you imagine somebody 22-year-old
No,
trying to bring this
that's
piece of paper and say, "This is my proof"? I'm just telling y'all, y'all are talking about theory. I remember I was following this dude up. He did all this with his kids. I'm telling you what happened. And his kid is in
I
a
ain't never
world of
bought that shit
trouble.
nowhere,
but
but I'm just
E,
saying.
you
But I
literally
heard,
said something that wasn't the same. You said somebody gave up their nationality.
but
That's
No,
not the same, bro. And that's what I'm saying.
And no,
Y'all, if
no,
y'all want to
no, no,
turn this
no.
into,
no, I said he
Wait,
I'm
Your
not
gave up
talking
his
about.
ID.
your birth certificate identifies you.
I think they both do though.
The other one is
what though?
unofficial. She brought it. She brought
No,
it
Right. She
it's
home.
said the
literally a
possibility.
fit.
Like, I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing
If
no
it's
point.
No,
I'm
no,
not.
unofficial, it doesn't
I
matter.
am arguing you
You
because you're
arguing
lying.
that? But
It's
I don't
not
know because you
Hey,
was
artificial.
telling me something
It's
else.
not
Like this is
Ron,
artificial.
something
can you
different.
pull up what you just pulled up? Because it said
I never
unofficial
knew. Really, really.
document.
I don't
It
know.
Yeah,
And
literally
like
he
I
just
did
said,
said
that.
it.
no, but listen, your one from the church is not unofficial. That's what I'm
Yes, it
pointing out. Y'all keep
is.
no, it's
But what is
not.
that gonna
Okay,
get
I'm
me? I
about to
have
pull
it, but
it up.
what the fuck is
Let's
it
look
gonna
up
do
the
for me?
churches.
Like,
All
what is
right.
it gonna do for me? I
Churches.
never used it to go to like a
No, I
DMV.
keep it hot with you.
I never used
You
it to
want to talk
go
about it
nowhere.
later, Uda? We can definitely
Yo,
talk
Bob.
about this
I'm
because it's
asking you. You
definitely some
got
shit you apply
your
for
son
without
got
that.
your child got a certificate of birth from
Here
your
we go.
church.
Hello.
I only
Now
use
check
You
my
this
regular
shit
can't
birth
out.
get you
So we
certificate.
about
can't
to
get no
find something out
certificate
that
from the
we about to
church.
find out what I said versus what he said. The church birth certificate is a record of baptism and christening. Remember, I said that. Kept by a church, serving as proof of a person's entry into the faith, often used for religious milestones and confirmation of marriage, right? While not a government birth certificate, can
Hmm.
be requested from a specific church and it and diocese, right? Containing details like date, parent, and godparent. But the official government use, like changing the name, you need a state issued birth certificate from the Vital Records
What
Office.
is that
That's a
shit
That's
good
fact.
for,
what
You're
Bomb?
they
What is
absolutely
Hold
say.
on,
that
right.
hold
thing
You
on.
good
can't
for?
Zoning, hold on.
Yeah.
She's
Absolutely,
zoning
bomb.
in,
you
but y'all.
can't
Absolutely.
The
get
Thank you.
one.
Vital
You
Record
cannot
Thank you
get
for
one
Office.
from
reading
the
that, bomb,
church.
and
You
absolutely.
cannot get one from the church. So
I
KT is
appreciate that, Bomb.
lying,
But what the
bro.
hell
He's
is that shit
lying.
good for? What is
You
the
can't get
certificate
one
of
from the
live
It's
good
church.
for?
And that's
this
what.
is about your
No.
baptism and
Yeah.
things. And remember,
Jesus.
I mentioned that when I mentioned that earlier. And then he said, "No, it'll prove your birth." I said, "No, I got one. When my kids got
Right.
baptized and Christian, which means they got a godmother and godfather, we got one of these, and it's a birth into
Oh,
their
that's where that
birth
comes from.
into
The
the faith,
godmother, god.
baby. That's
Oh,
right. He making it seem like his birth, like the child was born, but no, it's born in
with
Christ."
the church. That makes sense. That makes total sense what you're saying now. With the godmother, the
Absolutely.
godfather, and all that. That
So
makes total
Uda,
sense.
KT,
Yeah, that makes
you
sense.
about to get kicked out the
it's not
country. Listen to
beneficial.
But
KT to go.
what is the other birth certificate good for? Nothing.
It doesn't. It doesn't matter because we still ain't got what
No,
you
it
benefit.
does
Because he
matter. You
said
still need to know
class.
why it's no, we just cleared it up. It's
Can
not
I just
beneficial.
can I
I think
just
KT
yeah, no,
understands that.
y'all literally that no. So again, that's what I'm saying. We're not talking about an official government because we're not talking about name change. We're talking about identification. So again,
Yeah,
I get it. I get it.
to
Stop.
get
Just let me
a
finish.
name, in order to get a
No,
name,
listen.
an official name, you need an official
Your name is
document.
already there.
No, yo, listen.
No,
You know you could change the
it's just
name
that
of a
your body
child
came
several
into
times before.
existence.
Wait, before you could change the name of somebody 100 times, but see, once you go make it official, then now you're gonna have to pay and go through legal paperwork. So until you go and get it on an actual birth certificate of live birth, then it don't matter what the kid name is. You could call him Pookie all their life.
And then that's dangerous too,
I'm
having
telling
your
you,
kid out here
KT's not
without some
crazy
of that
though.
stuff. Because if
I
they
KT is
end up
not
don't,
crazy.
lost or
and
something
I
like
don't think
that,
he under.
Hold on, that's
you know what I'm saying?
Detroit. That
It's nothing to
Detroit.
explain. Oh boy, it's nothing to explain, man. Like,
So let me ask
eh,
y'all real quick.
Hold
Does a
on, Detroit.
certificate
This
of
is
live birth
hello.
have your name on it?
No,
Stop. Do a
no.
certificate
Listen,
of live
hold
birth
on
have your
one
name
second
on
before
it?
we leave, because Detroit said
it's
something. Somebody come and
It's
take your
facts that
kid.
bomb
Hold on.
presented.
Listen, somebody come take your kid. You can't even
Nah,
prove that's your child.
Does your certificate of live birth have your name on it?
Yes.
So
The
all right,
certificate of
that's
live birth.
so that's before your birth certificate, right?
No, look, the birth certificate, the one you got from the hospital, the certificate of
That
live birth
comes
is the one.
after the certificate of live birth. That's all I'm saying.
No,
They literally they just said
no,
in the thing you just pulled up, Cherry, they
dude,
use that to make the basis of the birth certificate.
no, you
They
are
use the
lying.
certificate of live.
Listen, I don't want to. I'm sorry. Let me not call you a liar. You're confused, baby. Comprehension is important. I
Yes,
put
ma'am.
in, and it says that when I was talking about the live birth, it mentions that the certificate of live birth is the one, the birth certificate is what you have in order to get the certificate of live birth. It comes second. And that's why the confusion
No,
is.
the
Listen,
certificate of
No.
listen,
live
I
birth
read
comes
that.
He
first.
said
Oh
no. He
my
All
said
right.
God.
no.
Okay, a certificate of
We
live birth, the
understand.
hospital form. So
Did
I'm gonna
we
continue.
understand the facts
I'm gonna continue reading the rest of
that
this
Bomb
because
Cherry
I'm
presented?
giving y'all
I've
the same.
already
I'm
read
giving
it.
y'all this.
Now you're
Did
gonna have
we
to show
So
it.
understand the facts that Bomb Cherry presented?
yeah, I
No,
think y'all just not understanding what I'm presenting, which is okay
no,
with me. Also, I
no, but
mean,
that's not what you're doing. You are not understanding. Now listen to what this says again, and I'm gonna read it one again. But not only am I
mhm,
reading it, I have it up where you can read it with me. See what you did,
mhm.
you didn't want to read
I
everything.
give
I'm gonna
up.
read everything. The
No,
certificate of
we
live
searched
birth.
two different
Listen,
things.
okay, so certificate of live birth. Do you see what that says that? And it says
Hmm.
is, right?
Hmm.
Is. Okay. Now you gotta, this is where the comprehension come in. Okay. The initial medical record documenting a live birth filled out by the hospital staff with details like the baby's name, parents, time and place, birth, and sent to vital records for creating the official legal birth certificate.
I love you,
So
Bomb.
Wait,
that means the certificate of
wait,
live birth is there first, right?
wait, wait, the
That's what go to
CEO,
create the other thing that we got in our hand. Basically,
wait,
is what Bomb saying.
oh
So
my
the
God,
certificate of live birth is not yours. It's the hospital's record.
Yeah, that's what goes to create what we have. That's what,
the
No.
CEO, wait,
They continue,
oh yeah,
Bomb.
so, right, wait a minute. Serves as proof of the identity of the citizenship. Okay, wait a minute, y'all. Let me AI. See, that's why I don't trust AI.
I
Okay.
give up.
No,
These,
and I understand the confusion. Let me put in certificate of live birth. Do not listen. I don't know why people go to AI, but that popped up
who the
first.
American though?
Certificate
Let's
of
get to
live birth.
that though. Who the American though?
Okay.
Who'd have got that?
Because
Let's solve.
yeah, let's
Look
go
at
see
that.
what
Let's
we
get to that.
yeah.
read the facts, Bomb. Read the facts.
Yeah, I gotta read it
He
because
said, "Read
I
the
don't
fact.
need
Yeah, no,
read the
the fact says
The
it's
facts
just
go
the
to fact.
initial.
The
Y'all
facts
missing
go to
this.
fact."
no
This where
wait.
y'all missing it and y'all getting it wrong. And I'm telling you, I'm saying the certificate of live birth is what comes first, right? We in
No,
agreement
but
with that, right?
listen,
It
you got to calm down, right? Because we about to
Um,
get a certificate of here go how to identify. No, that's the birth certificate. They're gonna consider it the same because I don't know what that other thing.
So no, he is right. The certificate of live birth is what you use to get the birth certificate. So technically, it
No,
is
No,
okay.
no, we
no.
got to go with
Look,
facts. Is what Bomb
this
I'm
is
going
about to
with
read.
this
facts. I'm telling you what the facts
That's
is.
a
I
Nah,
fact,
asked
nah,
you.
sir.
Hey,
that's
Either
what you
man
no
Williams
believe.
is
no.
not
Listen.
stupid.
The
Slow
facts
Oh
are
down.
my
facts.
God, y'all. Let me pull out. I got both of them. One of
all right.
the one. Wait a
So this
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I showed y'all a picture. What does this say, y'all? Let's find the one with the footprint again. Wait.
that's what I'm telling you. That comes first.
We
They literally,
eh, we can
they
we
Yes,
can
literally.
but it
assume,
doesn't
Hello,
have.
my
Wait.
they get
brother.
the
We can
footprints. Hold on, listen.
assume.
No,
That's
We
what
can
go to
I'm
assume
create
telling.
all
I'm
our
day
trying
and
to
night,
certificate.
baby. I'm telling you. That's
and
how they
that's what
get
you
the
believe.
footprints. Listen, they get the footprints in the hospital from the baby. I'm telling
A
you,
Yes,
it
fact.
and
comes
that is
first.
Okay.
okay. So here we go again, Jam.
Man,
I'm
read the
I'm
facts, man.
agreeing with you, but what I'm telling you is that is
You
just
just
called the
passed it.
birth certificate. You saw one with a footprint?
Yeah, the one in the footprint. So the
Okay,
footprint comes first. But
yes.
so the certificate of live
There
birth.
is no.
Hold on.
There is no
I'm about to
but.
tell y'all. Let me break it down to you. The
There is no
certificate.
but.
No,
Facts are
listen.
facts.
What
No,
is
the
it?
certificate of
It,
live birth supposed to be proof until you get your birth certificate. It
and
wasn't
you could
supposed.
believe you
Is
could
that you
believe
was
all day and
actually
night.
alive so that they could
Facts are
create the
facts.
birth certificate? Basically, you saying?
No, and so
Well,
it take time for you to get your birth certificate, right? Because they have to go through the system. So they give you
y'all,
the
look,
certificate of live birth as, hey, here's the certificate of live birth. You should get your birth certificate in like
look,
4 weeks.
this is
So
wrong.
Yeah.
Listen,
Let them believe,
look at the
Let them
picture.
believe.
What does this say with the footprint on it?
they give you that at the hospital
Yes, but what does it say? Certificate of what?
of birth.
Okay, now let's go and get a one next to it that says this is your actual, not this one, because I don't know what that look
Yeah,
like.
yeah, but the birth certificate come in the mail. The certificate of
Yeah,
live birth
or
you
you
get
go
right
pick
there.
it up.
That's what I'm
The
saying. The
certificate, the one
certificate
in
of
the
live birth,
mail,
you don't.
it says certificate of live birth. That's what the
Okay,
one that
so
you go
so
get.
listen, so all I'm pointing
You
out to
got to
y'all
petition
is
to get your
for us to
That's
get
certificate
your
of
it.
live birth.
So listen, this all I'm pointing out. The certificate of live birth comes first. Now, what this is something that
no.
we
And they
don't
Listen,
don't
that's
know.
give it to
not
you unless you
true.
ask to get
Okay,
it. But they don't give
Listen,
it to
like
you
okay.
I
unless you
don't
ask to
like
get it. That's
the
a fact.
confusion when talking to some of y'all is fucking ridiculous, right? Because we already proved this is death certificate. We've already proved this earlier, and we agreed, and then now we went
I
back,
agree. I'm
and now
agreeing the whole time. But I'm just saying
yes,
though,
but
you
now
can
it
get it,
seems
but I'm
like
not saying
because
it's gonna do
AI put
something.
up something, so we gonna find one that says certificate of live birth is what we're looking for. Okay, let me go put that in types of
Man,
Yeah,
certificates.
y'all emotional, man,
I'll show you a picture of
and
Nobody
it,
you
is
thinking.
emotional.
but I will
Yeah.
block my shit out and show you a picture
No,
of that shit.
But I don't
I don't know
understand.
what
no.
it
This is
means or
what
what it's
goes
gonna
over there
get.
by
I'm just
Sharon.
saying
What
I have
goes
it
on
though.
by Sharon is 1 minute people agreeing, and then the next minute it switches up and it starts becoming real fucking confusion. Okay. Oh, but maybe different states have different things too,
I told you some
right?
nigga was telling me the whole shit.
Because
Yeah, I
look,
said that earlier. I said that earlier. It's different places you
oh
got to get it from and everything. Listen, let me just finish really
wow,
quickly.
But
All I'm
more of the
pointing out.
story. Hello, you could go through all this
yeah,
Look,
work.
that's what it
Hello,
is. It
this
look
is the
like that
more.
right.
vital,
Hello, but
like
this
that
is the
bomb,
more.
like that bomb. It looks like
Uda,
that bomb.
the more of the story you could do all this and have no benefits. There's no benefits of doing
Hey, I
all this.
agree. Now I got to what y'all said. I agree.
He's a
I could
No,
agree.
birth
if you don't, if you
announcement.
didn't even know this, I just got to point out to
But
you.
you
If
don't
y'all didn't
know.
even know this is something that y'all could do, I doubt y'all could know the benefits. I'm trying to get there, but even then, y'all keep tearing me
We
down, and
keep
I'm not.
asking you.
Listen,
Everybody be
y'all
quiet so we
won't.
can talk about the benefits. Okay, Katie, go. You got the flow.
No,
Look,
first
wait, what did it
let me
say,
explain
y'all?
the first part. The
Yeah,
first
it
Wait,
looked
part.
wait,
The
like
wait,
first
that
wait,
part.
bomb.
wait. I want to check
I
this
just
out.
want to hear the
Do
benefits.
y'all see what
Yeah, I
that
want to
says?
hear that
Title.
too.
You see the top up there? What does that say right there? Certificate of
Hang
live birth. Do you
on,
see
what
that?
you showing, Bob?
Y'all can see it?
Yeah,
Okay.
bomb. Yeah.
Yeah, we see it.
Okay. But
Or
let's say I'm gonna do some research because maybe different states but everybody could be right. I'm gonna look while y'all different states.
Yeah, but it's just worded different because it's a different state. So different
I
certificate
states
never
of
have.
birth
used it. I
is
never
what I
bought that shit
see.
nowhere. I'm telling you, I never bought it nowhere, bro. But I
Hang
have a
on,
birth
I
certificate that
love
looks like
Philly.
that.
Hey,
It
I just
says
want to know the
that.
benefits. Listen, because
I
he
don't
been
know what the
prolonging
benefits
for an
are.
hour to tell us the benefits.
I don't know the
Everybody mute.
benefits, bro.
Hello,
If I have some
everybody
benefits,
mute.
tell me now, homie. I want to know.
This,
Let's
yeah,
mute
this
up so we can hear the benefit.
this is where you stop exaggerating. First of all, I ain't even been in this bitch talking for hours.
All right, if it got
No,
a
listen,
benefit, I want to know, nigga.
listen.
Hey,
First of all, let me just explain. Like y'all said, and I'm in agreement. The certificate, the birth certificate, to get the birth certificate, the official birth certificate, that means you're a full U.S. citizen and you receive the benefits or like Social Security of U.S. That's where you got to get
okay.
the official birth certificate. Now, if we're talking about identity,
So I'm
just
more American than
identifying.
Bomb Cherry? Okay. Say
No,
it
Yo,
wait.
then.
chill.
Hold on,
Bomb,
wait.
hold on,
So
Bomb.
We
now
he go get to the benefits in 20 minutes. Just be patient. I
I'm
will
not.
get there.
So now I'm literally just pointing out that the birth certificate. I mean the church birth certificate. It is a second form of identification That's all you
But the
need in
church
order to
violated
identify yourself. Okay, now the third point of the benefits is listen. The third point of the
You
benefits.
haven't. Wait a second,
Let
KT.
him
Hold on,
finish.
son. You went
No,
wrong with the
First,
church.
thing,
I
no,
ain't
no,
got the
no, because I
church.
was
no,
going
you're
to
not
let him know that the
interrupting him
state.
like he
Three
the
birth
man.
certificates now.
You have
Hold on,
interrupted every
Two,
time.
bro. What
let him
happened?
finish.
Man, this shit is
the
so
state, the
asinine and
state,
childish,
and
y'all.
why does he
This
bring
shit
up the
is.
church?
Listen,
The state gives you that benefit as
listen. Hold
being
on.
Oh,
Let
hold on,
me
guys.
just
He
real quick.
almost finished.
The shit
Let him finish his
Pokemon got his three
This
birth
shit
benefits.
way
certificates
too
now.
much, bro. Listen, I was gonna just say, KT, the first two you hadn't really stated a benefit. You said what is possible, a possibility, but you haven't said why it's beneficial to that child, either now or going forward. So before you go to three, I'm just saying like those first two, I either because you've been interrupted so many times by people cracking on you, or I just hadn't heard the two benefits them first one before you go to three. That's what I was trying to
No,
say. I'm not trying
no.
to
The
interrupt.
third one is the benefits. The third one is the benefits.
Okay,
The
all
first
right,
two
here
was
we
just
go.
explaining the life certificate identification.
Got you.
The third part is the benefits, and the benefit isn't. It isn't the hypothetical part. Is what class? What would you classify yourself to get your benefits? But that's my point. You're not restricted to just say you're black, and now you have to accept the black benefit. You can say I'm white. You could literally
What
say I'm Indian.
benefits
But what's the benefit of being? What's the benefit?
What's the
are you
benefit of
talking
being white?
about?
What's the benefit
No,
of being Indian?
what's the
That's what I'm
benefit
saying.
of doing this? Like, no, you still like you
So
talking
You
okay,
in
know,
circles.
it was
so
And
if
this,
you were put down
Uda, this
Indian, you talking
happens.
about the
Hold on, no,
benefit would
so
be
Uda.
it
like you can
benefits
get
classification.
Listen,
you
no,
can get
listen, Uda. Every
hold on,
time
no,
you
no, no,
talk
no,
to
no,
these
because you
people,
gon' you
they
gonna
talk
crack on him,
around
but
it.
you ain't saying shit
I
either,
don't
man.
know
You
what
ain't
the
doing
shit
either,
benefit,
man.
bro.
You ain't
I
asking
ain't
shit
never broke
either
that
to
shit
get the
down.
conversation no deeper. You just keep on cracking. What I'm
I wasn't
saying
even
is,
talking. I was telling y'all to stop talking so he can lie
no,
to
no, no, no,
us.
no, no, no.
I told you what the
He's
nigga
going
told
back and
me,
forth.
bro.
Just
I just told y'all what a
listen,
nigga
listen, listen.
told me to do.
So
That's
you
what I
saying
told
one of the
y'all.
benefits is if you classify as Indian and maybe you get what the
You can
Indian
get the
the benefits that
reservation
Indians
land.
get.
Yeah,
Okay, so
same
now you're talking
thing.
about
I
That
could get
fraud.
some
the
some
other part
land,
is
bro. I could get some land, bro. Don't lie to me, boy.
yes.
That
No,
Don't
yeah,
that's
you
lie to me
literally
before I
fraud.
go
can.
run down and go lose my life on
No,
some bullshit.
this is bro. I can literally because Uda, I see you a little bit like you already got it. I swear to God, if you get some time, bro, we can talk this through. I'll point you
If you
straight where
got
you need to
native in your
go,
blood, maybe
and
you
you
got
can.
something to say.
So
You know what I'm
how K
saying?
to
And
go?
maybe
You got
that's a
some
deeper
Indian
And
land.
I'm
conversation.
claiming somebody land. I'm about to claim somebody land. Then that's all I'm
No,
Man,
about to
Wait,
do.
hold
but
on,
so
wait 1 second.
It ain't
So
my
K to
land,
go,
y'all.
hold on. No,
Even
K to
them
go.
natives will take you to
Hold on,
court.
If I
wait,
got
slow
away with
down,
it, it
guys.
need me, y'all. Don't
eat a
rat me
man,
out, bro.
and where's the
I just
lie?
want to know
Where's
that
the
he gets
lie?
some
You punk
Indian.
ass.
So the fraud is the
You punk.
benefit.
Where's the lie? Where's the lie?
Nigga, any little land I could get, yo, leave me
So,
be,
so
dog.
K to
Yeah.
go, you got Indian land.
Wait, I'm Indian,
I
nigga.
got, I
After the
do. I got
Negroes,
Indian land. No,
And
I
where
didn't. I didn't.
Indian land.
where is the
I'm
lie?
literally. This is thing that I learned
That's
after I'm already in the system. So it's not like I was going to say, all right, let me take myself out, make it harder than it already is.
hmm
But for my children in the future, nah, for sure. I said like, cause that's the first thing
Hey,
I could take care of them myself.
ain't no telling what's in our blood. So if you can
KT,
prove
do
it,
you,
hey, I ain't
KT,
knocking it. But if
But
you
that's
can't
the
do
prove
crazy is
it,
that.
hang
if
on.
you
Do you
can't prove
understand
it,
what a system
it's
is?
just fraud.
Do
So
you
he said
understand
that.
what a system is?
AT, am
The
I more
other,
American than Bomb Cherry? Just let me know right now, man.
hey yo, shut
I'm
the
a
hell
apple.
up,
I'm
bro.
apple pie, homie. Nah, nigga, we
Uda,
Chill.
do you
outside,
And I
understand
ain't
what
gonna
a
cut
system
nobody off
is?
no
lay
more.
the facts down, bro.
A
Bomb, hold up.
system,
Lay the
I
let's
just
facts,
put
want
bro.
this
y'all to
thing on.
understand is he
A
said that he didn't
system,
need America. Listen. This is your benefit. You don't
a
use America.
system
You got to only
perfects
depend on
itself.
your
I need a
A
parents.
benefit,
system
bro.
is what we need to be.
I need a benefit, E. What's the benefit, E? Tell me right now, bro.
It's,
America is a system. Am I wrong? Am I correct?
and I'm glad I'm a part of the system. When I want to go get a loan, I want to be a part of the
Yes.
system.
That's a
If I
fact.
was if I
Eh,
got on
Oh
hard
no,
times
you
and I
can
had to
still
come
get
out
a
there,
loan,
That's
bro.
It's
definitely
a
a
That's what I'm
fact.
saying.
system.
Y'all make
It's
y'all
a
you have
acting
to.
system
like
that
You
y'all don't
couldn't get no
understand.
loan
We
without
still
a social
it's a
security
system
card.
that works.
no, y'all
It's
don't understand. Nobody's saying like you
nah
can
nah
literally get a
nah. I'm
loan.
understanding.
How you get a loan
It's
without
America
a
is
social
a
security
system that
card?
works.
you don't need a social security card to get a loan. The fuck,
How do you get a loan?
nigga. First of all, you need is collateral. Money talks
Oh my
more than
God, this is
That's
anything.
here
Like,
go.
crazy.
are we shit?
This is
Let's
so
leave that out
crazy.
here. Let's leave that out of here. We're
You
talking
have to
about
have a,
America.
the EIN or social security card to apply for a loan because they got to know how to go after you if you default.
I ain't gonna eat a man. Let's stand out of here, man. America is a system. We need to make it work, and that's
I'm
what.
about to say EIN don't. Do you need it? So that's what I'm
Nah,
pointing out. You can.
we're not talking
Can we
about
not get an
who got.
EIN?
You
We're not.
cannot get
We're
an
not talking.
EIN if you don't have a social.
Okay, okay.
Boy.
We're talking about personal gains and everything. We don't.
Mine too. You need a
Let's
social.
let's talk about America right now. We're in a punishing system that look like Black Americans are losing. Right? Am I wrong? Am I correct?
Yeah, Philly, I get what you're saying, but I'm just telling you, every time when I find these people who do this, they got an EIN in their daughter name. Or they got an
Hey,
EIN in their mama name.
nah, fortunately, you can do that.
Mhm. Yeah,
And let's
that's
not.
called finessing the system, which is how
That's
you
not
get ahead
finessing
of
the
it.
system.
It really
That's you
is.
literally finding somebody that's in the system and using them.
It's a finesse the system. You
Yeah,
benefiting
let's
That
off a
is not
system you're not
that is
even a
not a
part of. Y'all
finesse.
saying you're not. That's
Well,
what I'm saying.
you just
If
made
you
your
now,
life
because
harder.
what
You
you're
made your
doing
life
is
harder.
you're trying to
Now you
say
gotta
you don't feel that's a benefit, so it's not a benefit. But
it's
that's
not a
not true.
benefit.
no,
Because you're
that's
Me
literally
going to
explaining
a
how
third
you're.
party, listen, me
Fuck
going
it.
to a third party versus me going directly to the
we're
loan.
talking about individualism. Let's talk about Black Americans and what's going on. Why, why are we losing? Like, I've been to I've been it around. Like, how can we win out here? We actually look like we losing.
We need to stop
Am I
beating
wrong? Am I
ourselves.
correct? Huh?
We need to stop
Stop
beating ourselves. We need to
that
start
and
getting
stop working in
smarter.
the system.
We got to stop
Stop
letting
being
little.
in the
We got
system.
to start letting the imperialist way of thinking about the world,
It's a system that you don't abide by, and you got to
and we
abide
ain't
by
gonna
it.
get it together without unity. That's what you know. What I'm saying we keep beating ourselves, man. Like no matter what's going on in this country, we've
Yes,
had
sir.
opportunities. You know, here's what happened in this country: people have given up their life and their youth in order for us to have the rights and the freedoms, that we had.
Understood.
And then we are giving this shit up so just frivolously off of some, sound like how white folks bicker type shit back on ourselves in our own community. You know what I'm
So
saying?
why
Whether
did
it's how we go ahead.
so answer me this? Why do we look outside, man? We're committing crimes. We're doing the worst.
Everybody
We
do
look
that,
the
man.
worst, huh?
White people do that. Asian people do that. Somalians do this. Like we gotta stop seeing that we the only one
Finish
doing
your
crime.
question.
Okay, okay. And eat a man. I hear what you're saying, but I mean, you look at the top American cities. We commute. We do the most crimes. We do. Help me out, eat a man. Like,
Yeah, I'm just saying that's not true. The most
no.
crimes are committed by white people. We gotta
Okay, okay.
stop.
Facts.
We got we,
Yeah,
we
that's a
gotta
fact.
stop. We gotta stop seeing this. You notice when they talk about crime, they focus on Chicago. Why do you think they don't talk about the crime in Utah or Washington State? Or why do you think they don't talk about none of these places where it's a whole bunch of white crime happening? The jails are filled with white people, so we gotta stop thinking that black
And
people.
I
Now,
think
Every
we need
race
to.
does
I think we need to square ourselves away and
but no,
stop.
I
like we.
mean,
If I
hold
go to
on.
Asia right now, hold on, we know about the jacuzzi. We know about all these gangs in the Asia. So these people hands are not clean. Everybody got degenerates, and black people are no different.
Yeah,
And
and
eat a
if I
man.
can't,
Eat
real
a
quick,
man.
let me
most
say this.
I
go
can
ahead,
I
go
think
ahead.
this
eat a
Y'all
is
man.
go.
a.
I could
I
go
think
all the way down. Like, we got black men talking about they want to move to another country.
But
You
white
had
people
black men that
started that.
always talked about moving
Hello?
to another country.
No,
You
but
know how
this
yeah.
many
is
black men stayed
passport
over? Hold
bros
on.
was started by
You know
white
how
people.
many
If you
black
ever
people
go to
stayed over in
Thailand, it's a
Paris?
whole bunch of
And
That
white
that's
stayed
people.
over in
not.
France after?
Nah,
Go ahead.
nah, 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 nah.
You know how many black people
We
didn't come back from wars and stuff like that because of how this country treated them?
No,
nah.
I
Y'all
get that, but
hear
I'm
me
saying
now?
if you go to these countries, if
Hang
you
on,
go to
man. Eat a man.
Thailand,
We
I'm
got a
saying
Can
point.
y'all hear me?
soon as hold on, yeah, we can hear you,
Yeah,
Bump.
we can
Okay,
hear
wait a
you.
minute.
Soon
Okay,
as you get
why?
out the
Wait a
plane, oh,
minute,
go
y'all.
ahead.
Wait a minute. Why didn't you let me in? Um, um,
Detroit,
uh, Detroit.
yeah,
Huh?
Detroit. Why you let her in? She made you the host, and you had her out there waiting.
Oh, I didn't even know you made me host. I seen it.
I couldn't talk because my computer needed to reboot. I had to make someone a host. I made you a host. I tried to come in on my phone. I was like, damn. But anyway, y'all continue.
I
I couldn't
seen so
talk.
No,
many
so hold on.
bombs, and I'm
Let's
thinking
see.
I'm getting spam. I think you was getting spam. I ain't know.
Hey,
I ain't
no,
know the
no,
niggas. I
Nah,
was
that
hoping somebody else saw it. Come on.
no,
Miss
Philly.
Bomb,
My
See,
bad.
Miss
It'll never
Bomb,
see,
this
happen
being a
Philly.
again.
men talk right now.
See, so, but Philly,
It like eat eat a man. Here, help me out.
I
You
got
got
you,
a good
Philly.
you got a good point, right?
Yeah,
Why why is that? I think
You
you
ain't
understand what I'm saying,
they're
right?
cheaper. Listen, when you get, let me tell you, if you ever go to Thailand, when you get off the thing, you ain't gonna see a whole bunch of black men. You're gonna see a whole bunch of ugly white men. The ugliest white men you can see gonna be walking down the street. They're gonna be searching. There's gonna be so many ugly white men. And
Can I interrupt you and
what
say
that got to do?
I don't belong around there.
no, his question
Okay, I
was,
don't even know who
he was
brought up
talking
moving
about
to
why
another
they
country
do
because
it.
I ain't even worried about that.
Hold
But
on.
it's been going on for years, and it's got to do with the treatment of how you feel in your own country. Just like what makes you move from one neighborhood to another. It's the same thing. We can make it
I
out to
But
be
belong.
something
but
deeper than
Detroit,
that.
I
Facts.
understand. No, listen, I seen the most ugliest white men. If them ugly
What
white
the
men
hell?
get
I
off
don't
that
know what
plane
these
and
white
they treat.
men.
Listen, they
What that?
treat.
I belong in
Listen,
Philadelphia.
no, I'm just telling you that they get treated like kings as an
You
ugly
talking?
man. That's why they go over
I
there.
love my black
Okay,
women.
yeah, but
All
I
right.
made
And,
another
and, and
example
And
about
let me
about
just point out
France. You
real
know what I'm
quick.
saying?
This third, I want to say, like, that's because this all start. Y'all just started kind of talk, but the third benefit is this: where we're talking about how do we get ourselves corrected, and I pointed out earlier, it's about how can you work in a system. See, this is the problem in my mind when we gain dependency on America. No offense, I'm just use you as an example. How you're like hard in politics. How you think like it's one side that's right or wrong when we can both see historically both sides don't have our best interest in mind. But when we're in the system, we have to try to defend what's helping us live. Like,
hang on with that statement because we need to be governed. We need to have laws.
Yeah, I think we should just go back to Africa.
Bye.
Yeah.
See y'all later. Go. Listen,
Nah,
I'm
Uh,
nah,
not
nah,
going
nah,
back to
nah.
no
Listen,
Africa.
uh,
listen. We need to be governed, and hear me out.
Wait,
We
I just want to
cannot.
say we got two co-hosts. One of y'all gonna end up being the host when I leave. I'm gonna jump in the shower. Detroit and either man, are y'all cool? Y'all
And
got
we
it?
got you. We got you. We
I
got you.
got it. Yeah, we
Okay.
got you.
Oh, bomb!
Okay. Y'all
You
gonna
give
let
me
everybody up?
bomb. You ain't gonna give me
Anybody
control.
act up, kick them off. Hell no, you know damn well I ain't give you no control. Y'all,
You
okay,
okay?
they got the right to do whatever they want. If they boot you, then they
Uh
boot you.
huh.
If they boot you, listen to them
Oh,
people, okay? I'll
okay.
be
So
back.
eat a man. I see you're successful. We all hopefully in life we're successful, man. Congrats to everyone out here doing their thing. But I think we getting it confused. Am I wrong? Am I right? Um,
Confused
Explain.
about what? Hold on. Confused about what?
um, and we don't think you look at somebody like JP, he talks down on military personnel. He talks it's needed.
Well, he just don't know no better. JP don't know no better.
Okay, let's excuse JP. Yeah, wrong example, maybe. Um,
Are you talking about just kind of like how black men in general, some black
yeah,
men, some, not
think
all, how
I
some
think
black
we need to
men might go
square
ahead.
ourselves away, and we've been here for them years. Being, we need to get ourselves corrected, man.
no,
right.
yeah, but we can't correct
How do we
ourselves
get
if
to
we
that?
could. Y'all about to say we cannot correct ourselves if we're not governing ourselves. I can agree with you
We
saying we
can't.
need governance, but we're not governing ourselves. That we're
We
Right.
literally letting
can't.
other
That's
people govern
crazy.
us.
But no, King to go.
So
That is crazy. Hold on. We absolutely can correct our bad behavior. The bad
He
behavior
didn't
that's
say we
going.
could.
He said
He's saying
we
we
couldn't. That's what.
have.
nah,
We
he said we need
have.
to govern ourselves. We
He
need
said
to.
we have given up power. Isn't that what you said, KT, to go? See,
No.
what
We
was
Yeah,
never
right?
had power. What do you mean giving up power?
And not Philly.
Go
Philly
ahead.
said
No, no,
that
no, no, no. The power that the power, and that's
we
why I
need
was
to
talking about
govern
the loss of
ourselves, man.
life and the
We
people
we
previous
need
to us.
honor. We need courage.
Hold
We
on.
need
You're right.
we need
That was,
to
and that's what they had. And
we
you know,
still
in that previous
we need to take
generation,
example of what we've been around. I'm a Marine, honor, courage.
Man, please.
That's what we need to
Well, I
keep
see
in our
that. Like, hold on.
family.
So hold on.
so
We're not even we don't even have families no more.
No, hold on, Philly. So I want to say this first of all. I think the
Yes,
majority
sir.
of I believe the majority of black men are doing good. I think
That's a fact.
I think it's a small group of black men that are not operating in these principles that we think it is. But how our media is designed in America, we only highlight the bad. So sometimes 10% can look like 90% because that's 90% of what we see. That kind of makes sense.
Absolutely.
So I
Absolutely.
don't think black men as a whole is doing bad because like every time I show up to a little leagues football coach, it's black coaches out there. It's black men out there coaching. When I show up to a basketball game, they got black coaches out there. When I show up to a track meet, it's black coaches out there. So all of these
No.
men,
How about when you show up to a corporate office?
it's black people there.
Where
No,
at?
hear me out. Hear me
Absolutely, it's
out.
black,
Yeah.
especially
Hear
in
Where
me
at?
out.
Atlanta.
Hear me
Especially
out.
in
Hear me out. Hear
Atlanta.
me out. Hear me out.
And
Hear me
well,
out.
I mean, yeah, Atlanta is predominantly black
But
controlled. I'm
that's
talking about everywhere else. That's just
everywhere.
one.
If you
so
go
I'll
to New
give you
York,
Detroit
That's
as
it's
an
hold
one
on.
example.
city.
If
Detroit
you
is predominantly black, but most rooms that you're gonna go into ain't gonna be predominantly black.
Right.
well, I ain't say
So
predominantly because
we
we're
have
not
to
the
get
predominant
outside
race.
of
Hello.
the sports and entertainment thing. There's more, that black people are good at other than sports and entertainment.
Hey, we're good at that.
No, I'm
And
just
But no,
saying, come on,
listen,
that's the
this
lie.
where I
We
go
out there,
back.
we don't got black lawyers, we ain't got black
No, we
doctors,
got
we
all
ain't
that.
got black
Got all
CEOs.
that because we excellent. Because
Well,
black
honor
is
and
that's what
excellent.
I'm
courage.
But the
saying is
point
that
is, the thing I'm bringing up is the system is holding back black people in particular from the maximum amount of greatness we
Ain't
can
nobody
be.
holding you back, bro.
It is. That is for
It's a
Ain't
sure.
literal
nobody holding you
system there.
back.
That's we talking about how it's not black people in the corporate rooms. Are we saying that black people aren't
Listen.
qualified? Or are we admitting that again? This is a system set up where white people are
What you
doing
and I
shit.
qualified for?
That is correct.
No, no, I'm
What are you
saying
and I
we have
qualified
the
for?
KT,
qualifications, but we're not
yes.
getting. Yeah, we're not getting the
Nah.
opportunities because the system that's set is what is that thing everybody got mad about LeBron James and Bronny on the Lakers?
Hey, listen to me. Listen to
Nepotism.
me, man. It's called discipline. Discipline is everything. Discipline, honor, and courage. And when you don't respect your quality, that's where we
Yo, Big
lose it.
J, hit the panel, man.
So
Yeah. Discipline
you're right.
is
Discipline. Absolutely. You know how all these things are actually tied together? They actually are tied together. So you talking about
okay.
discipline. It does take discipline. It takes discipline to be discerning in your thoughts and about every situation that comes out. Not to
Yes,
get caught
sir.
up in the emotions of it and look at it at a pragmatic point of view, right? It also takes courage, right? It takes
Understood.
courage because
Understood.
sometimes things are put against you, and that's what we're talking about the system. Sometimes things are put against you, saying where you feel defeatist, and almost to the point where you'll start
That's when
feeling
you.
like
That's when you.
the way that's dominated you. Hold
And
on, let me
my
finish.
statement.
And
And
feeling
my
like the
statement is that's where you win. That's where you
now
win.
why haven't we been winning? Because
Mm,
those two haven't
And
been tied together.
I'm trying to
And that's
focus on
and
that.
that's my point. There was a
Okay.
generation that already gave up life and limb for us. You know what I'm saying? Some people, the only time they've seen
Wait,
pictures of dogs attacking black folks is on the Roots cover. You know what I'm saying? But there are
Understood, bro.
plenty of them. And I'm from
wait,
Detroit. So
wait,
I'm
sir,
telling you, we have
sir.
seen all of this. Let me finish what I'm
Go
saying though.
ahead, go ahead.
Those sacrifices were what we should have been learning from. And it takes discipline to not get caught up in your emotions of the moment and understand the bigger play. I always keep telling y'all about the bigger play.
Facts.
There has been stuff
I
against
agree,
us in
bro.
this country the whole time. And every time we got some movement, there was always a force against us. What changed, and this is the generation that probably people talk about the most, was the out of Vietnam into the 70s, where it was, so much free love that it, radicalized to me the far right at the time. You know what I'm saying? And had them
Fact.
push for things because most people in that time could see the commonality in everybody. You know what I'm saying? Coming out of that, everybody could see the commonality in every race, at least the down folks. I ain't gonna talk about the people that just probably still hold that same kind of resentment to this day against races and stuff. But there were down folks that understood that there's a bigger play here. The government put everybody at risk in Vietnam. They didn't care about your color, and they didn't care about the people here at home that was going to suffer from, from a bad economy here at the time as well too. So it was a commonality there, and that was a problem for the powers that be. And ever since then, and from there on, you see this push from the side. That is why you have, that's why you can't live off of like a 40-hour a week income like we used to back in the day, or like people used to back in the day. And then that will give you time to be with your family, right? And then your family then would benefit from that. So you saw corporations fight against that. Policies and lobbyists, that's what they were put in place to actually do, was to limit the rights of people, because they didn't care about, if they know they didn't hurt the black, if they could hurt every working
What was
class
the
folks, it's
benefit of
going to
that?
by
Okay, a lot of black
osmosis, it's
people
going
went
to
to the
affect the black
military.
people.
For what? Look where we're still at as a people.
Black people went to the military because of free school and opportunity. It is an opportunity. You went to, I'm sure
I'm reading the chat right now
because of the opportunity.
Right, I'm reading the chat and he's talking about gang members sent brothers to military. For what?
And we talk about failure. Let's talk about success. You understand that? And that could be a great problem there.
Yeah, we got a lot of good basketball players and
No, I'm gonna be
got a
honest with
lot
you.
of
If we want to
good.
fix, listen, if you want
I'm
to
all
improve your
business owners,
situation,
man.
you have to focus on the flaws. You don't say, "Let me get a better company" by reviewing the victories we had. Like you literally say, "How do we improve this?" Now, I know that's not how
So what
most
do you think
companies
we need to
work, but that's
improve
how we
on?
should work. I'm gonna say it's just our trust in this system. Seriously, like the belief that one day
Our
something's gonna
trust in a
happen, and
what?
all of a
And
sudden,
our trust in a
This
white
is not
system?
our system.
in the
This is
American
not our
system,
system.
Our
Let's
trust
talk
in a
about
white American system?
let's talk
Really?
about our
for sure.
success.
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
That was getting
why
browner and
we always
browner.
talk about our
That was
failures?
getting browner and
How, how,
browner and
how long
became a
have we been
problem.
trusting in this system?
No. It's not about trusting the system. It's about making the system work for us.
Well,
Now, some of these laws that's being rolled back now, guess what? It's going to take the same kind of blood spilt to get it back. That's the part that I'm trying to get around to people, is that the sacrifices that got us to the point where we have these freedoms that we have right now, especially as black folks.
Nah,
That
you need to
shit took
feel.
bloodshed.
Yeah,
Did it not take
you need to
bloodshed to make it
feel.
happen?
You need to
yeah,
feel
we
Did it
were we
not
were
take
vindicated
marching
bloodshed
with
to
first.
make it happen?
Bibles. We were marching in
Did
the
it,
streets with Bibles
Hold on, hold
That's
on.
not a
So,
failure.
and
do
holding up
anybody? Hold on.
signs.
Let me ask this question. Do any of y'all know who Robert F. Smith is?
tell us.
Okay,
He's one of the richest.
richest man ever, African American man, born
Yes,
and
sir.
bred here. He runs a like an investment firm. I think he's worth like $6 billion, right? And I remember like once he sold his first company, he divvied the shares for like all of his
We always
employees.
talk about our failures, man. We
Okay,
need to
that's
get
go
up
Hold
ahead.
on,
and
That
no,
sounds
talk
no.
like a
about
success.
our
Hold on,
greatness.
no. So he I think he's, if not the richest black man. Like most of our kids don't even know him. We need to stop talking about the
Well,
people that fail.
Robert F. Smith,
Hold on.
he's great.
Hold on, no. We need to stop talking about the failures and start talking about our heroes. That's what
No. We
other
need to
races
learn
do.
from him. No, we need to learn from him the failures that he came across. I don't see where the law, where you can't, you know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna learn more from your failures than your successes. That's just period. I don't care what scenario you come up with. You're gonna
Okay,
learn
but
more.
I got you. Hold on. I'm about to
think
run.
about it. Think
Hold on, I'm
about
about to
it.
run this
David
down. Hold on.
Stewart.
David
David
Stewart.
Stewart is the richest black
Without knowing
man.
the
He's
secrets of
worth
it.
12.4 billion. But where's
David.
this
Is that
dude at?
Hold
Why is he
on.
hiding?
No. David Stewart is an IT. He was in IT, an IT tech. That's what I'm telling you. We got black people really making it happen. But
Right, but they're
these things
hiding.
they're
They're
not
hiding.
hiding. It's just that we don't promote it. We
No,
don't.
it's not
We
about
don't.
promoting it.
They
It's
need to
about
promote themselves.
are we getting
What?
from them the things that would make us
Y'all promoting
better.
success in black people. That's what I want to say.
I'm
I
always
didn't even know
promoting
who this
success in
guy
black
was
people.
until I looked it up.
Black
And
people
then
are
when,
black people are ultra successful. To come from, listen,
look at somebody like Eater
we have
Man.
leveled up to
Eater
generations
Man
of
got
white
a.
folks that have
I don't know Eater
that
Man from
never went through the
nowhere.
same stuff we went through.
Handle me out.
Like
Handle me out.
we are successful, bro. Like no matter
Hey,
what, we are successful
I
as
mean,
a people.
look at somebody
I'm
like
proud
Philly.
for.
He's a male
I don't care what.
stewardess.
But
There's so many
Detroit,
people
we
online
want to
that might
talk
talk
about the
so much
crime.
shit about the.
But
Go
Detroit,
ahead.
we want to talk about the crimes and not talk about Robert F. Smith. That's the. I'm just telling you, like, if we refocus what we was talking
The
about,
We don't know who
crimes.
that
What are you talking
yeah,
about?
is.
We were talking about the crimes.
they want to talk about the crimes in Detroit and in Philadelphia
Black
and the black
Beauty.
people
He
killing
said
people.
trust.
Yep.
So who are you to say what he meant? Right. That's what I'm saying. So you want to trust in a white American society. We've been trusting in this society for hundreds of years, and we're still
No,
where we're at as a
I
people.
don't want to trust in the
that's what
society.
we're
But we're
I
not
want
losing.
to.
still in the
No. I'm
same
You know what I
talking.
do?
spot.
No,
That's the
that was
lie,
to
though.
KT the goat.
You know what I want to do?
That was to KT the
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
goat,
okay.
sorry.
I'm just saying
because
we're
he's the
not in
one
the
who said
I'm
same
it.
about to
spot.
say.
If y'all think we in the same spot as black people we was 100 years ago, y'all guys been
What
sleep for the
power do we
last.
have?
That's a ignorant point, man. I'm telling you, nobody's
What
saying
power
that.
do
It's
we
Who
not
is
have?
saying
ignorant.
that? People
That's what
bring
he
that
just
shit up.
said,
No, no, no.
Detroit.
Listen,
KT
people
said
bring
that.
that shit up,
They
and it's
just said
so
it.
is who said it
KT.
that
He
we were
said we
better off
need
a
to
hundred years
we
ago.
need to trust in a white
No,
American
I
society.
didn't. No, I didn't.
Yes,
I
you
said
I'm
we
did. You
saying
said
don't.
like,
we
I
need to
literally said we
trust.
listen,
don't.
Man, we can rewind this back. Come on, man. Stop it.
Please
y'all
do.
talking. No, the only
That's
people that brought up
crazy.
white society were the people that were trying to make a point about what KT or me or I'm saying. That's and we didn't bring up nothing about a white government. We brought up
Yeah,
the point
America
that
is a
this
white
government was
is a
the
white ran
government
country, bro.
the government was built. It was built with
Why
white
you
people in
keep
mind,
depending
and
on
it
white
took
There,
America?
efforts. I'm not
what
putting.
black
Hang on,
It
hang
took
on,
people?
hang on.
efforts of black people. It took
Why
efforts
do
of black
you?
people to get your right to vote,
Hey,
to get
Philly,
your right to
Philly
be
boy
to be
talking right now.
considered a
Philly
whole
boy talking
person.
right now. Why?
What?
Why are we depending on white America?
Yeah, you heard him.
Huh? And
Go
why do
ahead.
we
No, if you
focus
got a
on white
point, I'm
America?
with it.
Huh?
If you got a point, I'm with it.
Yeah, I
Go
said
ahead.
why we using the American system because we're Americans.
It's a system
We
that
need to
works.
build our own system,
No,
bro.
we don't.
Oh my God,
I
Jesus
don't know why
Well,
Christ.
people
listen.
keep saying that
Listen.
stupid stuff. We need to build
There's
our own
Stupid.
system. No, we need to
We
use the system
do.
that's in
no.
place.
They
We need
already
to
kicked you
perfect the
out. Why do you want
union.
to
We
keep
need to
leeching off of
perfect
their
what we
system?
got.
It's
He
over.
pimped
I
out.
don't know why
He
you
pimped
must have
out.
got
He
kicked out.
pimped
I
out.
ain't got kicked out. Philly, you got kicked out. The
We need to
Nah,
system.
have a more
nah,
perfect union. That's
nah.
what we need to be trying to do.
He
Like,
keep
you
talking
know,
about we got kicked
ultimately,
out.
the policy, the spirit of the Constitution, everything like that,
And
is
one
not
thing for
really
sure,
built
man,
on
is
white. It's not really built
one
on
thing for
white
sure is
folks anyway. It's built on African principles.
I want us all to be equal, man, and I want us all to have a quality
Peace and Pan
and
Africanism.
But that's not going to
That's the
happen in the
first.
system. That's
Well,
what I'm saying. We got
that's
to
the
get rid of the
crazy part.
system. We don't
Every
have
every
equality.
everybody
To say
came over
we're
here and
improving,
figured it. Listen, we seen Arabs come use the system.
if
We
you don't
seen
try and
Asians. Hold
apply
on, no,
yourself,
listen.
all
We
right.
need to play
So
everybody.
you know what's the difference between all of them? When they send their money back, where they
I
sending it
can't.
to?
No, but
China,
Hey,
right?
you're a loser.
Chinese
You're a
people send it
loser.
to China. We send our
When
money
you out
back
here
to
committing
America.
crimes and everything,
We don't
robbing
send our money
everything,
to Africa.
that's
What?
not
Who
No,
said that?
that's not
he
a
brought
part of
up
the
like
system.
bro,
Africans taking
the
I
point.
advantage and
think you
Chinese
missed the
people. I'm
point.
saying they can send their
Right.
That's
money
not
back
a part
home.
of the
We're
system.
at
When you out here
home.
robbing,
Your home
killing,
is
and
America.
shooting, and
Right. So they're
that's not a part
draining
of the
our
Hold
system.
on.
economy and sending the
Right.
dollar back.
He talking about sending money back. You from America, bro?
That
No,
that's
I'm
what the
saying
Africans
no,
and Chinese are
y'all
doing.
are not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're talking about how the Africans and these Chinese people are in better position. Well,
I'm
Right.
they
talking
can
about
send their money
Americans.
back to a country. They can send their money back
And
to a
when you're
country
out
that
here robbing
focuses on
Right.
them.
countries, and you're out
China
here
focuses
shooting,
on
killing,
Chinese people, bro.
stealing,
Yep.
This
doing
is so
whatever you,
crazy
that's
that
not
you
a
think
part of
Chinese people are sending their money
that's
back to
not the
China.
system.
No,
What?
this is
You out of
Hey,
your
E,
damn mind if you think they
hey, E,
not.
do we
they are
understand
Do you
not.
equality?
think they don't?
Shit,
This
you out of
man's
No,
your
on
they ain't
damn
drugs.
send no
mind.
money back to
Yeah,
no
you're on
China.
drugs.
If you
They
think You think these Chinese people, especially, is sending money back? No, they
You
buying up
damn
real estate
right.
here. they is not sending back no money to no damn dictator. See, that's people just be talking.
They sending it back to
Hear
their
me out. Hear me
family,
out.
not
Hear
the
me out.
dictator,
You know
dude.
how
Come
much?
Hang
on
on.
Hey,
Hang
now.
no,
on. Hang
fuck.
on. KT.
Come on
Shut down.
now.
Shut down right now.
What are you talking about, bro? You haven't been making sense this whole night. Don't tell me to sit down on shit. Now listen to me. Listen, in real life though,
Think about it. Think
you
about
talking
it.
about
Yeah.
you talking about things though that literally, bro, that just don't make no sense. We
Everybody can
can't
use the
send money
system,
here.
but
Listen,
Yo,
Black Americans
KT,
don't want to
Dealing,
use
he
the
told you
system.
to
It's
sit down,
robbing,
crazy.
bro.
stealing, and dealing. That's not
cause
a
we
part of the
because we
system.
literally
You,
can't listen. You can't compare us to
it,
Chinese
it,
people because I'm gonna say
it
this again.
works. It
Chinese
works.
money
The
it
system
focuses on
works.
China. No,
The
it
system,
doesn't.
and
Right,
So go take your money
right.
to the
we're
hood. Go
talking
buy
about
up the
Black
hood.
Americans, man. On there, what the fuck I
Shit,
care about a goddamn Chinese
either man,
person?
is you buying up the hood?
Yep.
Shit.
Goddamn
Why
right, Eater
not?
man. I
Why not?
respect
See,
that.
no,
Yo, either
Buy it
man,
out.
what you own in
Buy it
the
out.
hood, man? You own the corner
Buy it out,
stores?
Eater man. Buy it out.
Man, he
I
been
own
staying
a
around
Come
store
on,
in
crabs
the
for
man.
7 years.
You
He been staying
goddamn
around
right.
what? Yeah, you got a
Yeah,
store in the hood and
That's what
stay
I'm
with
saying.
white
I can
people.
hear it in your voice, E man.
I
bless
got
his
a store in
soul.
the
Two
hood. What
white
are
So,
y'all
people on both
talking
sides
about?
of you, man. Come on now.
Y'all,
I'm gonna do it too,
I
Eater man.
literally got a store in the hood. What are you talking about?
And you goddamn right, Eater man.
Why wouldn't I?
But do
These
you
niggas
live
slow, man.
near that hood? Do you live around white people?
I live 15 minutes from my store.
Nah, you live around the white people. You ain't even there.
No,
Yeah,
that's
like the
what I
white
said.
people
I
can't
can
be
tell you
15
the
minutes
truth
up
and you
the
wouldn't even
road.
believe it.
No, I
That's
believe it if you
Yeah.
really live in
not
the hood
equal.
type
That's not
shit.
equal.
But I'm just pointing out, bro. Again, these things that y'all talking about, we can't get equality here. It's just a
This
fallacy
is,
It
for us to
sound like
say how we can fix the
hey, do
system
y'all
that's
read books?
already
Hold on.
broken and
Let me
hasn't
ask
been
you.
fixed.
Do y'all read books? I want y'all to
Eater man
start
sound
reading.
like he's a
Buying
successful
out 3
man.
cases of
He's done
strawberry
his thing.
shortcake, one carry out at a time.
Man, what the fuck? What the
I'm
fuck you
just
were
trying to
doing
say,
last night?
like, y'all want to create a system
Yo,
where we have a
they in the
system.
chat cutting up, dog.
I can't see the chat, but we got a system that works, and
No,
y'all
I don't
want to
see the
create a
chat either.
system. Y'all guys must have failed at using the system. The system works. It's proven it
Exactly,
works.
Eater man. Exactly.
The
No,
And
the
system.
they
system works for some.
you
No,
trying to
listen,
defeat the
the system
you
works
trying
for
to defeat a
some of
system
our
that
benefit.
don't
It
even
doesn't work for
oh
most of
man.
ours. As I
I
pointed
give
out, I
up.
own 67 acres here, so
Eat a
I'm
man.
not sitting here talking
Even as
about what I can or
successful as
can't
you
do.
are,
You
you
said you own
still
67
you
acres?
still would have more,
Yeah,
bro. You
That's
know what I'm
what's up.
saying?
You think I have
You
more
are
if I was a white
successful.
man?
Black power.
No,
I'm
think
trying.
you have more if there was equality in this country.
It is equality in this
Eater
country.
man, the system works.
But
Let's get that
you
right.
know
Oh
what
my
You limiting
God.
yourself.
no, I'm telling you equality. If any of y'all get a 750 credit score, banks love you. They don't care the color of your skin. Like that's why I tell people, if you play the system, they don't look at you and say, "Oh, you black with a 750 credit score, so I'm not going to give you any money." It doesn't
but that
work
So
ain't
like
what.
you'll get
that.
choked
I
out
ain't
in
mad
front
at
of
the
a store because they
system.
wouldn't think of you as
I
anything
ain't
else
mad
but
at
a
the
negative.
I'm
system.
about to say,
And that
and don't
cop
bank
would
loan
probably get
statistics
off
say other.
under immunity
Don't bank
No,
loan
just because of the
statistics
color of
also
your
say
skin.
other.
Come
no, it
on
Like
now.
doesn't.
literally,
I
you're
don't know.
less likely
Yeah,
I don't.
under the
they'll
same.
give you the
The
money, but
E.
system
them interest rates
absolutely
gonna be
works,
up.
man.
Come on,
Ninety
that is
percent of the
crazy that
time, the
y'all
Come
think.
system
on now.
works.
Y'all
The
think that.
system works
eh,
90%
You
of the
ain't
time.
And
It
you
this how
think
works.
you
brainwashed
think you can
y'all
get
is to
the
me. That's
same
what I'm
loan
saying.
terms as a white man? Come on, man.
Yes. I'm
Shit.
telling you right here.
You out of
This
your
I
damn
give y'all.
mind.
Y'all think y'all got an 800 credit score and they gonna give y'all a high interest rate because you black?
You damn right.
That's crazy. Let me go. This is
No, we
crazy. Like
know.
I know
Listen,
y'all don't. Y'all must
I'm
ain't
just
got no
asking you.
loans. Y'all ain't got no loans.
Statistically, listen. No, we're not talking.
Either
Cause see,
man,
that's
Yeah,
what
and that's
y'all.
what
they don't
happened.
Stop.
understand.
Listen,
You
Y'all
got to
keep
get out of
making
your
the
feelings, bro, if
anecdotal.
you want to have a conversation.
You
Yeah,
can't.
y'all keep
generations
making the
thought it
anecdotal by
was.
saying this is what you getting. We
Generations of
talking
black
about
folks that
facts.
thought it was
You're
just
not
I'm
the
telling
money.
you, if
exceptional.
every last one of y'all get
Generations
y'all
of black
credit
folks
score
that
up
thought it
to
was just the
800,
money.
Hang on. You're
They
not
thought the money was the
exceptional. Like,
problem, and they wasn't getting
and
their just due
there's
because of the
only
money. That's what a lot of black folks thought, and
so
that
Detroit.
turned out not to be the case for a lot of people too. Because even
absolutely
black
Detroit.
businesses got shot the hell up, burnt the hell up, and the people that did it just took their property and moved on with it.
So
No
Exactly.
matter, no
so
matter how you talk about it, you have been limited by this country's billionaires.
this.
Exactly. Thank you,
So
Detroit.
I just want to make sure I
And
hear
I
you right, Detroit.
digress.
Hold on, Detroit. You tell me
Hang
if
on,
you had an
Detroit.
800, if you had an 800 credit score,
You
and a
still a
white
nigga.
man, hold on,
That
and a
bank
white
man is
man,
gonna
hold on,
tell you you still a nigga.
hold on.
Still nigga.
So I'm trying to make sure
800,
Detroit.
700, 600,
Hold
500.
on, no,
Still
500.
nigga.
That's why y'all got high interest rate because y'all
Still
got
nigga.
500. That's the truth. But the question I'm asking, I'm just trying to make
Hang
sure
on,
you.
Detroit. Hang on, Detroit. If you
So
think, yeah, y'all, hey, you
Sorry,
got
dog.
it. Eat a man. I
Sorry,
interrupted you.
doggy. Hey, I know, but
nah, so Detroit, you tell me. So how did the underwriter know that you white? I'm white or black?
Because you're gonna put it on the application.
Hold on. So
because
you
they
said
you
that.
aren't you face to face that way sometimes? Don't
No,
you
see
gotta at
that's
least
y'all
come in
don't know.
face to face?
Y'all don't understand
So
how
you can hide
loans
behind
work.
maybe another person that work in that
No,
corporation.
that's not how loans work. Loans
Okay.
literally when you most loans are digital, by the way. But once you fill out a loan application, it goes to an underwriter. Loan, so you gotta understand. Back in the
Do
day,
any
you
of it
got
have your
hold on.
social, your EIN
No,
attached to
listen.
it?
Listen, the point that I want to help you understand is back in the day, you had to walk in and make a deal with the person across the table. And if that person across the table was racist, they was gonna have racist intent. So what bank said, hey, we're gonna create an underwriting process. You can look this up. The underwriting process is a person who's disconnected from the bank that can be able to make decisions based on numbers. And then most of underwriting today is automatic. It have no. It's
So
100% about your credit
once
score
again,
and the amount of
So
you just
so
income
proved
so
my
you're
when you
point.
making.
close on a
You hold on, you
property,
just proved my point. You just proved my point because without so you talking about at least one more step that's there, right? That if people actually treated you fairly, wouldn't even have to be there. You wouldn't even
No,
need
no,
an
no, no,
underwriter
Dang,
no.
yup,
aspect, right?
No, we
damn.
understand. No, we understand in the past. No, I'm not
hang on,
discrediting
hang on, hang
every.
on, hang on,
Hold
hang
on,
on.
hold on, wait, Philly. Everybody want to go back to 1912. Listen, in the past, United States was
And that's
racist.
how these arguments go.
No,
You
no,
go
no.
all the way to some
Facts.
1912
No,
shit when
no,
I just gave a
I keep
example. I
trying to
just
help
used
y'all
your
understand this
example,
because
which
y'all
wasn't
arguing
1912.
old points. That's what I'm telling you. They
You
realized that
just
it
brought up
was
the point about the underwriter.
And
the underwriter. You
hang on, eat a man.
go ahead,
Yeah,
bro.
you got two
What?
successful. You got two
Y'all
successful
crazy,
men up
dog.
here. You got two successful men up here. Eat a
I'm
man got
not
a whole
dogging them for that.
business. I work hard in my life.
I'm
Um,
not, go ahead.
yeah, what you got going on? But I would not
Well,
compare
yeah,
that.
and see, that's what. Listen, I haven't dogged out none of y'all business or nothing like that. Not at all. That ain't
And what
nothing.
I'm
If
saying
y'all
is,
taking that from what I'm saying, then y'all listen.
no,
Don't be
no.
sensitive about the
This
conversation just
man is trying to tell you
because I'm
Yeah.
something
making these points.
that
No,
I
he's
the
haven't said
point.
It
anything
successful.
don't
about. I was the
matter.
one
I'm
who
It
said
trying to
black
tell you
like
I'm
he
excellence.
said,
I
800,
successful.
expect
700,
excellence
and,
out of
600. You
everybody
still a
on this
nigga.
panel
let's
because I
follow the
know that
routes.
Whenever
Let's
you
I
close on
let's
a
expect
follow the
property,
excellence
you
out
routes.
of
still a
everybody on
nigga. It
this
don't
panel
Let's
because
matter.
follow
I
the
Hey,
know
hey,
routes.
hey,
that
one
black
at a
folks
time,
You
y'all.
have to
can
Can we have
excel.
change
some
your
decorum?
voice. You can
I wish
talk
I
however
still
Go
stay
ahead,
white
minute
Philly.
right.
you want to
I'll
My
talk.
bad.
drop
You
One
all
at a
still a
y'all.
time,
nigga.
y'all.
But don't take it like that,
Bomb,
Philly.
make
Go
me the
ahead. I'm
co-host
sorry.
again. I'm gonna start dropping
Everybody
these
yelling,
names.
please. Let
It's
everybody talk
very
one at a time, y'all.
yeah, it's
You better be
very
lucky I
ignorant.
ain't the co-host no more. I'll
Listen,
be
we
dropping
can
y'all
agree to
niggas.
disagree. We understand that, right?
But no, this is what I'm telling y'all. Like, it's the reason that we went to automatic systems because the
Yes, sir.
automatic system is not racist. It says you make
No.
250. Hold on, listen. You
And
make
this
two.
man is
Hold on.
obviously
Okay, go
Philly
ahead.
boy.
obviously
First, hit
he's
Detroit.
successful. I'm successful.
Detroit, you
Hey,
here? You know how to
yeah.
make each man the co-host?
I'm gonna start muting y'all niggas.
That bomb. You
Let's
really
see.
gonna do that?
Yeah, listen, you are not listening. You can also, if you want, just make KT a co-host. Y'all men got it. Put my number over here. If y'all need me, call me. Okay.
We talking as men.
We
I
letting the
appreciate
men.
that
It's
bomb, man.
men's
And
night.
thank you.
Y'all can talk about what y'all want. Okay, I'm about to give y'all my phone number. Anybody call me if y'all have a problem. Okay.
I don't
You know
know.
how to do it,
I don't
Detroit?
think
No,
Detroit know how to
Bomb, if
make
you can
co.
do it. No,
So
Okay, I
if
got
you
it.
I'm
I
on my
just asked
phone. I ain't
you.
did it before.
Oh,
If you
okay,
can
Detroit
do
okay.
it,
nigga, bomb. Yeah, you need to stop that. Hey,
did,
bomb.
but
Eh,
hey, so bomb cherry. Hold on, bomb
Uh,
cherry. Do you think that if I had a black man with an 800 credit score and a white
and
man
what?
with a credit, hello,
Rue
I'm
gonna
just
come
let me
around
just
and
ask the
correct that.
question. I just
Rue
want to
gonna
know.
come around and correct that.
I just want to know if Bomb feel this way. If I got two black people apply for a loan, a black person and a white person, they got the same credit score. Do you think they're gonna discriminate and not get the black person the loan because they black?
Well, today, I don't think they can do that today because how do they know the color? But they used to have a system in place where they could tell a black person based on our social security number.
Exactly. So in today's time, that is not a thing. It's literally the reason why we do most things automatic, and it's called automatic approval. The reason they give us automatic approval is because if you ever sued them, they can say, "Hey, it wasn't an individual that made this system. We have factual data that backs out the numbers on why we didn't
No,
approve this loan."
no. That's called plausible deniability. That's why it's in there. You're saying that they can't track your race. Even if we talking about like how birth certificates don't carry birth, it literally asks you when you're signing your birth certificate what's your race, and that's placed in the file. So as long as they have
Your birth
your social
certificate's
security
not.
And
number and
then
things
for a
of that nature.
personal loan,
That is crazy that you think your birth certificate
Hey,
is
homie, can I
placed
talk to
in a.
you?
either
Hey,
man. And for a personal loan,
you're
you gotta
looking at
put your social
excuses.
security
You're
number on
looking
it.
at
But
So what are you
excuses.
you
talking
know how
about?
Nigga, get your
crazy it
credit up,
sounds.
get your mind up, and get your
Just know,
business up.
first of all, Edelman and KT go, y'all got co-hosts. Uh,
Let
Detroit, you
me
want the
pray.
host back or no? It's up to you.
No,
Nah,
because I'm about to
let
shut
me
it
let me,
down
let
here
me
in a
Okay.
second.
practice my authority.
And bomb, give me calls. I'll be up in
I ain't giving you shit. You know damn well.
here. You terrible.
I ain't
You know
said
damn
the only point that I'm telling you is we have
and
automatic systems that literally just look at
I will
numbers.
never damage. I will never damage you. I'm talking to
I'm
these
checking. You
loose
good?
ass. I'm talking
Yeah,
to
I'm cool.
Oh, I
I'm
gave you
talking to
co-host too.
these loose
Listen.
ass
So,
niggas, man.
which one of y'all want the host? Out of you, KT,
You
and
go ahead and
Edelman.
get either man the host.
Edelman, you're on the phone, huh?
Yeah,
Philly
but I
boy.
know how to work Zoom. I'm a
But
business
if
owner. You could make me
okay,
host.
well, you don't get knocked. If you get knocked off, you know it's gonna go to somebody else, and then they're
I
gonna have
know.
to. But I'm
Yeah,
gonna
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
give
gonna
gonna
you
have to
to
knock
K.
wait
K.
20
I'm gonna
minutes for
knock
them to let
KT
me
off,
back.
and right when you give me that.
I already get KT and no, KT got the
I
calls
got
too. You got to knock him up.
I
Okay,
got you guys. But yeah, so but
Eat
that's
Man got everybody. Listen, Eat Man, if you need me, my number is it in the chat? I'm not
uh
gonna be. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna be checking like every 20 minutes. Is that okay?
I yeah, you be good.
Okay, cool. I'm going, y'all. Y'all have a good time, guys. Philly boy, listen and participate. You got to listen though. I don't even know who Motorola is. How you doing? Okay, but y'all have fun.
Night
But
bomb.
All right.
But the point that I keep trying to help y'all understand is that this idea that this system stopping you, and we got billionaires. I list two of them, billionaires who started IT companies, started investment firms, who use this system and become the pinnacle of the top of America. We just gotta stop using excuses in 2025, 2026.
And what
Yeah,
I
and I
want to
got
say
to point out.
before I
No,
leave, I
go
want
ahead.
to clarify too. That is not what me or KT was saying, brother. And it's to prove a point, to misconstrue my words, just to prove a point is ill to me. What we were saying is the system has been always been made against us, and people have overcome plenty of things in this country. What
Right.
I'm saying is the system is not working to the best of your benefit. As much as
Exactly.
successful as you are, you would be more off if you didn't have to have that system in place to make sure that somebody didn't treat you unfairly in a business loan
Well,
or
well,
or any of these things.
well,
Take that
Detroit,
away.
the
Take that away.
system, the
Take
system
that
was.
away.
I get it,
Take
but the
that. The
system
system
wasn't
wasn't
made
made
for
like
poor
that
white
for you
people
at first.
either.
Correct.
It was made for like a
The
classism,
elite.
rich people.
It was, and that's the bigger play. And that never gets said in these chats is how the
Sure.
class system is actually against everybody, where it's supposed to be the top 1% owns, 99% of everything. That will be the ultimate goal of most capitalists. That's the play that's against all of us. And the white folks that used to that understood that, like I was saying about the 70s, coming out of that, the ones who understood that, what I'm saying, between then and now, there's been a push against any kind of unity with anything that had to do with equality because black people were the ones pushing it, even though poor whites were going to benefit from it at some point. white is right. And that
Who
is what
is
has been our biggest push
and
against
that,
them. And then if black people jump on the
you
same thing,
lost.
I'm getting
You
here.
And
lost,
if
I'm
I
sir.
can't,
landing. I'm
if
landing.
if I
And then
can't
if
use that
black
as the
people jump on the
segment,
same,
It's
I'm
only
landing.
one way.
I'm
It's only
landing.
one way to. It's
I'm
only one way
landing,
to
brother.
go.
Just let me
Either you're
land real
rich
quick.
or you're
Just let
poor.
me
It's
land.
only one
And
way
if
to
you
go.
let me land. And
And
if you
and you're on.
let me
And
land. And if black
I
people
landed
fall
my
into
plane.
some of that same thought
Either
process,
you're
we're
rich
helping
or you're
out the
poor.
same system that's pushing
Period.
against all of us again.
and if I could use that for a little segue, because I think we're gonna just have to agree to disagree on whether or not we equal or whatever. But my point is there's a man named Peter Thiel. I bring this up often, and I want y'all to remember this. Peter Thiel is who financially supported Trump this election. This is literally his number one donor this election. He's also the person who's backed J.D. Vance his whole political career. He's admitted his objective is literally, first of all, he doesn't believe in democracy. He says democracy and freedom do not align in his mind no longer, and therefore he believes that's not the system we should follow. That was in 2008. Afterwards, he started politically donating to people and stuff so he can get the things that he would like put in place. The second thing is J.D. Vance, all of them, they brought up a man named Jesus, I forgot his name, but he's written a book, and it's basically the Great White Replacement Theory. They say they agree with this and they believe this and they want to do everything to stop this. So when we're talking about even further going with this system and saying, oh, one day we'll get real equality, they're literally telling us they don't want that. So
Well,
I'm
I
just
don't
saying,
think equality is a real thing. That's the problem is we keep trying to fight for something that's not real. It would never be to go a way that everybody's equal. That's it's not
I
real.
said this. I said you're either rich or you're poor. There's no
yeah, but
other.
I think that's a fallacy. I think that's more of us saying that's more of us admitting defeat than saying we can actually do something.
Right.
And this is what Detroit was pointing out. Like our people, they had way worse situations. Even with what you're saying, you say people always go back to the 1912. Well, those people had a really worse situation, and they still
Well,
said, "Nah, we don't fuck with this system, and we gonna figure it out." But
I
we
so because
today are like,
hold
let's
on, because
support
equal.
the
I'm trying
system
to help
because
you
it'll help
understand.
us.
I'm trying to help you understand what equality is. So let me take a basketball team, right? I got 10 players and they're getting different salary. Equality is they all get the same salary. So you said what you're asking for. I just want to make sure that all 10 of those basketball players
No.
get this. Hold on, I'm about to explain what equality is because most people don't know. So K to go. If you got 10 people on the basketball team, right? Do they all supposed to get the same salary?
Help me out. Help me out. I said you're
No,
rich or
No,
you're
they all
poor.
should be treated fairly, and I think that's
You're
what
rich or you're
KP point
poor.
was.
We are treated
And
fairly. See, that's a equality and fairness is two different conversations. That's why I keep asking y'all
Equality
guys
is
when
the
y'all say
law.
no,
no,
I'm
no.
pointing at y'all
Equality
saying
is the
like
law.
we are equals to them.
Equity is the action of the law. Equality is the law. Equity is the action of the law. Go ahead.
So when people keep saying
Gotcha.
the world is not in a capitalist world. Capitalist is not designed for equality. That's communism. Communism is when they decided they want to try to treat everybody the same. Everybody's on the equal plane. Everybody get the same
it,
thing.
yeah,
That would be nice.
And what about equity?
That'd be horrible. I work
Equity is
harder than
something that
y'all. I'm
can't be
supposed to
done.
make more money than y'all. What are y'all talking about?
Okay, but either
do you
man,
understand
ain't the
what
I'm
thing
due to
capitalism
that.
equity?
is?
Man.
My
Equity is something
man,
that
my
businesses
man, my
do all the
man.
time, right? You pay
And
your
let
people
Philly
based
Boy talk
on
right
you
now.
pay your people
Do
based
you
on what they
understand what
bring to the company. That's
capitalism is?
equity, right? Right?
It was two
You pay
people
your
talking at
people
the
you pay people
same
based
time,
on
one at a time.
what work they do. That's equity, right?
No, that's not equality. The
I don't
Not
think
janitor
equality. I
should
said
make just
equity.
as much money.
Equity.
yeah.
Equity is the
No,
action.
Hey,
it's not
what
Equality
you
is the
equity. No,
what
law.
you
Equity is
where
the
that's what
I
I'm
action.
telling
believe
you.
that
at, man?
everybody should be treated
So
fairly, and the
so
Okay,
do you
now
United
believe
that's
States
it'll
will
a
be
be
whole
fair
nother.
fair.
That's
in
not
an equitable
equal.
manner?
Fair, hold on. Fair and equal are two different things. Let me
Okay, what I
explain.
He's
just
trying to
said
To
was
be
backtrack. He's
treated,
trying to
equity.
No,
backtrack.
He don't want to say.
no,
See,
it's not. I said
he won't
that
say
at
equity
the
because then he got
beginning.
to answer the real question. So if it's equity, doesn't that mean that you pay people for what they do at their job, not so much who they are?
No, so equity means that you divvy up these stocks based on based on our contributed. That means the janitors should have stocks of these companies. That means, like, I'm telling you, if y'all really start understanding the equity of what I do for the company, I should have some level of ownership.
That's ownership.
We
I'm not
don't do
talking
that in
about
this
that. I'm
country.
talking about paying people in an equitable way. People having this, where your white staff might not, they don't have better benefits than the black
Right,
staff.
HT,
Saying
I
everybody
agree.
has the same
So hold on,
equitable
y'all think that
benefits
y'all
and,
think
and
white people
things
have
paid
better
for the work
medical?
that they do, right?
Hold on. You think that white people have at a company have better medical insurance than
You
black people?
damn
Medical is
right.
not what we talking
Yeah.
about when I say
What do you
Mm.
live under a rock?
That is crazy.
Yeah, this dude live
Y'all,
under
you
a
just
Hold
making
rock.
on,
shit
I just
up,
want to
dog.
make sure because
Boy, these fantasy shits, man.
y'all know
These
how
fantasy conversations you
y'all know how
having when I
group
just said
insurance
something.
work for a
So
company.
the chat, if y'all heard
Well,
me
it's
say
like
something
it's
different,
three
if you
people
heard me say
talking.
exactly
Detroit,
what
Detroit
Eda
get
Man is
mad because
answering, please say that. But
we
you
ain't
know that's not what I
everybody's not
asked.
responding
But
You
Eda
still.
know
man,
It's
that's not
back
what
to
I
okay.
your
It's
asked.
original
okay.
You're
topic, right? The
disingenuous.
question that you
You're
asked
always
Bomb.
disingenuous,
If
man.
a white man and a black man apply for a loan, right? Would the black guy be denied? Um, my thing is
No,
no, but the black guy will have a more, like a more the terms of the black guy's loan would be more
that's a
Well, no,
lie.
listen, we can talk
That's a
about what
lie.
we think and throw in assertions. We could talk facts also, like statistics. We know statistically today it's proven as a black person you're less likely to get a loan than a white person, even with the exact same
That's
right.
credit
There
because
you
your
score,
go.
credit is
credentials.
There
lower.
you go,
No,
KT. There
even
you
with the
It's
go.
exact same things. That's what I'm saying.
no,
Listen,
that's
with the
not
exact, yes, it
true.
is, bro.
That is
Even
Yo,
with
not
Detroit,
a
houses,
come
true
back to the panel,
statement.
even
man. Where you go, man?
listen, even with houses, either man, they
No,
they got a study where they showed they used the exact same house. They were all black owned. The what is it called? The guy who comes in and look at the house, the assessor,
a
whatever it's called. I
person,
think
a
it's
person. See,
no,
see,
the
that's what I
appraiser.
keep telling. A white
So listen,
appraiser.
no,
Yeah, go
listen,
ahead and tell the
listen,
story.
no,
A
listen.
white
My
appraiser came in
no,
there.
it was white and black. Just to be honest with you, the thing is, they did what they did was they had the black people who own the house. They would let them come in there. They would keep all this stuff. They'll appraise the home. They'll typically say about 250,000. They'll take those same homes, put a white family in there, place white pictures all around, and now it was worth 350,000. So no,
And
we
that
There
means
can.
you
that the
go.
person, hold on, because this is important. The person who appraised that house and inspected that house is racist.
No, there was more than one
Honestly,
because
I
this is
can't
a
think for y'all black niggas no
No,
more, man. Y'all, yeah, y'all,
well. You can't think for yourself. Don't
y'all,
worry about
no,
trying to think for somebody.
no. Listen,
You
y'all are
struggling
missing
there,
what I'm
cuz.
saying. Hold on.
I
If
can't.
an appraiser walk into a house and see black people, and he said, "I'm going to rate this as 250," that same appraiser walk into a house and they see white people and they appraise it for 500. The system is not racist. That person is racist. That's a
Yeah,
racist
but that's what I'm
person.
saying. You trying to minimize it because, like I said, this is a study. Florida is specifically where it happened. Multiple areas, different homes. So there was
That's
more.
not minimizing
Listen,
it.
no, yes, it did because you're saying, well, it's because it's a white dude who's seen it. But again, even if you, how can you say the system isn't a racist when it's multiple white people in the system displaying racism?
There you go.
No, that's not
And how do we
how it works.
combat
Okay,
that?
listen. More black people become appraisals. That's how you come back.
How if they the ones who if
Or
these people that
or
wear admitting are racist are the ones who regulate whether or not you can become a appraiser?
There you go.
I think, sir,
no, it doesn't. That's a lie.
That's
you
That's
don't
what I'm
own.
saying.
That's a
He just made
lie.
that out. See,
I think, sir, you
that
don't
is
own
definitely a
anything,
lie.
So
and you
who do you
talking out
think
of
the
your mouth.
hirers are?
Sir, you don't own anything in
No,
America,
so
and you're very backwards. A lot of black
Philly
people
boy,
own.
you
A
bro.
clean
lot.
You
airports
drunk?
for a living,
I'm
bro. So
talking
I don't
right the
think you're
fuck
in a
Oh
now.
position.
shit!
I'm
I
talking
don't
right the
think you're
fuck
in a
now.
position to talk
I
down
don't
on
think
any black
you
man in
did.
America.
hold
Hey,
on,
this.
guys. No, so let's get back to what I'm saying. So the idea that you think that a black man with an 800 credit score can't go into, if he have the money, go into any neighborhood and buy a house that's for sale is crazy.
Let's think about that though.
No, you can buy. Listen, this is what I'm saying. It's
E,
crazier that
e,
you think that
e,
because nobody argued
e,
if he can buy that house. I'm saying that
e,
white man buy that house is going to be cheaper,
e.
statistically speaking. If that's a
When
fact,
do
why are
you
we
have
ignoring
a
that?
So
how,
how do they
how
know
do
you
you grab
black?
how do you grab that type of credit score
What do you mean?
and
Again,
and
it's
then
all everything is evidence, bro.
Wait, how
First of
do you
all,
know you're
most
Hold on, no,
black,
hold on.
Peter
Let me
Man?
you
now
can't
hold on. Let me tell you how it works.
and you
Okay, hold
get
on.
there
I
you
don't know
can't
if y'all ever bought a
afford
house. Let
you
me
can't
explain it to
afford
you.
that.
Hold on, no. This is how it works. I get a real estate agent. You have a real estate agent. My real estate agent put a bid in for your house for
And
me.
you're 1%. You're
no.
1%.
So
And
Peter Man, I'm gonna tell you how they
these
know you're
niggas
black,
can't
right?
afford nothing.
Hold on, let me hold on.
Mm,
How they know
By
I'm
the
black?
people, by the pictures in your house, by the
No,
decoration.
I'm buying a house. Listen, let's go back to my example, right? For me to
Then you
buy a
have to meet
house,
your real estate
hold
agent.
on,
Then you
hold
have to
on,
meet your real estate agent.
hold on. Let's walk this down because I want to make sure this is very transparent, right? So
Mhm.
listen, I am trying to buy a house. I hire a real estate agent, white, black, polka dot, it don't matter what I hire. I hire a real estate agent and they reach out to the seller agent and they put in a offer for a house. So now what he said, the white person is going to get this house cheaper than the black person. How do the seller of the house know who's white and who's black?
Did you meet your real estate agent?
Yes.
So does he not know if you're white or black?
Yes, but that have nothing to do with the seller.
Okay.
The seller
Yes.
never talks to my real estate agent.
You just were talking about how that's the ones that get in contact and communication
No,
to
no,
make
hold
the
on.
deal.
Let me
E.
explain it. I'm gonna break it down for y'all again. Okay. The seller is selling a house. They hire a real estate agent. This real estate agent is representing the seller. I am the buyer. I'm trying to buy a house. I hire a real estate agent. The real estate agent talked to the real estate agent. My real estate agent never talked to the seller, and the buyer real estate agent never
so
talks to me.
exactly. You walk out there and you talking about your name is Big J.
So again, you
Yeah,
skip the
we
point that I'm
we don't.
saying. You met
Yeah,
your
we
real
not
estate
dealing
agent,
with you.
and if the
We're
real
not
estate
dealing
agents
with
are
Big
going
J.
by
We're
these
not
things,
dealing with Big J.
what the hell is this nigga talking about? Yo, but
I
no,
don't know what he talking. But
but no,
hold on.
listen.
Obviously,
Your real
man.
estate agent met you. I'm just saying
Obviously,
if we
it ain't.
statistically can point out that
We're
this is
not
the
dealing with
truth,
Big J.
I gotta mute you or something because you wilding.
Yeah, I did it. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, but listen, yeah. If you met your agent and we can prove already statistically this is already what's happening, I think we know that they're in alignment. It's just like how they
No,
talk about prosecutors. No, listen, it's like how they talk about prosecutors and defendant in public court.
no, but
They
that's not how
they
that
work in the
works. Hold
same
on.
bill and they work together literally.
Let me tell you how why it doesn't work that way. Right. The reason it doesn't work that way is because my real estate agent is incentivized to conceal who I am.
No, he's not. That's what
Yes,
I'm
they
saying. It's
are.
not.
That's how they get paid. Listen,
No, it isn't.
if they mess this deal up, they don't get paid.
So telling them who you are, they not gonna get paid. They still can't sell the house.
No. Listen. You missing it, right? So when I hire, so I go
He
out and
missed
I
the whole point.
choose. Yeah, listen. I choose my real estate agent, right? The only way
Mm-hmm.
my real estate agent get paid is if they get me the house.
Mm-hmm.
Their whole agenda is for me to get the house and for me to get the house for the deal that I want, so I buy it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're not anything that they feel, and I know real estate agents, anything they feel that's going to jeopardize the deal. If they know that I'm from the hood, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna consume that I'm from the hood. They're gonna
You might.
consume. They gonna keep all this stuff hidden because they understand they don't want to mess up the deal because they're financially they're financially invested.
Okay, so Big J, you may walk into a job
Bro,
opportunity,
Big
right?
Why
J
are we
not
talking?
even up here. Why are you talking to the chat? Cause what you on, bro? You good?
Oh, I thought Big J was up here.
No, Big J.
No, you tripping, bro.
Yeah. No, so but that's the point I'm trying to tell you is if you understand how the system is designed that the buyer never meets the seller never meet the buyer. The buyer typically want to consume. They want to hide who the buyer want to hide who their people is in case they got some dysfunctional people, and the seller want to hide who they is. And you playing this tennis, and then if you ever bought a house, it's a tennis match. Because I would say, hey, you got your house listed for 600,000. I want to pay 500,000, and then he'll say, well,
But
I don't want
E,
to sell it for 500. Like the price you get have nothing to do with race. It's about how good your real estate agent can negotiate on your behalf. Now, if you want to
you
argue,
make
hold on,
So can
I'm gonna
I?
land it here. I'm about to land
yes,
here.
Mhm.
sir.
And now, if y'all want to argue that white real estate agents negotiate better than black real estate agents, we can have that conversation.
I don't
No,
think.
that's never the
Hey,
conversation. I'm
listen.
saying statistically, if we can prove, like, what, that's all I'm saying. Why are we ignoring that? We can prove factually. You as a black man are less likely to get a loan, and if you sell your home, it's more likely that if a white person was in that same home, it'd be valued more. That's all I'm pointing out. So we
Right. That
cannot
was the
say that.
conversation, Eda, man. You brought up a
Okay, hold
scenario
on.
Yes.
that had nothing to
Hold
do with
on.
the
Well,
topic.
let's have that conversation. So first, you said statistically says that white people get more loans than black people. That's because white people have
No.
higher
They get
credit
approved. They
scores
get
than
approved
black
for
Because
a
the
people.
loan.
house
No, hold
gets
on.
approved for more money than the black person. That's
And
what
No,
it
and
that's
was.
even the
not. It's
loan, and even the
no,
loan
that
was
is not
with
true.
them on the
Hold on.
same
I'm about
credit
to explain.
score.
I'm about
That's
to
what I'm
explain.
saying.
I'm
You
about to.
changing it up, E.
It's funny because y'all argue in my industry. I do this, and so and the funny part about what y'all saying is the reason white people typically get qualified for more home is because they have more income than black people. It's an income thing. It's not a
And think about it.
race.
And think about it though. E, like so.
That's not. Hold on. Let me. Yo, that's not what he was saying. He was saying that their homes get approved for more, like the value of their houses
Well, no. So, do you know
gets
how to
appraised for
hello?
more, and that's what I was
Have
saying.
y'all ever
Appraised.
got an appraisal before? Have any of y'all ever got an appraisal before?
Yeah.
Because appraisal, let me tell y'all this. Appraisal have nothing to do. Everybody keep thinking appraisal is based on people's feelings. That's not how appraisal works. How appraisal works is they have to find three houses close to what your houses is to make an appraisal. They just
Exactly.
can't say this house is worth 500,000 and this house is worth 250,000. That's not how it works. They say this is your house. Where can I find roughly in this neighborhood
And
a 4 bedroom,
listen,
2 bed? Hold on, 4 bedroom. Hold on, I'm about to tell you how appraisals work because y'all think it's based on somebody's opinion, and it's a lie.
yeah, no, I'm just pointing out that
So
listen, you talking about how things should work, and we can prove that that's not how things go. Like, yeah, I
I'm
agree with
telling you
you.
how
That's how it
things
And
should.
do
I
work.
and they don't should. He is telling
That's
you
how it
what.
works.
No, it doesn't. Because again,
I,
we
I,
can prove out. Like, that's what I'm saying. You're saying that because, and
you're
listen, this is
wrong,
what I pointed
brother.
out earlier. No, listen, E, everything you saying why I'm wrong, you keep pointing anecdotally. Like, you literally
No,
said,
I'm
this is
not.
my industry. This is why I know it. When I'm pointing out the facts, studies we can look up. So you're arguing the actual studies that have been. I'm not talking about like this is what I've seen. Because again, I have a different experience than most black people. Like I said, I got 67 acres. Nigga. I
Hold
really
on.
don't
So
have even the
Black
same
power.
problems as
So K to go. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. You saying that if I had a black person with the same credit score as a white person, and they applied for a house, what do you think one? Why do you think one person would
Your
pay
interest rate
more
is
than
going to
the
be a little
other?
bit higher. Yes.
Why? Why do y'all
Be-
think that is? Y'all
be-
think it's because they're black?
yes. Yes. Most
yes.
definitely.
I can't. If you want to make it
That's
even
so
have that
crazy.
argument, listen. I can't say why it is, but what I
That is
can
so
say for facts is it
crazy.
affects. No,
I'm
listen.
tell
What I can say for
I'm
facts is it
telling
does
you.
affect black people more. I'm not gonna say it's just because they black, but for some
All right,
odd
let's.
reason, it affects
I'm
black people worse.
it. I'm about to tell you what it is. And I know y'all don't want to accept this because when I sit down, so what I do is I look at closing disclosures. My job is to sit down and you know what I see? I see interest rate. I see this person interest rate. See, y'all talk about what y'all don't know. And I keep trying and I say, why did this person get 7% interest rate, and why did this person get 5%? And I have 100 pages in front of me so I can look and see what it is. And I start looking through it. For some reason, when I get to credit, oh, this person got a 7% interest rate because their credit score was 540, and this person got a 4% interest rate because they had a 750. I'm telling you the reason. You said you don't know it. It's 100% about credit score. Ain't got nothing to do with they black.
Either man, we can take a moment and go on Google and pull up the statistics, bro. Redlining still exists.
All right, go pull it up. Go pull up why a black person is gonna get a lower. Go. I want you to go find a report that says that a black person and a white person with the same credit score, they're gonna have a higher interest rate. Please go. I want. Let's go pull the statistics up.
I
Let me
can
go
I
look.
can give you the statistics for the
Let's
bank
go look.
loans. I ain't gonna say the interest rate because that's never nothing
All
I
right,
was
go.
arguing. I'm just pointing them the two things I'm pointing out. First of all, if a black man, same credit score as a white man, same everything, you are more likely to get turned down for that loan. We're not even talking about an interest rate because you're not going to get improved. Just that's factually speaking. And with homes, they're going to appraise the same home at a higher
Okay.
value. That
Why?
is the
Why
proof
is that?
itself of
But
unequal.
I keep asking you why. Why do you think if I take a black man
Okay, can
I
I
told
read
you
this?
it's
Can I read
racism.
this? Can I read this, please?
yes, sir.
It says
Read it.
black individuals often receive higher interest rates than white individuals due to systemic factors like historical discrimination, redlining, leading to lower average credit scores, less access to wealth building assets, and being steered towards riskier loans, even
All right,
with
that's
similar
perfect.
financial profiles, resulting in higher costs and barriers to home ownership and refinancing. Lenders perceive higher risk often tied to location and formerly redlined areas or lower wealth, which justifies increased rates, creating a cycle of financial disadvantage.
Okay, so at first it said credit score, which I've been mentioning 10 times, not having access. That's a whole nother conversation. It's
It's
different when I
historical
hold on,
No, it
discrimination
hold
even.
on,
leading
I'm about to say
hold
they
on,
even
lower.
said that's because of
That
hold
that
on,
systemic.
historical
hold
discrimination
on. No,
leading to
listen,
lower average
hold
credit
on.
scores.
If I go and get a loan and I can put up my Bentley versus you not having nothing to put up for collateral, I'm going to get approved at a higher rate than you are, right? So when you just literally broke it down on all of the other factors, but we keep thinking it's race.
Right.
No,
But
It's
it,
not
he
it
even
race.
broke down
you're
how
not
with the
listening.
same
It says
thing.
less
Yo,
access to wealth building assets. Black people have less access to wealth building assets. And
and
they
Exactly.
he
are
even point.
steered,
That's
Listen,
not
black people are
race.
steered towards
E,
riskier loans.
he
Even
even
with
pointed out how when
similar
they have the
financial profile.
same.
It says it right here, dude.
Exactly.
Even with similar financial profiles.
So I'm telling you guys, listen, from the home loan point of view, I don't know. I know about loans, but from the home loan point of view, most of the system is automatic. My brother, I think, closed Thursday on the duplex. The system is literally the same. It's an automatic system that takes you through underwriting. If you can prove that you got that money coming in with that credit score, you're gonna get approved. And you know, one thing we ain't talking about for some reason, how the equalizer is the U.S. military having a VA loan. We didn't even start talking about that. If you really want to talk about who the system is biased to former soldiers. If they can have a 580 credit score and still get a home, right? Then we still ain't even start talking about FHA, right? So another reason why you would have a higher interest rate, right? The reason you have a highest interest rate is because you don't have a down payment. And what we saw is a lot of our counterparts have money to make a down payment, so they buy down their interest rate versus black people say they don't have money for the down payment. So guess what? They have a higher interest rate. We still ain't
But
talking about
E,
PMI.
E, you
Like I said,
know,
it's so many things.
listen,
And
E, you
I'm about to
gotta
land it. I'm
address
about
what
to
we
land
brought
it.
up first, bro. We
I
brought
did
up
address it.
exactly what you said wasn't happening. Even with the same
There's a
profiles, they
wealth gap,
still
bro. Are
getting
we
denied.
pretending that there's not a wealth gap in America? Like, come
Oh yeah, no,
on.
it's a wealth gap. And listen, I'm not arguing that it's not a wealth gap. I'm not arguing that white people had a head start. I'm not arguing those things. What we was arguing is that the system was it was discriminate because you was black. No, we can say that it's discriminating because of the wealth gap. We can say it's discriminating because of your credit score. We can say it's even discriminating because you don't have any assets.
It's
I'm gonna agree.
discriminating during due to history.
And Black history, that's the thing. It's talking about specifically Black history. That's what I'm pointing out from the beginning. The system is built on our, like, not our best interest. And the point that you be making about, like, well, we not the same as we was back then. Listen, bro, if you got a spoon for your cereal, that don't mean you got milk, nigga. You're doing better than when you just had a bowl. Is you still complete? No, that's all I'm pointing out. Like, bro, it's okay to say this shit's still flawed and we really need to work on it to fix it. Even when I'm bringing up equal, I'm not talking about equal and just because you made it seem like I'm saying everybody get $100 if we all. No, I'm saying like what y'all were saying or what Detroit brought up in equality. I mean, goddamn, what was the word he used? Basically, when I put in the proper, if I put in the same amount of work as these white people, I should be getting the same thing. And that's not happening a lot.
That's crazy. If you working as much as the white folks and you letting the white folks make more money than you, you're a bad negotiator. You don't know your worth.
No, you're missing what I'm saying.
You
I'm
can know
saying
your worth all you want, but when you don't control the system that pays for your
exactly.
wealth, that
That's what I'm
don't
saying.
mean
That's a
shit.
lot. That's what I'm saying. I'm like LeBron James. If you're not gonna pay me for what I'm worth,
Oh my
I'm gonna
God.
take
Come
my
on,
talents
man.
to South Beach. Like I don't understand like how people don't have
LeBron
this
James,
mindset.
really?
Listen,
He's in a boule, so really?
no, I used him as an example. Like, no, like one thing that I think we need to do in the black community, we
What?
need to start doing classes on how to negotiate your salary. You'd be surprised,
Either
like I
man, you're
was
not understanding. You
hold
can
on.
negotiate
Yeah.
all you want.
No, I'm telling you, hold on, listen. I used to be a hiring manager. And I used to sit down with black people versus white people. When I used to sit down with black people would say, you know what? I'd take the $20 an hour. And then I sit down with a white person. It's like, I'm not really comfortable with $20 an hour. Like, and we had this negotiation back and forth, and we'll settle somewhere around $25. It wasn't that I was racist. I'm a black man. It wasn't that I was racist and I paid that black dude less than I paid the white dude. What I realized is the black dude was happy that he was getting $20 an hour because he was making more than all his friends. And the white dude said that he understood business, that it was a level of negotiation. But I guess it was just because I was racist. Like that's what I'm saying. It's so many things that
No, see
happen.
how you making it
We're
anecdotal,
talking
like I
about
said
one
earlier.
isolated incident. That's
Exactly.
you.
No,
We're
I'm
talking about
not.
the majority of the black population and what we have to deal with in society on a day-to-day basis.
But it's proven by statistical, since you always want to do statistical data. Statistical data, I think it's like 80% of people don't try to negotiate their salary.
But that's not what we debating. We talking about
That
you
is
could
what we
you listen.
debating.
No, we're not. Listen, you can negotiate the fuck out of your salary, right? You can negotiate for 28 while they take it 25. Do I determine if I get 40 hours a week or do the company?
There
So if
you
the company
go.
say, I'm gonna get this white man at $25 an hour, 45 hours a week. Since we giving him so much time, we gotta cut your time. Yeah, you getting paid 28 an hour, but you only gonna get 20
That
hours a
is
week.
There
that
you
is
go.
That's
crazy.
nothing. That's not what we can control. That's what I'm saying.
You
You
can't
There
keep
you
bringing up
go.
these
control that. Like
anecdotal things.
this is like it is crazy that y'all believe that y'all can control y'all own. Like I want you, y'all, hold on,
Man, the
hold on. Let me ask y'all
majority
a
of
question.
black people can't. That's why you
Hold
brung
on,
up LeBron James.
I got you. Do y'all guys read?
For
Yes.
sure. What the hell?
No. I ask because people don't read after. Like that's a real thing that people stop reading after school. I want you guys to read this book called Relentless by Tim Glover, right? The reason I want you because it talks about the three different categories of people. And me and my pastor was talking about this today, right? We was talking about some people are coolers, some people are closers, and some people are cleaners, right? Closers, coolers, this is the first category of people is they gonna take what they get. It's not really, it have nothing to do with discrimination. That's what I'm telling you. Most of the population have nothing to do with discrimination. It's just that they gonna take whatever they get and people gonna take advantage of those people. Like we can't argue that they be equal because of like kind of what they was arguing earlier is that they just gonna take whatever. So I just want y'all guys to. I really hope y'all read this book and we can have a conversation about the book. Is read this book because you gotta understand. Most of the time when you don't have something in your life, you can look in the mirror because it's your fault. It's not no white man fault, ain't
Oh
nobody
my
else's fault.
god.
Go ahead.
Shit.
Nah, only thing I'm saying is I hear everything you saying. I'm gonna read the book also, Relentless by Tim who?
Tim S. Grover.
Yep.
Tim Grover. Okay. I'm gonna read the book for real, but this is my point. We are in the system. We've all agreed we're in the system. We don't control this system, and we've never had control of this system. The
Right.
people at the top of the system, they are not for our interests. I'm gonna point this out again. Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is a really big part of American government today. The reason Elon Musk got Doge is because of Peter fucking Thiel. Peter Thiel is also who owns Palantir. You know, like that's who the government uses to do all their drone strikes and shit. Peter Thiel. This person is saying he's against black people. And you're trying to say, well, because I don't have that experience, niggas is just down on themselves. That's what I'm saying. That's so
Right.
selfish of a thought because I'm
No,
telling you,
no,
like
I do
that's why I
think it's.
keep pointing out I own wild land, bro. But I'm
I
from the hood in real life.
so
So
how
I
many? How,
understand the fight I got through, I had to go through before I made it to this point. And
I
most
got
people
that, but
not gonna
Ken, you
make it to
keep.
this point.
I get if you wanted to argue from a politician point of view, right? If you say from the politician, these people racist or they have an agenda and all this stuff, cool. I'm not even arguing that. But we start talking about from an individual level. You know, the great thing about us, we have the option to choose whatever company we want to. We got the option to work for what we want to work for, we don't want to work for. So when I hear this thing from an individual level, is that I, as a black person, is making less than a white person. I would not work for a company like that. I would find a company that I can get the most value out of. And that's what we need to teach. Instead of us talking about leave the system and create our own system. Because I've
Who
been
are
here.
the
Hold
majority of
on.
hiring
I'm,
managers at
I'm,
these
I'm, I'm
companies,
about
either
this.
man?
I'm about to explain this to you because I've been hearing for my whole life, 35 years, create a system, create a system, create a system. I've been hearing black people say they're gonna create a system. You know what I haven't seen? They ain't created no damn system. It's all talk. So if it and now I'm 35 years old. If I've been waiting for 35 years for black people to create a system, you know what's gonna happen? I'll be waiting to the day that I die. So I said, how about I understand their system and I maximize that system so I can be successful. That is the way forward for you to be able to be successful in this
And
lifetime.
and
So,
if I
either
can
man,
point
well, what if
out,
I told you that white people are the majority of hiring managers in America at a rate of 70%, and black people are at 7.7%? What would
Also,
you say
go.
to that?
I said I would say this right here. Do you own your own business?
I do.
Okay, what are we talking about then? That's what I'm saying. It's like
I'm not self-centered. I'm talking about the majority of black people. The majority of black people don't own their own business.
no,
You
but
can't think
that's
about
the point.
yourself.
No, that's the point that I'm saying is you got two options in this world. And I'm gonna land it here, right? You got two options. Either you exit the system or you play the game of the system. And for the majority of black Americans, I'm glad you said that, they need to find a way how to play the system game of the system. Now,
no, because what you're talking
me
about,
and you,
listen,
no,
can I
hold on,
point this
me and
out, E?
Bond, we are entrepreneurs. We left the system. We doing our own thing. We gonna, but I'm telling you, most people got to figure out how to play the system.
So here's the problem with that. In order for you to play the system, you have to do what they want, which is be a good black man. Let's be very honest about this.
Well,
So you're
Pretty
now
much.
we
for you
should
to
want to
win in
be a
this
good
system as
black
a black
man.
man, you have to get rid of your blackness. So if you're
That is
saying in order for
crazy.
also no, let's be very how you brought up LeBron James. When's the last time you heard LeBron James say something political about the black community, Black Lives Matter happening, things of that nature? None of that.
He
He's not speaking about none of that, right?
he was the main person speaking about it.
No, he wasn't.
What?
LeBron
Come
James.
on, E. Come on.
No,
Hold
he
on,
E,
hold on.
wasn't.
E,
LeBron
you
didn't
being
say shit about
disingenuous,
Black Lives
bro.
Matter.
Come on,
You,
man.
you,
Yeah, that's what I'm
Le,
saying.
hold on. You
Come
said
on, bro.
y'all don't watch LeBron. There's no way y'all
No,
watch
I
LeBron.
watch. I
You said
love LeBron. I
LeBron
think he's better
James. Hold
than
on.
Michael Jordan, to be honest. No, I trust me. I know, and I
So
really like
no,
the guy. But I can
the
also
argument,
admit where his flaw is and
the
stuff like that.
argument. Hold on, the argument. No, the argument is Michael Jordan never said anything about black people, but LeBron James have definitely been on record talking about black people. He was talking about Trump. He was talking about all stuff. He was like a whole like LeBron James is like if you look at his career, he was the first basketball player to start speaking out on this stuff. LeBron James was the one who advocated for them to wear the Black Lives Matter shirts during COVID.
Hmm.
What are we talking? That's what I'm telling y'all. Like when y'all say that, now we can say Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan said he gonna play the system. He trying to sell as many shoes as he want to. Michael Jordan said he ain't talking about black issues. But
As a
SD
North
LeBron James
Carolina nigga,
actually did the opposite.
I don't fuck with Michael Jordan either. As a fellow North Carolinian, I do not fuck with this nigga. I know
right,
he's
Ei.
a fucked up nigga. Yeah, on
S
God,
S
he not
SD
for us.
had a great point. He said, "What does LeBron speaking about it actually do? What did that change?"
And that's what I was about to say. Because you talk again, you be bringing up a lot of anecdotal shit
It
where you
actually
like, oh well,
changed a lot.
let's
Hold
wear a
on. Let me
Black
answer that
Lives
question.
Matter shirt.
They donated. Now I don't know about what the Black Lives Not Matter did with the money, but the NBA actually donated money to Black Lives Matter because of LeBron. He got a whole organization to send money. Now, did they do the right thing with the money? That's a whole
No.
nother.
Yeah, but again, you're talking about anecdotal thing, and this the main thing I really want to point out really quickly. The things you're talking about will help you
Hold on. Hey,
personally. We're talking
how
about.
you gonna
Listen, listen,
bring
listen,
up
listen.
LeBron James and then say I'm being anecdotal? Listen, hold on. Y'all brought up LeBron James, and then I started talking about LeBron James. Now I'm being anecdotal.
No, I've been
Does that
saying
make
you're
sense,
being
anecdotal?
anecdotal.
But I'm
I've
just
been
saying
saying you being anecdotal
I'm
before you even
literally on
said LeBron
topics.
James.
No, I don't understand why you saying I'm being
No, I'm not
anecdotal.
saying you off topic. I'm saying you being anecdotal. Because again, what you brought up with LeBron James is like he donated some money. He wore a shirt. He could literally just go to the community himself. Literally.
Damn.
He could do that. He doesn't
Yes,
he doesn't no, he
that's
hasn't.
how I know y'all
The
are not
only thing,
LeBron James.
the only thing
He
we can
started
show
a
for
whole
James
school.
going to the community personally, exactly. That's the only thing we can say, which is something that's also in his benefit. So it's
No,
really again,
see,
you're talking about things that are
that's why
more
you can't win with
listen,
black people.
things that are
He
more
went.
anecdotal because they no stop listen. I'm saying it's anecdotal because it's things that advance him in that moment. These are not things that are helping us in the future. Even right now, the current thing that they're talking about with LeBron James Academy is that they haven't actually been passing many tests or anything. Like they're not even above, like they're actually kind of below average in terms of everything. So it's again,
So I
we
think hold on,
placing
wait,
things as a front.
hold on. His academy, he put it in the hood for low achieving people, right? So that school in general is going to be a transition. One thing I like about what LeBron did, he said, "Let me house these people too," because the first thing he realized, he said, "These people." Still in the hood, they still going back to their environments. I need to build a whole housing community to be able to help these people be able to get away from it. So I think we will see the effect that we're looking for with LeBron James over the next couple of generations.
Yeah, no, I can say that that is a possibility, but that's not what's coming to fruition so far. That school's been there for over 5 years. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna say exactly when,
they
but it's
said
been here for quite
ain't
some.
that school failing or something?
No,
Well,
that's what I'm
listen,
saying.
hold
Literally,
on.
the
So
school
hold on,
right now is
Bomb.
failing
Hold
because
on,
they're
Bomb.
not really.
I want to see if Bomb is
No, go
telling the
ahead.
truth. Like going into a poverty area, 5 years is not enough time to change that around. Can we agree upon that?
How long does he need, Eda man?
I think if we understand how change work, like we didn't get free in 5 years. I think it just take time. I would say that he need first of all he got to do is he got to get that first generation out. That first generation is kind of stuck in their ways. They grew up in the hood. I think he got to get those people out. But I do think we will see that next generation of people come in, that like the next year freshmen, like the next group. I think we'll see the change start happening at the 10-year mark.
And I'll take that. But I'm saying currently what we're seeing, it may not even make it to 10 years because they're so below. And it's not they're so below just because they're in the hood or something.
But
Like that he's
but that's
also
what
not listen,
but
let me
but
just say this.
that's what
He's
we don't talk
also
about. They're higher than they was in the public system, so they're still below average. You're 100% right. They was really low. He raised it, but it's still not at the standard. So we saw the increase in his school. It's just not to the standard yet, and I think he just have to have time to do that because they were so low. It's
yeah,
not like he got people that was passing and now they failing. No, he got people who was really failing
no,
that's
no,
just failing a little bit.
nah, he got people who was passing too and they failing. That's what I'm saying. In terms of you, because you making it seem as if all these kids was failures. They weren't.
Right,
You know what I'm
bomb.
saying? Yeah, they were.
I'd
They
rather
were.
him have a school than Umar. I'm just gonna put that on record.
I can take that also. I 1000%. I ain't even gonna deny none of that. But my bigger point is these things that we're talking about are things that benefit these people. And most of the times, I'm not gonna say it couldn't have a bigger effect down the road, but typically what we see is something that's quote unquote supposed to be helping, but doesn't make it long enough to even give the help that it's
Well,
supposed to be given. So
well,
my bigger thing is we cannot sit here and say because he's doing certain things that this is what's going to help us or benefit us. We also
I'm just happy he trying because look, this is the biggest
no for
thing
sure,
is and this is the problem with black people, right? We want people to be excellent out the gate. The one thing is y'all said that the current school system don't work, and we got a black
for
man that done
sure.
started a school system. He's going through the trial and errors. He's trying to figure it out, and it's still not good enough for black people. Instead of us saying, "Hey, how can we get involved in this school so we can be able to make it up to standard?" We just stand to the side and criticize. This is why wealthy black people don't want to give back.
And see, that's the excuse, right? And I
right.
got to point
Just
this
say
out
why.
earlier. Yeah, exactly. And I pointed out earlier. This is the problem I have with this shit because we as black people have fell into the American mindset, which is a European white person. Y'all really talk more about like how I eat. You know what I'm saying? My bad. I apologize. But people talk more about how if I get rich, this is better for us as the black community. That's not doing shit because we literally seen that's what we've been basically doing for the last 20 years. Everybody's focused on themselves and people are
Right.
improving in some but
And
it's
and y'all want
destroying
this
our
communist
community.
mindset. Y'all want me to work hard, get rich, and then come back and give it to the poor. Y'all
You
want some
damn
Robin
right.
Hood.
You
No, no.
damn
That's
I
right.
pointed.
I am
Listen,
out
and
on
if,
that.
if
That
you
is
want, if
stupid.
you want to change the topic into that, I brought up what we should do. I said, and I brought this up, and y'all said I'm tripping, but I believe we should practice the system I like to call capital socialism, where in country we practice socialism, and out of country we practice capitalism. So again. Because with capitalism, you've admitted it. The main point with capitalism is as long as I made some money, I can take advantage of people.
I don't
So
want to be
that's
a part.
inherently
I just telling you, I don't want to be a part of that system. If I gotta go out here and go work hard and come back and get bummed and K to go half of what I work for, forget
Yeah.
that. Sign me up for
Yes.
something else.
That's
That's too
at this
good.
point, that's the only way we'll rise as a people.
Nah, forget
facts.
that.
Yes.
It's a
Because if we don't,
y'all could go
because if
buy
we don't,
marijuana. Listen,
listen.
y'all tell me I go work hard.
We
Y'all gonna go
already
buy
behind, bro.
So
We
marijuana.
you
gotta
got
do
that white
something.
mindset. You got
Let
that
me
white
out of
mindset.
white.
You talking about so niggas can
Let
buy
me get
crack
out of
and
here
do
with my white
bullshit.
mindset, because
Right.
Nah,
That's
for
what a
that
white
sure.
is
person would
crazy.
say.
That is absolutely crazy. To think I'm about to go like
And
that.
listen, because the
That doesn't
system
even
we're
make
in,
sense.
it does. The system we're in the last 10 years. Do you understand that the rich have gotten far richer? I'm talking about
Yep.
literally the top 10 rich people. Their net worths have over doubled in the last 10 years. What happened to you?
And they don't
You
have a problem putting each other on. It's us that got a problem.
Yeah, because they're all on one page. Get rid of them niggas, and y'all on the page of nah. Let's fight for the best interest of America because that's for the best interest of us. So yeah, we got to get on the one page. We got to get even. Listen, Elon Musk and fucking all them rich motherfuckers be arguing all the time, right? But they got a bunch of things that they agree on, and they agree even if we gonna argue, we still on this same path. Throw up the Nazi sign when you can and act like you didn't. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? So they all in alignment on things like that, and we have to get alignment on things like that. Otherwise, we're going to keep continuing to fail as we are right now. We are failing. Everything is down. The only thing that I guess you could say isn't down is possibly how much we make. But again, a lot of these things we're I said this yesterday on Sharon's show, bro. I feel y'all don't understand. Y'all sacrificing what's actually beneficial to us for y'all comforts. Y'all saying this is what I'm comfortable with doing. This is what I've done, and this is why we should keep doing this. We can't keep living in that society, brother. Oh damn, my man left. Oh damn, what happened? Who the host now? Oh shit. What the hell going on up in here? Yo, I don't know what the fuck going on, y'all. I don't know if I'm host or what. Shit tripping. Yo, I don't know what the fuck going on. I don't know if people can hear me or not. I'm about to dip though, cause I don't really know what's going on. Bomb bring the live back though. Y'all let me know. I'll be back up.